Are streaming now. Let's see if this works. Let's see if it connects to the studio, and give me a chance to go to live stream, see if the studio's working, and seems to be working so far. So everybody throw in an upvote because the enemy hits us automatically with a million downvotes so that we don't appear on searches. The only way to combat that is to for everyone to throw an upvote in from every IP address you've got. You've got to fight dirty because the enemy fights dirty. And this is the only way we can survive. So let me reset my video pages, make sure that everything is going as well as it can. Might hear an echo there for a second. Okay, good, we don't. And I'll throw in the first upvote myself. Everybody else follow after that. With that, we're going to throw up a few more live streams. Let me see if I can get another page set up. Holy shit. Now, everybody, I want you to know this is probably the most unprepared I've ever been. I always say that, but somehow I managed to outdo myself. I always manage to sink to a new low. And so that being said, we are now going to introduce our wonderful co-producer for tonight, Brandon Young. He will be our anchor call for the opening hour. I'm going to open up some other channels. Oh, wait a second. So our lady answered on the Skype. Yeah, so it sounds like she should be able to come on. If she's able to interact like that, she should be able to come on with us. So let's see if we can add her onto the call along with other people. We're going to go through this process of adding everybody. So we're going to hit the usual suspects, and we're going to see if they respond. And of course, if they do, all the better, because that will give our man Brandon Young someone to bounce off of. And Brandon Young is definitely with us. So... Yeah. Okay, how was your, well, it was Eastern Orthodox New Year, which is why I'm so
confused. Yeah.
What did you say, Jews or Jews?
I think we got to page Dr. Freud, because I think you're hearing what you want to hear.
God, no, really, I don't.
No. I said confused. You want to be a little, as we all are in the holidays with time at the beginning of the new year. I mean, I don't know about you. I think everybody has to get used to writing in the 2-3 instead of the 2-2 on forms and whatnot.
Oh, it takes forever to do that. You don't get used to doing that till the end of the year.
Right. Right, and then you got to start a whole new year.
Yes, it's totally fun.
But yeah, so I had a great time. Me, Kelsey, and the family, and I'll tell you, it's there's nothing quite like. I mean, this year, usually I'm not, I don't really care too much, but
well, you sound sober tonight.
Oh, I'm sober every night. Yeah.
I like that. That's cute. There's no need to insist on that, but yeah.
I mean, Brandon, you weren't sober last time. Let's just be honest.
Hey, honey.
I love, people associate that with drunkenness. It's because I've been studying Drunken Monkey Tai Chi form.
Yeah. Oh, you studied Tai Chi. I put that out. I didn't know anybody was watching it.
Yes.
That's right.
Of course, there's my type of Tai Chi, as my gang brother Beaver says. It's just to hold out my open palm and slowly turn in a circle, hoping people will fill it with money.
I agree with Beaver. I've always wanted to meet him.
That's called the open empty hand method.
Yes.
The closed fisted.
Yeah.
Method.
Yes, the closed fist is after you get the money and you say...
with the silver, yeah.
Look at this. The message I get from her is, good, you have someone. Oh my God. Honestly, you leave me. Honey,
no,
you leave me.
Because I love you, and I literally went, good, you have someone. I don't have to answer. I agreed to answer for the hour. We're not going there. I'm not going live. Just the fact that I couldn't. I have some stuff going on in my life, and I'm kind of here for the hour. But I was not saying that, I was not going to leave my man hanging. And then he had someone, and he's still and then I was like, I don't want Brandon to be like I was. Like, you left me every time talking to myself in the air.
Yeah, of course, we don't want that, because unlike yourself, Brandon just doesn't have that gift of gab. And so
Pretty sure I don't either, but as far as the talking to yourself anyway, making it intelligent.
now let me see. Do I have live stream on? Now basically what I'm going to do is for everybody that we've called, if you've been called, you are on the call. Just jump on anytime you can. Right now, at least we have two fine people who are, thank God, intelligent and capable of maintaining a coherent conversation. And hopefully they go in some areas.
Because I am cooking stroganoff, cabbage, black beans, and cornbread, and you can jump on, then I can eat.
That's delightful. Oh, that's so cute. So, honey, and Brandon, my lovely brother, I am hoping this is, like I said, basically I am just at the beginning of my folding origami sheet process for setting up my throne of pillows. So I am probably, this is the most fucked I've ever been regarding that. So I'm going to turn and start doing that, and then hopefully be able to join you.
Can you imagine? Because like I was OCD for a long time. I've been on medication for OCD. Yeah. That's what you're doing. It's obsessive compulsive disorder. That's what you're doing.
It's if it were obsessive compulsive disorder, I'd be doing this on a daily basis. I have to set this up because I'm going to be sitting in it for the next 12 hours. Give me a break.
But it's still obsessive compulsive. Like you think I can't sit in a bed unmade and just throw some pillows on it.
I can't because it's really uncomfortable. It's like, I don't want to sit in a rat's nest for 12 hours.
They aren't cornered in like a Marine and make you uncomfortable?
Yes, it's true. It is true.
Again, OCD. Everybody just voted up. Vote for Brooke.
That's fine. You can win the popularity contest. I couldn't care less. I have to do what I have to do or I won't be able to function.
No, I know OCD. Like it's fine. I'm saying, that struggle of not being able to do it. You would be happy eventually. Just that struggle that first time. I can sit here without these corners.
My life is pretty messy enough, I assure you. I mean, I'm enough of a slob in other areas. It's very bizarre. But honey, let's have you bounce off of Brandon. The both of you hold this opening half hour. I'm going to join you at the bottom of the hour to check in, and hopefully I'll be halfway finished by then. Right now, let me start folding these sheets and get towards, I'll never complete it if I keep talking about it. So let me at least get it done. Then we can talk about perhaps curing it as a neurosis or dealing with it symptomatically. Such being said, Brandon, I'll count on you along with this lovely young lady to hold the audience enwrapped. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, Doug. Loud and clear from Redwood City. Sammy 2000 says, DDD is a national treasure. I don't know if that's Sammy Romero, but whoever it is, love you dearly. And T-Tank Barry, you are one of the most important men in my life. God bless you. He helped me make rent last month. I mean, like, big time. He basically paid it. $800 and...
Hey, fuck you, T-Tank Barry. I was hoping he got kicked out so he had to come live with me. Like, so now I'm fucked my whole life.
So, there we are. I mean, T-Tank really adores Viviana. And, he seems to have a thing for these Latinas. And, one of these days I'll have a deeper discussion with him about that. That's rather intriguing. And so, aside from...
Tatiana's going to be on a lot more.
Honey, slow, go slow so we can hear you.
I'm sorry. I just meant, yes, I'm glad that he enjoys her because she'll be on a lot more, I'm sure, as I have a tendency to over talk her.
Honey, she shuts down and withdraws quite a bit. So compared to her, anyhow, all right. So let me let you two at it. I'm going to go mute. And in the meantime, my adoration and gratitude. You have no idea how grateful I am. So let me leave this to the twain of you. T-Tank says, I'm a universal treasure. Douglas Mark says, hey, everyone on Team Dietrich. Hey, all of you. So hugs to all of you. And going to leave you in the company of these wonderful people. He says, I agree. Universal treasure DD is humanity. Bless you all. Yeah. See that, Brooke? People are saying positive things about me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe you should.
Okay, so what kind of sauce do you put on collard greens? If you're a universal treasure, I have collard greens. What sauce do you universally put on collard greens?
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, well, darling. Exactly. I leave you to discuss such things with Brandon. Yeah. Hey, and Brandon will bring his tartar sauce from the local gas station, and Ian West will bring his Wawa. and
Fuck
and
you, Wawa and the gas station don't have tartar sauce, and you're fucking with me now.
yes, that's
It was a
right.
miserable fucking night.
Yes, Vicky Johnson has all these wonderful little emojis. God bless you, Vicky. Mwah. Love you dearly. T Tank says amen. Okay, I'm going mute. Oh, you guys have got this. Love you all.
What's up, Brooke? Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you, Brandon.
All right, you can't.
No, not at all.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
100%.
100%. I'm not like one.
All right.
I'm 99%.
I can't really hear. I can't hear you either. Just to let you know.
Yeah, I think we're good then.
So, all right, good.
So,
So how was your holiday?
well, I've got eggnog in my fridge today. 114 as I open it, so we still got eggnog till the 14th. I don't know who the fuck drinks eggnog in January, but
I drink it year round. I drink it after a nice hot day.
see, that's what I thought about you. You were like a July eggnog drinker.
I am. No, more of an August, July. They sort of an August.
Yeah.
Eggnog.
Oh, my daughter's birthday
Yeah.
August, so I can see that because August, yeah, more of a Leo.
Because it's just one of the. It's well up here. It's humid. I'm in South Carolina too. It's humid.
Yeah.
But
So
like,
totally drinking something completely thick with hardly any
Thick.
moisture in it makes us feel great.
But the thing is, I add more eggs to the eggnog. You know, so to make it extra, thick. And
See,
and I usually
I've never done
leave it
that.
out for a couple hours. The trick is to leave it out in the sun for a couple of hours while you go do your run or yoga or
Oh shit, that's like sun tea.
yard work.
Never thought
Yeah,
of
no,
it.
essentially, yeah. So it creates a lot of the bacteria that's created in the.
Yeah, but bacteria is great for us. Yeah.
It is. It's probiotic. It's oil.
So
It's all
basically, we don't even
organic.
need to be like we just need to be buying eggnog in fucking December, leaving that shit out in the sun from like March on, and just drinking some of it.
Yeah. No. The thing is, it's a whole ecosystem. What's up, Sammy? Is that you?
That must be some white people shit. That's disgusting. You know.
No, it's from Black Santa Claus. Told me.
Sammy, you want to act like you've never had a girl that tasted that way? Come on.
First off, that's told you that in confidence, and that's nobody else's business. Okay, so please stop.
Okay, I know it's private, but since it's not your your girl now, I figured I could share it.
I'm good. I'm actually have eggnog. I might pour me a little cup. I still have some left. So
Yeah. I like it. I think it's good.
no, I like it too. I'm just roasting you. That's all.
You can't drink too much of it though.
No, of course
Well,
not.
I think you should do it his way, at least if you don't leave in the sun since it's night. Like at least take 2 raw eggs, like a real bodybuilder that you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and dump them in on top and then suck it down.
I do it like Rocky.
Like don't
Balboa.
whisk them. You still see the yellow floating on top,
No.
and then just
No.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Sounds
that's
good.
the best way to take them. Yeah. So,
Sounds good.
do you have a good Christmas and New Year's, Sammy?
Yeah, I did. It was great. I visited a family up in Central California, and it was great. It's
Great.
Central California. It's like traveling to the South, but less rednecks. Well, at least
Well, I mean, it's only because I wasn't there, but other than that, that's the only reason there was less.
So now I'm back to South Central, this urban wildlife that I'm in. So
Right.
good.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I know. I spent some time. I know what you're talking about. When you go up to Central California, a lot of that is just like desert, and beach and desert.
Yeah, where I was at, it's a bunch of orange groves and olive groves.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So it's country. It's country. It's a pocket of California that, if I would stick Brooke in there, she'd like, what am I doing in South Carolina? So
Yeah. Right.
Only because I'd turn around and see Sammy and be like, God, I thought the rednecks were gone. Who are you? And he'd be like, Sammy Romero. And I'd be like, shit.
Hey, what is this Mexican doing here? Anyways, but yeah, I know it was great. It's a change in pace from where I'm used to, but it's always good to you can go back and decompress and especially with the
Your roots as a Mexican, see all the other Mexicans in the orange field.
No, actually, there's
Sorry, I
level.
did that because you did the Mexican thing, so I had to go back with it.
No, I understand. No, but it was it was enjoyable. I did enjoy it. You know, having like bonfires outside and enjoying nature and the woods and chopping wood and stuff. It was enjoyable. You kind of just it's very peaceful is what I'm saying. The country is very peaceful. If you
So
if
y'all
you
had Trump out there? Did you invite Trump?
you know what? Those Red California is very much Trump country.
That's
I
what
mean,
I'm saying. I figured that's what the bonfires were for, to burn all the fucking documents.
there you go. The interesting about it is the little town that I went to. They had a rally, a Trump rally last year, and the base of that rally was a burnt down building. Like it was like a burnt down building, and it was like before election night. They had a big rally there, and Trump ended up losing, but it was kind of like a sign, like don't hold your rally in a burnt down building.
How about this? What if we don't only not hold it down in a burnt down building, but what if we don't call anything a rally anymore? It's kind of like the N word. Like rally to me goes with
Right.
KKK. Like it's KKK. So it's like, or you had a rally. To me, I picture, here's the thing. I don't always picture KKK because at the time I obviously grew up in. I picture bikers. So it's either, which is still, I mean, we're going back there, right? Like biker rally. Right. I mean, like, you don't go like, there was a great liberal rally. There was a great, we want to be free of all the rich people, the top 98%, the 3% should not rule the rule. It's not a rally. I think
you've obviously never been to a octogenarian bingo rally. Because those are exciting and fun.
You know what? I actually served at one of those and made the most money, and I waitressed for several years and made the most money a day at a fucking octogenarian bingo rally. Yes, it was unbelievable.
Were you in like some type of, hot shorts or hot pants?
No, I was only like 18, but at the point is it's like I couldn't believe this many people played bingo. It was like wasn't just like the normal bingo across town. Like they have this bingo at the flea market in Anderson or whatever, which is like huge. And like hundreds of people there, and it goes for like 8 hours. So you're just basically walking around, and everybody says they need a marker or another or whatever the hell they needed, and you just take it to them. And like I did work my ass off for 8 hours, but I walked out of there, and this is back in the 90s, with like $500 cash.
Wow,
which was a lot. Yeah,
that's a lot of money. That in $90s.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so it was like $480 something I walked out of there with in $90s.
That's like what, 5 Sega Genesis? Yes, that's a lot of money.
I know. I don't even know how these people could afford it with their octogenarian. What obviously it's money. They're making some money at the bingo, I guess. But
interesting stuff. I have a coworker that was a bartender at a gay club in West Hollywood, and he put two of his kids.
That's not fair because I would they could totally rock it out.
Well, yeah, I mean he's he's straight. What he's telling me, and I'm not debating he's not, but what he told me is because he's straight, he got more money. Because
he will. Straight. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Like the quote unquote forbidden fruit. He made a lot of money.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. If there was a lesbian club here, I would so be straight and a bartender. And be like,
there you go.
But because everybody wants forbidden fruit and be like, no. Well, I'll smile a little at you because it's a freaking $80 tip, whatever. But still, no. Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. No.
I'm sort of.
Go ahead, Brendan. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm a forbidden fruit at my work at the at the cafeteria, and
I've always pictured you that way, like literally, at the forbidden fruit in the cafeteria.
Basically, so like it's like all the lunch ladies, they're like around 50, 60, and so I'm this hands off, ladies. You can't have me.
That is the best joke ever. I love it.
Well, wait a minute. They don't slip in an extra slice of pizza or anything? Hey, Brendan.
Yeah, one of those square pieces of pizza. You got
square pieces. Yeah, with just the sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because we make them, of what we got and stuff, but we put the sauce on nice and thick. Sometimes they'll try to bribe me with like, a couple slices, even it's gotten to the point, it's gotten so bad where one of them offered me 2 slices of pizza and a Coke.
Oh. That's
And I was like, I see what's going on here. You know what I
You know
mean?
what's so sad about that? You know what's so sad about that? I knew a guy that literally, and it was a guy, he said, I miss the school pizza. And I said, are you high? Are you on?
what?
Did you just say you missed
I
the
miss
school?
it too. I miss
Some
it too.
people do. Yeah.
Okay, there you
Yeah.
go. There you go, lunch ladies. You got your men right there.
Tacos, you know.
Are you kidding me? With the tater tots?
Mhm.
I'm talking about 90s, okay? This is
Okay,
where
well, 90s, I bit into, here's where it killed me. I was only in elementary school, and I bit into, probably why I'm a vegetarian now, I bit into a hot dog. They gave me the hot dog with the tater tots. I
Yep.
bit into the hot dog. Wasn't the first bite. I'm pretty sure it was the second or third. Bit into it, and some heart was in my mouth. So then I spit it out. Huge piece of wood.
Oh, what the hell?
that's called fiber, Brooke. That's fiber. Go ahead and eat that.
Protein. Yeah, that's actually good for you.
Pretty sure
Yeah.
wood isn't. First of all, Brandon, I'm pretty sure you need to go, like, you're a teacher. Wood isn't protein. And
if you look into the cellular structure, there is a protein in there. You know, like all DNA and RNA.
well, then there we go. I mean, nobody needs to eat meat anymore. We can totally save the planet because meat takes up like a lot more, like 10 times more land mass than a fucking tree would. So therefore, we just need to all go vegetarian. You just promoted it.
Problem solved. You could even eat plastic and save the whole. You know, this whole everybody's starving. This thing is a joke. You know, have them eat plastic. Have them eat the wood that we don't use or get rid of or whatever. You know. Pigs like it.
I mean, honestly, we're all going to have to go there. You realize they're killing us all purposely, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
Calm down, Ian West. I mean, Brooke. Sorry. But no, I get it. That was a joke, Brooke. Come on. So
no,
anyways.
I know. I don't want to go there. I really don't. I just, no, I don't want to go there.
Yeah. So what gifts did you get, Brandon Young? What type of gift does Brandon Young get?
I did. That's a good question. I didn't want anything. You know, it's like the older you get, you want to just see like the young ones have fun.
He wanted his dick sucked and he didn't get it, and he doesn't want to.
I definitely got that, but I don't think my grandmother counts. No, I'm just kidding. So I did get
the lunch lady doesn't count either, Brandon.
The lunch lady, they don't. Well, they always count. But they charge me. The problem. The bitches. No, I'm joking. But anyway, no, I got.
I love how you have to even end that with "I'm joking." Like, might be true.
I know.
Wait, hold on. Let me tell you this. I'm picturing Brandon Young eating that square slice of pizza with a chocolate milk while he's getting domed up. That's hilarious.
That's I'm the realest. I'm the realest person out here. You know.
Go ahead.
I'm the realest person in the cafeteria block. You know.
And you know what? He's actually correcting papers at the same time too. Go ahead.
I'm doing all that.
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, bitch, my pepperoni I know isn't tiny and square like these on the top of this pizza, but you."
Hey, if I gotta wear a hairnet, I'll wear a hairnet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a shit. You know. Anyway, so for Chris, Kelsey got me what did she get me? I got a hairnet and some lingerie. No, some workout clothes that were nice, and she got me a nice pair of boots and a nice pair of what else did she get me? I don't even really remember.
Workout clothes for you to wear to the lunch cafeteria.
So yeah, exactly, because I get sweaty, and but no, and then it was just like basic stuff. It was like gift certificates now. You know, it's not like lots of little gifts. You know, I don't ask for anything, really. I don't, and so yeah, there was really just like I got myself, I guess, like a pair of gloves, you know, that were nice. And like I say, Kelsey got me like these Adidas kind of matching top and pants, which are really nice.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's just that was it. Nothing other than that. Like, it's really the thought that counts.
What she should have got you as a kid, so that next year you could be like, "Oh, why did I not get myself anything? And why did I not enjoy anything I got? Oh yeah, because we're broke because we have a kid."
No, because well, I keep saying, she's like, "Why didn't you get me a watch?" And I said, "Woman, there's a clock on the stove. You know, like she doesn't need a watch. There's a clock on the stove.
You're right.
That's all she's gonna be. Why?
There you go. Yeah.
So anyway, how about you? How about
Do you remember the cars that I heard this the other day? The cars that we have cars now. They're all push buttons. Majority of us anything over 2000, and we think that's a new car. Like, and you push it right, and it starts. And the guy was saying, you just push it, and it cranks. He said, "Do you remember the car?" And you like turn the key. You had to put the key in. He said, first of all, which I was. He said, but then you had to, and it went grrr. And then you turned it again, grrr, and you're pushing fucking gas, and then your dad finally comes out, grrr, and he's like, "You're flooding it. You're flooding it." And then he's like, "That was when you also went to work." And he's like, "You would pull up to work." He was like, "And you didn't know because you didn't have a smartphone, and usually your car didn't have time if you were late or not." He was like, "The only way you knew if you were late was if you happened to live near a bank on your way to work and you looked up at the time." That's when it aged me. I was like, "Oh shit!" I remember riding by the banks and looking at the time and being like, "Oh."
Yeah, you still can. They still like for a long time. Like, yeah, you could tell the time from the bank. Like in New York City and even San Francisco, the major cities, these banks and will have these giant clocks outside of their establishments.
It's what they're just letting you know they're running your life and that you are an 8-hour person and you're never going to get rich and keep putting money in your savings account and trying to pay off your house because you're an idiot. Yeah.
No. Well, time is a trap. You see, it's like it's a trap. You got to like liberate yourself from it.
Well, you know how you liberate yourself? Douglas said it last week. There's a complete liberation from it. Saudi Arabia, apparently. I didn't know. I thought I had to get out of the Matrix, and go into fucking jail in Romania and, be a horrible person. But you can apparently just move to Saudi Arabia because they have no time, right?
Oh, is that right? I don't know.
Yeah, he said that last week. He was like, they don't do time. So basically, like, you can't be late. You're not late for anything. And yeah. And I was like, that's fucking awesome. You can't be late. And then he said a few things on it. I don't know when he comes back, he can revert it. But I was like, damn it, why didn't I move there?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they also rape and kill their women. So I'm pretty sure that's why I didn't move there. But it may not have been Saudi. I'm pretty sure it was Saudi Arabia.
Well, at least they relaxed with their timing. But I know in Latin America it's like that too. It's like it's nothing starts on time.
Well, they just take like 3-hour lunches. Like I'm going to lunch and I might be back later.
Yeah, I might
get drunk, pass out.
But that's a European thing as well. Like the Italians and the Spanish and the Portuguese sort of take siestas and stuff like that, and it kind of balances life with work.
Well,
so
I'm pretty sure that's where we've been since 2020 because I'm pretty sure everybody working at home has been drunk since 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, you're right. You know what? I got Christmas. What I got for Christmas really was probably the same thing as Brandon. Except for the
his dick sucked. That's all he wants to brag. He wants to pretend like it's a gift and everybody asks about the gifts, but he wants you to know he got his dick sucked.
That's nothing wrong with that.
I'm sorry.
Except wasn't the lunch lady. So yeah, I'm kind of jealous. But anyways, no, I had a great. I gave a lot of gifts this year. I gave my girl, a bag and a bunch of other stuff.
And she still wouldn't suck your dick. Must have been a shitty bag.
But it is what it is. It's part of the deal. But hey, it was great. It was great. I couldn't ask for a better holiday. And no complaints here. How about
here's what Sammy's saying right now. I can hear. I do not know, but I swear to God, Sammy is saying, basically, you're probably going to hear about a baby on the way in a few months.
Yeah, so wow. you're probably right. I wouldn't doubt it. So I have another blessing, I'm sure, on the way. But
I knew it.
Unless it's confirmed, then. But who knows? Maybe you're speaking into existence. But
I'm manifesting.
Anyway, there you go.
You know what I want to manifest him having a baby that he doesn't want. That he's like, Brooke, will you adopt this baby? I need a little tan baby that comes down here.
Okay, well, I guess so. Then.
I need a boy though. I need a boy. The girl I will put to work in an orchard, but the boy I would totally care about and love.
Well,
I'm done with the girls.
Well, But
I
no,
have a little girl. Good luck with that if you get one. Yeah, good luck with that.
right. Thank you. But anyways, it was a great holiday. We had that crab boil, which was awesome.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I had a lot of fun. How about you, Brooke? What gifts did you end up getting that you hated? Did you get any gifts like that?
I don't know what gifts I ended up hating, but I remember having to give my daughter some stuff that literally, like, I was doing, because I always count, because again, blessings to you, Sammy, when you get two and then they're old enough to fucking realize one's got more gifts than the other, so I just had to count them, so it's always a count thing. So fuck my life. So then I was like, oh shit, I need one more bag for her. So I bought my mom this stupid sign, actually, when I was on the way to the casino. And it's something like, I don't remember what it was like, I can't remember. It was funny. So basically, I'm not going to give the comedy part of it, but it was a little sign. And it just basically said, I wish I knew my mom was always right, is what it said, but in a hilarious way or a funny way. Yeah. So I put that in her little bag because I was giving it to my mom. It wasn't even her fucking gift. But I gave it to her because I was like, oh, well, I'm her mom and I am always right. So therefore, I'll give it to her. She literally, I watched her pull it out of the bag. I wish I recorded it across the room. And like we always take turns. So one person opens their gift and the other kid opens their gift. She pulls it out of the bag, reads it, turns around, puts it against the window, backwards facing so you can't read it, and then just turns around and says, Noah, go ahead.
Funny.
So it was like not even a joking moment, which was funny as far as what I had given her, but as far as she was just like, not even funny. You're not ever fucking right. It's basically what she was saying. Like,
oh, mean woman.
Yeah. She was sending that back out into the universe. So then I had to say, well, it's fine. I'm wrapping it up for mom. But no, I don't remember. Yeah. I have a box in front of me right now that hasn't been opened that I gave her that was $400 worth of shit that she still hasn't opened.
Oh, wow. Holy shit. Well, just checked in and heard that. So, who's this that you spent so much money on?
My daughter. It was like $380. It was like a to work her ass out because she was wanting to start a workout room. So it's like it's an ass machine called like a DB thing, something, I don't know, DB something.
Oh.
Yeah, to get an ass. So
DB 750. I have 3 of them.
You don't. I know you're lying, but I'm pretty sure a lunchroom lady does.
Yeah, no, I have to keep with my figure for the lunch lady duties, of course. So
he's like, I'm not sucking your dick anymore with that flat ass.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
So let's check into whether or not anyone else is with it. Everyone else checked out. What happened here? It's like who was with us? Was it just Sammy who joined us for a while?
Yeah, Sammy checked out the second you came back. Oh, odd.
So, anyhow, my love for both of you. I'm still doing what I'm doing, and like I said, this will probably take me to the top of the hour. But both of you are holding so well. I'm sorry. What was that, Brandon?
Oh no, I was just thinking. I talk out loud and I emote out loud sometimes because I was thinking about. You said origami. You're origami. Yeah. And I have a student who is the only student from China.
Wow.
He always says, Mr. Young, I made this for you.
And
it's like an origami swan or something, it's like, or like all these amazing dragons and whatever,
Wow.
Amazingly talented. With that. And I'm always, I collect them. And so anyway, but he does it like almost every day. So the collection is kind of huge.
Oh my God. That's incredible.
But it makes me think of that because it is a sort of therapy.
Yeah.
It is like you say, like Brooke said, it's OCD, but it's more like organization. It's more of like I was listening to the Shaolin and rereading like Taoism and things like this, and it awoken something back in me about right thought, a right understanding, and right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood. The Eightfold Path, essentially, right?
Right.
And
right. Well, I'm going.
Yeah.
Go on.
So no, please go on.
I
Please.
was just going to say, I need to get back to what I'm doing
Yes.
to finish it up. So, at any rate, before I do that, we have a lot of people with us in the opening hour, far more than usual. So I do want to acknowledge everybody participating in the chat room. Everybody hit those upvotes because, the enemy hits us heavily with downvotes. Plus, we get the Autobots. The system clears them out eventually. But the only way to get us on scans is for you to participate. It's your war. You've got to fight it. There's no one else who can but you in the end. And so you got to get those upvotes from every IP address you've got. That means from your laptop, your PC, your cell phone, whatever you think might have a different IP address, hit an upvote through there. This is how the enemy fights, and you've got to learn to fight as dirty as they do, or you're not going to survive. So with that, Amor Fadi says, hello and greetings.
I just burnt my fucking food, damn it, Douglas Rape. Oh,
sorry.
almost called you my ex-husband's last name.
Oh my God.
Douglas. I just burnt my fucking stroganoff.
Sorry. Okay. Hello and greetings, Team Dietrich. Happy victorious New Year to everyone. God bless Douglas Dietrich. This is Amor Fadi speaking. Protect Lord Dietrich so he may protect history, our future, humanity, nature, and its memory. God bless you, Amor Fadi. That's beautiful.
He doesn't protect fucking stroganoff or anybody's dinner. They can starve to death, but he'll protect the rest of it.
Oh my God. Chris says, are you asking us to spam? That's what the enemy does. If that's what you call it, the enemy does it, and you're not going to win unless you fight on their terms. If you want to go down, you can stand on some kind of moral high ground, but the enemy will get you every time. When nice guys finish last. I mean, unfortunately, that's the universe we're in, and the enemy's as evil as you can get. If you want to strive for a better world in which it's not like this, then by God, you've got to beat them first. So that being said, Amor
Douglas, I
Fadi's...
suggest you go back to doing your sheets, okay?
Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Anyhow, Hamor Fadi says, I have not listened to a full transmission in about 2 years, I think. I'm glad and excited to have the free time to listen to this entire transmission live while I take notes. Oh my God, you're too kind. Joe Tai says, hardwood hot dog is the only way it gets hard. Okay, wow, he must be really high.
No, he's not. He's trying to say something I said, which was, by the way, fuck you, bitch, too. But Douglas and I are kidding each other on something private. I am obviously against the enemy and suggest upvotes from wherever you can. But no, I said I had in third grade a piece of wood when he was talking about his pizza from his lunch ladies while they were sucking his dick, Brandon. I said I had a piece of wood, like I bit into a hot dog in school. And like the third bite, I bit into it and it was something hard. And it was like just a chunk of but it's like mulch, like the little, I remember it was white, when I spit it out. Wouldn't show my teacher. It was a big white piece of wood.
Oh my God.
And like the white, like not white, but like yellowish white. Like it was wood. Yeah. Like it wasn't the brown mulch. It was fucking yellowish. Yeah. Right. That mulch.
But by the way, the individual who asked about spamming, may be a troll, but I'll tolerate it unless they start doing something really stupid. But they say, regarding military, I only served a short time because it felt bad, but I had an honorable discharge. My question is, how did you feel about your service? Well, the point is, if you had an honorable discharge, that means you served a full term. Unless there was some really strange situation where you were deemed entirely incompetent and unfit for service. But
no, I think they're talking about when what's his name that was just arrested in Romania? Not
Gomer Pyle.
Yeah.
What's Tristan's brother's name?
Andy Tate. Yeah, Andy Tate.
So Andrew's dad was kind of like me. Like we both got honorable discharge, kind of, because we both were genius people that could speak 12 languages and pass on the immortal genes to our kids, who also now are training the rest of the world on how to be.
And how to be pimps, yes. By the way, just to finish up here, he says, I am not. I have no idea what he's responding to with that. I guess he means I am not a troll. But, every troll would say that. We don't know whether he's a troll or not. It depends on how he behaves later. But basically...
No, we choose to believe the best in everyone. He's not a troll.
Obviously, I believe the best, or I would have just blocked him at this point, honey. But to respond to his question, which is, how did you feel about your service? It was what it was. Of course, I have no pleasant memories about it whatsoever, because I was almost executed in the House of Saud. I have an ambivalent feeling in the sense that my ass was pulled out of that situation by the Marine Corps, which didn't want a scandal. And because of that, I lived. And they pretty much then exploited me in service for Operation Desert Storm after busting me down by a rank. And then I was given what's basically a kangaroo court-martial. There's no real record. Everything is like... and then after that, they fucked with the records anyway. The only proof I have that I was in the Marine Corps is my Marine Corps life insurance. And it used to be called just that, specifically Marine Corps Life Insurance. At the time that I was serving, that's what it was still called. It's now called, of course, all Universal Service, Veterans Group Life Insurance, Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance. But it's all out to Prudential and all that other stuff, which is how I'm able to retain it. Otherwise, the Marine Corps would have hidden that as well. They certainly asked Prudential to raise my records, and Prudential told them to go fuck themselves because they have no authority over a private company. Anyhow, so the individual says, I am still conflicted because I learned a lot, but I feel that the mill is now a corporate thing. I am new and I am friends with Peter Moon. I called him from the barracks, actually. Interesting. Okay. So
I'm sorry.
Anyhow, so I will go back to, all I can say is that, sure, I owe the Marine Corps my life in a certain sense, but, I'm just glad to be out. Anyhow, he says, I like USAA. Okay, that is really weird.
I don't know. I'm sorry, but I call Peter Moon. I have called Peter Moon. Peter Moon's been there for me. But I'm serious. I love.
No, I get it. I'm just laughing because it's
what I'm just trying to say is if you're in the barracks in the chamber, I feel like you should call someone that fucking loves you. I've never called Peter and been like, yeah, he is in love. This is going to be a conversation where I'm going to feel loved. He gives some great advice, but not the love. Also, Douglas Dietrich probably also. He will give you the difference on Douglas. He will actually give you love. You just, if you're smart enough, you'll realize that it's probably not true love.
Yeah, but you don't really need love. The thing is, when I go to a Tai Chi teacher or something like that, or martial arts teacher, I'm not exactly looking for love. It might be a teacher or master.
But you should have that already in the Marines.
You know what's so strange here? Oh God, this is so strange. I had something happen where they fucked up with the text of this transmission because the transmission, it's too late now. It's misdated, but I had changed the date and everything. So that's really fucked. So this sort of thing, something happened with YouTube where they fucked with my transmission text, and atop all the other stresses I'm dealing with.
Basically, you just interrupted our conversation to talk about something completely
No,
different.
this is relevant. I mean, this is relevant because he's bringing it up. It's just January 1st. I'm sure it's the 1st. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mocking like that, but when somebody tries to be helpful like that, it just comes out as the most irritating thing in the world because, it's something like, it's just, like everything else you're dealing with, it's just another added stressor. So, all right, this is something that, we'll see if this works, and it's too late anyway. It's going to come off until this uploads. This is going to be let's press the save button.
You just said you had a good many in the chat, more than normal. So obviously your wrong date didn't fuck too much up.
Well, it's not that it turns people away, but it's it's just, how do I say it? There's no way to express the frustration that one feels when one is just dealing with, you do your best to set something up. You're dealing with a million things in production. And no matter what you do,
don't have a wife to tell you how to do things.
And yeah, that's true too. And which is why I'm always searching for a chick takeover. But at any rate,
I tried to tell you the last other week, when you came home stressed, and I want everybody to hear this. And he's like, "Oh my God, I have to hurry. I have so much to type," which we all know when he puts his date out and his picture, and then the 4 billion words of "thou shalt," Douglas Dietrich. Wow.
No, I get that part, but I mean, it's just changing the fucking date, and then it doesn't load up. When you do that, it's just.
But a wife would be like, baby, you could be fucking me while you're typing.
This is one of those things. No, just to express this, with PTSD, honey. I appreciate everything you're saying, and it's true. But with PTSD, it's these things just this, just the date when you put that up and it
Imagine,
doesn't load,
imagine if you had a
it's-
child that was like 17 and you thought he was gonna fucking die an entire trip. Imagine what the fuck you would do then.
well, this is why I don't have children. Okay, this is why I know I'm not. Anyhow, so Amor Fadi, thank you for that. And so he says USAA is good company left. I have no idea what this guy's even talking about.
USAA, I think he's talking about, that is an insurance company, I do believe, like US something.
Well, it has nothing to
I know-
do with Veterans Group
I don't
Life
know.
Insurance. That's for sure. It has nothing to do with it.
No, but they do advertise one, which I think is hilarious because they advertise it and then they're like, you don't have to be in the, you don't have, it's first of all, if he's talking about that, you do not have to be in the military. You're freaking, like my grandfather was in the military, right? Like I could call him up and be like, hey, can I get some USA?
Well, whatever it is, like I was trying to say, it's little things like this that make a person with PTSD go postal. It's not the big things, because that's what somebody who's been through stressful situations like that, life or death situations, learns to maintain some degree of control through. But when it's the little things like that happen, you lose it. And it's like, this is what I'm trying to say. There's no describing how I feel like going postal when something like that happens. It's just really bad. so that being expressed, okay, so this individual.
Okay, well, I will tell you what I called Peter, like when I was in the barracks like that. Okay, take a deep. So I want you to do some deep breaths.
Yeah.
And count them in and out. Just going through things.
I like this. You told Peter when you were in the barracks. That's lovely.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
So you raise your arms up as you breathe in and breathe it down. Just go to the pillows.
So I have only 15 minutes before I have to bring Peter on. I have to finish this up. Both of you have this. I'm going completely mute, and both of you have this. Okay. I love you both. All right. Thank you. Oh my God.
I was serious, Douglas. Go do some deep breaths, man. I think it would be good for you. I would probably do good to have some too. I don't have a lunch lady here to give me some food.
I'm here.
My food is burnt. Well, bring your lunch lady on because my food's burnt and I'm pissed off.
She's here. She's mad at you, she says.
I'm sure she is. I cut it up to boil.
Very disappointed.
God, I'm sick. Like, I've never made my own cheese. I just made my own cheese.
Cheese
So, like,
and stroganoff. What do you...
Well, no, you
From
pour
the
milk in. So I browned the meat, which is actually veggie meat, but I browned it. So then you pour the milk in to put the noodles in and you get it to a boil. So I hit boil. Y'all came on with Sammy. I had hit boil. And then the next thing I know, I go back and there's no milk. I just hear the reason I went back. And then I just see around the edges.
Yeah.
Looks like cheese. Like, yeah.
Well, yeah, because you're not supposed to add milk. You're supposed to add like light cream.
No, well, I'm doing hamburger helper stroganoff, so it's milk. Okay?
Right. Well, I'm just saying. Well, it's probably pretty good still. It's probably good.
Well,
you know,
yeah, no, it's not. And then I'm probably probably made it into sour cream. To be honest, I probably could
put some hot sauce on it. It'll be fun. You know,
I'll do the store.
We'll get some sour cream, make it into tacos.
Well, that's the funny thing you said. I had actually bought. I always, when I made stroganoff for whatever reason, I'd just use the hamburger helper. I wasn't big on that. I'd add some mushrooms or onions, but I had bought a like one of the little packets of seasoning that you add to stroganoff, and then I went to make it last night, or night before, and then it was like, you need sour cream. And I was like,
yep,
I don't have sour cream.
I know, you got to have all the ingredients. Like those ingredients are important.
I know. Well, I have all the seeds. Like, I'm one of those people that, like, I'll buy anything that doesn't go bad, but I swear anything that goes bad, especially right now in my life, like, it's likely to go bad before I use it. That's why I made the comment that eggnog's good.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can cook with eggnog?
Yeah, eggnog stays. You know, you can maybe make a scrambled egg.
I have 12 eggs in there, and apparently it's a big thing because apparently that neighborhood website you have, everybody's like the neighbor. Do you know what I'm talking about? That website, the little app,
Ring.
And like, yes, and that somebody posted on there like that app should have been for like somebody's breaking into my car right now, somebody's killing me. That's what the app's supposed to be.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Somebody fucking posted last night. I swear to God, pops the fuck up. Anyone seen the price of eggs? If we're paying $4, and I just like only read the first two sentences, but it was like, has anyone seen the price of eggs?
Eggs. Oh,
if we are paying, and then obviously I couldn't read the rest because I'm not going to click on your shit. But if we are paying $4 is all I saw, and then that was it. Like, I'm like, okay, well, obviously we all are, and not all of us are taking the time to then go on the neighborhood website and bitch about it. If you want to bitch about it, go to your Congress, do something.
I'll do something
productive.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other make your own. The other thing is that milk is still, I believe, is still more money than gas a gallon.
Probably is, but then again, I would rather like gas. Like I'd rather like go in the oil field and like pull the udder up out of the ground and screw
refine it yourself.
Yeah, refine that. Then fucking go to the udder of a cow. It's like, you're fucking with me. I've been in this stall for fucking 50 years, still squeezing my titty. I think she probably deserves the $5 a gallon.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I kind of stay away from dairy these days.
No, I don't do a lot of dairy either. I mean, I do cheese. That's my dairy.
Yeah, that's right. Once in a while, I'll do a little cheese, but
Oh, I know you do with your pizza from your lunch.
Well, the pizza is a very big indulgence. If I have pizza, it's like once a year, But the pizza squares are a different story altogether. But this is a different style. You know what I mean? It's flatbread.
You count it as non-dairy. Plus, you're probably having an orgasm every time the lunch lady's giving it to you. So you're like, I got it out when I got in. It's fine.
It's a trifecta. It's all three things. It's like, how can you go wrong? Chocolate milk, pizza, and
oh my God! Remember how big the chocolate milk was when you were in school, and we were like,
so small. Those things are tiny.
I know, and the guy and the boys would be so big. They'd be like, "I'll give you for chocolate, another milk."
Yeah.
Okay, take my milk, bitch. Like I was a girl, I was like not really into it, so I would give them to them. I was like, "Here you go."
Yeah.
They had especially if they had something really that I wanted, which I cannot remember, like French fries. I was a French fry girl, so they were like, "Give me your French fry," I'm like, "Give me your packs of ketchup too."
Wow. Yeah, they still make trades at school like that. It's so funny. Because they're so limited in their options there. I mean, it's okay, but it's a small school, and like I think you or Sammy or Douglas was talking about, it's privatized now. The whole system is privatized. So you'll walk in to the college I work at now, right? And like there's like a Starbucks. It's like a Starbucks. They sell Starbucks. It's like basically a Starbucks operation, but it's all privatized. It's so strict, and it's under, like, you think it's like the school common dinings, but it's actually funded by like these big companies.
No, it's private. Yeah, my son's school, just in public high school, like they have a Chick-fil-A in there. Okay,
exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Chick-fucking-fil-A. But then first of all, I was like, where are you spending all your money? First of all, and then he tells me, well, I'll get Chick-fil-A, and then I'm like, well, or you get waffle fries? You get some at least good waffle. He's like, no, they don't sell the waffle fries.
What? They don't? Why?
No. So what it is just like Chick-fil-A brings in just the chicken sandwiches. So that's what I'm saying. It's all privatized to make money. It's not actually Chick-fil-A. Subbed out through a third party. Like all those are. They're subbed out through a third party. So they can bring in the chicken sandwiches, pay Chick-fil-A because they're bringing in so much. But French fries, well, we can cook those cheaper, like the lunchroom ladies do.
That's right. You know what? I remember a friend of mine worked at Amazon, and he was telling me, oh, we get Chick-fil-A every Friday or whatever, and he's like, hey, you can come in, check it out. And I went in, and it was just like a booth they set up, and like, it was just, you're right, there was no fries. It was just chicken salad.
You got like one option, maybe two. You got the regular chicken sandwich, and you might be lucky if you got the spicy or the one with lettuce and tomato, but there was no three. You're getting one.
And there definitely weren't no fries.
No fries. No.
For sure. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's almost like they come there already catered.
They do. They are catered. I mean, like I used to, when I was in pharmaceutical sales, like obviously I would cater in Chick-fil-A myself, so I would bring in a catered. I mean, potatoes are hard to cater in. Obviously, it's easier to cater in a chicken sandwich because if it's already wrapped in the foil and you're bringing in an hour before, even 2 hours before it's wrapped in the foil, even if you were to bite into a chicken sandwich 2 hours before, you're not like, it's horrible because it's wrapped in foil and you're not like, it's so cold. Bite into a French fry when you leave McDonald's 3 minutes later.
Yeah, good point. Right? Yeah. Exactly. That stuff decomposes quick. Very quick. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. Oh, absolutely. Good point. I will say, like, I did try Chick-fil-A. I mean, the lines in California would just be out the street, and but the nuggets are pretty good. Those little nuggets that they have.
I'll tell you what Chick-fil-A had the best of, and y'all probably didn't have it up there like where you are, but Chick-fil-A, I had it growing up because I'm in the South. So it started in Georgia. I'm in South Carolina, and you obviously lived here, but so maybe you did. But Chick-fil-A used to have a good chicken salad. You could go there and get a good chicken, and you could order a chicken salad sandwich, toast it. Like you could say, I want it toasted or not. Like the bread would be toasted. Chicken salad, best chicken salad you ever fucking had, because it's like if you like chicken and you think Chick-fil-A's is the best, which I still say chicken is just the taste of, you can put anything vegetarian, especially now, like especially if you do a mycoprotein. Not most of the chicken they sell that is veggie chicken sucks because of the texture. But but you can do a good, for instance, a good, which what they're charging, a good
You're
mycoprotein.
right about that. Yeah.
And you would never know the difference. It's just the taste of their little flavoring. But they have the best they have a great flavoring, whatever the fuck they're frying that shit in. And they would do their chicken salad. Oh my God.
Really? Yeah. Wow.
Interesting.
I'm vegetarian.
Hey, Sammy, what's up?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The best work experience as far as catering was a taco guy. We got a taco guy name. It was awesome. 1 second. Hold on. Let me get off Bluetooth.
My brother.
Sammy just killed me just now because I'm literally thinking, what is going to be open at 9 when I get off this call? And what? And I'm like, Taco Bell.
Let me explain. This taco person that came in made the handmade tortillas with the press. She had already the dough and everything.
That wasn't Taco Bell. You mean a taco person?
A taco person, legit.
Oh,
okay.
You said Taco Bell. There's two different things in American language.
No. I mean, I live in LA, so I live in the taco mecca of the world.
But you can't say Taco Bell because then it's Taco Bell.
Sacrilege, a blasphemy.
Yeah, it's a blasphemy on tacos.
Well, of course. But no, we actually had legit ones, right? But this person, she was contracted. What only thing about it is because the rules are so strenuous when it comes to catering or any vendor in LAX, where it's literally it's a mafia. If you don't pay the vig to sell food there, they might as well beat you up and burn your food stand. So what had to happen is the airline had to make a quote unquote contract with that vendor with that poor lady, so she does not get fined. That's the only she can go in there and sell. But man, and by the way, she's probably an illegal, but
I bet it's
her
good.
her tacos were on point. Everything was handmade. I couldn't even work.
Everyone knows Sammy's using the word taco for pussy.
I used to live in LA and I was in Silver.
Come on, Sammy, you're saying pussy.
And I was.
It was so handmade. She was illegal, but it was so good.
She might as well, right?
7 taco spots everywhere, and you could stop by and you'd get and you didn't think it would be open. Coming from the East Coast, everything's closed, right?
Right.
So you go out there and I'm like, is this freaking place open? And you go up and it's like, and they have this giant menu of like a million different things, and you're like, I have this, and this. And they're like, you order half the menu and they're like $5. I'm like, whoa, really? And then you see other people come up and they get their veggies in like a bag, these pickled veggies bags. Man,
where was this? What is that? What was it called?
This is California, Brooke. This is LA.
Yeah, pretty much LA is the taco mecca of the world.
World, in my opinion, and well, in America,
right. But like I said, it was great. I'm sure they paid her pennies. But she probably could have charged 4 times as much as it was great.
Right.
It was great, but at the same time, the airline had to go through all these hoops just to even have her there. And,
right. And then for her to be able to sell it, she just sold it at a price and then give them part of it. That sucks. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, to get like an airline to like serve it and be part of that. I mean, it
has to taste really bad. It has to be really cold, be on a cart. 40 and about to grow mold. But that's how an airline works.
That's right, because you can't bring it anymore.
Yeah.
One of the things about it too is because they were kind of compelled in a sense because they made the mistake of asking us, what do you guys would prefer to have, quote unquote catered, because everybody's tired of pizza.
Yep.
It's just so convenient.
Right.
And we're honest, like we want a taco lady. I mean,
Absolutely, 100%.
there. Most of the
Dude,
people
I want
that
a taco lady. If I ever fucking get rich, I swear to God, I used to say I want a hair lady. I'm getting a fucking taco lady.
yes,
Like, that's
I'll
it.
be.
it was awesome.
I'll be like taco lady, and you know what? When you get off, if you like, it's like 4 hours, like 2 hours fucking lunch, 2 hours fucking dinner, and you know what? If you want extra money, you can clean the house, but I'll pay you more. But like, I just want a taco lady, and I don't mean that racistly. Like she would clean the house out, or I will buy a separate lady.
You have
What
to
I'm
because
saying is the
it's not
first lady is going to be the taco lady. She's going to
Why
be
is
number
she a
one.
lady? Why can't she be a taco
She's
man?
the boss. She's the fucking boss. She'll be like, well, no, I'm not going to be your fucking, but I'll.
You
I'll
listen to Lon over. Come on.
No, but it was great. It was awesome. I think.
Wow, that's
Okay.
great.
So,
Even-
hi.
Oh.
Hi. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm so sorry. So what I'm going
No,
to do
he
is
totally
simply-
does mean to interrupt. What he means to do is come on
I'm
and do it. It's
going
Peter
to
Moon's
simply-
time.
I'm
Peter
going-
will literally kill us all if he doesn't come on and
No.
shut us down.
It's not. I'm going to bring Peter on. I'm going to have you all
There we go.
stay on this call because I'm going to
Oh,
ask
God.
Peter to hold with you the bandwidth while I finish up what I'm doing, which will take another 15 minutes probably. Just to
Fuck,
get
I
it.
did call you.
What?
Somebody did cause you a nervous breakdown then, I guess.
Yeah.
PTSD. I mean, it wasn't me, but I'm saying, but like, Sammy, you should be careful. Sammy, you should probably try to be careful with this stuff.
So let's do this. So what I'm going to have to ask Brandon Young is, please, sir, stay with us for at least half an hour to an hour, because the call's riding on you. Now, it might be that if you hang up, the call stays. I don't know. Skype's pretty iffy that way. But stay with us for another hour, and with Peter and us. And so we're going to bring Peter on with all of us. Let's do that. Let's just add him to the call and then explain to him the situation. So
It won't be hard. I'm sure Peter's listening right now. Peter, it's not hard. Like, just with Peter, you just mute it, and he'll talk for an hour.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, hopefully all of you will interact for at least 15 minutes to half an hour. It should take me no longer than that to finish what I'm doing. Okay, so we're pressing the add button, and it's just Sammy left to deal with his child. Peter,
Sammy's left twice as soon as you came on. You just realized.
Understood. That's fine. Peter, welcome aboard. Happy New Year. The Eastern Orthodox Julian calendrical New Year has just ended, and oh my God! So I went overboard with the celebration, and it'll take me another 15 to 30 minutes to stabilize. In the meantime, I'm going to go mute, and I'm sure I'll be done in about 15 to 20 minutes. But I'm just finishing up the last of this throne of pillows, which I sit on for the rest of the night. And aside from that, dear Peter, I beg of you to hold the bandwidth with these two wonderful people, Brandon Young and Brooke Gibson. And then as soon as I rejoin, then we can decide whether we're going to end the call and reestablish it, or maybe these two people will just fade out into the gentle night while you and I take over for a good 3 hours. And
we'll fade out like Sammy did. Sammy's fucking fading out every time I'm like about.
Hey, don't cuss, Brooke. Don't cuss, Brooke.
Yes. Cussing is.
Okay,
That's right.
Peter.
Yes, be a lady.
You are a nice lady.
Yes.
You are.
I am a nice lady, and you know what?
I know.
Yes,
you're a nice lady.
honey.
I don't want you to cuss.
That's right. We don't want that. Yeah.
I want to experience your ladiness.
Yes, that's right, honey. So
you have both aspects. It's like you're good. You're really good to hang out in the bar with. You're really good. And you know what?
Yeah.
Some women can't do that. They gotta keep their high heels on, and they can't, pick up a pool cue. But you could do both, So you're what is it? Not ambidextrous.
Well, we're flexible. We want to see that other side, Brooke, because we can see that other side after Peter's gone. You can cut loose, let your hair down, and start cussing again. But at this time, we're gonna because
better if you keep this the way. And and we can enjoy you more. We enjoy you, but
I mean, we enjoy you as you are, but this way it expands the receptivity of a greater audience. when you kind of suppress some of those more crass aspects.
I am
It's okay.
thankful. I am thankful and grateful for both of your opinions. It is very meaningful to me that you both care so much about both my,
Presentation.
Presentation, obviously, but obviously, I believe you care about, my mental health, my physical well-being, and obviously, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Because
that's right. And hey, okay, so Peter, my dear man, so I trust.
I have to go away for 15 minutes. Go to your throne of pillows. And I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable with Brooke and with Brandon.
Excellent. So I'll do that.
You go off
go mute.
and go for 15 minutes. And Brandon, you there?
Yeah, Brandon.
I'm here. I'm here. I was on.
Doug, you can go get your sleep. Or
Thank you. Yes, I
want you to get back ASAP. So go now and come back, and we'll get down to business.
Yes, sir.
But Brandon, you there?
Yeah. Hey, Peter. Hi.
Yeah, you gave such a good analysis of I forgot what you even analyzed last show. It was really good, whatever you went into.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
It was
He has no idea what you went into, but he thinks it was.
No, I'm trying to think what it was. I mean, he mentioned
He did go into what was it? You didn't go into the alien guy. Was that the last?
Oh, that was the week before where I went.
I think you went into not Corey Hart.
Corey Good.
Whatever it was, you picked somebody apart pretty good. And of course, I just read an essay Douglas had sent me on email, and a long essay on Eric von Däniken, and it was superb. It was just that Eric von Däniken, like Hoagland, was in jail when he wrote his book, and he was a con man, convicted con man, and he continued conning people. And even after they found out he was a con, he kept selling books. He's like the best-selling author in the world.
That's what you call a good con man.
Yeah, and he got a lot of help, including help from Neil Armstrong. But Douglas's thing, and Douglas might want to talk about that. I don't know, but it's there are so many fraudulent people out there that it becomes the norm. It's the norm, and it's expect. Well, the world praises mediocrity. It praises mediocrity, but it's worse than that. It praises the liars. Dick Cheney picked up on that really fast.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, like it praises our whole military-industrial complex and everybody running the world. I mean, if you want to go with it.
Yes. One thing I'll touch on tonight, and it should be touched upon, is Monday night. Monday Night Football was one of the big events of the new year.
Oh, yes.
And it was this player for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, God, you're not going to talk about the guy that got hit in the heart.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you what went wrong with him. I want to tell you what went wrong because I noticed it immediately when I saw the replay. First off, for those who don't know, I forget his name. I don't know his name, but this guy got injured when he tackled this runner, and he stood up after falling down, and then he collapsed, and then everybody rushed around, and nobody knew what was happening for a long time. But basically, he couldn't breathe.
Damar Hamlin is his name, by the way. Sorry.
Go ahead, say it.
Damar Hamlin.
Damar Hamlin, yes, Damar Hamlin. And he couldn't breathe. Now, I heard reports that he couldn't breathe for 9 minutes. They put CPR on him, and he also had a heart attack, which I don't think was known. His heart stopped beating, so they got all the equipment out there and got his heart beating again. And once they got his heart beating, they put him in an ambulance, took him to the hospital, sedated him in a induced coma so they could stick a tube down his throat to get oxygen into his lungs. He has improved. We don't know the exact condition or the recoverability of him. One doctor speculated there could be brain damage, but I'm going to tell everybody in the audience. Of course, we had just played football the day before, and my friend Terrell, who's been on this program, called me. Called me. He was very impressed at how well I'd played that day, which I had a very good game. It was very nice, and he wanted to talk about this. He said that pro football will not be they won't be doing tackle anymore in 10 years. This is his prediction. I don't know that that's accurate. Football is one of the, pro football in particular is one of the most watcher friendly sports and TV. It makes so much money just on the attractability of the product for those who like it, but it is amplified many times by the gambling interests.
It's like college. I do college, but again, I agree with you that if they don't do tackle, it's like doing racing without a wreck. Nobody's going to watch it.
Well, we'll see. Yes, I understand that, but what I want to say something about what went wrong, what they're saying. How do we prevent this? How do we prevent this? Well, I can tell you how this particular play could have been prevented. And this is with Qigong. Now, what happens when you get hit and get the wind knocked out of you, or when you fall down from a building? What happens, other than bone breaks, your internal organs collapse. Like, they collapse. This is why he couldn't breathe. His lungs collapsed. He couldn't breathe. Now, he was also hit in the chest, which created a shock, and then the heart collapsed as well. Now, I was listening to somebody talking on a sports station, and he started ranting. He says, now, there are two theories that saying he was vaccinated. We're not going to talk about that. That's to have some compassion here. Now, I didn't even know vaccination was a consideration, and I'm not going to talk about vaccination as a consideration. The only thing I'm going to comment is what vitriol this guy said. We're not going to talk about vaccination. No, that's off the table. That's all I'm going to say. When you have an attitude like that, you're sick. I'm not even saying it was caused by vaccination because I don't even know if he was vaccinated. But what I'm going to say here is when your lungs collapse, you're screwed. Now that's getting the wind knocked out of you. That happens. I'm going to give an example of what occurred to me about 10 years ago. And I'd been doing Qigong for a good amount of time. And I remember one time I said to my teacher, how much, he'll say that most people are breathing with 5% of their lung capacity. And I said, what am I breathing with at that time? He says, about 45, about 50. And it went up from there. It went up substantially from there. So, and of course, there are different ways to regulate the breath. Now, I also do exercise which strengthen my bones, as all Qigong will strengthen your bones and your tendon. So I'm out there one day. Now, consider, I'm going to be 70 years old in about, a week and a half. Now, at that time, I was probably, it's about 10 years ago. Maybe I was in my early 60s, whatever. And I'm an old man. Now, there are a few others of us that are old, like me, but there are young guys out there. I'm playing with much younger guys now. And I go up for this pass on the sideline. I have to jump up. I'm going to catch it, put my toes in bounds. I'm going to catch it. No question about it. And this young guy, he jumps up at the same time and clobbers me. So I can't catch it. The ball goes out of my hands. He clobbers me, but it was a legal attempt. In other words, he's going for the ball too. His body falls on me. Very rough. And everybody, I can just feel everybody kind of like, oh, panic. Shit, why? And it was like, it was legal for him to hit me, but it was in very bad taste. and everybody was kind of like pissed at him. You could just feel it. And they're all ready for me to be laid out. And to tell you the truth, if that had happened 10 years earlier, before I did Qigong, I would have been laid out. I would have probably not been able to continue to play. I'd had a wind knocked out of me. I might have had bruised ribs. Maybe, I doubt they'd be broken. Instead, I went down, and everybody's waiting for like super injury. I just got right up. And I felt a little hesitation for about 3 seconds, not that anybody could notice, and I was fine. I just got right up, and nobody could believe it. And the reason for that is because my lungs are so full of oxygen that my lungs didn't collapse one iota. The resistance of the ribs, I didn't get hurt. I didn't have a bruise because my bones are strong. Now, had I been in the position where this guy was, being hit with that velocity, yeah, it would have hurt. I don't think I would have had the same problem, but even at my advanced age, because it's really not about his musculature. I mean, this guy's super physically fit from a physical fitness stand, but as my teacher said, fitness has nothing to do with it. He is, his organs are. Now, if he would have been doing rudimentary Qigong or Tai Chi or yoga, rudimentary anything where he was kind of like integrating his mind, body, spirit on a regular basis, he would not have had that injury. And I'll tell you why. And my friend Terrell agreed with me. When he hit that guy, he was in a very awkward position. It wasn't a position you'd be in if you had your mind, body, spirit together. In other words, you're supposed to tackle from the waist down, and he ended up in an awkward position where he was kind of grabbing him with his chest. The guy was running into him. That seldom happens. And the reason it happened was the way the play played out, but he also, it was awkward. He was moving awkwardly. And when you do Tai Chi or Qigong, even a little bit, and I found this when I first started doing it, all of a sudden things don't happen to you like that. You're not in the wrong place at the wrong time. So that is how powerful Qigong is. And now they're going to do this big figure out on how they'll play this playoff season, and then they're going to sit down and figure out how can we prevent this from happening in the future. And the best way to prevent it would be to do Qigong, but they're not going to do that. This is how valuable what I have to offer is. It is so valuable. The only problem is people won't do it. And the reason they won't do it is because of habit, habitual habit. And you have to start building good habits if you want to live a long time. And there's also something, I'll talk about it now, it's called stacking Qi. Qi is, of course, breath or life force. It's something you build up in a crew. It's like the tortoise and the hare story. The tortoise moves slow and deliberately. The tortoise breathes long and slow. It lives to 100 years because it breathes long and slow. Whereas a dog breathes fast and quick, it doesn't live too long. So
yes,
when you get involved with Qigong, and what little I've taught you, Brooke, you just do that and keep building it, keep packing it, stacking it. And it's like, wow, after 3 years, wow. Like I remember after going 3 years to Qigong, and here I'm driving through into the city, into Brooklyn, through the bowels of Brooklyn. I said, this is not you're fighting traffic from the minute you get on the Long Island Expressway or Parkway, however I'm getting there. You're fighting traffic all the way in New York. And, would I rather be sitting home, eating dinner, watching the 5 o'clock news or 6 o'clock news? It's much easier to do that. But no, you got to get up and you got to fight your way into Brooklyn. which can be a 35-minute drive, usually a little longer. It can be an hour and a half. Only one time did I have to turn around and go back because it was just the traffic was too crazy if there was an incident on the highway or something. But it's like you're fighting traffic. And then if you get to class late, the teacher's going to look at you like, I don't appreciate you coming late.
Mm.
Of course, I was never late that I recall, but he would do this with other students. And you're fighting there. After 3 years, I said, wow, I can't believe it. It's been 3 years already. It's great. I had 3 years behind me. Then it was 4 years, then it was 5 years. And after 7 years, I began to get much more interested in the martial aspects of it. Although what I see most people teaching with Tai Chi on the internet, and some of them are excellent lessons, but they're not lessons anybody who's not really well schooled is going to appreciate or be able to integrate. And it doesn't emphasize health.
Exactly.
It emphasizes outmaneuvering people or being able to overcome people in push hands. And that's all well and fine. But
Yes.
I teach from a health perspective. Douglas is back.
Yes, definitely. And
Okay.
here to
So
say...
I hogged the conversation, which I guess I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
And the other thing I want to say about this poor guy
Yes.
who got hit in the football, and this is how effing stupid retarded the medical profession is, and these attendees, and they were patting these guys for saving his life, and they did a great thing. They really did. But what they don't do is they don't have a shot of ozone there to stick it right into his blood-brain barrier and get that brain oxygenated right away. If this guy doesn't recover, they killed him. They brain deaded him. He might recover. But in other words, this will fix somebody or reduce the damages so much. This is what they don't do because ozone therapy is not approved. They have ozone clinics popping up around the Northeast.
Wow.
I haven't been to them. I've seen them online, and they're done with doctors. It's kind of like they're doing it behind medical world's back. Now my friend does it in Queens and in the city, but he's been doing it for a long time. Now they have other people doing it because they see that it works. So anyway, I wanted to comment on this big incident in football. But anyway, we can move on from that since we've got you back. We've got Mr. Douglas back.
Yes. And here to stay. And again, whoever's on with us, Peter and I'll take it from here. And what'll happen is, later on, if Brandon has to go, just let us know, and then we'll decide how we'll handle it at that point. In the meantime, we're riding on Brandon's call. Theoretically, it could go either way. If he hangs up, then the call could go. I do want to thank everyone in the chat room for your patience with my recovering myself tonight the best I could. And I want to let people know that if you reset your screen, then you'll see the change in date on the header. So the header did not upload, which was very frustrating, and can put someone like me who has PTSD into a kind of postal frenzy when the little things will snap you. But for anybody who was concerned about the misdating of tonight's episode, just reset your page, refresh your page, and you'll see the new date has uploaded theoretically. So with that, we turn towards our dear friend Peter. I do want to thank people who have helped me, such as our dear brother from another mother in the middle of the city of Manhattan, in the belly of the beast, Stephen Myers, who contributed $750, and over that really, but it was about 70 some odd dollars that reached me by the time PayPal took their cut, and that helped me get through to the time of my check depositing. That is, of course, from SSDI. I did call the Department of Human Services, and I do want people to know that thanks to the state of emergency declared by our governor and the COVID crises, they changed their requirements for food stamps. So I did apply for SNAP, or Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. It goes by a completely different name these days. Hopefully that processing will take place within the next few months, but that will help enormously to pay for just things like water, just basic sustainability. That will help enormously as well. So definitely everything helps. And from all of you this new year, I'll need all your help as well. It is Asian Lunar New Year that's coming up. So that is very intensive. It is for us traditional Chinese and other East Asians, but especially Chinese and Vietnamese, the Sinitic peoples. It is very serious. It's like what Ramadan is to the Muslim people for us. So it's 2 weeks where I'll be intensively involved with social obligations coming towards the end of this month, the last 2 weeks of this month. But I'm going to do everything I can to communicate with everyone in around me before then. And certainly with that, I turn towards dear Peter, and you have no idea how excited I am to have you here, Peter, with everything that's going on recently. And I turn it over to you. I'll be right here with you.
Well, that's great. And thank you for those contributing to Douglas. And I would like to encourage those of you who can, even if it's a small amount, it's a good way to start off the new year. What year is it, the Chinese year? What will be the year of the what?
Oh, it is the year of the cat and rabbit. Cat in the Vietnamese calendar and rabbit in the Chinese calendar. I'll have to check again for the elements. They both have different elements. But it's the year of cat and rabbit. If, for those who are, of course, French or Americans who served during the Vietnam War, all of this back in, there was a song written, Year of the Cat. Peter, you will remember.
I was going to mention that by Al Stewart.
Yeah.
And that one song keeps him
alive,
financially very happy.
There we go.
That one song. It's not that that's the only song he did, but that one song, the royalties on it are amazing. It's an incredible song, and it just kind of, I think sometimes these songs that really work, and I think I saw him interviewed on it. He didn't think as much of it as everybody else did, but it worked. Yeah. So it just comes out, and there are some people that write a song that takes them over the top.
Yeah.
But he's not a particularly famous guy. I mean, the music people know him, but he's not overly famous.
Yes, your average person would not know him. That's right.
But the best lyric in there is a reference to Peter Lorre.
I don't even remember that, but definitely share it with us if you feel it's relevant or.
Well, it is the year of the cat, and I didn't realize there was a Chinese, it's Vietnamese year of the cat. I mean, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. It was because he says, on a morning from a Bogart movie, in a country where they turn back time,
yes,
you go strolling through the crowd like Peter Lorre, contemplating a crime. And it's got some other good lyrics. She comes out of the sun in a silk dress running like a watercolor in the rain. Don't bother asking for explanations. She'll just tell you that she came in the year of the cat. Now, of course, for those of you who don't know, Peter Lorre played in movies with Humphrey Bogart. And Peter Lorre was always a creepy character. He also played Mr. Moto. And he wasn't even Asian. He was, I think, from Yugoslavia.
That's
Slavic.
Right. That's correct.
And he had a look about him where, he could play an Asian. But so that's what they're
because
referring
he was Slavic. To. Slavic people look vaguely Asian to many Westerners.
And he did particularly. And of course, I knew him when I was a kid, when he was older and fat, when he played with Vincent Price in a movie called The Raven. And that's how I knew Peter Lorre, and maybe in other bit parts. I knew him as an old fat guy, but he was very thin when he was young. And I couldn't believe, when I later saw it later life, how thin he was. But of course, he played with Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon and in Casablanca. I don't know that he ever played with Bogart in Southeast Asia, but that's my favorite line. You go strolling through the crowd like Peter Lorre. And of course, Peter Lorre, what was his classic line in Casablanca? He says, "You despise me, don't you, Rick?" He says, "Oh, well, not particularly, but if I thought about it, I probably would. I haven't given it a thought, but if I thought about it, I probably would." He's such a low life, and
his character, you mean?
Yeah, and he's kind of likable too. He's in his own weird way.
You mean it's the villain's charisma or the criminal charisma that can be. There's kind of a ghoulish charm to some characters that are negative. Yes.
Well, yeah. There's not, Bela Lugosi kind of had a sexual charm to women, but there was nothing really endearing about him. He was scary as hell. Peter Lorre was, had a soft human side, and he could be a bad guy, but there was a softness in him, a human side. But anyway, so it's the year of the cat in Vietnam, and that's all. That's what the Asians in that part of the Asia will be celebrating. But I have something. I didn't really know what I was going to talk about tonight, because I'm working on the book, of course.
Yes. And
I'm still on the Zionists and the Lindbergh thing. But and I might want to ask you about that on the air. It's fine, my particular question, but I'm not going to go there just yet.
Understood.
And it's okay if I forget it or don't remember or don't address it. But I was looking at a post today on Facebook, and I don't have much stuff going on Facebook anymore. The Facebook doesn't. I check in with Facebook. I message frequently on Facebook with people. And there was a post from Jonathan Gee, G-E-E. Jonathan Gee is a savant. He is brilliant. He sometimes listens to the show. Maybe he's listening now. Uh-huh. And he has a ability to break John Dee's work down like nobody else. He gets it. But it's way over our heads. And he made a comment about himself and how he's not understood or appreciated. It was like 3 books. He talks about people only acknowledge 2 books of Enoch, but there's actually 3. And he has a video, which I listened to, the part 1, which there's 4 books of Enoch. Mm-hmm. And it's like people don't acknowledge everything. And he really goes deep into things. And he's just, as I say, he's a pure savant. He's not a magician. He doesn't practice magic with this stuff. He's a scholar. And he's also on disability. And I one time interviewed him, did a podcast with him, and I tried to work with him towards getting quote unquote functional in society. And it didn't go well. Now, finally, I understand why it didn't go well. He keeps himself out of the fray. And now I understand him on a level I couldn't before. My viewpoint would be, okay, play the game. And because that's basically what I'm doing. I'm playing the game of society. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm playing the game. It's all, you play the game, you play by the rules, and you can function in. And then I can indulge the other world. But he's not playing that game. Now, I would say that whatever I'm doing, compared to what he's doing and I'm not minimizing myself. His work is so highly concentrated. It's much more highly concentrated than mine. I'm not minimizing myself, but I'm concentrating on sort of a different wavelength. I couldn't do what he does. And if I did what he does, I probably wouldn't be selling anything. That's not a knock on him, because people can't assimilate that stuff.
Right.
My point, and then I had a big realization. Now, I want to do some more podcasts with him. I mean, he wanted to continue it, but I didn't like him saying that he was on disability. I didn't like him saying that to the audience. That was my issue.
Right.
That was my issue, because I'm thinking of public relations.
Right.
I'm thinking public relations. And just like Douglas, I'd like you to conduct yourself different publicly.
Okay.
But that's beside the point.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm just saying hi to Paula. She just came in the room.
Oh, okay. Yes.
She just brought me something really nice.
Wonderful.
So, yeah. You want to just say hi to Doug?
Hi.
Hi, Doug. Hello, and good night.
Yes.
I'm going upstairs.
Okay.
Thank you, Paula, and you have a great evening.
Same to you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bless you. Bye for now. Happy New Year.
Yes. She's so beautiful.
Yes.
Good night, Paula. Okay. She's giving me beautiful stares.
Yeah.
So, anyway, like I have a PR IQ, and I had this with Preston, and Preston, of course, was the worst, because he could throw a dagger like Jim Bowie throwing his knife. Used to have a Jim Bowie TV show when I was a kid, and it would start with him throwing his knife at a door or something, his Bowie knife. And Preston could just throw that knife and just, obliterate good public relations in a minute.
Right.
By talking about aliens drinking Drano or spraying off graves with Lysol. And it was not dignified. Some people didn't care. Some people cared too much. And I'm just saying, if you want to get your message out, this stuff is not necessary. It's not necessary, to say, that you fantasize about women with a long nose like an elephant. If you're trying to talk about, like say you're a sex therapist and you're doing a video and you say, well, I personally fantasize with women with a long nose like an elephant. You don't need to say that stuff. And even though you do, you don't need to fantasize about that or to talk about it, because it's going to alienate your audience, or it's going to limit your audience. So some audience doesn't care what you say about anything. Let's just sit there and have diarrhea.
Logorrhea is diarrhea.
Let's pull the diarrhea cord and let's just shit all over the place. Now, Jonathan wasn't doing that at all. No. He just mentioned it, and I would have preferred he not, because I didn't really want people to know that about him, but he didn't care, and now I know why he doesn't care, and now I respect his viewpoint, and I see why. And I always respect his knowledge and his scholarship, which is just out of this world. But now I respect his position. And I don't know how we can communicate this better, but I want to start doing my podcasts.
Okay.
And I talked to my friend Joan Roth today, and we're going to do podcast with her. So we had a nice talk today. And I want to do this, and we'll do them with you too, Douglas, if I can get my act together.
Right. Sounds great.
Yeah, but back to Jonathan, I realized something about him, and not just him. This is not exclusive to him. His intelligence is a savant intelligence. Your intelligence is a savant intelligence. It's different than his. Preston had a savant intelligence. So did Duncan. Duncan's was a little weirder. It was probably the weirdest of them all. And I don't say that with disrespect. It was just weird. And I'm realizing that intelligence comes in ways that are not packaged for mass consumption. Now, this also applies to the field of herbs and medicine, where you'll have somebody coming up out of nowhere who can relate to herbs and talk all about herbs, and they didn't get their education in a university. They might have got it from their grandmother, they might have got it from a shaman, and they might have just picked it up, and they met the right people at the right time. So savant intelligence is what keeps our world running. It's not what people go and learn in universities. Now, you can learn stuff in universities, but and I look at my life, so much of what I learned was L. Ron Hubbard, and he had a savant intelligence about him that was a little more than a savant, because he could really break it down and put it out there. As time goes on, one sees more issues with what he had to offer. But that might have more to do with the affliction of the people doing it. However, then I'm dealing with, Aleister Crowley had an acumen, and he was very intelligent, and he had an intelligence and an acumen for things that most people don't. And it was otherworldly. And then of course Preston Nichols and then Radu Sinamar. Like, this guy's pulling stuff out of the ether, or pulling stuff out from people. It's very unique. The way some of the stuff he expresses is just so over the top, over the top quality. It's amazing. David Anderson, man, this guy figured out time travel. Where the hell did that come from? He's got an acumen. My point here is that intelligence is something, as I say, it's not packaged. And see, one of the problems with society, they will only go by packaged information. The FDA says this, Homeland Security says this. And the people in the media will rant and rave about it. You can't say this. It's just the same censorship I get from the media, or that Douglas gets from the media. You don't dare mention this. And even if they don't say it like that, that's what they mean. That's what they mean. So intelligence is something, it's not necessarily what you read in a book. And I'm not talking, you can get intelligence from the guy at the hardware store, or from a friend who's a carpenter who tells you exactly what to do. That's intelligence, and that's good. But there's also egregores, or aggregates of intelligence, or bodies of intelligence, and individuals, and they come into your life. I got an email today that I was so effing pleased to get. I think it was from a woman who met me in Michigan. And I'm not sure she's the same person. If she is the person I think, I mean, she's a great lady anyway. She said she met me briefly and just heard a bit about Romania, and now she wants to go. Now, I don't need people to go at this point. I've got extras in line. I've got 2 people who haven't responded to me. And other people have to pay up. But this woman, I say I fell in love with her. I fell in love with her as a healer just by what she said to me about what she does. What a gift this person has. And she's very scientific. And she's a healer. I hope this is the same person. If it's not, so, it's okay. She hasn't answered me yet. She identified herself, and I said, she says she's Lisa, and I say, are you Melissa? Because I remember Melissa. I don't remember Lisa. So if she is Melissa, I mean, Lisa's fine. I remember Melissa, and it's like, wow. If I wanted to connect with her because I've never seen a healer with this much acumen or like this acumen. It was stuff that I could relate to. And she's just, merrily healing along in the city of Green Bay. So if it is, I will, and if she wants to go to Romania, I can probably make a special accommodation for her because she has so much to offer. And this is like, wow, when you can tap into certain healings. Like I was talking about my friend Judy Cole. It's like, and this is the beauty, Michigan was such a good experience. And my friend Chad is the one who brought me there. Mary, because he's connected to Mary Hardy, who paid for me to come there. And Mary's great. There was so much healing that takes place there from so many different disciplines that this is what everybody needs to connect to. But what happens is all these people, they're all, they'll come and meet in Michigan every once in a while. I was brought in through Chad because he met me at Shasta. This is the power of Shasta. And to tell everybody, I'll be going back to Shasta at the end of March, and I'll have some very close friends that I consider to be my best friends and valuable friends, Jojo Mikulezic and Joan Roth, will both be doing presentations. Transformational healing is Joan. Just so gifted and such a beautiful soul. And Jojo Mikulezic, who used to appear with us here, she's busy raising her child.
Yes. Among other things, yes, so many other things.
Well, yes, and doing her ascension workshops, and just, I got a message from her today or yesterday, and she's just a great healer who's been through, as I say, been through prison, been through hard knocks, and transmuted all that. Yes. I don't think of her as somebody who's been through prison.
Right.
And with a crack whore mother into Santeria, growing up around, chickens with their heads cut off, right, was standard fare. Yes. And wow, what a complete, lovable human being she is, just the best. So she'll be with me there, and then Dennis Adams, who was an exorcist for the Vatican, what a gift he has been to my life, just because I bought his pencils, and I listened to his lecture. My talk with him, I did talk with him, but that was minimal. You know, exchanged some pleasantries, told him how successful I was in relaying his information to another lady who became a friend of mine. So but the whole idea of going to Shasta and meeting Chad, who, you know, is a virtual neighbor of JoJo's, that was the neat thing. You know, I walked down the street and we run, because I want him to meet JoJo because she's from Cape Cod area too. So, wow, they're friends. She visits him once a week. He's moving from Cape Cod and to a place where his girlfriend, Beth, who's just really wonderful, can do gardening. She's an organic gardener. She's just, you know, got 2 green thumbs. She's fantastic. But the thing is, Chad networks with everybody, including your former friend, Sarah. You know, and some of the people he networks with, you know, I would put in a bubble, and I would, you know, send them on their way. But he networks like crazy, and it's a valuable thing. And he has made a very valuable connection with me. It's this healing. So see, this is part of the dream workshop that I'm doing in Choclavina. And I'm getting more people who want to come, and some of the people who are supposed to come haven't said, "Oh, I want to come." Yeah, you know, or okay, you know, and donate your money by the end of this month, or otherwise I start going to the backlist. And I got people on that, and it's making me think, well, God, maybe I should do one after the other. I don't know. No, but it's like the purpose of the Dream Workshop was set by me and Stephanie South. And Stephanie and I would be much better friends if we had more time to be better friends. But that's beside the point. We're working together. We're colleagues. And we are friends, but we're more colleagues than friends. And we talk once every 1 or 2 weeks. And she has the legacy of Jose Arguelles and the Law of Time website, which she's just refurbishing. It was already good. So, man, and her 2 friends who worked with Jose, they have so much to offer. But now, people are to bring their dreams, their individual dreams, and their collective dreams. And Greg, if you're listening, you can bring your dream. My friend Greg sent me a couple of books that are so important to him, sort of about this major event that's supposed to occur by the author. And of course, what I told him, just briefly, because I didn't read the books, not yet anyway, is that the major, and he didn't disagree with me, the major event we all have to prepare for is not another 9/11, not a Hiroshima bombing. Of course, if it happens in your backyard, you do have to prepare for it, but you don't necessarily know that. The big event we have to prepare for is our own death. And I'm just going to digress for a minute. And there is I think a whole documentary on Hermann Hesse. Hermann Hesse, Hesse, was one of my favorite authors as a high school student. He wrote the book Siddhartha. That was a book, rather short book. It really woke me up. And it really woke me up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it woke up the Phoenix family so much they named one of their sons Siddhartha. I mean, there was the
is that River Phoenix? And,
I believe so. Yes. Yeah.
Well, if we mention what's the other Phoenix, the one that's still Joaquin Phoenix, yeah. I got to comment on Joaquin Phoenix. This guy is the epitome of an actor. obviously he can act. But I've seen him, and I know he loves to do put-ons, and he is such a manipulator.
Yeah.
Such a manipulator that he got up, and I think he did this Hollywood speech for some cause, and I could see just by the inflection in his eyes, it was all an act.
Right.
It was just an act. Like, if you could imagine Greta Thunberg, and she's all an act. I'm not saying she is an act, but it was like, if she was an act, it would be that deceptive. It's just an act.
Right.
I'm not saying she's an actress, just doing an act. Shirley Temple, the cute little Shirley Temple, all of that cutesy schmaltzy stuff she'd do, that was an act.
Yes.
And it was a damn good act. I heard her say it when she was older.
Yeah.
She said she did that because she was helping support her family, and she knew if she did that, she would help her family. She would help. She played the game, but it was shtick, and she was good at it. God, she was cute. But in any case, the Joaquin Phoenix thing, it took me on a digression. What was I talking about? Acting and Siddhartha.
Yeah.
Siddhartha, yes, Hermann Hesse. And now there's a whole documentary on him, and I didn't know he had people coming over to his house all the time. He was Swiss, and he wrote in German, as not all Swiss do, but many Swiss. Some speak Italian, the southern part, and some speak French, and some speak a language that I think is called Romance.
Yeah, that's almost dead, unfortunately, but they're doing their best to try and save it.
Related to Romanian.
Yes.
And but Hermann Hesse, he wrote the book Siddhartha, which was my favorite. He wrote Steppenwolf, which I also read, and some other books, Journey to the East. All these were pivotal books in my development as a person interested in metaphysics. But the one book I didn't read, which was his Nobel Prize winning book, was The Glass Bead Game, or Magister Ludi. And that book I didn't read till I moved to Long Island and had some time on my hands, and it was his classic work, a big, thick book. And I said, I'm finally going to get to read this. I never got to read it. It was an interruption. Scientology was an interruption in my esoteric studies. And this book is about, it was so symbolic of what I went through in the Sea Organization, because it's about a secret world, a secret institution called Castilia, that is an institute that's like a monastery, where the big game they play is the glass bead game. It's all about the glass bead game. It's related to music, but the glass bead game is really kind of a cryptic way of talking about the Kabbalah, because you could do the Kabbalah with glass beads, marbles. And it's, what is the Kabbalah is teaching you about life. If I read it now, after all of my occult education that I've had over the last 40 years, I would have probably a much better take on it, although but basically it's about this protagonist who tunes out of the world. The world has no value to him, as is the case with many people suffering right now from neurosis or worse, with the circumstances of life that they can't cope with or deal with for one reason or another. There's too many of these people. And from the depressed to the suicidal. And anyway, he tunes out of that world, tune in, turn on, and, is it drop out? Turn on and tune in, or whatever it is. Tune in, turn on, and drop out. But this is what the guy did. And he joins this society, Castilia, where you kind of are sequestered from society, and it's like a monastic order. It's not Christian. It's secret. It's a cult, but it's removed from the world. And then he reaches a point where he can't do it anymore. And he goes back into the world. And he ends up committing suicide. And I could see that this was so much of it was so much like somebody leaving the Sea Org and not being able to cope with life afterwards. And of course, I didn't have that problem, and I could see where not only the character, but the author had gone off the rails by having the character commit suicide. It was a failure. I don't think I could interpret that any other way. In other words, it was the frustration. And I was disappointed with the author, who I admired greatly, because he missed the forest for the trees in having his character commit suicide, in my opinion. But one of the most moving things in the entire book were the appendices. And I don't know why, I don't even remember why he wrote the appendices. They were non sequitur to the rest of the book, or seemingly non sequitur. And they were about the American Indian. And the statement he made that I never forgot, he says, the American Indian spends his whole life preparing for his death. And that was a very profound statement. It's the inevitable. And then again, because of the way I am, I would change that. And I would say the American Indian spends his whole life preparing for his next life. I would upgrade the context and the rhetoric by saying preparing for life, because life does not end with death. Death is a transition, transformation. Nevertheless, the point is, he was making that the Native American prepares his whole life knowing that it's going to end with regard to that. And that's profound. So when we talk about intelligence, this is one of the main challenges when we talk about the big event. The big event, we have our own big event. And I don't think there's anything bigger in our lives than our departure from this life. We hear stories. There's YouTubes on it. I don't pay too much attention to them, but they're saying, oh, this is what happens after death. They're talking from the neck. Okay, that's all well and fine. There's communication from the other side. I wrote the Montauk Book of the Dead to explain how I got involved in everything I got involved in, so that my audience would better understand the context of who I am and what I got involved with. It was, and I wouldn't have written it except for the dreams that I had that dictated me or directed me to write it. But the Book of the Dead was basically about the death of my parents and how that was so related to the olives and the Mount of Olives through all the synchronicities I wrote that are explained in the Montauk Book of the Living. I had to extend it into 2 books because it became so thick. It's like 800 or 900 pages, or maybe even 1,000 if I put both books together. Not quite 1,000. It's a tome, and it's the story of my adventures. And I'm so thankful. You know, the Montauk Book of the Dead is sold out. Montauk Book of the Living, I still have several copies. The Montauk Book of the Dead will reprinted anew in a book on demand, a book print on demand. I'm so lucky to have been able to write these stories. I could take particularly the Montauk Book of the Living and condense it into a different book that is perhaps more expository with all of the complicated, semi-complicated synchronicities. But, and that's all about the end times, which I had just told my friend Greg that I don't believe in the big event, except it's our own demise. But the big event, I do allude to it myself. And the big event, only because Synchronicity pointed out to me the Mount of Olives is a very important spot with regards to the heritage of Christianity and with regards to the, it's a big, what is it called? Necropolis, where all these dead people are buried. And if there were dead people being buried there thousands of years ago, you better believe it goes back thousands and thousands of years, all the way back to the legacy of Abraham and Adam and all those characters back there. It's a lot of dead. So, when we have Golgotha, which means the place of the skull, and then we have Radu Cinnabar calling his first book, which I call Transylvanian Sunrise, Death's Head Future. Well, what is Golgotha? It's the death's head, the skull. And that is, well, not specifically Golgotha, but between the Mount of Olives and the Temple of Solomon is where, Armageddon or the apocalypse is supposed to occur, the revelation, the end times. And I'm being brought to this through my work. I can't dare put that in this book, Doug, because it's your book, and it gets conflated. Okay. Although it might complement it a little bit, and if I do the Christian apocalypse in this book, it'll be the one that we talked about with Baphomet.
Yes.
The correct Baphomet, not the Eliphas Levi version.
Yes.
But so and I will just dig this up for people who are familiar with the book, who might be listening. It's all around this playbill I was given, 1910 playbill featuring Eva Tanguay. This is the New Montauk Theater, which is on Livingston Street in Brooklyn, was. And if you go to Livingston Street in Brooklyn, which I did with my friend, Vicky, teaching spirit, she calls herself, healer, very dear friend who I haven't seen in years. We went there after Qigong. And what is it now? It's a Lowe's Theater.
Wow.
It's still a theater. Mm-hmm. It's not the same theater. And there is another Montauk Theater on Flatbush, right as you walk towards the Manhattan Bridge. That was really interesting. That's a theater too. I don't know if it's still called the Montauk Theater or the New Montauk Theater, but the one Crowley went to with Eva Tanguay, or I don't know, that she used to perform at, was on Livingston Street in Brooklyn. And of course, Eva Tanguay was on this playbill that was given to me, and I found in the back of it 2 pictures of Christ on Mount Olive. Now, that was given to me, and I started all these synchronicities about olives, which was Olive Pharaoh, the Montauk Indians, who died of a bleeding gallbladder when I gave her the book. The day she got the book, she went to the hospital with a bleeding gallbladder, never recovered. And I found out, right, I was reading stuff at the time, I went to call her, that the olive oil would clear up gallbladder problems in the future, and it was used in Atlantis to heal gallbladder. And here she is dying of a bleeding gallbladder.
Ah.
And her name is Olive. Mm-hmm. Like, wow. And the olive was given to mankind by Antonia, Queen Antonia, the Blue Queen of Atlantis, who migrated or emigrated to the Sahara and the region of the Ahaggar Mountains in Algeria, which was at that time a verdant plain. And then the Greeks transmuted her name into Athena, who gave mankind the olive on Mount Olympus, and she won the competition from Neptune, who gave mankind the horse. The competition, he gave the horse, engine of war. She gave olive, the healing branch of peace, and she was declared the winner by the Greek mythology. So the olives then had appeared in my life. I kept dreaming of these beautiful spiraling whirls of off-ramps in Ventura, California, which Apple has named their new operating system off after Ventura. They like to take California names and name their new operating systems. El Capitan, Catalina, they finally ran out of places, so they picked Ventura, which was where my parents lived when they, but anyway, I said, why am I dreaming of, this spiral ramp? It was just beautiful. I kept getting directed there until I realized, driving up to Santa Barbara from my sister's home in Camarillo with my daughter to see my friend John in Santa Barbara, to visit him on a very rainy day. First day we get in California, I'm driving up there and I see Los Olivos Adobe. I go, what the hell is that? That's right, the turnoff where I went to bury my parents. It's called Montalvo. And I said, when I got home, I said to my sister, what's the Los Olivos Adobe? She says, that's where Mom and Dad are buried. Not on the adobe itself, but that was the land where they were killed in a car accident, and they were buried on, it was Rancho Los Olivos, from the Los Olivos family. They were the biggest rancho in California. And now, of course, the property they were killed on was in Oxnard. But of course, it was the whole damn, it was huge. And then the where the cemetery is, yes, it was the same. So I made a passion, or made it my agenda to go visit it, which we did. My sister took me there. And I said, wow, if my parents are buried on the land of the olives, this is a strong message. And then I kept getting dreams of the place. Why doesn't it stop? Until then one day, my dream took me to the Scientology Center in Davis, California, where I went out of my body, had my most amazing experiences in Scientology, exteriorization. And then I realized, damn it, that was on Olive Drive. Olive Drive. I said, this is not an accident. And of course, Olive Drive is the original street of Davis. And there are olive trees along it. It was kind of the least desirable street in a way, because it was the oldest. But in a way, it's kind of the neatest street. And of course, it's got apartments there, and now it's and there was a lot of, I guess, what you call cheap housing, some of the cheapest housing, which were kind of like little bungalows that some of the Scientologists lived in.
Wow.
There was an incredible health food store there that they put, oh, that was great. And then they moved that downtown and then obliterated it totally. But Olive Drive is, so I said, wow, with all these olives, I better tell about my Scientology experiences, which I did in that book. How I got involved in Scientology and all that, and how and why I left. It's like, as they say, life is kind of like the National Football League. Many people participate, and few people succeed in a big way. Like Tom Brady is over the top with success. There are other people who've been very successful with the National Football League. If you really, but the real trick, and I learned this from my friend Clay Pickering, who was in the National Football League for 4 years. He was the most sought after high school athlete when he got out of high school. He walked on the field of the Cincinnati Bengals and I didn't think he just got on. He made the team. Super athlete. But he only played 4 years. He couldn't get the 5th year. He would have gotten a pension. So if you can play 5 years in the NFL, you get a pension. Wow. that's then you've really made it.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if anybody knows. And somebody once told me the secret to being successful or making it in the NFL, and we're talking about the linemen, the big guys on the linemen, is how quick you are. It's your quickness. It's your fast twitch muscle fibers. How quick. It's not how big and strong you are. It's how quick you are. Of course, big and strong has something to do with it. It's your quickness. So anyway, you want to be successful in the NFL, you want to get in there 5 years, and then you've got a pension. Because the careers are not, how long is your peak athleticism? There's also something called opportunity. You don't necessarily get the opportunity. And if you do get the opportunity, maybe somebody comes up from college who's a little bit faster and stronger. So, it's an attrition process. But as I say, the NFL is a process where many people want to get in. Less get in, but many people get in, and then few succeed in a meaningful or big way. It could be a stepping stone, but there's many stories of athletes and all that make all this money and they go broke, just like the lottery winner, because they don't know how to manage their money. So anyway, to me, Scientology is the same way. You have all sorts of people signing up, getting interested, being sold on the trip. And there's only a percentage who, walk out and graduate and, make it, so to speak. I can't say the percentages. That we certainly hear a lot about the people who have been victimized by it. But that's what life is. It could, and as Douglas has said, the people who survived the concentration camps, wow.
Yeah.
They have incredible resilience and long lives, many of them.
Yes.
So it's like life is a constant, you're constantly being tested.
Yes.
People who come to help Douglas Dietrich on his program, most of them don't last.
Yes.
they get shot out like cannon fodder. So that's what life is. But to get back to the theme of the olive, the olive was the favorite. The olive, I should say, the Mount of Olives was the favorite place of Christ in the Bible. It was the Garden of Gethsemane, and he loved it up there. And it was also the home of, or where Solomon had built an altar to sacrifice children, which was, depending on what version you read or interpretation, it was done by one of his wives, because it was her pagan religion to build an idol to Moloch and devour the children. It's a place of horror. It's a place of peace. It's a place of, but it represents the end times. So as much as I have been initiated into time through my adventures with Preston Nichols and David Anderson, that would include end times. And when we said goodbye to my friend Greg Arcuri a year and a half ago, and I did the eulogy, and I pointed to the green banner, as I don't know that most people knew what it meant, and I said, it had the Greek letters Alpha and Omega. It didn't spell them out in English. But I said, this is Alpha Omega, is the beginning is the end. I quoted the words from the New Testament. This Christ says, I am Alpha and Omega. I am the beginning and the end. And Preston called Christ the original timeline. The Christ, Christ represented the original timeline, which is what Stephanie South is alluding to when she talks about 1320 time, 13 months and, base 20 calendar. This is why the 20-year biorhythm. We're getting in touch with the original time because it's all going back to the dream workshop I'm having in Choclavina, which is to activate our dreams. And back to this healer I was referring to, Melissa, part of the dream I have with my friends from Michigan and Shasta, it's about healing. We want healing to come front and center on this planet in our lives. It's a bit much to say the planet, but the dream is to be in concert with healers, surrounded by healers. I've always had this to a certain extent in my life since I've been on Long Island because I've trafficked with healers. It seems like I can always find one if I need one or they come into my life. And of course, Qigong has only amplified my knowledge and wisdom in this regard. But the idea of Dream Workshop is to make your own personal dreams come true and the collective. And when I think of my personal dreams, for me, all I want to have in my own personal life is harmony and joy in my own life. I have what I would call concerns for other people that I'm involved with. I want my daughter to have a successful and happy life, which I would presume would include marriage, because she had a very hard time with her last relationship. But and of course, Douglas, I want your books to be successful.
Yes.
And I want you to have, it's very important to me. This is what I want. I want it for you and I want it for me.
Yes.
Because it's very important, I believe, that this information be shared in a meaningful way. I want to get, I want to become more athletic and quote unquote younger in football.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. Of course, I don't prioritize it as much as I could. It's taken me, I've been recovering for the last few months, because I had the meniscus thing. I'm very pleased with the meniscus. But okay, so I can upgrade to becoming more athletic when I jump. If you were to compare my athleticism when I'm up in the air now and say 30, 40 years ago, you'd see a much more athletic me out there. So if I'm going up against somebody, if I'm jumping up in the air for a ball with somebody who's 26 or 27, and they can jump as high as I can, it's not as good. I would have been much better. It's how high and fast and quick you jump. So I want to get better at that. But this is relatively minor. I think of my own goals. I have a lot of reasons to be happy. And of course, one of the biggest challenges is being happy is watching people go down the tubes. That's not a joy to me. It's not a joy to see, oh, another one bites the dust, whether it be from COVID, a COVID vaccination, or whatever. So we have the collective, which is healing. And I'm hoping that when we have this dream workshop, we're going to be supercharged with the energy of the biorhythm itself. And then we're going to build relationships which will ignite and create light a fire like Jose Arguelles did with Earth Day. With Earth Day. And this is a direct, it's so beautiful what he created on Earth Day, because as I've said before, I'm walking down to the campus at UC Davis and running into all these teepees, and I just go there. It's like nobody told me to go there. Everybody, you just go. And just like I went to the moratorium for the Vietnam War, you go to the auditorium, you just kind of go. And most of the student body's there. Not all of them. Because there were certain people that might have been a small majority at that school that would have been more right wing and wouldn't participate in that. But and to go down and see all of this Earth Day, teepees, and I was not into that. That was not me. I wasn't into that. I was being acculturated into it by living in this community full of liberal intellectuals who had a certain amount of exposure to international thinking and intellectuals. It was the intelligentsia. When the intelligentsia was an intelligentsia, we don't have that anymore. We have what do you call them? Pundits.
Yes.
Without far-reaching intellects. And Jose Arguelles had created this community and this environment that was embracive. That's where I first learned of the Hare Krishnas, who took up too much of my attention. I wanted to find out about their spiel, but all they would do is chant.
Yeah.
And I learned how to chant. I never forgot it, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I never forgot it. And then I found out, the first thing I listened, it sounded so much like, the folk song. This land is made for you and me. Yes. And we're ready to break out of that.
Yeah.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, this land was made for you and me. Yeah, that was unmistakable. And then, but all they did was chant. There was no information. So it was, what do you call it, stunning.
Yes.
But nevertheless, I never forgot the experience. And Stephanie she wasn't even born then. But she was so moved by the fact that I was there and I remembered it. And of course, God, it's like this. I think back to that day I was there and I think of her. And it's like I experienced something that she knew Jose better than anybody. And she's taken his work. So it's like I'm connecting with Earth Day through her and through his work in a way that I'm very lucky and fortunate. All of that heritage, all of that liberalese, intellectual smorgasbord, which of course I was an outside observer. It was not me. It was not my family. It was a culture I was inserted into under much discomfort and awkwardness because I had to acclimate myself to it because I didn't have the background. But I caught on. And then, but it's like I'm carrying that torch. It's very interesting because it's not a torch that I would have ever thought that I would carry, because there were so many other people who were so more, I guess what you call simpatico with it. I was not simpatico with it. I was just there. And of course, it created an impression on me. So where we can take this is who the hell knows? And, Stephanie appreciates you, Douglas. She tunes in when she can.
Wonderful. Bless her.
When she's not in the cave
yes,
meditating. I keep saying that she's in a cave, and she is. And she even she shared a dream of a cave with me. And I said, that cave you're dreaming of is Choclavina Cave.
Yes.
Because she saw the faces in the cave, and Joan was in that cave, and she says, oh, all those faces she says, they're like aliens talking to you. I can see them. Joan really related. She could see all the faces in the caves. She could relate to the beings. And I'm sitting in that cave. I'm like, I go as far back into the cave as you can without going into the water. And I'm meditating there, and I say, I'm connecting. I want to go. I'm connecting with some being in the inner earth. I'm meditating. And then somebody comes up, oh, let's go. We're all going to go. And I don't want to go. But the rest of the group is like, okay, we're going to go on and wreak havoc with each other, which is what they did. But so anyway, but then, of course, I'm meditating by the cave. And, the next time I go back, I'm invited in the cave, not expecting it. The next year I go back and I'm invited into the other cave. Wow. What great experiences. Now I'm going to go back and do the dream workshop there, this time with a bunch of people who've never been there before. And I will be introducing them to the area. And just, wow, it's going to be so special. In times past, I'm exclusively with Romanians.
Mm-hmm.
The exception last year was Heather, David Anderson's wife.
Right.
It was me and her and, Greg, he was with us. But the time before that, nobody but me and Romanians. And I get along so well with Romanians.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just so comfortable with them.
Yeah.
And then this year I'll be with, people from America, one lady from Spain, another guy from Sweden, maybe another one from Sweden, maybe my friends from Bulgaria. I'm running out of spaces here. But with people of great healing acumen and capability. I am so, it's going to be an incredible grouping of people. And then where does it go from there? That's the interesting thing. Because it's on the biorhythm, how big is it going to unite? So this is why the healing is important. Now, there is so much restriction on healing. And of course, people have to charge money for healing. I don't know that they have to, but it's understandable that they do and why they do, because they have to survive in this environment. When you see the doctors on the TV shows from the Old West, now keep in mind these are TV shows, but I think they reflect a very right attitude.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor services the community, and he takes money from the people who can pay, and he treats the charitable cases as charitable cases. You'll say, don't worry about the fee.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's there to heal. And this is what's been taken away from our, from our culture.
Mm-hmm.
People are out for themselves. And this is what breaks down, and this is why we have suicides and depression, because people aren't caring about people. And it's hard to care about people when you have to care about yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have the system wired down pretty good. They've figured out how to live. I remember one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
She's a Montauk Indian. And I said to the shaman, I said, that girl she must have been so beautiful when she was young, because she's older. I said, but she's still beautiful. She says, oh yes, she was. She says, and you know what? She handled it very well. In other words, she didn't misuse it. But this woman, I could tell after either talking to her, or maybe I spoke to her on the phone. I don't remember, but she had her whole life all figured out. She had her house, renting out an apartment. In other words, she compartmentalized her life to take care of herself financially. But you see, that's great, but that's the white man's way.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I don't blame her for figuring out how to do whatever she did to get her retirement or Social Security, and then have an apartment she could rent out so she could take care of herself.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. But this is not what life is supposed to be. This is taking after yourself. Again, I don't begrudge it to her. I wish everybody could be so fortunate. But what are we, eking out an existence?
Mm-hmm.
Preserving ourselves so that we can live out our, senior years and, turn on the TV or make beads, whatever we're doing. I don't know. It's TV is like, everybody knows about this football player who almost died. Everybody knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard not to know about it because everybody's not everybody, but most people are either in front of it, have a TV, or on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
They see it. It's a lead story. Just like they know, Putin is suffering.
Right.
And we're so I'm just very hopeful that this new year
Mm-hmm.
will bring a catalyst that'll overcome so much of the nonsense. We have so much nonsense from, and it's all tied to oppression and suppression by, the bad guys, so to speak.
Yes.
They control everything. And yet, in spite of that, you see people fighting back against it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's life. So what I was originally talking about, and what I want to talk about, was intelligence. And of course, the art elect is a supreme, not just Douglas's intelligence, but the art elect itself, which is like, this is an intelligence. It's a gift that's been put into my universe via my connection with Douglas.
Thank you.
And we have a lot we can learn about it. We have a lot we can learn from it, and also tap into and appreciate what it's doing. The one thing, as I began to contemplate these different types of savant intelligence that could be in the form of, like AI, or in the form of people with great intuition, is the great danger of what we call channeling. Right. Channeling is a different order. And what I would like to address with you is, where do we delineate channeling from savant? It rides, the channeling can come right in and make you a savant. Mm-hmm. And sometimes channeling does tap into a savant aspect.
Yes.
There's a big problem with it.
Yes.
And that becomes where the channel begins to manipulate or act in such a way that is not in concert with the hardcore reality of getting that apartment and preserving yourself, because people in this life tend to worry about their finances. They worry about their materiality. They worry about their love life. These, people basically, and psychics will exploit this if they're dishonorable.
Right.
Your state of wealth and your state of happiness, which generally is about your own romantic life. There's also, your loved ones and your family and that. But so this is what people are concerned about, and their romance is their balance and harmony with love. Very understandable. And some people have just given up on it too. They might not even, okay, I'm fine the way I am. And the other one is their financial well-being and their security. Am I going to, have enough to get by? Is my stock portfolio good? Whatever it is. And, how you can't neglect these things. Mm-hmm. But that's what people, so channeling is where, and there are people that channel information and they tap into stuff. They do have a gift, mm-hmm. and they are completely abusive to their congregation or their followers or their customers, patrons. Mm-hmm. They have total contempt for them.
Yeah.
And it's not that they don't have a gift, but I there's something very wrong with this. Mm. It's disgusting. Mm-hmm. This is just me. And so as I say, intelligence is intelligence. And sometimes people will just come through with a psychic statement to me. Like, and this goes back into Scientology. I am being given an interview or an auditing session by this lady. Very nice lady. I remember she was overweight. Very nice lady. Very big smile. And she looks at me, and I'm in the LA organization, and she says, "You're going to flag." What does flag mean? Flag means the Apollo. And of course, I said, "Why did you say that? How do you know that?" She says, "A little bird told me." She means a psychic message. Oh. That was not something frequently said. She could see it. She could tell. Boom. She was right. It would take about 4 months for that to happen. But she saw it. Sometimes people pick up on things, obviously telepathy. Yes. And I mentioned this earlier, and it's worth repeating in one of the transmissions. And it was from Jonathan Gee again. Brilliant stuff he was saying about telepathy. When you're thinking of something, you are in communication with it. It's happening. If you're thinking about Aunt Mary, well, Aunt Mary's probably thinking about you. Yes. Or there's a letter in the mail from Aunt Mary. And it's like, and if you can pay attention to when these thoughts come into your head, then you have a meaningful interaction with the spiritual universe. And I began to learn this in Scientology, and I'd be thinking about somebody doing something stupid or having an accident, a waitress or something. Mm-hmm. I might be thinking, "Oh, it's stupid," and then you see them have an accident. Oh my God! And then so when you get the thought next time, you start reversing it because you don't want them to have an accident. Right. And all of a sudden, you have a good influence in your environment, and that feels really positive, and you start taking control of your thoughts. And one of the greatest things that happened to me in this regard is there was a person it was very special to me because he had demonstrated certain things about, before he got in Scientology, he was going out of his body. he was in touch with metaphysics, and I was very intrigued by this. And he basically kind of demonstrated some stuff for me. And I remember thinking, like, I'm sitting there at work and I say, I want to see Chris. I want to see Chris. A couple nights later, he comes in. I haven't seen him in a long, long time. He comes in. He goes, hi, I got your message. It's like,
wow.
He was really gifted. And at the same time, he was a tragic soul, because he was so gifted, but he didn't quite make it.
Wow.
He didn't quite make it. And he did make it to the Apollo, which surprised the hell out of me. And he just wasn't cut out for it, because he was basically a musician. But we did have one hell of a time in Lisbon. We went for Christmas. We went out a couple times in Lisbon. I remember we saw The Godfather together. And then we went, we were having this, we had this whole, we're driving around in a taxi, and I wanted to go to the airport, because I was told there was a really good restaurant at the airport, and a bunch of guys would be hanging out there, and I was fighting for the airport. And he had all of this kind of like what we would have called OT intention, operating Thetan intention. I wanted to go to the airport, and he wanted to go to this disco. And because he was hot for these Commodore's messengers, these, LRH's messengers. And we kept going around, and we kept hitting these big poster boards that said Tchaikovsky, and a big black silhouette of Tchaikovsky. And every time we saw these Tchaikovsky, we go, oh, no, not Tchaikovsky. And it was like, we had this game between us that Tchaikovsky created the whole world, that he was to blame for everything. Because whatever, we didn't want to hear classical music. And when they had these posting all over Lisbon, oh, Tchaikovsky, we got to go, oh, Tchaikovsky. And then years later, Preston would say Tchaikovsky was responsible for the whole creation of the world. Or that the Swan Lake that he performed, Swan Lake was the original timeline. That was very interesting, very synchronistic. And of course, I got in touch with Chris later in life on the internet, and he was completely dedicated to being a Scientologist, yet he thought so little of so many people. And he was like he'd never matriculated. I had actually done Scientology, and I was telling him all the, why I got out and everything, and he considered me like Saruman, the wizard who went bad.
Wow.
In the Lord of the Rings, there's Sauron, who's from Mordor, the evil lord of the Dark Tower, and then there's Saruman, who's the good wizard who turned bad and went into alliance with Sauron. So he thought of me as Saruman, the good Scientology wizard went bad. Well, it was not the case at all.
Yeah, of course not.
I was more like the white wizard, Gandalf, who goes from the gray to the white. I surpassed what I was. But that's because, he saw all these levels of attainment that he hadn't done, that he still wanted to do. And he never did them. He passed away.
No.
It's okay. But it's like he didn't have the discipline I did.
Right.
And he didn't really want to work either. So whatever. But he was a great influence in my life. He really taught me things, and I just loved him. I just loved him. But I'll see him somewhere down the road. But he taught me, what spirit was, and I just considered myself like 21st century schizoid man or boy who didn't know nothing about nothing. I mean, not that I wasn't intelligent. I knew I was intelligent, but that meant nothing to me. I felt about as divorced from the Tao as you could be. I felt like the opposite of nature. And over, 50 years, I'm so much more in tune with nature than I ever was. I'm not in tune with nature to the point where Beth, Chad's girlfriend, is, where she can go out and, grow stuff. But, the way she grows stuff, she's there all the time in the summer. So she can't go to Romania with us because she's got to grow her garden. And I noticed that when I go to Romania for 2 weeks, garden, when I've tried to go garden, it falls to shit. And it was I tried to do in a garden. I'm out there watering. I spent money on doing it. And I remember coming up in October and I came up with this squash and I handed it to Paula on the table and I said, "Here's the harvest." It was one squash. One squash. I go, "Here's the harvest."
She must have found that amusing.
She did. She still does. I find it amusing. It's the best I could do with my limited. But then, of course, going away does not help. You've got to be out there. You've got to be putting the right, herbs and stuff on it, and you've got to be tending to it and loving it. You got to love the garden, and that's what you really got to do. And if you have the time and energy, and I spend, so much time writing and doing what I do, and it's perhaps not what I should be doing. Although I did successfully grow stuff when I was a kid with my mother. Southern California sun doesn't hurt. I mean, I was growing carrots and all sorts of stuff in the backyard. I mean, it's what, I guess as a kid, we had a garden. It seemed effortless.
Wow.
But I think we might thank the California sun for that.
Yeah.
But in any case, this is a great dream that I hope to export and explore to the world and do in other venues, so we can bring this to the rest of the world. And I would hope to encourage all the people attending with me that they will take it back to their home and just do it. It's not something one wants to do to make money at. The way I look at it, is you want to facilitate dreams. So it might even be that I just gather people together and say, when I have all the energy of that, okay, come together at such and such a place at 8 o'clock on Wednesday, and we'll do a dream workshop. And you get everybody talking about their dreams, and okay, go out and get your friends talking about dreams. You can come back here, but go get your friends. Go. I've been writing my dreams every night. And I'm having dreams. I would like them to go in a different direction, but that's okay.
Okay.
We had a big overture from the media in my dream. Huge overture. And then it was followed up last night by a dream that was very negative with regards to the media.
Oh.
And which kind of like, okay, I had the positive dream, now the negative dream. Watch out. It's rigged. Don't trust anybody. They're inflicting their stuff on you, which means it means I come from an element of complete and utter distrust because I know what they're capable of and what their agenda is. Doesn't matter who it is. Because if you have a producer, the producer has people behind him that he answers to, and they're invisible if you're doing a standard media show. So these are huge hurdles. And if they want a successful show, if they're really smart, they will give me creative and
License.
editorial control.
Yes.
Because then they'll have a show that will be good and people will want to watch.
Yes.
But see, that's not their agenda.
No.
They don't need that.
No.
And then, let me introduce Douglas Dietrich to you. and then it's just like, then it's bad enough without Douglas Dietrich. I put Douglas Dietrich on it. It's like, and this is something. So even people say, "Well, is this Douglas Dietrich your work? Well, what is this about?" Because they have a familiarity with me, and it's like, okay. I have this. I love this woman. I haven't seen her since 2010. She's a psychic, Doria Gambino, and she. The last time I saw her was she was sitting down with her in New Jersey. I realized at that point, this is when I have to go to. I have to have this event at Montauk with the medicine man. I said, we got to do this event, and that's what prompted me. Which actually David Anderson showed up, who she considers to be a relative of hers because one of her family names is Anderson, but her family name is Gambino, and she's she always sends me Christmas cards, and I sent her the Roswell book.
Oh wow, yes,
and. She really appreciated it, and she's super intelligent, yes. And she's a professional editor. She doesn't do it anymore. She just does psychic and astrology, and she said, "This looks like a really interesting book." She's wonderful. She's real smart.
Excellent.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if we'll get any. Push on it, but just the fact that she's an intelligent person who will like it, mm-hmm. who will look at it, and she will get it because she's super intelligent. But anyway, yeah, we could use more push on that book because I haven't had any orders from our distributor. In fact, my distributor's a little oversaturated with Peter Moon books right now. They've sold, they've ordered so many. Mm-hmm. We had a banner year. But, and it's like, I haven't got any significant orders in a couple months because they're just living off the stock that they've already ordered. They over-order. That's mm-hmm. the way the business is. Mm-hmm. When you start getting super orders, then, although our English distributor did order a couple copies of the Roswell Deception.
Excellent.
They it's me, Lord. They, okay, send us 3 of this and 6 of this and 7 of that. Mm-hmm. And they said, send us 2 copies of the Roswell Deception. Mm-hmm. I said, I don't send 2 copies. I send 5. Here's 5. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you don't sell the other 3, too bad for me. But so, somebody in England got interested. Yes. Maybe George Knight told somebody to buy it. God bless George Knight. But yes. So let me see what we're doing here. We got about 11 o'clock. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I want to put I'm doing a chapter on Lindbergh and Zionism now.
Yes. And
hope to be sharing that with you fairly soon. Mm-hmm. I want to finish that chapter. At that point, I can probably, sit down with you and we can line edit it, which means read it line by line. Right. And I would tell anybody interested in writing or editing, when you write a book and it's done, or write 6 chapters or whatever, there's a process. This was taught to me by an editor, taught me how to edit. It's called line editing. Mm-hmm. Whereas she would sit down with me. She says, okay, you wrote the book. This is the Montauk Project. She says, don't touch it. Don't look at it.
Right.
Don't edit it yourself. Just come over to my house, right. And we're going to line edit it. Yeah. So what that consisted of her reading the book out loud to me.
Right.
And every time she'd say, change this, change that. And I'm sitting there taking notes and taking the notes. She says, don't edit it yourself, she said to me, because this way it's in rough form and you're not going to have your feelings hurt if I say something, because it's rough. I wouldn't have had my feelings hurt. In fact, I got a little irritated because she was over-explaining things. Okay, I got it. You don't need to explain why the comma's in the wrong place. I know. But that's line editing, and that's kind of what we do when we read it together. It's a little different, but we're reading it together, which we did with the first book. So anyway, with Lindbergh, I've got the Zionism, but I start off with Lindbergh, and I don't know whether I need to separate this into another chapter. I don't think so, but I go from Lindbergh into Zionism, and how Zionism, because I've already got the background of the Ozone. Okay. But with Lindbergh, there's the one point with Zionists. You told me this again, but I want to get it fresh in my mind because I'm about to commit it to writing. Is the incident with the death of Hitler's niece Geli?
Okay.
And his relationship with the Zionists was very strong once he took office. But before that, I think you had said the Zionists killed her, or their agents killed her to get a point across to him that he was going to carry out their agenda. But can you clarify that again for me?
Yes, in terms of what was going on was that Adolf Hitler was in this very precarious position where, the kind of background that he had, he basically, as isolated as some of these rural communities in Austria are, and as I've expressed before, one can look at Austrians as German hillbillies. They basically had, it was not uncommon that people would fall in love with distant relations like cousins, and in this case it was his niece. And it was very similar, one could say, to almost Edgar Allan Poe, who had, in his case it was a cousin. And in Edgar Allan Poe's case, when Annabel Lee, his cousin, died, that's when he truly lost his sanity and began to go into this dark mode that made him the great American author. I mean, whoever else we learn about in terms of authors in school, Edgar Allan Poe sticks with us the most. And when it comes to Adolf Hitler, he's again one of these people who sticks with us the most talked about man on earth. And when it comes to what happened with his niece, Geli, it was a similar kind of effect, and it was because he was continually warning her that he was dealing with very dangerous people, people who would stop at nothing to do something that he really couldn't explain to her because it was really inexplicable. The Zionists were truly diabolical people, and these are people who, when people think about Zionism from the 60s or the 70s, they have a romanticized idea of Israeli victories on the field against all odds, and the propaganda machine, thanks to the Jewish diaspora in America, was so heavily behind the Zionists, all the way through to Marvel Comics being extraordinarily Zionist in its comics that it was publishing, despite constantly preaching against racism and getting people to cross
the 20s, was it?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
This wasn't in the 20s.
No, well, in a sense, because all of those people working at Marvel and DC Comics, like Jack Kirby, these were like Jewish people who were like heavy propagandists for the Allies during the Second World War.
I'm talking about the 1920s.
Yeah, but in the 1920s, it was more different. This was like where these people were truly on the fringe. I mean, so fringe, they were regarded the way we would regard ISIS terrorists today. So
are you talking about the Zionists?
Yeah, the Zionists. Yeah. So that, I was leaping forward in time because I'm telling people, trying to get people to rub away rub away that veneer. Rub away that veneer of Zionism that was later placed over it. So, by the way, I want people to understand, say, for instance, when I was on in the opening hour, I'm just dealing with too many things at once. And we were graced with Brandon coming on. And Brandon said something that sounded to me like the word Jew. And I said, is that what you said? Because, I basically told him I was celebrating Eastern Orthodox New Year. And he says, oh, no, you're hearing what you want to hear. It's very Freudian. And, I had no chance to answer him back then. I just want people to understand this, is that this is part of the problem that I deal with in America, is that American culture is so saturated with Judaism that whenever I say something like, oh, I'm doing something in the Eastern Orthodox sense, the first thing that people say is Jewish. And it's become the reflexive answer. So that's why I thought he said.
They equate Orthodox to Judaism.
Yes. That's the first thing I get.
And Orthodox is, also Christianity.
Yes.
The other side of the split with one went Catholic and one went Orthodox.
Yes. Thank you. And but Americans are incredibly ignorant of that. Instead, they are Judaified in their thought processes. So, I deal with that challenge constantly. And so it's one of those things that enough people have said that to me where that's what I thought he said. And he slurs his words. It sounded very much like that. So that being said, to get back to where we were with Hitler, so he's got this cousin that he values and he treasures, and he's keeping her admittedly fairly isolated. She's in this big city, Berlin, and are these other areas of Germany where he's trying to resettle her, and she wants to go out and party and things that a young lady wants to do. I mean, basically like a teenager, just wants to go out and dance and have fun and interact with people. But he's like telling her how dangerous it is. And again, just to put this into perspective with people. Now, Peter Moon has seen these various quotes that I have sent his way that are completely verifiable. And these are quotes where these Zionists of the day, whether it's Herschel or these other people that Jabotinsky, and these people are so extreme that their idea is that the Jewish diaspora is going to breed out with the Gentiles, that they're all going to breed out. Now, in other words, they felt that the assimilation that the Jews were aiming for, Jews that were wanting to de-ghettoize, they were trying to, in the old European sense, ghetto did not mean a slum. Ghetto meant an ethnic enclave. And Jewish people would approach various medieval city-states and ask to establish a ghetto, because what they're saying, they understood the Christians did not want to intermingle with them, and the Christians had a need for them to handle monetary accounts and other certain things Christians didn't want to deal with. The Christian concept was the love of money is the root of all evil. The Muslim concept's very similar. So the one thing the Christians and the Muslims had in common was they would let the Jews handle the finances, and which the Jews were happy to do. So this is why Jews would make requests in medieval city-states to establish ghettos. Now, as time went on, and the Hohenzollerns, the Kaisers in particular, were quite modern and liberal and progressive, in Germany in particular, the Jews began to assimilate. Now, basically, they were still generally, overall, marrying other Jews, but they were becoming a middle class. And so when they were establishing themselves as doctors, attorneys, dentists, and professors, all of these various professions where they finally were establishing a privileged life, a good life in areas that they were not allowed in before, meaning that in areas of the cities, etc., where they could just be like anybody else, then they began to take on their names. This is why I brought up the irony of the city of Coma, which is just south of San Francisco, and because San Francisco has no room for any graveyards, the only one we've got is the Presidio military base graveyard. And there's just one other dead body that I know of that is in San Francisco, and that's basically in front of the First Unitarian Church, where a guy is interned in crypt, the founding father of the First Unitarian Church. Basically, aside from that, in San Francisco on the Presidio military base, and all the dead bodies under the buildings like my own, and and immediately around me on Russian Hill, where we had a Russian cemetery before they built all these buildings on top of it. Aside from that, there's no cemeteries in San Francisco. So everybody who dies here, for many generations, they are buried in Coma. That's why the joke is Coma's the city of the living dead. Its entire industry revolves around the funerary and cemetery industry. And when I would visit graves there, you would see the Jewish sections that you'd see clearly the Shield of David on the tombstones, but they'd all have names like Hitler and Führer and Reich and Dietrich. I'm not joking. I mean, these are just people who took on German names because they were trying to assimilate. And so the Zionists said, well, we want to put a stop to all that. They wanted to just basically say, we want these people relocating with us to Palestine because we feel that this is going to result...
I understand all of this.
Yeah, okay. Many of the listeners don't. So basically, what they gave to Hitler was the request. There was some support for him. And just again, so people know this, the Mossad existed well before Israel was recognized as a state. So think about ISIS. What did ISIS want to do? ISIS was, well, aside from the fact that there's other layers of complexity, but the parallel becomes even clearer when you look at those other layers of complexity. ISIS was an artificial construct, basically a mercenary group by that very acronym that you could purchase stocks on and shares on the stock exchange. And the person who had some of the most shares was the man who had ran for president at one time, and he was heavily involved with Arizona, John McCain. And the other guy, the co-author of the book Mind War with Michael Aquino, Paul Vallely. General Vallely was heavily involved in the establishment of the mercenary group, and then they expanded into emptying prisons all over North Africa and South Asia to create a terrorist organization that they unleashed to exterminate the Yazidi and the Kurds. And so this ISIS had layers to it. Zionism is very much like that. Just as when the CIA established these Mujahideen organizations to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan, then they got the guy named Osama bin Laden, who also went by the name Osman, which was a play on Osama. When they got him involved in recruiting terrorists to fight the Soviets, they had all their names on a computer base, and hence they simply called them Al-Qaeda, the Arabic word for the base. So Mossad is simply a word for the institute. And that was established before there was an Israel, and what Hitler was dealing with was essentially the Mossad. So you had this kind of terrorist organization, which later became the intelligence network and terrorist network for Israel. It's not just a intelligence network, but they conduct assassinations. They quote unquote terrorize the terrorists when they're fighting Palestinians, etc. That was the perspective back in the old days. That was how they propagandized themselves. So when basically they had something, the reason Hitler was dealing with them was he got some Jewish finance. There is a historical fact that there were some heavy Jewish financiers behind Adolf Hitler because these were people who just felt he was going to bring stability for their businesses, and there were others who were involved with Zionism and could have been terrorized into financing Hitler by these Zionists. So understand that this isn't some conspiracy where Hitler's secretly Jewish and these Jews are financing him because they recognize him as a relative. Rather, it's because they basically, and personally, I think most of the really rich Jews, of the few that financed Hitler, I think that the overwhelming majority of those few were terrorized by the Zionists into financing him. And so when it comes to these Zionists, these were just a bunch of male terrorists that wanted to hijack the Jewish community, that had their own militias, their own Freikorps, as they would call them in Germany, running around in Germany, and they basically began to get very involved with both the Italian fascists and the German Nazis, who began to train them in agriculture and combat so that they could start farming communities in Palestine. And that's when they organized with Hitler the Havara Agreement, the transfer agreement, that unlike anybody else in Germany, who Hitler prevented a brain drain by saying, if you leave Germany, you can't take any money with you. All of your fiscal assets and your real estate, all your assets will be frozen and confiscated by the state. If you leave Germany, you're going to go naked financially to another country. And so that's how he prevented a brain drain, and why Germany, one of the reasons why Germany was so far ahead in science during the war, because none of the brains left or vacated Germany under Hitler, because they would have been leaving behind everything. So, but he allowed the Jews to leave and take their money with them. So they gradually began to leak Jews into Palestine. This was not appreciated by the British, who considered this a German insurgency, a Nazi insurgency. And so to the British, Nazism and Zionism were the same. It was the same thing. And so Zionism is, it must be remembered, originally a fascist movement. But these were the fascists who were terrorizing Hitler. So basically what, if you take...
But I understand this, and I have most of that accounted for already.
Okay.
But that is...
So when it comes to Geli, basically...
It's after, that's all after. I think she gets it in 31 or 29, and he's not even in office when she's killed.
It was it was basically, now, by the way, just so everybody knows, I don't consciously remember exactly when she died. It was in this gray zone. I can look it up. But it's in this gray zone. Just before he becomes consular. And that's if I remember correctly. But what was going on was the Zionists at this point were driving the stake home. They were driving the stake in. It was basically, now remember, we want you to start killing Jews, start terrorizing Jews, start really making life so miserable for Jews that life becomes impossible for them. In fact, we want you to start killing them, as many as you can, because if you take a look at these quotes, which Peter Moon has, I gave them to him, and other people can look up, Jabotinsky and Herschel and some of these other madmen are saying you must destroy the diaspora or the diaspora will destroy you. Since they were convinced the diaspora would breed them out, that they would lose their culture, that the only way to get the Jews to do something so crazy as to give up this good life, this progress, and relocate to a strip of sand in the desert, that they would have to make certain that Europe simply became uninhabitable for them. And so in order to get Hitler to do something that extreme, they killed his niece. And this is...
But this is what I don't understand. Yeah. I understand all the logic, but he's like, he's not even in a position to be doing anything yet. He's not even elected.
Well, you see, everybody knew he would be. Everybody knew he would be because he was the...
I understand, but it's not a strong argument. Like, it's hard. I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, but it's like there's more to it than that. It's like... they're sending him a message. It's like he's financed. I just don't...
To a degree by the Jews. He had other financiers as well. Many people who were willing to contribute to him. People who he charmed, like a lot of wealthy widows who had lost their husbands during World War I. A lot of the old German industrialists who felt that he was the only source of stability. One of the things that I brought before was that during the Weimar Republic time, what the Nazis did was they got a lot of these wealthy industrialists to basically back up their own currency with gold. So they began to produce their own currency, the Reichsmark, that was basically backed by gold. And this was something that wherever the Nazis won some level of political regional power, being voted into regional office, they introduced these local currencies that helped stabilize the economy. And this is what made them the best bet. So it was known he was going to be integrated into the government eventually, inevitably. So because of that, then they did what they did because they didn't know when he was going to be voted into office. And at the same time, you know what would be interesting, because I don't consciously remember, is whether Geli was killed before or after the time he served in prison, because
I'm sure it was well after.
Okay, it was well after. Because
he was. I think he was in prison. I think the push was in 23.
Yeah, that's correct. Correct. My mother's birth year. That's right. That's right. So there we are. So the important thing to remember is, like, I literally have books that were published at that time. And they were saying things like, oh, there was this brilliant young politician named Adolf Hitler. These were like books about World War One, and they just had this history about World War One. But like at the end of the book, they mention in conclusion, and Germany's been trying to stabilize ever since in the aftermath of World War One. There was one brilliant politician who looked like he might be a hope for Germany, who held a putsch, but then he went to prison and we won't be hearing from him again, is basically the conclusion of the book. So this is like a book that was published at that time, and people at that time were saying, oh, well, that's the end of his career and that's the end of that. But then when he came back from that, he proved his resiliency beyond question. And so with that, and what I'm saying otherwise about the Zionist attempt that said we've got to make life as miserable for Jews as possible and promote anti-Semitism, quotes again, which Peter Moon has. So I don't know, aside from the records that I was ordered to destroy, which unfortunately I never was able to take that many notes on because of the other things I was concentrating on in Asia, records dealing with Asia. When it came to the Geli Raubal situation, I wish I had paid more attention to it, paid more attention to the documents I was ordered to destroy. There were others.
This isn't horribly important, but I'd like to put it in if I can. It's like, it basically says here, and I'm reading from Wiki, so I apologize for that. Yeah. But it's basically, it talks about her being under strict control, and him stopping an affair with the chauffeur, and that she's feeling confined, but her death is called a suicide, which sounds suspicious.
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah. And it says he departed for a meeting in Nuremberg, but was recalled to Munich the next day with the news that Geli Raubal was dead from a gunshot wound to the lung. She had apparently shot herself in Hitler's Munich apartment with Hitler's Walther pistol. She was 23. Rumors spread about sexual relationship, physical abuse, infatuation for her uncle, and even murder.
Well, he was accused of murdering her, and that was, another thing that had to be dealt with was the damage control. With that, people were saying, in other words, when you had the real just shit slingers, like the man who wrote The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Führer, just for people who are younger and just don't remember these days, Peter Moon can testify to the fact that for generations, this William Führer's Rise and Fall of the Third Reich was considered it was considered the definitive, exhaustive, go-to reference on Hitler and the Third Reich, and it was just all shit, complete character assassination, and just propaganda. So when it comes to people like him, they were the people who were promoting the smear campaign, the defamation, most aggressively, that Hitler was fucking Geli and basically ultimately killed her. Now the truth is, he was fucking her. The idea that he killed her is preposterous. Because basically what they were trying to say was that he was abusive towards her and she was going to like cop to that, and then he killed her. But that's not the case at all, because he has no other history of that with any other woman being abusive.
Well, it says Otto Strasser, a political opponent of Hitler, was the source of some of the more sensational stories.
By the way, the Strasser brothers were originally great friends of Hitler. They were involved with the Brown Shirts, but they were like what you would call Nazi leftists. They veered very much more towards collectivization and the idea of an agrarian deindustrialized Germany. Strasser then later on, they alienated Hitler to the point where I think one of them was ultimately jailed, maybe even killed. But the Strasser brothers were obviously part of that whole phenomenon, but it was Scherer and other people as well. But definitely what had happened was that Hitler was trying to protect her. He was almost overly protective, but one can understand why when one looks at what he was dealing with. And obviously, just so people know this, when somebody kills themselves with a pistol, they don't shoot themselves in the chest or they go for the head. It's just what people naturally do. They put the barrel in their mouth or they go for the head, the temple. They don't put, the fact she was shot through the lungs shows that somebody else shot her. Just nobody does that to kill themselves. You don't kill yourself like that. Nobody does that. It's not the instinctive thing to do because, too easily you could fail and instead languish in misery and take too long to die if you die at all doing something stupid like that. But when somebody else shoots you, there's a greater chance you can die, but that it increases by orders of magnitude that you're going to die when somebody else shoots you that way. Anybody who knows about the ballistics and the medical science behind this will get what I'm talking about. The forensics, they'll understand intuitively why what I'm saying makes sense. But again, from what I do know, and I will stand by this, but the problem may be presenting enough compelling context is that the message was given to Hitler that we're doing this because we want you to really start ripping on the Jews and doing a number on them, and we're going to make certain that you'll do it by giving you cause to do just that. So that was definitely. Now again, the other further evidence is all through the war, like when Norbert Moser helps basically Heinrich Himmler escape by they're making a deal where Himmler says, "Okay, I'll give you a bunch of women from the camps," and Norbert Moser admits to this freely. He wrote a book about it. Only he'll just say something like, "Yeah," and then after that, Hitler went off. And Himmler went off and died, which just doesn't make any fucking sense. He goes there to talk to Himmler on Hitler's birthday, and, it's basically all about organizing an escape, which the World Jewish Council was happy to do for the top Nazis because the Nazis made Israel possible. Without them, Israel would never have been possible, both through the transfer agreement establishing the Palestinian insurgency back when the original Zionists were throwing bombs at British buildings, and then, of course, the British were trying everything they could to sink Exodus ships that were getting Jews out of Europe, and that's a fact that anybody can look up and verify for themselves. And then, the British were considered the real enemy of the Jews at that time to those that were trying to reestablish in Palestine. And then, of course, we had the Exodus, and then Israel was helping Nazis escape along with the Vatican. So when it came to all of that, this was kind of part of that phenomenon. So aside from that, though, with all the apologies I can provide or contrite humility, I can only say that I know what I know based on the documents I destroyed, and I didn't take down enough notes or steal enough that I wish I had at this point. There was just so much to steal. There was just so much information.
This is a highly important point, but it's because it is interesting that it's obviously he was protective of her beyond what she would have liked.
Right, but with good reason.
What I would say is that he was a very controversial, politically charged character, and it's not unlike somebody being connected to Dietrich. They're going to be targeted.
Yes,
they're going to be targeted, and she was vulnerable to being targeted, and somebody had it in for Hitler. I don't know who his Jameson Reese was, or his Stephen Outram was, but he must have had opponents. I never really thought the people in the military were going after him.
No.
He had, I mean, he had Ernst Röhm on his side.
Yes. Well,
And
Ernst Röhm, by the way, had a real homosexual crush on Adolf Hitler. He was gay, and he really had the hots for Hitler. Just so people know, a lot of people are unaware of that in this day and age. But just that's another factor there.
Well, yes, and of course Ernst Röhm was head of the Brown Shirts, and he was like a hitman or a tough guy, a thug.
Yes.
And Hitler, in order to win the army, because the army didn't like Hitler, because look at what he was, but in order to win over the army, he had to get rid of Ernst Röhm and the Brown Shirts because they were like a bunch of thugs. And when he did that, the army got on board with him, because then it transferred from a bunch of like hoods. They were hoods in uniform. He became, what do you call it, more, he moved into the big time where he had the military. And then he had the SS.
Yes.
And the SS became much more prominent.
Yes.
They were his tough guys, but they acted with a lot more, I guess, what you call calculation rather than brutality.
Yes.
And sheer brutality. They had a more refined brutality.
Yes.
So he graduated into the big time when he got rid of Ernst Röhm, who he arrested personally, I believe.
Yes. Yes.
And then it's like he had to betray his best soldier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was suspected of taking over the whole movement himself.
Yes. Yeah. It's one of these things where Ernst Röhm was, he had served as a mercenary in South America, and his military experience was certainly deep, but these were tactical soldiers that were used originally as the street brawls. They were to help fight the communists in the street. These were people who were just basically necessary throughout all of those years of struggle. But when Hitler organized the SS, this was obviously, you might ask, well, what's the difference? I mean, for those of you who don't know, for instance, the SS were often referred to as black shirts. But that was based on the Italian fascism. The SS wore brown shirts, just like the stormtroopers did. The SA, Sturmabteilung, are Ernst Röhm's lads, but the SS wore black uniforms over the brown shirts. And so when it comes to what the SS was doing, you're talking about this is when Hitler had established himself to the point of power where the old Bavarian Illuminati began to basically integrate with what was the new order, and this was how the SS came into being. And so, of course, Heinrich Himmler's contributions to the Reich were all throughout the days that the Reich was established on the surface world. To someone like Peter Moon, who's more interested in writing about the post-war Reich, so to speak, or the after Reich, in the days of Odessa and all of the espionage on the surface world for taking advantage of high technology to establish themselves as the unacknowledged third power, the Drittmacht, then Heinrich Himmler is not of much significance to Peter Moon. His work is more involved around people like Hans Kammler, and other former SS officers. But definitely the thing to understand about the SS is that you're no longer dealing with the street brawlers or the party's kind of enforcement unit. At this point, you're dealing with the centuries-old Bavarian Illuminati beginning to basically manifest in the open. And that's what became the men who provided Hitler's own private army, his second army, but the second army to the Wehrmacht. And as I said, the important thing to know about that is that whereas the Wehrmacht fought for the nation state, the concept of the nation state, and they were simply obeying the Führer as the legitimate leader of the legitimately elected government. The SS fought for the race. So their concept of what they were fighting for was completely different. Their concept of warfare was completely different. Very important thing to remember as a distinction.
You know what's interesting here? I'm going through stuff on search engines.
Yes.
And there's this guy named Kev Livingston who's being picked apart for saying that Hitler supported Zionism, and they're just killing him. And he's saying, I never said Hitler was a Zionist, which he wasn't. But they're even denying that he was in bed with Zionism, which he clearly was. And we have a coin that was made with a, as you pointed out, a shield of David on one side and a swastika on the other to commemorate the visit of the person who was in charge of the SS person in charge of the Jewish issue, the Jewish question.
Yes.
And he was succeeded by Adolf Eichmann, who
Yes.
also met with the Zionists. So you can say, they can say that Hitler wasn't involved with Zionists. Well, his top aides were.
Yes.
It doesn't mean he sat down and met with them.
It's let's just put it this way. Adolf Hitler was heavily involved with Zionists because they had mutual interests. Benito.
There's no question for that. But I'm saying, these other, it's not his job to sit down and.
Oh, no. It's not like he was, someone like Adolf Eichmann actually learned Hebrew, learned fluent Hebrew when they brought him to Israel to put him on trial. Half the time he was speaking to them in the Hebrew language, not the German language. And when they finally went through with it and said, we're just going to kill you so that we can appear, so we could set ourselves right in the eyes of the West and look like, basically to obfuscate all of their connections with the Nazis. Adolf Eichmann, when he approached the gallows, he said, I go to the gallows with complete peace of mind and serenity in my heart, knowing that I murdered 6 million of you swine before me.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, it says, it's said that the killing of Geli, if it could have completely destroyed his political career.
It could have, yes. No, that was, believe me, that was a really on the ropes issue there. That was when, it was like he was just very fortunate that did not. It took a lot of adept damage control. But if he had truly had killed her, honestly, it would have been very difficult to hide that. It was just it was obvious she had been murdered, but everybody just kind of said suicide because if basically Hitler had to take part in that suicide bullshit and be one of the men who had to basically promote that because he couldn't afford people finding out his Zionist connections. That would have, of course, ruined his political career. That would have destroyed his standing with not just Nazis, but your average German, who would have found that, that would have meant he was cavorting with a terrorist organization. It is what it is. That's the reality of power politics. Hopefully this puts into context, of course, Hitler's violent response towards European Jewry.
Well, that went back. I think it's discussed in Mein Kampf, which I haven't read.
Well, there's it's different though. It's kind of like just let's put it this way. There were all kinds of people who said all kinds of almost gratuitous kind of there was gratuitous Jew baiting and just kind of like it was convenient, so convenient that obviously your average Jews didn't really feel that threatened. It wasn't when Hitler came into power, it wasn't like there was as great a mass exodus as one might expect. It's not like you might say, oh, where could the Jews have gone? But there were plenty of places where, of course, there was kind of a option. Certainly, the Japanese were providing them a place to go, though that is, as one can imagine, a life-changing prospect. But a lot of people just never thought Hitler would go that far. So, yeah, one of the factors in his doing that, well, Geli Raubal is a big part of that equation. She's a big factor in that equation, and what happened to her. It's like, which is kind of like what the Zionists were trying to provoke him into doing. We're very definitively, specifically trying to provoke him into doing. And, of course, by that point, he was happy to oblige them. So it's the horror of the situation as it was. But beyond that, any other questions? Of course, I've done the best that I could with that.
It's okay. It's okay. I agree that you've done the best you could. Yeah, I'm just, it's like there's an article here by J. Spear Williams talking about Zionist bankers financing Hitler. It's somewhat specific and somewhat vague. Max and Paul Warburg controlled Mendelssohn Bank of Amsterdam and the Schroeder Bank of Frankfurt and London, and they saying they financed Hitler, and the Zionist bankers were even directors of IG Farben, the chemical firm that produced the Zyklon B gas for the extermination camps.
Yeah.
It's what is the role of the bankers, which but I will tell you this, there's a huge button on people saying Zionists and Hitler were allied when they clearly were.
Thank you.
They clearly were. It says in Jewish writer Ben Hecht's book Perfidy, he tells how the Zionists sacrificed 1 million European Jews by refusing Adolf Eichmann's offer, which had authorization from Hitler and Himmler to free those Jews in exchange for merely 10,000 trucks and 1,000 tons of coffee and tea.
Yeah.
So that they wouldn't, the Zionists is saying they refused to give, I don't know what the incident there.
But that makes perfect sense. I mean, I've heard so many things that are identical to that, so many things that are similar to that, that's like the more you look, the more you'll find concerning things just like that, where, the Germans or the Romanians, for instance, were offering kind of like a sale of their Jews in a sense, like, look, we'll, give these Jews if you allow them to migrate to America or something like that, then give us so much money for it, and then the Americans didn't take them up on the offer. But these kinds of offers were made, and believe me, the fascists wanted the Jews out of Europe just like the Zionists did. That's why the Zionists cooperated with the fascists and were essentially a fascist insurgency in Palestine, in the Southwest Asia. So it's definitely something that needs to be brought into the history books and definitely become taught in schools, so we understand the dynamics behind what happened, as opposed to the propaganda. By the way, I don't know whether it's so Sarah J out there, I hope that you're sincere. I just want everyone to know I'm acknowledging you in the chat room, and you brought up something about your uncle before, so I've given you my Skype number. Do contact me about him, and hopefully he and I can make contact before Internment Memorial Day in February of this year. Come February, now Peter Moon was with me in the Presidio military base, and we were right by the place where they signed Executive Order 9066, where they ordered the internment of the Japanese. And that building had like a museum dedicated to it, to that fact. Peter Moon saw that himself at the Presidio. And so since your uncle had been in the internment camps, I'd be happy to have him on the show, and hopefully just send me a contact request through Skype, and I'd like to bring him on. But other than that, she also says, and I don't know, I'd have to look it up. Yeah, obviously when Marina Sarin was on with ourselves, one of these young incels, involuntary celibates, living in his mother's basement, was attacking Marina Sarin and myself. So I don't know if this is the same person she's referring to, but she says, "Oh, have you listened to the Truth Seekers Online podcast? The broadcaster talks poorly of Diana Dietrich, and it upsets me." So whatever he's saying, what is he saying? It's like, what can he say?
Really, who cares
Yeah.
what an idiot says?
Yeah, thank you.
And it's like people have done that to me. Oh, you should share what so-and-so's saying about you. Who cares what so-and-so's saying about me? So-and-so is so-and-so.
Whoa, no, the only reason I ask that, and certainly what you say makes sense, the only reason I ask that, when I say, what's he saying, it's like, and I say, what can he say, is because unlike anyone else, whether it's my sister or my father, there is nothing on my mother in terms of any documents or records. There is nothing. So anything they say is going to be a sheer ad hominem attack. There's literally no documentation on her that is available. There's nothing that they can find. So everything they say is going to have to be just made up. They're just going to be saying things like whore or war bride or something. I mean, it's just going to be like, whatever that they throw out is going to be just purely just shit. They're just going to be slinging shit. So there you have that. It's one of the things that I do want people to be aware of when they approach me with something like this. They'll have to personally send me something like what's being said or something like that, because if it's serious enough, then maybe I could consider legal action or some kind of, by that I mean actually like maybe authorities, contacting authorities aside from something like lawyers or something like that. But because these things can be serious if people are just sitting there conducting a form of psychological terrorism. But other than that, what I say is that in my mother's case, she is one of these untouchables because there's no documentation on my mother. There is nothing other than her marriage certificate, perhaps, and that's about it. The fact that she married my dad would be about all that they've got out there. And believe me, the enemy has already published that. They've doxed me to hell and gone. The irony is that the only thing they could do in my father's case is truly just fabricate documentation, because if my dad by the VA is recognized as having served in 3 wars, yet the enemy has constantly claimed he did not, but it's on his tombstone, his headstone. It's World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And so this is why they were threatening to destroy that headstone. So anyhow, the enemy, that is, the terrorists. So do understand that these people are Edomite cultists. They'll stop at nothing. And of course, anybody around me, like Geli Raubal was killed, Adolf Hitler's cousin, anybody around me, they would do something like that if they could. And they do. We haven't spoken of it, but people around me have been impacted, whether it's Marina Sarin, or other people around me. And what really disappoints me is how cowardly all the victims are. How cowardly all the victims are. They just, it's the enemy does what they do, and the only thing to fear is fear itself. Sammy Romero's attacked.
Cowardly. I have noticed this.
Yeah.
I have noticed it with, it's just cowardly, and
Thank you.
it's what they are.
Thank you. And so, bless you. Amor Fadi says, think you should talk a lot about your mother this year's Mother Day. I would love to learn more about your sainted mother, her lineage, and everything she taught you since Seth, the righteous third son of Adam. Thank you. Deeply appreciate that, dear Amor Fadi. So, cometh Mother's Day. That may happen. I mean, these are always hard times for me whenever we have this Mother's or Father's Day, because I feel so obligated to, of course, bond as much as I can with my ancestors, and at the same time, it's hard to do them justice. And then Amor Fadi brings up Adam and Eve establishing himself in Asia, the Chinese vampire lineage, and the ninja clan lineage. I think you mentioned one time, actually many times, but thank you for remembering. And so, yes, can certainly go into that in the future, and may go into that with, the uncle of Sarah J, if we ever manage to communicate on that. And thank you so much, Sarah J, for reaching out. So with our dear Peter, so it's been quite the night. As always, take your time, stay here as long as you want. But how are you holding up?
Well, I should sign off soon. I'm just trying to think if there's any. There's no more questions from the.
Did you have anything that you'd like to bring up about the essay that I wrote? I certainly.
Oh yeah. I read your essay. Okay, Douglas wrote an essay, and I. Okay, he sent a long essay, and it basically deconstructs the most best-selling author in the world, Eric von Däniken. And I had no idea that Eric von Däniken was a criminal, convicted criminal who wrote his book in jail, who was, and found to be dishonest. He still sits there flapping in the bookshelves, and I don't care what they say, he's still a very popular author.
Thank you. It's unfortunately, go on.
Well, yeah, but this is just
especially with Ancient Aliens. That was his resurrection.
Well, yeah, it's like Douglas completely deconstructs him, and shows him to be not only a revolting human being, but a very lame one.
Thank you.
And yet, he's, and then the Taos Gold. I know somebody who was on a Taos Gold expedition.
You're kidding.
No, and he was going to go to Romania with me. I forget his name. He lives in Arizona. We had a few conversations because I have the Taos Gold books by David Childress that he published. But he told me about the von Däniken, stuff. Von Däniken had lied. I think there might be something down there. Not necessarily with this. I forget the Hungarian's name.
Meros. It's very different.
I don't know if it has anything to do with what he said, but Douglas has done an excellent job of deconstructing Eric von Däniken, and it's just so subtle how all this crap has been foisted off on people.
There's. Oh, go on.
And they don't know any better. I couldn't pick up an Eric von Däniken book. I saw it. It just seemed like a bunch of hodgepodge to me. I mean, I didn't dispute the theory, but I said that this is just a bunch of crap. And I didn't say crap, but it doesn't really prove anything to me.
Thank you. It's simply irrelevant. But what I'd like to say is that it certainly needs some polishing, what I wrote, and there's 2 points.
Definitely needs polishing, but I took that for granted.
Thank you.
It was.
There's 2 points I'd like to make about it. One is that the irony, the horrible irony, which this is why I'm trying to put that together with what else I've sent Peter about Graham Hancock, and oh my God, here's a photograph that will just delight you. I mean, not delight you, but it's like it's just one of these things that really just drives a kind of message home for what these people do to themselves when they tread the path of the anti-gods. You kind of see the result. Let me see if I can find my Peter's private message box here and send this image to him. Here we are. There we go. And I'm going to press the attach file, see if I can get to the right file, and send Peter a image here that is quite striking in its own right, and certainly drives a message home. All right, so let me take a look. Here we are. So going to press the button that opens the file, and then I'm going to press the enter. So here's an image I just put in your private message box in Facebook. And this is Graham Hancock and John Anthony West. John Anthony West is in bed there. you see what happens when someone treads the path of the anti-gods. That's the ultimate impact on their health. And Graham Hancock looks, you talk about affect, Joaquin Phoenix level insincerity. He's posing for the camera while this man dies in front of him. He's posing with this look of concern and care. And it is just sickeningly phony. He obviously doesn't have a caring cell in his body. And he's watching this man experience cellular death in front of him from occult radiation, essentially.
I have three things to say about that photograph.
Yeah, okay.
One is, John Anthony West looks like Gollum in that.
Yes.
Number two is, there was no way I would want to be photographed in that state if I was in that state, if I was John Anthony West.
Thank you.
And number three is, how come Graham Hancock's hands are not underneath the blanket?
They were, is what I would say, before the photograph was taken, or after, either before or after.
You can say he didn't get the name Hancock for nothing.
Yeah. Thank you. But the point that with what I've said, Peter, about Hancock, and again, that name, I've never thought of a more, that's better than Lovecraft. That's Hancock. Yes, it's never has someone been more appropriately named. Cock in hand. But what all he did was basically, aside from plagiarizing H.P. Lovecraft, was he basically plagiarized Erich von Däniken. And so the other point I made in the essay I sent Peter was then Erich von Däniken wound up plagiarizing, just basically summarizing Graham Hancock and Baval, and overlaying his aliens back onto them that they had filtered out when they wrote their books.
Plagiarizing on top of the plagiarism.
Thank you. Hancock was basically saying, oh, it's like what Däniken said, except we take out the aliens and make it a lost civilization, and then Däniken summarizes them and sticks the aliens back in using an Egyptian theme. So it's like, these guys are in this circle jerk, plagiarizing each other. That's one point to be made that I hope to, make by blending those two essays. The other point to be made is that when it comes to the real figure here that needs to be held to the flames is actually Neil Armstrong. And one thing that, because I got to admit, Erich von Däniken is easy. He's so revolting and repellent. He's an easy punching bag, and because of that, I did, in a sense, overdwell on him. But the real person here is Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong knew what he was getting into. He knew about the Mormons. He knew about the Magyarism, or this Hungarian nationalism involved with this extremist who was just basically half a gold-seeking, gold-digging, monomaniacal European refugee. And then you've got the individual involved who's the Scotsman, who basically, calls up Neil Armstrong and says, hey, we're going to prove that you basically, if Neil Armstrong, what he's doing was totally self-destructive because he's seeking evidence that he was, not his reputation, what his reputation was promoted as. He's promoted propagandistically as the first man on the moon. So he goes seeking this evidence that there were other ancient astronauts here, uplifting man from his primate status, that these ancient astronauts were what made us human. And so he's going into this cave, and he was just as enthusiastic. He said this is as important as the moon landing, and no one has ever held him accountable for this. No one has ever held him accountable for putting his name to this. And the British government, the fact that they sent military battalions down there to accompany batteries of scientists with Neil Armstrong and this young Scottish maniac into these caves, that they just gave a blank check to this, carte blanche. And with full it was a lot like Operation High Jump in the sense that you had this like total fiasco with military backing, but they were claiming it was a scientific expedition, like they claimed with high jump. You know, there's a lot of Operation High Jump paralleled here, and it's almost Neil Armstrong is a lot like Admiral Byrd. He's a lot like Admiral Richard Byrd, and he's this guy who's just basically he is a believer. This was one of the Adamites. So you're talking about a man who was determined to change the world and bring forth the concept that the anti-gods created us and uplifted us from our primate status to be men at all. And so no one ever said to him, what the fuck were you doing? What was on your mind? Why did you do this? And now I suggest, and I can only speculate, that there was some kind of sick undercurrent of homoeroticism going on between him and this Scottish young engineer who basically said, oh, by the way, my mother is an Armstrong, and therefore, you know, got this kind of, we're related, you know, and let's hook up, and, you know, and by the way, this great guy, Eric von Daniken, says that, you know, mankind's responsible for nothing, and it was all aliens that gave us religion and civilization, and want to come down with me to South America, and Armstrong says, yeah! So, why was he never interviewed about this? Why was he never confronted? And, you know, how did this all disappear? Most people never even knew this expedition happened. They really covered it all up. So, but anyhow, Peter, take it from there, whatever impressions you might have. And what you
you know, Neil Armstrong, he was a very quiet and reclusive character. It was as if he had no personality whatsoever.
It's true. It's true.
and he did one of the most, you know, remarkable steps in the history of mankind. You know, it was utterly remarkable what he did in terms of way, you know, way the media and everybody looks at the world. And what I think, one of the most interesting things that I thought was in the book Alternative 3 was one of the things it talked about how, and I think was quite true, is how programmed all the astronauts were.
Thank you. Yes.
It was like it's like, wow, just programmed. There was nothing about them that was authentic or genuine. It was like they were hiding something. Of course, there's so many.
Yes, but go on.
There are so many theories, you know, about the moon, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so Neil Armstrong just, you know, he didn't command a lot of admiration or respect. I mean, he obviously had some degree of prowess with regards to, you know, technology or being an astronaut. I don't know how smart you really have to be an astronaut, because, you know, the bottom line is you're taking instructions. If you don't know what to do, they'll tell you what to do.
Yes.
I think he probably had some actual capability, but I mean, how really intelligent do you have to be? You can't be an idiot, but and of course.
Well, he obviously was an idiot based on what he did. Yeah, in terms of going down to those caves with this.
Well, he was obviously what this guy was good at was, you know, going around and he's basically a soldier. You know, he did what he was told. Yeah. That's who and what he was. He did what he was told. It doesn't make him necessarily an admirable character. He was certainly a hero in the eyes of many people. You know, you know, it's just who and what he was. He wasn't, I guess what you'd say, overly impressive to me.
Thank you. And I think that's something that needs to be emphasized. Certainly, I want people to understand this, that many of these astronauts Alternative 3 is probably the best perspective on them. That's something Peter and I will go into a different time. But I'm surprised Peter has the book. It's a very rare book, by the way. You're lucky if you have it.
I will tell the story of Alternative 3 before I go to bed,
Thank you.
how I found out about it. And what had happened is there, I guess I was fairly new out of the, what they call the rehabilitation project force. And I had a roommate. He was from the UK. He was part Indian. And he said to me, he had read the book Alternative 3. He had it. I think he got it from the UK when he was in the UK. And he was really scared about it. And he told me about it. He says, I can't talk about this to anybody. You're the first person I've talked to about that. Of course, I had a great capacity to listen.
Yeah.
That's what I was trained to do. And you'd like to think other Scientologists were like that, but he didn't feel, people were reactionary. They could have reported him to ethics or something. I don't know. So he talked about it. He gave me the book to read, and I read it. And I said, oh, it's interesting. Now, right at the time I read it, it was November of 1978. And I had rejoined L. Ron Hubbard's office, writing his letters, and I began to share the book with a couple of my colleagues and talked about the story. And right at that time, this was about people disappearing, brain drains and people disappearing en masse. At that exact time, I went home, and on the news was the Jonestown massacre. And then the first thing they said, all these people were killed. And then they say, oh, where are all the bodies? All the bodies are missing.
That's so frightening. That is so sinister.
So I'm reading Alternative 3, and now they're talking about missing bodies, just like what they say in Alternative 3.
En masse, no less. En masse.
Yeah, and I said, well, this is exactly what I'm reading. So Alternative 3 became a lot more real in my face, and then they started making up stories and stuff like this. So I said, well, it seemed like I was spot on. I don't know, and then I circulated the information, and then the book began to get around, and it got to L. Ron Hubbard's public relations officer, who was, liaised with us all the time. I did not give it to her. And it apparently got up to him. And he made a comment that he says, if this were true, you would see spin-off technology. In other words, a secret space program. You would see spin-off technology. In other words, saying, and it's a very rational statement to make, but the spin-off technology you would see would be something on the order of UFOs, and which we did begin to see in later years. And then I remember one of the colleagues who's still in Scientology to this day, to my knowledge, and I had a friendly relationship with him. I had loaned him some money when he left, and when the Montauk Project, when I finished the Montauk Project, and he wanted to be a writer, I sent him the Montauk Project. And he wrote back to me, and he says, if this were true, you would expect to see some spin-off technology. In other words, he was quoting what he remembered Hubbard saying, like
interesting,
very non-organic response.
Right.
It didn't bother me. I said, God, he's parroting Hubbard.
Yes, that's so one-dimensional.
Yeah, I mean, we were good friends, and I would still like him to this day, but it was like, we can do a little bit better than this. And unfortunately, this is, the way many Scientologists are. They're not too original. Right. And they're following the leader. Yeah. And this is it's just what they are. But Alternative 3, yes. Of course, it set forth this idea that all the astronauts were programmed, and there was a secret space program that had been going on, and it was as early as 1962 in Mars, and they'd gone to Mars, and the space program we saw on TV was all fake. Right. And then the most interesting part about Alternative 3 was, I think that it actually originated. And I could never put this together until I knew you. It originated, the first program was out of, I think, the PBS station I'm not sure it was the PBS station. I think it was in San Francisco. It was a station in San Francisco. It was the only time it aired.
Yes.
So that sounds like a Presidio job.
It is true. It is true. And also, the other aspect of it that was very chilling was Alternative 3 was the first time that they brought up the theory of global warming. And they were basing it...
Right.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, it pretty much exactly the way Al Gore would later regurgitate it verbatim. I mean, all Al Gore was saying was basically what they were saying in Alternative 3. And and as well, just so people understand, the aspect about the disappearing people was that the theme was that they were being relocated to the moon or Mars as basically involuntary colonists, which is, empires have a history of involuntary colonization. A lot of people don't want to colonize. Who wants to be a pioneer out in a frontier? No one really, other than, well, I mean, you might imagine all kinds of people, but, honestly, they're not necessarily the ones you want. So they were taking, generally, Alternative 3 was saying they were taking the most talented scientists and artists in particular, and then and relocating them to the moon in particular, though Mars as well. But they were just saying that, the whole space program with the astronauts was pretty much just a showpiece, which is definitely what it is. And you know that for a fact simply because there's no follow-up to what happened. But all of that being said, aside from Alternative 3 and Neil Armstrong and, what happened in Taos. My biggest problem with the name is that it's very similar to Taos in New Mexico, except it's got the Y in it, so it's hard to figure out just how to pronounce it. Taos, I believe. And, but, all that being said, Peter knows quite a bit about it, and I really thank him for adding the Alternative 3 perspective. That's so important, and well, bless you, dear Peter. I'm so glad to be going through all of this with you into this new year, and love you dearly. Share that love with Paula, and we will be speaking again on Sunday night.
Okay. Good night, and good night, everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas if you can.
Thank you so much. Blessings again, and you and I will speak privately soon. Take care.
All right. Good night.
Good night. That's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. Don't forget to order the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Let's check if Brandon Young is still with us. Dear Brandon, how are you? Are you with us?
Hi, Douglas, still here.
Oh, that's incredible. Oh my fucking God. Is that okay for you? Did we inconvenience you? I hope we didn't inconvenience you in any way.
Does one inconvenience a monk?
Oh my God. So, yes, do share it. And by the way, we did have a troll. That Chris guy was a troll. Oh my God. So I don't know if anyone noticed the Chris guy. He was saying, I'm a Thelemite, and whether he is or not, he may as well be. And he was just going on just stupidly about, bring me on the show. Bring me on. Oh, yeah. Really
Douglas,
yeah.
You should make me a moderator on there so I can just ban people.
Oh,
whatever.
Thank you. Let me do that. Let me do that right now, as a matter of fact. Let me go into the
studies.
Yeah, let me go into the channel here and see what. Oh, you know what? Do me a favor, enter a comment into the chat room, and then I can just click on your name and make you a moderator. Yeah, just say, Brandon's in the house, and then I'll. Yeah, and aside from all of that, how long can you stay with us? Or what? It's,
all night.
You're kidding? Yeah,
of course. All right, this is one of the last times I'll be on for a while.
Why? What's going on?
A change in life, let's just say, and I will be here as long as and whenever I can be.
Okay.
And luckily, you're on the Eastern Seaboard at 8 p.m.
Yeah. That's right.
And I know Peter Moon can make it, and I just want to reflect for a second on what Peter Moon said.
Yeah.
And what you said.
Yeah. You're a moderator now, by the way, just so you know. So go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I know it was just fantastic.
Okay.
I think everything you got. Listen, even I know what Alternative 3 is.
Okay. Yeah, you
Right.
would. I mean, I expect that from you.
Have you ever seen the video? Have you ever seen the video of? Everyone can look up the video.
Yeah.
Of Alternative 3.
Oh, I saw it. Definitely, it was one of these things that there was that. Believe it or not, that idiot Olav Phillips was trying to claim proprietary status over that. So
No.
yes,
way.
yeah, yeah. There you go. It's the kind of
there you go.
yeah.
You have someone just like Corey Good who's trying to claim IP status, intellectual property status, over things that have been invented by Marvel and
What was he trying to claim from Marvel Comics?
the Guardian, the Return of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh my God, George Knight has joined us, and welcome aboard, George.
Oh, George, hey, how are you?
Hello, Douglas. Hello, Brandon. Thank you for having me
Happy
on.
George, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, and Happy New Year. And round of applause for you, Douglas. I really enjoy listening to you and Peter Moon. Thank you very much for everything. It was wonderful.
Bless you.
Yeah.
And always wonderful to have you with us. And so, by the way, so our man Brandon has this change of life, which I presume has something to do with maybe marriage. But aside from all of that, you said you had all night with us. Is tomorrow a day off for you?
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Then I feel less guilty.
Well, sort of. I still have stuff to do, like anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, not like anyone else. There are plenty of us.
Not like anyone.
That you would think had nothing to do.
Hey, who was called Moses in the antebellum? I mean, antebellum.
Yes.
South.
Yeah, pre-war South. That was interesting. And it's so. By the way, hi to real Ian West, and give George a chance to talk, dear Ian, and we're glad to have you with us. And how did you fare, Ian, with everything recently? I hope everything's been well with you. Before we.
We got a lot of news. There's a lot of shit going on down here, but yeah. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
What's up, Ian? How are you?
Doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah. And so,
what's going on with Sallow? I heard you guys a film that I know. Kelsey and I's first date was, and we watched Sallow that first night.
You are fucking kidding me.
No, she'll tell you 100%.
And like, why?
And Tommy Wiseau.
Why?
Chick. She sounds like a cool chick if she's watching Silos. Shit.
Well, she has the Criterion collection.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah.
So,
I got it on Blu-ray.
So Pablo, the guy that he got assassinated.
Pasolini. Yeah, by Pelosi.
Pasolini, not Pelosi.
No. Pelosi.
No, Pelosi almost got assassinated. You see?
No, what I think what Ian is saying is that the person who took out Pasolini was named Pelosi.
Was it?
Yeah. Ian?
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah. Ian?
Yeah, that shows what kind of Solo fan you are. But go ahead, tell me more about
Solo. Touche, my friend. Touche.
Oh, my God. So, look, so gentlemen, since you both got the night with us, George, tell us what's up with yourself. And, of course, let everyone know how things have been going. Now, you've read that recent essay that I wrote. Tell people about it. And I'll try and send that to Brandon as well, and Ian, if they just give me their emails again. They have to give me their emails again.
Yeah, I'll hit you up, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, George.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much. And a little message for could you pass on a message to Peter Moon for me if he isn't listening right now? Because I'm sure he's, like you said, he's going to bed right now. But definitely, I recommend for him to read the book Mein Kampf.
Okay.
Because I did hear him say that he hasn't read that yet. So I definitely recommend for him to read it, because there are many points in that book that he would he'll be most appreciative of, and it just puts things into perspective from Adolf Hitler's point of view. So I definitely recommend for him to read that. But yeah, no, it was wonderful to read that essay last night, Douglas, the whole transcript that you produced, and I read it just before I went to sleep.
And do me a favor, that's one thing I forgot to do with Peter Moon, and I'll remember to bring that point up with him on my conf. One of the things that in fact, it's almost obligatory that he at least scan the book, because of we're writing about H.P. Lovecraft was being contracted by Charles Lindbergh to write an American Mein Kampf.
Mein Kampf, yes.
For him. So when it comes to one thing I forgot to bring up with Peter, because we went alternative 3, and he might have been the wrong man to ask anyway, you're the right man to ask, so I brought up with him that the other party that needs to be held accountable in this fiasco is Neil Armstrong. And I think that this entire debacle exposed so much about Neil Armstrong that people could dig into, but nobody ever does. But the other aspect is how infiltrated by the Orodian insurgency, the Edomite cults, that the British government is. The entire British government that was, sending the Black Watch and the various elite military units to accompany their scientists into the Dios caves in the hope of proving that mankind was created by xenox terrestrial species. Tell me, what do you think is behind this? What is the dynamic going on here?
Do you know what, Douglas? That's such an important point, and I cannot further put any context to that, unfortunately, because that's something I'll have to dig into a little bit further into that, into that aspect. But unfortunately, I can't add any more to that. But it is just completely profound. It's insane. But that is that's the reality of what we're contending with, unfortunately.
Well, I think because the English tradition goes back to Merlin and to magicians before that.
Okay.
And it has this sort of relationship. And you can tell me different.
Well, from Merlin to John Dee, there was a cult relationship with intelligence. But at the time that Britain was, as I emphasized in that column that I hope to send to you, Brandon, as well as Ian, at that time, Britain was in a profound economic state of potential collapse, and yet they gave carte blanche, or blank check, to this crazy young Scottishman who said, we're going into these caves to prove that the Hungarians were the Ur civilization, and it's the extraterrestrials that help them, and that the Mormon religion is the true religion, and the British were, okay! Yeah, and let's dedicate some military units to protecting the scientists we're going to send down there to help you do this. And this is like a exercise in mass insanity across multiple cultures, this Anglo-American culture and this kind of colonial satrap in Ecuador. And you've got this kind of mass insanity where they are going into Taos to try and prove that basically mankind was created by another species. And so when it comes to this level of madness, this is a profoundly anti-human enterprise. And so, as George Knight knows, the British government is compromised. It's extraordinarily compromised. And because it's so corrupted by this kind of Edomite insurgency, from whether it was the negative aspects surrounding Merlin or his rivals, all the way through John Dee, through Aleister Crowley, then the Hellfire Club. This was a ultimate product of that. This was a product of that, and this is one of the things that is really what the British people are going to have to struggle with. And this will be like one of those. Every human nation state has this challenge. But in the West, it's particularly dire. It's particularly urgent because in the West, it's been the most extreme. This kind of infiltration by this kind of Edomite influence. So when it comes to this, for people who don't know what the fuck we're talking about or what we're getting onto, and I know Brandon Young knows a bit about the Taos expedition, perhaps peripherally.
Tao.
And
the Tao.
Taos, yes.
TAOS.
No, Tayos. Tayos.
Oh, okay. Dios.
Tayos. But it was led by Neil Armstrong. George Knight, do us a favor and outline that for everybody.
Please, thank you. Yeah.
God, Douglas, where do I start with this? I do apologise. Could you please add the context for that? Is this from the essay?
Sure. Yes, from the essay. Yeah, if you could tell us a bit about the fact that you had this young Scottish engineer and Mr. Hall, Stanley Hall, and he basically read Eric von Daniken, became convinced that humanity was not responsible for its own destiny, that we were like a genetic experiment of Xenox terrestrials. That's a term that I'm trying to get people to understand is the term that we need to start using. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Xenox.
Xeno for alien. Xeno for alien, meaning truly alien, and and extraterrestrial put together would be Xenox terrestrial. So people understand that here's the problem with alien is obviously it's a legal term and it's used to reference non-citizens and people of foreign nations. So it's a legal term that should not be abused. It's been completely corrupted. The other aspect is when one uses the term extraterrestrial, it's a stupid term because someday we're going to have human colonists born in space stations and on the moon or Mars, and they're extraterrestrial, but they're still human. They're not alien, though ultimately their culture may become different enough where they may be perceived as such. Our physical adaptations to lighter gravity, etc. I mean, they will be definitely different, but nevertheless, by Xenox terrestrial, you're emphasizing something truly alien. That would mean it's outside of the solar system. It's not even a relic population. So that's the term. And so when it comes to what this kid was promoting, he's saying, oh, there's Xenox terrestrials and the Mormons were right. As a matter of fact, so you can tell us what you found out about the Mormons when you followed up on that, George. And take
thank you, Douglas, because thank you, because Joseph Smith, the man who founded Mormonism, and it was very interesting to just read up on that because I've never done any research into Mormonism, but it's something that I've come across in my life. People have degenerated or defound Mormonism. They have really gone into to denigrate the Mormonism religion, and I've never really looked into that. So, but from listening to yourself in the past, it's always been come across as a quite positive. From its origins itself. So I just had to look up very briefly last night the origins of Mormonism from Joseph Smith, who was a farmer, and he excavated. He found the plates. Is that correct, Douglas? In the mountains.
In upstate New York. Yeah, of all places.
In upstate New York.
Yeah, right.
And then you had and he was exposing the fact that they had the Hungarians come over. Was that correct, Douglas? The explorers, the original explorer. Yeah, but
this is what
played with the Israelites.
This is what Merosh was saying, and let me see if I can pronounce his name correctly. I'd have to look at it, but okay, I have far less sympathy with Merosh and his Magyar statement. It's more of that's just a hyper-nationalism of this European refugee in Latin America. Basically, give me a second here to thank this young...
I spoke to me.
Yes, thank you. That was that was inspired.
No, that was the angel's name.
The Angel Moroni. Yes, Angel Moroni of the Mormons. The reason that I've always had a general sympathy with Mormonism, so people understand, is regardless of what one thinks of their doctrine, the fact is that because of their doctrine, because they believe that original tribes of the Israelites had migrated to the Western Hemisphere, and basically I think that at this point they've concluded that it's generally probably the Maya. I think they feel that it was the Maya civilization, which they feel is most manifest of their idea of what happened. Basically, what happened with the Mormons is that they became very sympathetic and very peaceful towards the Native American Indians. So of all of the people, the pioneers, there's an important thing to remember that also makes me sympathetic about the Mormons is that they were also two factors here. One, they were subject to orders of genocide. There were orders put out for their total extermination in various states of the United States, to the point where they had to leave the United States completely.
That's right.
So
Completely,
yes. So people need to understand that the United States had its frontier limits towards the Mississippi, and the Mormons had to relocate beyond that to establish their own culture outside of the United States. And because the various orders were out to exterminate them, they actually became quite adept at guerrilla warfare. So it's very important to understand that they fought a running guerrilla war against the United States Army to survive. So people may not understand why they were so survivalist oriented. For the longest period of time, it was a necessity, a requirement, what they would call a religious mandate. It was a religious mandate that every Mormon family had to have a year's supply of food. And we're not talking like something stupid here like preserves, like jellies or jams or something, though that would be included collaterally, but they had to have a year's supply of honest to God, no shit food. I mean, just actual preserved meats and vegetables that they could survive on. So all of this was on the basis of a background of persecution and warfare. So they had a warrior cult background. So that's to be admired. And for that reason, when they ultimately did get integrated into the United States, many Mormons serve in the military. So the military is seething with two types of subcultures. Southerners, to whom the military was always very respected, and Mormons. So you've got this kind of like, these are two major white subcultures that are involved with the American military traditionally. But so I've always had a sympathy towards the Mormons, and certainly feel that they, because of their sympathy towards the Native Americans and the fact that the Native Americans recognize this. By the way the Native Americans could tell the Mormons from other whites was the Mormons usually maintained long hair, because the Mormons believed that that was biblical. So the Mormons maintained long hair, and that way the American Indians knew, oh, don't kill the white guys with long hair, because that was, they knew them to be sympathetic Mormons who believed that the Indians were descendants of the Israelites. So for that reason, you had, if there was any religion that the Native Americans tended to convert to voluntarily, as opposed to be converted into by force, like they were forced into Catholicism and these boarding schools. But when it came to Mormonism, the Indians were, they would convert voluntarily to Mormonism more than any other Western religion, because it was, well, first of all, think about it. It's a purely American religion. It doesn't come from Europe. So there's that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then there's, so in that sense, it's not, now, just to disambiguate here for people to understand, as far as Peter Moon's concerned, he concludes he feels Mormonism is pretty much satanic. And, this is where the corrupted aspects of Mormonism come in, where you've got people who are just pure drunk on power. You've got the Mormons who have taken advantage of their position to basically abuse, mostly sexually, other members of their church, because they have some kind of religious authority over them. And this is quite common. And the horror is that the Mormons should never have given up on their polygamy. They should have just fought until it was legalized for their religious status as part of freedom of religion, because once they accepted the U.S. laws on that, that all went underground. So then you have these Mormon polygamists who are part of these fragment survivalist cults. That's where the majority of the abuse is the most extreme. So that's where you get women who are effectively enslaved, kept in cages and used for breeding by a bunch of militant jackasses. Whereas otherwise, if it had been socially allowed, that would have been integrated far more in a civilized manner than the way it has turned out to manifest. So it's,
Doug, let me cut you off right there.
Yeah.
We just busted their underground forced breeding facility under the lake there in Salt Lake City.
Okay.
They were selling white babies.
To whom?
The Mormons were selling the white babies.
Yeah,
They're
I
selling 50
get what you're
grand.
saying. Yeah, but to who?
We just took them out. We just took them out. We shut that down.
Okay.
Like 6 months ago.
Right. Well, I mean, I appreciate.
But I'm gonna go back on mute though.
No. Before you do, I'm sorry. This is just so salacious that I'm sorry. I have to bite into it. I just have to bite. Yeah, I know that I'm gonna regret
wait
this.
till you hear what happened this week.
Okay. Go ahead and share it. Are you there?
You ready? Okay, yeah, okay. You know that dude from Brazil, that Bolsonaro? I don't know how to pronounce his name because I've never been to Brazil.
Yeah, he asked me if I'm ready. I'm never ready.
He's here in Florida with Trump right now, hiding out.
Well, from what I understand,
dude, the helicopters have been fucking non-fucking stop the last 3 days.
Yeah,
I'm talking jets going. Look, I could probably go outside right now and we could probably hear a jet take off.
By the way, I'm not denying what you're saying. The one thing, as I understand it, was that Bolsonaro was run out of Brazil, and he went to live with some former football, by that I mean soccer star, in the United States. It might very well be Florida. I didn't follow up on it, which would make sense. So,
no, there's more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. So the boys were fucking following Mossad over here. Apparently we have one of our guys are like watching Mossad. They followed their crew over here to Florida, tracked them down to one of their sleeper cell groups that have already been here, that are all MK Ultra'd out, and they busted them all. And they were trying to fucking get the Brazilian guy.
Okay.
But that's all I got so far. I don't have any more.
Why would the Israelis want him? Are they trying to quote unquote rescue him and bring him back to Israel?
Well, I don't think it's the Israel. I think it's one of the higher ups. They're just doing the favor for.
Okay. I mean,
okay. I'm gonna go on mute.
Well, by the way, just
right.
in all fairness, Mossad is infamous for contracting, and that's how they keep their agents.
Yeah, they're Jews. They'll do anything for money. Yeah.
Ouch! We didn't need to say it that way. Okay.
I'm just saying.
That's all. Now,
I mean, they were helping us getting the kids out of the tunnels too.
Here's the way to phrase something. Here's the way to phrase something like that, Ian, for future reference. The way you would phrase that is that Mossad keeps its agents in experience. In other words, this is like, it's like Sweden.
Open for options.
For years, for generations, Sweden was one of the primary backbone suppliers of troops for United Nations peacekeeping operations, including jet planes, because they were keeping their pilots and their troops in combat experience. That's what the Irish were doing. So this is something that has a practical element to it. But
anyway, that's just what I heard about the I don't even know how to pronounce the guy's name, but
Bolsonaro. Just say the Trump of the tropics. Say the Trump of the tropics.
The Trump of the tropics. That's easier. That's a lot easier. That's a lot easier. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute. I want to hear George.
Yes, thank you. Oh my God, every time he talks, I hyperventilate. Honestly, it's like Joe. It's like, remember the ladies, whatever you say about the ladies, they were making jokes about tattooing on Joe's forehead a warning label. And it was Joe Ty, of course, and Ian has no room on his forehead for that, but it's kind of like he needs a tag, like a teddy bear comes, because he looks like a Muppet. He needs a tag on the side that comes with that warning label here, like press his belly and he'll say something awful that you just have you trembling in how to do damage control for the next 8 minutes at least. Oh my God! The Jews.
Speaking of damage, where's Brooke at? Where's Where's she at?
She might drop in later. If you speak of the devil, they will appear.
When you speak of the devil, they show up.
Yes, that's right. Did you like the joke I made about your suicide attempt as a teenager, Ian?
That was great. I died laughing, and then she had to chime off with the whole goddamn
dick thing.
Please touch my dick thing. That was great. That was great. I died laughing.
Thank you.
Oh, you did another good one. I played it for my other buddy. He's a fucking commie too. Fucking
hey, and you ever see that film Salo?
Right, but Ian, when you say he's a commie too, is that I don't take offense, but
I call all Democrats
is that what you think of me? Oh my God!
No, I call all Democrats commies.
Oh my God! Oh my God.
But
this is like.
but since you're from California, we call them calicomies.
It's cute.
Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing. You got to tell your
Chai-coms, you got the chai-coms.
Yeah, you got the chai-coms. You got the. Yeah, they're everywhere. Anyway.
Okay. By the way,
no,
I do derive amusement from what Ian is saying. It's actually cute. But I mean, think of the irony. Think of the irony of the son of Adolf Hitler being called a commie, by a right-wing conspiracy theorist, and you see America. This is where America's. This is like it's off the chain now. There's no reality here. It's all surrealism.
Yeah,
it's a Fellini film. I'm trapped in a Fellini film.
Yeah, we're playing chess with death.
Yes.
And he has the scythe, and he's looking at us like, "What's your next move?"
And then he says, "Don't bother," because he clears the board completely. He just says,
"Did you tell Bond I used his joke last week?"
Oh.
No, and the queen is Ian West.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
What was the?
Did you tell Bond I used his joke last week?
Bond? Who's Bond?
Me. James Bond.
Him. Yeah. I used the joke. I used the
Junior.
I used the what's it? It's like I ain't got a Bible because I don't own, or I haven't read the Bible because I don't own it. I used that joke. That was so good.
I only look at the Bible. I don't look at it.
Yeah. So George. Okay. So George. Okay. So much needed sanity here. Oh my God. So George, did you hear? Our dear Viviana Sanchez speak so highly of you? She was really.
George, you're Peter fucking Pan to her. I swear to God. She's like, here's
Thank you. No, I
proper.
missed that, Douglas. I'm afraid.
Okay.
Dude. You gotta
George
pay
is still here.
Yeah. Yes, George is still here, of course. In case.
Let's let George talk a little bit.
Yes, let's George talk, please.
Okay, I'm gonna
thank you. No, I missed that. I'm afraid, Douglas.
Yeah,
I will
that's
have
fine.
to.
How much time do you have with us tonight, dear George?
I think about another half an hour or so, Douglas.
Let's let George dominate the next half hour.
That's all right.
Yes.
That's all right. Could you give me just 2 minutes, if that's all right, please?
Oh, of course, please. When you
so
come
much.
back, then what I'll do is take my own break for a little bit. But let's give George his. Oh my God! So, gentlemen here, and with both of you.
But I got something to add in. It's really short. Okay.
Sure.
This goes for San Francisco and scattered parts of LA because they're doing missions out there right now.
Yeah.
They're fucking organizing these riots. So you guys don't go to these goddamn riots and like participate because they're really just a distraction to keep the senior cabal members escape. That's what they're being arranged for. So don't participate in them. That's what I hear.
This has been your QAnon update from.
But no, there's more. But I'm just telling you the important stuff right now.
Go ahead. I mean, come on, cut loose.
Okay, so we got.
George doesn't have that time. So.
Well, he said 2 minutes.
When he comes back, we'll know it. Go on.
Oh, and they executed Pope Emeritus Benedict the 16th. He's dead now.
Well, yes, it's interesting.
Dude, I heard some of the fucking kitty stories of his ass, dude. Oh my God!
But
it makes Sallow look like Endless Summer. I mean, I'm dead serious. It's terrible.
Bikini car wash.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Basically,
I guess George is back. So George is back. So
okay,
George,
here I'm gonna go on mute. Okay.
So George, you know what? I'm going to take a short break and refresh myself. Why don't you lead this all in a civilized direction and tell us a bit about what else is going on? You know what? I'll hang with you a few minutes first before I refresh myself. Let's have you. I'm going to be here to kind of help George reset this in a civilized direction. So George, did he go on mute or did? I forgot. George, you there? Did you return? He may not be back yet.
Maybe he's not ready.
Yeah, that's okay.
His mute's on.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, I doubt he's masturbating to all this. No,
I doubt that. No.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, Viviana loves his ass. Oh, that was good.
That's cute. Well, wait till he gets back before you say that because that's cute. I want him to hear that.
Okay.
Wait till he gets back before you cut loose.
We should just call her and just be like, hey.
Dude, I called everybody. Did you? Yeah, like usual, and a certain amount of people respond. Actually, we're we're very fortunate to have everybody who did respond, because it's like, you know,
It's so much nicer with Brooke not being here. It's just so relaxing.
You say something like that, she's gonna jump on. Maybe you might tempt her to jump back on just to spite you.
We never did upgrade your Skype to get that mute button for her, did we? God damn it!
Believe it or not, there has been a Skype upgrade. Scared the hell out of me. You know, go on.
Well, if she starts misbehaving, just block her, and that'll cut her off. And then when you're ready for her to talk, just unblock her.
Well, believe it or not, gentlemen, she blocked me for a bit of time, then unblocked me.
Oh, you're lucky. What did you have to do that? Like last week, you just had to call somebody the N-word just to get her off, and then, but you know, I would have done that if I'd known. I would have saved us so much time.
Oh my God.
If she hadn't been 55% black, Ian, then I would understand. But she is 75%. So
well, she was on a roll last week. Jesus, she was.
You mean last episode?
Last episode, yeah. Oh God.
No, I love Brooke. I'm a big fan.
Well, you've got more tolerance than I do. That's for sure.
Actually, Ian, you take her abuse pretty well. I mean, you're very good at
it's entertainment to me.
Yeah.
She reminds me of Charlize Theron from Monster. You know that
she reminds me of my mom. You know, like my mother or my cousin.
I gotta look that movie up.
Oh my God, you've never seen Monster?
No, I gotta look it up.
I burnt these grits.
That was filmed here in Orlando.
Good.
Oh my God, that was Brooke was saying. Brooke was saying that in the opening hour. She was blaming me because she burned her. Oh, you know what that troll was saying in the chat room? He was calling her the spaghetti monster, that she was eating whatever she was eating, that stroganoff or whatever.
Stroganoff.
Yeah, and he was calling her spaghetti monster. Anyhow, he said, yeah, she's sucking it up like her spaghetti. It was just weird. The guy was just...
Whatever.
Doug, it's amazing. I can actually hear you.
Well, what's going to be amazing is we can actually hear George. So George is back.
Hello,
Real
Douglas.
Ian West, tell
Go on
George
mute.
about Viviana. Tell George about Viviana.
Oh, you have got an admirer, sir. You do. Yeah, you are so prim and proper, and you bring new shit to the table. We thank you a lot. You know.
Oh no, much appreciated.
You remind her of simpler times, and she misses that dearly.
Yes, when gentlemen were gentlemen. Yes. Well,
so we thank you.
Yes, that's right. And by the way, Viviana Sanchez then told Ian West, "I think you're full of shit."
She did, yes, in so many words. Yes, she did.
I think it was those words exactly.
I was going to try to tell her where the Garden of Eden was, but
yes,
that didn't work out.
I'm sorry, my mic. I just dropped my mic. So our man Ian it's precious. He thinks the Garden of Eden is in Swanee,
North Florida.
North Florida.
In Florida.
Yes.
Bless. Yeah.
Yes, bless you. That's delightful.
Oh,
because
beautiful.
What's the
That's
source
beautiful.
again? What's the source again? It's like QAnon Australia.
This old doctor dude. He got
but I
rich.
mean, it's like somehow the medium he was using conveying his message was QAnon Australia or some weird shit.
No. He took these passages from the Bible.
No. I'm talking about I get it, but what I'm saying is the medium his message is being conveyed upon. The
Tartaria.
Yeah, Tartaria. Yes,
Tartaria. So we have a Florida Tartaria group.
Yes.
We actually found a pyramid in Crystal River. It's awesome.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, Tartaria. By the way, for those who don't know, Tartaria and QAnon, they're synonymous. It's synonymous. So, okay. So that's being said, let's give George all the time we can until he has
Okay,
to
I'm gonna go on mute.
So George, cut loose, and I'll hang with you a few minutes, and then I'll refresh myself. Well,
yeah.
But anyhow, you are appreciated. And aside from Sarah J., who then, according to Sarah J., her uncle is George Takai. So, hopefully I can communicate with her more and just find out more about that. And but aside from that, Viviana Sanchez, you have many admirers. And by all means, please pursue an interview with Christine Joanna Hart aggressively. I've been talking to her myself, and I'm supposed to call her after transmission today. If I'm able to make it that far, I'll definitely tell her to pursue you aggressively, okay? And
yeah, very much appreciate it, Douglas. Yeah, thank you very much, and that's wonderful. It's lovely to hear those words. Thank you. Yeah, it's yeah, and that's what I will do, Douglas. Yeah, just to go back on track and segue back over to Mormonism. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense what you said, Douglas, about why they're being persecuted so heavily today by many people in the Western world, and why so many people I've come across in life that have always just spoke profoundly of Mormonism, and why they're so antithetical towards them. It's so contempt towards them. And so no, I really appreciate you explaining that, because it makes a lot more sense. And I do remember you speaking of it before, and it hasn't digested with me as of yet. So it's something I need to look into even further. It's so I can then articulate it myself. But yeah, it's very much appreciated. And we've got so much to talk about, Douglas. Actually, I've got so much to discuss actually, and I just really appreciate what you were saying earlier with Peter Moon talking about the transfer agreement, the Havara Agreement. I could go into that into great detail as well. I have the book by Edwin Black, and
tell people about how he became a target because of what he wrote. He had to change his name. That's not his real name. He had to go under that name because he was threatened by death. Yes, so go on.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and that's true. It's he had to change his name to because he was being threatened by people from Israel, from the Israelis hated what he was exposing. And it wasn't, excuse me, beg your pardon, I've actually just made a massive mistake. I think it was the Jewish diaspora that hated. It was the Jews.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
would be surprised if the Israelis really cared.
At all. Beg your pardon. No, I'm conflating things now. Beg your pardon. It wasn't the Israelis at all, because it's actually the Israelis that toy with the fact that they want a statue of Adolf Hitler erected.
Right. There was a number
the father of the state of Israel.
Right. Yeah. There was a number that did, originally. Yes. I mean, of course, all of that has changed over the years. And, sometimes the politics are very confusing to me, and I'll try and go over what I understand or what I think I understand about them tonight, because obviously one of the great horror stories in the news is that Bibi, or Netanyahu, is back in power, and that alone is like that's like Armageddon right there, material. Yes. So but do go on, by all means, continue. Yes.
Yeah. For people that don't know, Netanyahu is not his actual real surname. His father was Ben Zion Milakaliski. It's a Polish name. He originates from Eastern Europe originally, and that is not, Netanyahu has nothing to do with his heritage whatsoever. It is a name that he just basically it's something that they changed legally. It's to show their connection to Israel, but they're actually Ashkenazi Jews.
Thank you. In other words,
they're not ethnic.
In other words, Euro trash. Go on.
Yes, thank you. And Milakaliski is his father. Ben Zion Milakaliski was the personal secretary to Vladimir.
Butinsky or something like that. Vladimir
Butinsky.
Yeah,
Vladimir.
Vladimir Butinsky or Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky.
Yeah, Jabotinsky. Yes.
Thank you. There we go.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Vladimir Jabotinsky. Yeah. Thank you. Excuse me.
Oh, no. It's I myself am sighing not because of you. I'm sighing because these names are like, all of this is reminiscent of the Russians of the Bolshevik Revolution, who changed their name to Lenin and Stalin, etc. These are all false names. These are all like criminal aliases. So
try to justify, to legitimize their origin or their ethnicity, and this is why Netanyahu is a fraudster. Really, he's not who he really says he is, but it's just to legitimize his connections to the land of Israel, which is what that is what their movement is all about. Right. Zionism is the self-determination of the Jewish people, and they try to legitimize their origins to that land. Of course, it was it's illegally. It's an occupation of Palestine. It's an illegal occupation of Palestine, and we could go into that. It's something I know quite a lot about, and especially like what you mentioned earlier, Douglas, with these terrorist groups like the Menachem Begin, the man who started the Likud party. He was one of the members of the Irgun, which was the terrorist organization, and it was recognized by the British government
as such.
As such. Yeah, and so there's many factors we can bring up.
And he was throwing bombs along with Moshe Dayan. What were they throwing bombs into? I forgot.
Yeah.
It was the British Hotel or something?
It was British. It was the King David Hotel, which I believe it had an embassy quarters inside. It had agents or government diplomats inside that as well. So it was a target to the British. They were targeting British, assets and very important diplomats inside that building. So that was, and they killed, I think it was in total, if by memory, I think it was around about 91 people by memory, if I can remember. But I can go into that another time, Douglas. But there's so many things to bring up, and I wanted to just the individual we were discussing on last transmission about, and I completely agree. It's just like the primary gang stalker. I don't want to name him ever. He doesn't deserve the airtime. But the other individual who's recruiting, his target is young men between the ages. These are teenagers. Essentially, they could be younger than the age of 18 up until age of 25 to 35, which is how old he is. He's 36 years old. I'm talking about Andrew Tate.
Thank you.
And this individual doesn't deserve to have his name mentioned on there. He doesn't deserve airtime at all. I was watching the other day, James O'Brien, he runs the LBC radio show in Britain. And he was speaking of, he actually said, this guy doesn't deserve any airtime. He doesn't deserve to have his name mentioned. He referred to him as Andy, something like, it's not what he said, but it's something like whitewash or something like that. He referred to him by a different pseudonym, by a different name, because he doesn't deserve any airtime, because that is what a narcissist misogynist requires, is attention. Yes. And what he is doing, what this movement is, it's a recruitment for these young men who are basically, these are involuntary celibates. He's recruiting. Yes. And this is why this is so dangerous, is because these young women that are going out, it legitimizes these young men to now refer to women as chattel, as they're your property, and they are being now heavily abused and
exploited. Yes, go on.
Exploited heavily. And what misogynists are, these are people that have a profound hatred towards women, and involuntary celibates blame women for all their, blame the world and blame women for all their problems. That it's women's fault why they can't get women. And this is what this whole movement is all about. It's the ongoing. It's an extension of the war against women, yes. And it is important. I don't want to mention the man's name. He doesn't deserve it, but it's an important matter which we have to address. We can't ignore it because it's dangerous for these women nowadays. It's very, very dangerous.
Yes.
This man has such a massive following. His platform on TikTok is reaching billions of views. Yeah. It is very, very frightening.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yes,
Go
disgusting.
on.
Thank you. And the things that he is coming out saying, and I've had to, dive into what he is actually saying. And oh God, this is hilarious, Douglas. You'll find this, because he was saying, all the great conquerors of the world, all the men that have conquered the world, all these great explorers, the men who have, he refers to them as like the alpha males. Like himself, he goes, they have hundreds of women, and he mentioned Alexander the Great and Genghis Khan. He goes, all these men have hundreds of women. And
apparently, he doesn't realize that Alexander the Great was gay. But go on.
It is mind-boggling, and the stuff that he just comes out with.
Yeah. Well, it's the kind of crap you would expect from. Now, were you able to hear the parts that I timestamped where I discussed the fact that
yes.
Brendan Zogit really concluded that his dad, Emery, not himself but his dad, received a nanoplasma transfusion, and it explains so much. And these people, as Brendan said, he said that his dad and himself and none of their family even know what happened to him. They just think that they're gifted by divine grace when they're just byproducts of an experiment. This is like this is why knowledge is humbling. And these people have no humility because they're totally ignorant.
Yeah, that's right, Douglas. And so is he. He has no clue about anything.
Yes.
He was actually, I actually watched it's on YouTube. It's called a rare clip of Andrew Tate and his brother. Tristan, I think his name is.
Yeah,
and
Tristan. That's
it.
Yeah.
They were having a fight, an argument over Tristan paying for a £5,000 car because Andrew Tate had no money. So he's come from, this background where he didn't have it. Well, he was struggling at that point in time. This is going back, I think, a decade ago. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden the guy is saying that he's got endless amounts of money. He's got all the money in the world. And he was on with Piers Morgan on the show. And he said, I hate London. I hate, and they were talking about Meghan Markle and Harry, Prince Harry. Mm-hmm. And they were just basically, he was saying that, oh no, the institution isn't racist. It's not institutionally racist at all. I mean, we've got the leader who is brown. He goes, he's brown. And then the mayor of London.
And he's one of the most
brown.
Him and his fellow brownies in the British Tory government are the most anti-immigrant, people imaginable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Rishi Sunak has just said he's going to deport all immigrants, all illegal immigrants now.
There we are. So he's singing the same tune as that woman. I forget the woman's name who was saying that shit. She wanted to put them all on a plane and send them all to Uganda or something. Go on. Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, where is it? Rwanda or wherever
thank you. Wherever it was. Certainly wasn't Wakanda. I remember that much. It wasn't Wakanda. That's for sure. But go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And he goes, he told his he told his pilot on his private jet, refuel the engine. Refuel, and then keep the engine running, because as soon as I'm done speaking with Piers Morgan, I'm going to jump back on the plane and fly me away from this cesspit. And that's what he said. And he's telling kids now, do not buy property. Do not invest your money in buying property, because it's all about, he goes, what Darwin said. It's all about adaptation of the strongest will survive. It's adaptation to the environment. It's adaptation, and the strongest will survive.
I'm not quite sure I see the connection. What does he say about not buying? How does not buying property enable the strongest to survive? That he wants them all to be homeless? What?
No, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. But what he was alluding to was, you need to start, instead of paying for property, he goes, rent property, because then you've got flexibility to move. You can move country easily. He goes, when you buy property, it could take you 2 years to sell your house. And he goes, the money you pay for a house nowadays is the same you'll pay for rent. And he was trying to tell people not to ever buy property. And yet the guy...
Well, I mean, I would say, hopefully they all follow his advice, so it leaves more for us, right?
Yeah, more for us. Yeah, thank you. The guy he was doing the interview for, he goes, I own 120-something properties. So it was a debate, but he was trying to tell his followers not to invest in buying property. Go for rent, because it's more flexible. And that is the alpha male, the dominant male perspective.
Right.
He's just of course, trying to recruit.
Yes,
it's a recruitment program.
Just so people understand this, the purpose of this evil freak is that he wants to render people as vulnerable as possible, so that predators like him can just come in and sweep up all the remains, and that includes all the property that these people who are so stupid to listen to him don't buy. He can come back and buy it all. I mean, because the reason why he's saying that is because we're entering a transition period based on all of the older people who are dying, and in England, America, and all over the northern hemisphere, they're going to be dying in droves, and the middle class in the developed nations like England and America, but America in particular, are going to be inheriting their property. So if he can convince all these kids, don't maintain your property, go rent, then he can sweep in there and just buy it all up, right? And become the real estate mogul. This is all very sinister. And George, and I admire you for having the iron stomach to just tolerate watching what you've watched of this individual, because I couldn't even bear watching that. He's just so repulsive. Yeah, that he makes me want to vomit just looking at him. Oh, by the way, let me send this to all of you right here. And if any of you want this in your private message box, I think I sent it to Brandon Young. I'll be happy to send it to your private message box as well. I think I gave it to Brandon Young, and just so people understand the impact of what it's like when you're working with all these anti-gods and the kind of occult radiation and what it does to you. Here's an image of the results. Basically, slam that button and see if it fucking works. Okay, got that there. Now
Hey, George.
Yeah. So George, this is Graham Hancock, the British journalist, and John Anthony West, who was the tour guide who he hooked up with. Where they both started their big fingerprints of the gods, Great Pyramid aligned to Orion Belt scam. And look at the result. Now, the one in the bed is John Anthony West, and Graham Hancock is the man who's touching him. And that is so posed. That is not the part of John Anthony West, who's obviously disintegrating before our very eyes. This is what happens when occult radiation permeates your life. But the Graham Hancock is touching him with this incredible care, it's so phony, it is so transparent. The man is transparently doesn't give a shit about, he's simply exploiting this bag of limpid flesh before him to make himself look as if he's on a higher plane of existence, of caring. This is how revolting. I don't know if, can you guys see this? I mean, you guys are seeing this, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
There we are. But go on about, so what you were saying about Andy Tate certainly needs to be exposed. I'll call him Andy because it's offensive. So let's call him Andy. So go on.
And James O'Brien said himself, he goes, he didn't want to look into anything about him. He goes, it was one of his nephews that literally just addressed Andrew Tate, and he was like basically regurgitating, promulgating things that he was saying. So it forced James O'Brien to actually go, right, I have to dig into what this is all about. And that, unfortunately, that's what I've had to force to do, because it's only recently I've come across Andrew Tate, literally within the last week. So it's sort of like I have to, and now all of a sudden, Douglas, which is what I hate, is with YouTube algorithms, now it just pops up with Andrew Tate all the time. So it's like forces you to bloody watch them. Oh, it's so annoying, but but it's literally, it's something, so then I could come on the show and then I can actually
and by the way, so aside from the fact that he went to Romania, as I said, that's very, that it's pivotal. It's a pivotal factor. And he basically, what did he do? He bought property in Romania. He wound up amassing, of course, all the casinos, control of the casinos in Romania. I mean, there is no, even Peter Moon concluded that there's no redeeming feature about this guy. By the way, Peter Moon, for the three of us here now, can just mull over this a second. So Peter Moon was saying that, I thought, by the way, one of the things I had done that Peter Moon must have heard was, as soon as I brought him on, I said, I just want people to know, to update them on my status and situation. I told them that, they've changed the rules in California due to COVID and the state of emergency, the aftermath. They've changed the parameters for getting onto food stamps. And I told everybody that I've, called the Department of Human Services and went through this process where I am processing for their Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, what they used to call SNAP. They've got some entirely different word for it now, where you get a debit card and you can use it for food, and that would help immensely. So I let people know I'm processing through something that can be helpful to myself. Now, I think there's no reason to hide my situation, because, of course, I ask for money. Then Peter was saying, I was interviewed by this guy, and he was letting people know he was on welfare, and I thought that really, he felt that brought what the man was saying down, that it somehow did harm to the man's message, that it somehow would compromise whatever image people might have of him, to the degree that they found him that they wouldn't want to listen to him, by knowing that element of his life. And so was that a hint to me? Because then it was after that he brought up, some people present themselves in such a way that it negates the audience, such as Preston Nichols. He said he would talk about these things like aliens drinking Drano, and that they were living off bleach. And people would just, check out, tune out, withdraw at that point. And he said, basically, he said this, I want you to present yourself differently, Douglas, obviously because I showed up in drag for the latest photograph for the promotional banner for tonight's show. But as I've always pointed out, this is a cultural thing where people should always see the knives around me. I've got knives all over me whenever I'm in the lingerie I've inherited from my mother, which is meant for boy prostitutes anyway. So I'm not quite sure. So he finds that, I think, that people, he feels that many people just tune out at that point. And it's like kind of, so there you go. It was like he has obviously his issues with my presentation, and it's somewhat paradoxical to me. It's one of these things that I don't know if anyone has some observations about that. By the way, the troll we had in the chat room, just so people know, he said a few things that were pointed in the sense, I knew he was a troll immediately. And of course, I just let him go on for the longest period of time because it didn't matter. Nobody was paying attention to him. Finally, I just had to hide what he had said because it was one of these things where I couldn't block him. I certainly don't want him back again, where he's just going to be saying all this stupid shit where, I bring me on the show. Oh, no, nobody's listening to you because you don't have me on the show. Like, who the fuck are you? And no, I won't bring you on the show because everything you say is bullshit. But this guy, YouTube changed its buttons again. So whereas for a short period of time I could actually go to their channels and block them, I couldn't do that. So all I could do is hide them from the channel. So that's kind of like the same thing. But that being said, the guy said, I'm cool with Peter Moon, but I don't know about this so-called Douglas Dietrich guy. So-called Douglas Dietrich guy. What does that mean? Apparently they're all saying, he's not Douglas Dietrich. Again, we keep coming back to this bizarre thing where they all say he's not who he says he is. Quote unquote. Which, by the way, I'll share with you all later privately. This is apparently what James O. Reese is calling up people and saying is, he's not who he says he is. Yeah. And it's like, okay, so who am I? And
hey, George. Yeah. Before you leave, I got a miniature version of a working time portal tunnel thing that you were talking about a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. You want to share that with him?
Okay, dude.
Well, I want to show it to you, see if you think it would apply to your whatever thing you're talking about, how they escaped.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh wait, well, it's not so much that they escaped through a time portal thing. What he's saying is that basically there is a propulsion unit that ultimately
sorry. Well, anyway, I got a little miniature model of it that I want to show you and see what you think about it.
Well, can't hurt to send it to him. Can't hurt. And so and then aside from what the creep was saying about this so-called Douglas Dietrich guy, then he said, "Yeah, I heard him say he drinks his son's blood," which I've explained before and put into context just so people understand. Don't normally
just treat him like Brooke and ignore him. Just ignore him.
Yeah, that's what I did. Was I hit him, but with Brooke, of course, I was not ignoring her. And I mean, look, I'm fine with Brooke, and hopefully she comes back. Later.
I'm not.
Yeah. You have to understand, Ian. You're ascribing to these conspiracy theories.
She's a single mother that's a fucking attention whore. That's what she is.
Oh my god.
Well, that aside, that aside, you ascribe to conspiracy theories that are ultimately life-threatening to people like her and I. You have to understand this. And,
but I'm not the one yelling at the air like a fucking homeless crazy person.
Ouch. Oh. Gosh, hey, let's not bring her back on. If she hears that, she'll jump back on. So, George, with whatever time you have remaining, yes, by all means, take it again from here. You've been wonderful so far. Continue your analysis.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you. Just one thing before I do go. Yeah, just going back to what he was saying. This the man who I don't want to mention, and also the comparison between him and No Face, the primary gang stalker. Like he's the equivalent of the primary gang stalker, but he has the face. Right. He is the man telling people what to believe and what to do. And it was just like when he was saying about property, he goes, yeah, the older generation were advocating that the younger generation buy into property. But he goes, how that is so disingenuous is because back in their day, going back 50, 70 years ago, property was worth £75,000, as today it's worth £450,000. And he goes, that was back in those days, that's a year's salary. And I was just thinking, why is no one bringing that up with him? Why is no one raising? No, it wasn't. 75 grand for our property back then was not a year's wage back then. It's the equivalent of to this day. That's what people are earning today, joint between two partners, 75 grand, if that. Most couples are bringing home only 20, 30, 40 grand between them a year. And it's like, why is no one raising this up with him? Why is no one like questioning, well, why are you saying 75 grand was a year's salary back 70 years ago? Because no, it wasn't.
Well, you'll notice that with all of these kinds of Edomites that they're just given full recourse to say whatever they want. There's never any challenge of what they say.
No, and people were taking their word for it. This is why it was so... It was bizarre
disturbing.
to me.
The word is disturbing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was thinking, no, it wasn't. 75 grand was not a year's. That's what the properties were worth back then. But when my father bought our property, this is going back 35 years ago. That was only £20,000. Right. So it's like this guy is talking out of his arse.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
And like he's telling people, do not invest in property, rent. And it's like, it's just creating more vulnerable people.
Of course.
And the target is women. That's what's so scary about it. And this is why people need to literally just turn this guy off. He needs to be just, and like they talk about this cancel culture. This is what the thing he keeps warning people about. Do not buy into cancel culture because they're trying to cancel him. And in the end, they're going to try and kill him off. And it's like, no one's going to kill you.
Who's that psychiatrist? Who's that psychiatrist who was similar to this again? Does anyone remember that idiot's name who was like, going along these lines? It was the psychiatrist who preceded him that was Canadian guy. So between him and this guy... I'm sorry?
Not Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson. Yeah, Jordan Peterson.
Oh, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate. And by the way, just so people understand, my primary gang stalker is the multimillionaire Stephen Outram. And what he does, it's simply the most, what we would call the most proactive gang stalker. The most proactive gang stalker would be Richard J. Cole Jr. Yeah, I name them because they need to be called out. I mean, so these people have to be called. I'm sorry, what?
He had sex with Andrew Tate in an orgy.
Yeah. Yes.
With Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. There we are.
And they're both pro-Russian.
Yeah.
I know. It's in Russia.
They're both pro-Russian as well.
And they've both gone to Russia. They've both gone to Russia. Yes. Right. And so yes, these are men who they're operating for the enemy. By the way, so I don't know if you heard this, George Knight, but Angela Merkel, from what I understand, she came out and said something that was not at all really, it did not reflect well on her. The way Brendan Zogit said it was that Brendan Zogit brought it up this way, that, it was a way that no one ever wanted to see it, but is now inescapable. It's basically, I was always trying to be supportive of Angela Merkel as a scientist, as a female, and but obviously what Angela Merkel did is unacceptable, and at this point I've taken a 180-degree turn. She is a true villainess and needs to be executed for treason, is what I would say. But Angela Merkel left Germany and Europe in an incredibly vulnerable position. But then she said something that, while it didn't reflect well on her, and it was kind of like Brendan Zogit said, that she basically, look, she was born in Eastern Germany, she was thoroughly indoctrinated as a communist, and she was very subservient to Putin, and they never should have trusted her. And I can only stand by his side in that regard now.
That's right.
But when it comes to that, whatever she said, the Russians took great offense to. And they said on RT, Russia television, Putin responds to Merkel bombshell. And, they said, oh, this totally justifies why Putin had to go to war in Ukraine. But apparently she said something about the Minsk agreement, that this was not in good faith. She had no choice but to do all this gas shit. But at the same time, so do you recall any of this or any context for it or make any sense of what's going on between those two?
No, I haven't, Douglas, unfortunately. But no, she because she speaks fluent Russian as well.
Yeah.
She speaks
And he
she
speaks
speaks the
fluent
language.
German. And he speaks fluent German.
And he speaks fluent, yeah. So this is why they could communicate quite, quite substantially with each other.
Right.
But no, the only thing I can add just quickly before I have to disappear is, is on New Year's Eve when this school in one of the towns in the Donbass region in Ukraine, the Ukrainian forces were able to target and kill. I think the Ukrainians counted 400 and something military targets within the school, within the school grounds, within the confinement of the school grounds, and it was a precision target. It was a precision attack strike, and it didn't damage any of the surrounding buildings, which was remarkable. It was I'm trying to think of the name of the weapon. It was an American precision target weapon that they used.
This is the new type of warfare. The new type of warfare is supposed to be like that. And the Russians, apparently the Russians themselves say the high command is blaming the troops themselves because they said the troops were all on their cell phones. And that
exactly.
Go on.
There's a shortage of radio. There's a shortage of non-interference with these. The radios that they use. There's a shortage of the. These are quite secure radio transmissions where they have these remote radios which they can communicate with one another, which you can't intercept. You cannot intercept burst transmissions. So with the cell phones, they're relying on their own cell phones. So this you can intercept, and they can jump into calls and messages. And after the troops were sending Happy New Year,
right,
just gone midnight, on New Year's Day, that's when the Ukrainian forces striked them, and they killed 400 targets. But the Russian.
By the way, really, Ian, go mute, please, Ian. Whatever you're doing, it sounds like a blending.
Oh, sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is where this is where Brooke would say this is him making his meth, that he's cooking up his meth and shit, and then that's what we're hearing is that chemical process. Anyhow, so go on, George. Yeah, and so tell us what else you understand about this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the Russian Federation only announced that they killed, I think it was between 81 to 89 of their troops, but no, it was obviously much larger.
Yeah,
than that.
Closer to half a thousand. Yes.
Yeah, all the reconnaissance and satellite images prove that, and they showed the leading up to that strike, and then it was obviously the intelligence knew that they were in there, just because they were using their cell phones, so they were able to identify the target. So, and they used, I forgot what it's called, I'll have to look it up.
By the way, when you first brought up the situation that so they've got all these horrible equipment shortages because the high command and everything else, the Russian economy is just in the tank. But then what you said really put it back on the soldiers, because I thought, well, maybe they were using their cell phones in place of radios just to receive commands and to give information to each other about the combat situation. But no, they're all in there tweeting Happy New Year to their relations. Oh my fucking God. No, they deserve to die. I'm sorry. That's just not, that's not, don't do that in combat. Jesus Christ.
It shows the desperate extent of the war. Well, the whole operation, because they are just recruiting people from the streets in Russia. They're getting felons out of prison to go, to be.
Well, you would think the first thing they should do is confiscate their fucking cell phones, but like you said, they're probably let them keep it so they can give them orders. I mean, this is how bad the situation is. Yes,
the dire straight of the I think it's the dire straight of the situation. But I know that they are spending on their rockets alone, because the Russians don't have precision strike capability. They rely on collateral, just
damage,
collateral
just
damage.
mass collateral damage. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yes, and they are spending with between 2 to 400 million, equivalent to United States dollars, a day. They are wasting on just missiles alone, and so or ordinances, they explosive or inflammatory ordinances. So it's just it's showing how dire straight the situation is.
Well, definitely they're headed towards economic collapse.
Yeah, and we're heading towards a year into it now, so it's coming up to the anniversary of the invasion, and within the next three to 4 weeks.
Yeah,
so it's leading up to it's a whole year, and it should have ended a long time ago.
Well, I mean, certainly I agree with you in a certain sense. In another sense, you want it to go on to the point where Russia collapses, because that's that's
Yes, that's
basically,
true.
we need to bring this to its end point. I mean, this is the way that, you can get you could basically have regime change. We need to force regime change, obviously. In terms of that, believe me, your correspondence on this is profoundly appreciated and definitely needed. And whatever more you can find out about, the British government at the time of the Taos expedition and what impression you get of what might have driven whoever was in it to just go all in supporting this debacle. If you can find out more about that where you're at, that would be appreciated. No big deal, no time sensitive issue there. But other than that, what else do you want to bring to our attention before you leave? And will you be able to join us again later during your work? Maybe call in from work?
I can't today, I'm afraid. Obviously,
Okay.
my schedule is quite heavily busy, I'm afraid.
Understood. But
Yeah.
I'm just so glad that you're doing what you're doing because it's so important. And definitely, how's work been? Has work been well? Has it going well?
Yeah, busy this week because it's the start of the new year, so it's all new customers wanting to roll onto fiber. So that's what my that's the extent of my job at the moment. So it's just provide.
Wonderful.
Customers. So,
Wonderful.
But it's going well. It's going well.
Still remembering what you said about that
neighborhood.
neighborhood, that ghetto near Sandhurst. I was very impressed by what you had explained about that ghetto near Sandhurst and just how bad it was. Oh my God.
Oh God, that's within the military. Compounds of that military installation. It's a military base. In Sandhurst. So it was incredible experience. But it was completely derelict. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah.
Well, anyhow, I love you
But anyway,
profoundly and share that love with Sarah, okay? And,
yes, I will do, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And goodbye, Ian. And goodbye, Brandon. Lovely speaking to you all.
Yes.
You take care. Bye-bye.
Yes. By the way, take care. Bye. Oh my God. Okay, that's Sarah George Knight, who Brooke Gibson would say, "Oh, Douglas loves him." She is pretty funny. So Ian does take all
She's
that.
so fucking annoying. She's so annoying.
So what were you doing? Were you cooking up meth? What were you doing?
No. Here, let me try to screen share it with you really quick. That portal. When he was on a couple weeks ago, he's like, yeah, they dipped through this fucking whatever, this a tunnel.
Yeah.
And here, how do I do that? Guy, here it is.
By that, Ian's referring to something like a wormhole. Okay, there we are.
Can you see it? Here it is.
Oh.
Yeah, this is what I think he's talking. What they were having all these people build underground. Here, let me try to fucking watch this shit.
Oh.
Okay, he throws it in there, and then watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Cute.
So now with the loop, he can do this. Oh God, fucking damn it! Come here, here it is. Okay, check this out.
Yeah. Okay.
See how it's just going?
Yeah. Yeah. That's neat.
So that's what I think he was talking about, like with the technology back then, and
okay.
It's just a little thing, that's all.
That's adorable. Thank you. Yes, share that with him, and if you could share that with me as well. So is that something that you can provide both he and I with a kind of the footage?
I gotta upload it because I'm doing it. It's on my big computer. It's not on the phone with the Skype.
Understood.
So.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And so wonderful.
But that's what that rattling noise was. That's what it was.
It was that.
Yeah,
the coil of the battery going through the coil. You make it sound like you're doing this yourself in your own home. It's you filming yourself?
No, that's from the TV. That's just from the TV.
Oh, okay.
I had the volume up. But go ahead, though. I'll go on mute. You go ahead.
Okay. Now I get it. Oh, now it makes sense. Okay. Is that what that was? Oh, so, Brandon, are you there? Please. Oh, God in heaven.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, thank God.
There he is.
Can you two gentlemen do me a favor? I'm going to refresh myself. It is raining.
Yeah, go take a break. We're fine. You're fine.
It's raining profoundly.
I'll talk to Brandon. Go. Just go.
Yeah,
go. You're fine. You're fine. Go.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bless you.
All right. Five. Take five. Yeah, thank you. So how are you doing, Young? You doing good?
Yeah. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I totally used your joke last week. It was so goddamn funny.
What was it?
I ain't read the Bible, but I seen it. That was so good.
And
I ain't never seen them. I don't never seen them. I read.
I ain't read one because I ain't got one, but
I've broken it down. You put that Bible in the drawer, you don't look at it.
I put that Revelations in the chapter 1. No, I'm just joking.
For you, it's not for me.
So, what do you think of Salo?
Oh my God! My first date with Kelsey, my girlfriend. My fiance. And
I gotta say, I'm pretty jealous.
Yeah, you should be. But but no, it's a crazy movie, and the thing is, it's based on Marquis de Sade.
Yeah. Well, I call it A Weekend at Epstein's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, that's what the whole film's about. Is that's the message is that.
Yeah. Hey, so do you remember in that movie, the very end, where they're staring at the whatever their deaths or whatever, and their guys are like, okay. So the end of that movie, if you look at the fucking the bird's eye view flyby satellite pictures of Epstein Island, that pit that they use at the end of that movie is on the island.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting. I gotta look at that, but I know that anybody that watches Salo would be like, this is a rated X movie. This is,
That fucked me up. That shit. I was like, these motherfuckers.
It's so disturbing, man. Like,
right?
Like, I get what Kubrick was trying to do with Eyes Wide Shut. Like, he was trying to get away with the most Salo he could get.
Right? No, totally.
But even he got killed right after making Eyes Wide Shut. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And so did Paolo Pasolini or whatever, And
yeah, he was hooking up with some 17-year-old prostitute whose name was Pelosi.
Yeah, so he knew it. So he knew he was the insider.
Oh yeah. And Vivian found out his daughter was diddling.
Really?
Yeah, his daughter was diddling a little boy on one of the sets of these movies.
Wow.
So it's a family thing,
Right.
That generational Satanist shit.
Yeah, something like that. But it's because it's Mussolini that moves into Italy, and this he takes over this. In the movie, it's a county or whatever, a village.
Yeah.
City called Salo, and that's where they sort of set up the head of the fascist organization. But it shows that Italian fascism at the root of it was rooted in just the most disgusting sexual perversion that you could imagine, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, that was a point of the exercise, was to make up even more depraved acts, or to come up with shit like that.
Well, there's that one scene, and there's like a buffet being served.
Of shit.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, that's just. But I wouldn't like if you get to that level of depravity.
Who thinks of this shit?
Well, what else? I mean, what else excites you when you've had everything? Right, I mean, and just to discuss it, I mean, it's just so sick, in every way. Yeah. So it's good to know as a film that's just like not how it should be, Yeah,
man, I was watching like all the bonus features because I got the Criterion collection.
Yeah,
they're like Alec Baldwin went before the Academy in Hollywood and got on his knees and begged for the fucking movie to be unbanned in the United States. And he used the girl who was forced to eat the shit as her punishment, as like he was trying to point out the artistic, the artistic aspect of fucking the her eating shit part. And they got sold on it, and they were like, okay, yeah, we'll release it, or we'll
Yeah, so. And then he killed a woman on set.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
He shot a woman. He shot like a camera woman.
Oh, Jesus.
Supposed to be. You didn't hear about this?
No.
Very, like, I don't know, past 2 years or so. Like, on set, he was filming some Western. And, shoot the camera or whatever. for whatever reason, there was a live bullet in there, and he shot the camerawoman right in the head. A couple
Damn.
times. Yeah.
Isn't that what happened to Alec Baldwin? No, I'm just joking. I'm joking.
That's what happened to him. He was married to Kim Basinger for a while. You remember?
Yeah. Oh, that's some good eating right there.
Now they used to go. Yeah, that's what they used to go to. Not Martha's Vineyard, but what we call P Town, which is Provincetown. So on the very tip of Cape Cod, you know.
Oh.
And they used to go there quite a bit before they. And then I think Alec Baldwin bought her. Or they bought their own town out in Arizona or Nevada. So Kim Basinger had her own town, which is kind of strange. But then they got divorced famously, you know.
Yeah.
But
that's
yeah,
crazy, though. I didn't know
that recently. Yeah, he shot her, killed her dead. And you can see the interrogation of him.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's interesting. It's like, did he mean to, or did he not?
Was he looking guilty, or was he upset?
I think he might have. I don't know. Both. You know, you be the judge. I'm not
because I heard she was involved with that human trafficking film.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, but I'm not saying that's why she was shot. But
no, but it's
the coincidence.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. So anyway, but like, yeah, he killed a woman. You know?
Yeah.
Good old Alec.
No, he's still. I haven't heard any news on him lately, to be honest with you. I really haven't.
Yeah, Billy Baldwin lives up in Santa Barbara.
Oh, does he?
Oh yeah, I've seen him.
That must be fucking nice.
I've seen him a couple times at the Sprouts.
Yeah. The grocery store out there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I used to live out there.
It's like $7 for 4 pieces of toilet paper.
Yep. That's Santa Barbara.
Toilet paper, everybody. Whatever that means.
I used to say fuck Santa Barbara, and I'd go to Carpinteria and hang out.
Oh yeah, Carpinteria.
I love Carpinteria. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I love. Anyway, I lived in Goleta, so it's kind of like the.
Oh, you live? Spot. Oh my God.
Which is its own town now, but it was only incorporated in 2007, I believe.
Yeah.
So, but it was at once. It was a part of. It's basically a part of Santa Barbara. It's a part of Santa Barbara County. So.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
But it's a working class. It's not like Montecito, which is sort of the richier area, you know.
What am I getting Montecito confused with? What's the capital of the state capital of California?
Sacramento?
Yeah, that's right. I always get those two fucking confused because granddaddy's from Sacramento.
Yeah, that's an interesting town as well.
Yeah.
And then
a lot of miners out there.
Miners and frontiersmen. Everybody who basically founded the state of California. Because if you remember, Mexico took up to, I believe, LA.
Mm-hmm.
At least.
Yeah, I think it's split up in the Calabasas area.
Was that okay? So a little north of LA.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever that split was all Mexico. So everything north of it was frontiersmen. And Sacramento was kind of the place. You know, that's why it's the capital, you know.
No. Is the Shumash Casino still out there in
the Shumash? Yeah, that is.
Oh yeah, I was telling Doug about that. What did he say? Doug was like, what is that? I forgot what he fucking said it was, but it was pretty funny.
Shumash, yeah, the Shumash. Yeah. No joke. Like they're one of the first people who are Native American groups, indigenous groups to Native North America who set up a casino.
Yeah, fucking. I used to party out there at the Santa Ynez River.
Oh, the Santa Ynez, yeah, the Santa Ynez Mountains, man. Those are incredible. Because what happens, anyone that's listening, is that imagine like in Hawaii almost, like you have 2 miles of beach and land, and then bang, it goes up, 10,000 feet to mountains. You know. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what the landscape is there. It's very dramatic, and it's beautiful. But it's like Hawaii, but it's in California. So, yeah. No, I know.
No, that's awesome.
It's a beautiful area. You know, if anyone has ever been near there, yeah, California is quite the place. It's hard to manage, though. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's all like, you know, what's it called? Exotic or untainted or untouched or
untamed.
Yeah, it was beautiful. That was a lovely time. But
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah. So yeah, man, what's new with you? What you been up to?
I don't know. It's a new year, starting a new job coming up soon.
Cool.
And I'm excited about that. And new relationship. Well, not so new, but it's been a year or two. And yeah, everything's going great, man. It's just like I'm blessed, you know. And
that's awesome.
Don't take it for granted because I've been at the low of the low as well. You know, I've seen the gutter.
Oh, we've all been there, man. We've all been there.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Like, you can only appreciate where you are in terms of that. So,
you want to see some of the new toys I got?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so here is. I don't have it all loaded up. Here's the new APC.
Whoa!
There's that. But I've just
people can't see, but it's like I don't know how many buttons.
I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh shit. There we go.
Wow.
Anyway. Yeah, so that's some of the new shit, and then I haven't hooked these up yet. Yeah, I got some new some new Sonys. Yeah. Then I got this guy.
That's Sony?
Yeah, it's a Sony. Yeah, it's
dude, that must sound.
Yeah, I haven't hooked it up. There's a subwoofer in the back, but I haven't hooked it up yet. And but yeah, no, I got this new keyboard.
What is that?
And it's a Yamaha. This dude down here, he was like, I don't know if it works. I was like, well, how much do you want for it? And he's like, well, look, I don't have the adapter. I was like, well, I do. Trust me. And then he's like, $30. So I bought it for $30.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't even put it up yet.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Is that a tape recorder little area in the middle of it?
Oh, no. It's a digital screen.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah. You want to see my tape recorder? There's my tape recorder.
Let's see. Oh, it's a CD player, too.
No. It's a tape recorder for cassettes.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Dude, what don't you have?
Fuck.
Do you have an amp with a guitar? Whoa! Oh my god!
And then this is my practice right here. This is my little practice one.
Look at that.
A little practice, yeah. That's lighter. You can put it in the back of your trucks and shit.
Is that a wet vacuum? Whoa! Hold on.
Oh yeah, these are my two acoustics.
Hold on. Here. Guess what it is? Keep it right there.
Hold on, let me turn off this light.
All right.
So you can see the headstock.
Wait, yeah, Fender.
Yeah, a Fender acoustic.
Yep, beautiful. What year?
I think it's a 96 or 97.
Nice. Fender acoustic. All right, show me the neck on the headstock. Is it an Ibanez?
Yeah. I forgot what the PF stands. It's like Pearl something Flash or whatever.
That's nice. Yeah.
But, so like I'm gonna put all the guitars though. I'm gonna grab I'm gonna extend them out.
All right.
So
go back. Let's see. I'm gonna get Stratocaster bass on the Fender bass on the left. In the middle Stratocaster or Telecaster. Rather.
Yeah, I got two matching two Telecasters, and then the three basses.
Oh my
right there.
God. And Fenders, all Fenders.
Yeah, they're all Fenders. Yeah. Well, and then I got more guitars back here. That's just half of them. God, all the other guitars are hiding in the closet. Oh yeah, here's my Spanish acoustic.
What?
I got this one in L.A. I was recording this album in L.A. and the band I was jamming with that was working with my sister. I played it and I was like, I gotta have this guitar, and I just bought it for $100 and threw it back on the plane. But yeah, man, this is
dude.
Yeah. All right, let me get the thing off. There we go. Well, yeah, that's what I've been up to. I'll show you what I did today.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Here's another one. I hope that's the right button. Yeah, there's my.
Let me guess. Can I guess? Squire Telecaster.
Yeah, and then I got.
Hold on. Ooh, Gibson.
No. Think Kurt Cobain.
Is it a Fender?
Yeah, it's a Fender. It's Kurt
Squire.
Cobain's guitar.
It says a Strat or Telly?
Mustang.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's got more pickups than a regular Mustang, though.
Well, it's like the slim. It's the basic
Dude,
model.
you have Marshall stacks. Look at that.
Yeah,
thing.
you didn't see that?
Dude, and Ibanez, you're insane.
Yeah, and then this is my main rig. This is what I do all the rhythm and leads on. It's
Whoa.
a 1970s Roadster, and then I got this tube distortion effects processor. So there's the tube right there.
Dude,
and then this is the original 1970s custom head.
What?
And then I got a bunch of effects pedals and shit. I got more effects pedals than Sonic Youth probably.
Wow. And Sonic Youth, I know them. They're from North Massachusetts. Yeah.
Yeah, there's all the other shit.
Do you have a favorite Sonic Youth album?
Oh, Washing Machine.
Really?
Yeah, Washing Machine all the way.
The band Pavement.
Oh yeah. I love Slanted and Enchanted. Yeah.
Yeah, Slanted and Enchanted. Yeah.
Forgot what I was going to show you what I did today.
Is the Wowie Zowie.
I had when I was a kid, I had that fucking like 20th anniversary edition or something. Or I forgot how many years
Sword
it was.
Sentinels.
It was the one with it was Slanted and Enchanted. It was like the 10th anniversary edition or something. I forgot.
Yeah. Yep.
But no, I loved it.
Oh man, you got some great equipment.
Oh, that's not even half of it. That's not even half.
Really?
I've got more. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh man, what else do you need? I have a Dan Electro.
Yeah. You told me you have the classic, the whatever body style.
The Hodad.
Yeah, the Hodad model.
Nice. It's from the 70s. It's got like a purple.
Oh, you've got a real one, not like the 90s remakes?
No.
Oh,
From the
those
70s.
are worth some money.
Yeah, no, yeah. And the cool thing is you can't get a case like this Dan Electro case I have. It's like a suitcase. It's not like a big bag that you get from Fender nowadays or whatever.
Does it have like the speaker built into it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Silvertone, yeah. That's a little different. I know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they have the Longhorn. They just are to buy a new Dan Electro. It's like $1,000.
Yeah, I was looking at them. I was like, what the fuck, Dude, when they got reissued, they were like $200 back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm. I got my.
Oh. You there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said you got yours for what?
300.
Not bad. I mean, for being vintage, that's not bad.
So, and I got I have a Washburn acoustic.
Nice.
Did you know what Washburn is? Washburn is they're the first American guitar company.
I thought what's his name? Martin was, yeah.
Nope.
Did not know that.
Washburn in the 1500s made Spanish. They were the first guitars were like harps / guitars.
Oh yeah, they had the strings on. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
They had like 20 or 25 strings on it, and not a fretboard.
Mostly
it was a stick.
made out of Spain and Italy. And
yeah.
The ones that we have remaining. There's a place called the National Manufacturers. Oh God, the National Association for Musical Manufacturers. NAM.
Yep. Yeah. I used to work that show.
You know what I'm talking about? They have a show.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I used to be sponsored by Beam's MIDI controllers and.
Oh really? I don't know.
Yeah, we used to do that. We used to do the Winter Music Conference every year, and then they hired T-Pain, or no, who they hire? Flo Rida. Then they hired Flo Rida.
No idea who that is, but that's cool.
Thank God. Oh, you're so cool. You are so.
I know.
You're lucky. You're lucky.
I am lucky. But in Carlsbad, they have the NAM corporate office.
Mm-hmm.
And it's beautiful. It's right on the beach and whatever. And but it's in this like industrial park. I used to live right up the street, so I went there, and they have a museum. I went there, and they saw all the ukuleles. They had like a ukulele exhibit, and they had a guitar museum. You know, I could play the theremin. I could play all these different guitars. And
Oh, I got a theremin too. Oh, I got 2 theremins.
No.
Yeah, you want to see them? Oh, I got mine custom made. These are like circuit bent.
Stop it.
Yeah. Here, I'll whoop them out. Yeah, they're.
Who are you?
I like fucking showing these things off because
Yeah.
I'm the only one that has one.
No one
so.
has a theremin.
Exactly.
Everybody, I wish on the radio sphere you could see what I'm seeing. I will try to describe it to you. A theremin, if you could Google it, everybody, look up theremin. It used electromagnetic fields as your instrument, basically. Your chi.
Yeah, and it was was it created by Bruce Hacker? Or did he just play it?
I think
I forgot what it was. Yeah, he was like the first guy to play a piano player. He like hooked these electrodes up to the piano player and touched his forehead and played music while the piano player played.
Everybody can associate it with UFOs, and everybody can associate it with Plan B from Outer Space by what's his name?
And Dark Shadows.
Yeah.
Damn, my place is a mess.
Ed Wood. Ed Wood,
yeah.
Oh my god! So I came back and I just heard some horrible music. I mean, are you playing something that's going to get me swiped?
No, we're just moaning. We're moaning. Here, let me.
Oh my god! This is the worst
I feel
phone
bad.
sex I've
There's
ever
dust
heard.
everywhere.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What did
All
you
right.
say? Who was that?
Play your theremin.
No, show the theremin. Let me get back to it.
Theremin is.
I'm going to. Oh my god! He's showing us something. Oh, what
This is the theremin.
Look at this.
Oh,
This is a theremin.
Cool.
I think this one has the speaker. Well, I got mine. This is a circuit bent. Hold
Okay.
on.
Oh, this is delightful.
Oh, the battery's dead. Oh, the battery's dead. Shit.
Is that a green little canister there of guacamole or something? What's the green plastic container? What is
Oh, that's a guitar pick case.
Oh, cool. And
Oh, there it is. I hear it.
oh wow, it looks
Oh
like
shit.
it's so cute. It looks like a little
I'd have to look
toy.
this shit up.
It
is.
like a toy robot.
It's a Japanese thing. And then this is the other theremin.
Mhm.
This is the Atari Stomp Bot or Atari Punk system.
Oh,
But
oh wow.
this guy, shit. Yeah, I have to get the fucking amp hooked up to it. And then I got this guy. This is I got 2 of them.
Yeah, cool.
But this shit just writes music. You don't even have to think. You just push a button and it just writes the shit.
I like the
love
razor I like the razor in the plate next to your used marijuana leavings, or is that something else?
Oh yeah, that's my rolling tray right there. That's my rolling tray. Yeah, I roll blunt.
It's a burrito-sized bunt. I have never. That's like a bunt the size of a cigar.
Oh yeah, I smoke weed every day. Huh?
It's like Cheech and Chong.
Exactly. Damn it! I'm trying to get my. Why the fuck is this not?
He's got more THC in his system than he's got blood.
Well, yeah, you could say that. I guess. Where the fuck is the cable?
Well, if you're that high, yes, it takes a while to find things. Yes.
Well, anyway, I was going to show you the DJX, but
it's hard for us to see all this through all the pot smoke.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
Honestly, the way his bong is ripping, it looks like his house is on fire. I hope none of the neighbors call.
Oh, does this work? God damn it. I'm trying to turn this fucking thing off.
Oh my god.
I hate this fucking Skype shit. Okay, there you go. I think it's off. Okay, there we go.
People think Ian West is not for real, but I just saw his stuff, and man, what a musician. Holy moly.
Well, at least he's equipped. I don't know how much music he produces, but...
Yeah, well, the best musicians invest, like when they get paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of them buy Rolexes, like the stupid band. Bunch of Nickelback or whatever it's called.
Yeah, no. I skipped the Rolex and went to Roland. So there you go.
Cool.
Exactly. So they invest in their equipment.
Yes. There we
go. And like all that stuff is definitely gained in value. That's
Yeah, no, it's
I didn't show you. This is what a Frankenstein. So like Behringer since old synthesizers from the 70s and 80s are like, impossible. God damn, I wish I had a fucking light. But yeah, I saw Frankenstein.
I wish I had a light. Do you mean for your eyes or for your smoke?
I know, for the screen. Does this tap light work? Yeah, there we go.
Like you sit down and chill, and that's what you see. Wow.
Yeah, like the computer just plays the notes, and then I tweak the buttons, and
it's like you're in the middle of the TARDIS or something.
The top synthesizer is a mini Moog, and then the bottom synthesizer is the extinct Wasp. But it's the deluxe Wasp.
That's insane.
Yeah. And then here's the real Moog. There's the real Moog from 1981.
You have a Moog?
Yeah, it's right here. It's in front of me. Here, I'll show it to you. This is my second one. See, the first one I bought was shipped to America the day I was born. Wow. And it sat in a box for 18 years. And this guy on eBay had it for sale, and I bought it. But then 9/11 happened. So I had to wait, 6 months to get it. But, and then I don't know if you could really see it.
Yeah, go back a little. Yeah.
I mean, this is the one thing I do know is this is all very old classic equipment. It's very,
you can't buy this. Yeah. You can't even buy this.
Yeah.
I talked to this company. I'm like, hey man, your emulator of the synth is like fucking incredible. How about you guys fucking make a MIDI controller that's in the shape, or that's a replica of the MG1? And they're like, yeah, we'll get back to you. I'm like, all right, but it'd be great to have one, like a replica MG1, but it's just all, not fucking 50 years old,
Amazing.
Keep going. I mean, you guys are doing fine as far as I'm concerned. Give me a second here. I'll work with this. Oh, I'm just saying, go on. You guys are doing fine.
Okay, here. Well, you can't really, I don't want to pull them all out, but like I was telling y'all a few weeks ago, okay, you see all these purple church covers?
Yeah.
Those are all Yamaha X's DJ1.
No way.
Yeah, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up there. Yeah. So I had to build these shelves for all 7 of these synthesizers, and I use this guy. I use this guy, and this guy plays all 7 of them. This is like an artificial intelligent band.
Wow.
It's like an AI 4-piece band. And then that's my little mixer. And that's my turntable, yeah. Oh, did you ever see this? Did I ever show you this?
Oh my God, what is that?
That is the bass cannon. That is what.
Whoa, what is that?
That's the bass cannon.
Turn the camera. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, it's your stuff is incredible. You are He's like.
Let me get the.
It's like he owns a pawn shop. It's like he owns a pawn shop.
Right?
And every crack-addled meth head person had to sell him all their equipment while they went under.
Well, on eBay they had to. But yeah, that's the real prop from the Kill the Noise music video. It's called the bass cannon.
That's sick.
Yeah, right before Yeah. If you go online, type in "Kill the Noise," and then you can watch the video. The first
wine on the bottom of it to fuel it. What is that?
Oh no. Well, when these came out in China, they were saying you could put your iPod in there.
Oh, okay.
You put your iPod, and then
on the bottom, the bottle there.
Oh, which one? Hold on, where?
On the bottom, right there, to the right.
To the right.
Go to the right. The right.
Oh, you mean my left?
The right, to the wall.
To the wall.
No. Right. Not up. Right. Yeah, there you go.
You should see them when they're driving.
Now go south. Yeah. Go down. No, down. No. No, right.
Are you fucking with me?
No, right. I'm serious. Right. Keep going right. You got it. Keep going right, not down. You're going down.
Oh, this thing, the champagne bottle?
No, up.
Oh, shut up.
No, I'm serious. Right. It's a wine bottle.
Oh, the wine bottle. Yeah. One of the girls left that up there. I got to take it down. Yeah, one of the girls left it up there.
All right.
Yeah. I forgot about that, actually. I'm glad you said that. But anyway, but if you got that, that's the real bass cannon. I made my sister drive out to Burbank and go pick it up from the director and mail it to me.
What was the director of? What was it, Robert Zemeckis? Who was it?
No, his name's Mike Diva.
Oh, I know Mike Diva.
Yeah. If you
how do you know Mike Diva? You don't know Mike Diva.
Oh God, that's another episode. That's you don't know. That's a long story.
He's dating my friend.
Wow.
Who?
He is dating my ex-girlfriend.
Wow.
Mike
Let me
Diva.
call him. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right, call him.
While he
What's her
calls
name?
him. Oh, what's her name?
Ani.
Ami.
And he's dating.
Ami Komu?
He was. Ani.
Next.
Her
Can you
aunt
hear
sang
This young lady is with us, Ami Kamu. Are you Brandon Young's ex-girlfriend?
No.
Ah.
No. Drama. That would be.
Oh, Val. Hey, girl. Or Viv. Viv, how are you doing?
It's Ami. It's a new young
it's Ani?
lady.
It's not Viv?
Yeah, no, I have to introduce you. Ami Kumu. These are Brandon Young and the real Ian West, and they're pleased to meet you, I'm sure. So lovely, young lady. I am so glad you could join us. We could use the adult supervision. And tell us how things are going.
It's so late. I'm awake, but it's so late.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me on and allowing me to, again, just ask Ian and Brandon to have a little call and response with the guitar.
Yeah.
You got guitars in, and you're not playing any of them.
Playing. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two of you do some of that?
Yeah. For the general.
I don't think my neighbor's home, actually. I could turn it on. I could.
I mean, all that musical equipment and you haven't soundproofed your home?
I know. See, I was fucked up. I know. I was thinking about it. I was like, God damn, because it's just this one fucking wall. But what I was thinking about doing was taking the shelves off the amp heads and then putting the speakers up there. But then I just got these Sonys the other day. So now those are going to go up there. I'm going to sell the JBLs and get,
Why don't you show this young lady some of your equipment? Come on. I mean, we heard Brandon literally gasp. So his equipment's either really impressive or he's got a really big dick that he was flashing while I was gone.
No, it's a green screen. I just push a button and no, I'm joking.
So, dear Brandon, you play some musical instruments, don't you? Perhaps you could string something up that wouldn't disturb your neighbors? You have...
Sure. And I have the ukulele.
Please.
Douglas Sad.
Oh, Jesus. I hope you're not still in contact with that idiot. Yes, Daniel.
No. Oh, yeah, I know you're thinking. No.
Yes. Jesus.
Please don't think of the ukulele when you think of him.
Thank you. Okay. I'll try not to. I'll try to.
It is a post-World War II instrument to try to be happy.
Okay. Yeah,
about life.
Yeah. So, volcano singers and the like. Yes, all those ladies from the Pacific. So, Amy Komu, let's introduce yourself to our listeners. Tell us a little bit about whatever you're willing to share.
Thank you, Douglas. My name is Amy. Yes. Plain old AMY sounding.
Yeah.
My last name's Como. It's very French Canadian. I've been doing all kinds of genealogy work around how my family got to the North American continent. And I think that's why I first started listening to you, is because I was looking for records, military records of my grandfathers from the Civil War. And then also my grandmother's sisters were... One of them was a nurse in the Army during World War I, and the other one, she was in the Navy. And I've run into all kinds of barriers just trying to, find out like where they were stationed. I get letters saying, we have no record of them. They weren't in the military. And I'm sure you
Yes, the records were destroyed or shuffled or yes, I believe this completely because look at what happened to me and look at what all the stories I've told of what happened to others. So I'm so sorry that that happened to people who were related to you, and I'm really admiring the fact that you've done your best to try and find out what you could about them, and I apologize profoundly for mispronouncing your name. From now on, I'm going to do. By the way, everyone, her name is spelled Amie, but Amy Como. Amy Como. Am I getting it right this time?
Good. Yes. Oh, Como, like
Como.
the lake in Italy.
Yeah, like Perry Como. Like Perry Como.
Oh, we're French. They're Italian.
Okay. So is there a little different lilt to it? The lake in Italy, how would we pronounce that? Or France? Or I'm so sorry. Did you say France or Italy?
I think it's the same phonetically. It's just this weird, like we're so proud of our French heritage.
Yes.
And we can't be confused with the Italians.
Got it. Did you I'm sorry, did you say Quebecois? Is your family Quebec? I'm sorry.
Oui, merci.
Oh,
yes.
Oh my God.
Language.
Thank you.
I'm the first one. Oui.
Oh my God.
Yes.
It's some of the most beautiful people in the world up there. So, how did you so you still live there?
I'm here on the Quebec border, and that's my main thing is that I don't really have great phone service. Of course, this hour it seems to be working perfectly. Yeah, like I'm looking at an 11% on my hotspot that's allowing me to talk to you right now. So I don't know how much more time I have before this battery dies.
Oh wow.
But,
oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know how many more minutes I got before I got to go plug it in, and I don't know if it'll work. But
do you want to take some time to plug it in now so that you have a more generous amount of time with us? Is that possible?
It'll take me maybe 3 minutes to just go into the other room and make sure that the two devices are set up so that
please
one
go
can
ahead
charge.
And do that. We because we value your company, and by all means, take your time to do that. I'm sure that we've got these two gentlemen here can burn bandwidth while you do so. Yes.
They're gonna sing, yeah?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Yes.
How do I mute? I never use this. Hold on.
Oh, there we are. You did it, honey. You did it. Mwah. And she'll be back in a few moments. Oh, I'm so glad to have her with us. And then I'll, at some point I'll start to monologue. Obviously, that it's something that, but definitely always good to have this vibe, that feminine vibe. And it must be refreshing to you, Ian, where you've got feminine vibe.
A civil female vibe.
Yes.
A civil female. It's so nice, Hey, I'm working on this new comedy audio bit. You guys want to hear it? It's me and my Uber driver.
Okay, sure.
I mean, it's pretty fucking funny.
Sure.
Oh shit. Here it is. Okay. Oh shit. Oh no, that's not it.
He's playing it right now. This is we're listening to.
No, sorry. Here's another one. This is called Black Rob's Crazy Christmas. Here it is.
This is another song that I really love to sing, though. I do know
hold on. God damn it. I'm so sorry, y'all. That's not it. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. So anyway, my black friend Rob, he came over on like Christmas morning, and he was showing me this text message from this white chick who's like totally stalking him, and she wrote a novel of how she wants him and how she got this water, it's Jesus water, and she wants her to get him pregnant and shit. And I read it, and it's pretty funny. And I can't
wants her to get him pregnant.
Yeah, she wants. Yeah. And she's like, I as soon as I get it cleaned up and edited, I'm gonna release it. And I'm sorry I can't find the Uber thing, but the Uber thing's funny because I'm like messing with this Muslim dude. He's like this Muslim dude driving the Uber, and he's like, "What are the women?" And I was like, man, you gotta go to this place. I was like, I was fucking with the guy, and I was like, hey,
by the way, Amy's back. Yes, by all means. Amy, do you need to say something before Ian finishes his story, honey? Or she might have just clicked the hand up by mistake. Okay, so Ian, go on. Yes, by all means. So the Muslim guy's asking. He's driving, but he's asking you where the women are
Yeah,
at.
he's new. Yeah, he's new in Orlando. So he's asking me all the women are, and I'm like, you got to go to Dancers Royale. And he's like, do they pay to fuck? And I'm like, well,
yeah, I like the way he says that. Do they pay to fuck? He's asking if they'll pay to fuck him. Brilliant, right?
Well, anyway, I told him, I was like, you know, I wish I knew where the fucking clip was. I could just play it for you. But anyway, so I totally just break down on him. I'm like, so do you eat the ass? And then he's like, no. And I was like, dude, you got to eat the ass. I was like, these girls love having the ass eaten. And then he's like, I try. And man, I wish I had the fucking clip.
Oh my God.
Okay. God. It's so good though.
We do have the company of a young lady with us, so please.
Oh, I'm sure she likes it too.
Amy, I must apologize for the company I keep. I want you to understand.
Sorry, we're going through skits here. Sorry.
Yes. Honestly, he's really not that bad a guy. So, Amy, dear lady, so is it all plugged in now?
I think we're good. You can hear me, yeah? I just never...
Yeah. You sound fabulous, honey. Yeah. So, go on.
I'm still just so excited to be on. I'm really not focused on anything. Can you ask me some questions?
Yeah, certainly. Darling, I'd like to know about your family. And now, obviously, they seem to have had some connections with... Was this the Commonwealth military? I take it that the records you were looking at? Or did you have some relations across the border in the United States?
So most of my grandparents were in the U.S.
Okay.
They were in the U.S. I think their parents were Canadian.
Okay.
But when you start to look, there's just residency on both sides.
Okay.
They, the census has them in two different places. Oftentimes there's other families. Like there's I don't know what anybody else's experience is, but when you start looking back and you start asking questions, in my family, they say, oh, we never talk about that. And they're so consistent about we never asked. They never told us. And so when you start to look at the records, and you start to see, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. You wouldn't ask because, oh, yeah, after your great-grandmother passed away, the great-grandfather had another family in New Hampshire. And that's where, that's where, things, just didn't get handed down and they were never discussed.
Right.
So, in my old age, I've just decided that I want to have conversations before they're gone.
Yes.
I mean, today I was looking at all my old messages, emails from my grandmother who's 98.
Yeah.
She's the last of 4 girls. Her last name was Laporte, which, if you want to talk about Lovecraft, one of my friends was reading Lovecraft, and he's like, I want you to listen to it because it's about Vermont. All of his stories have connections back to Vermont. And so I was listening, and then the rats in the walls, that story, that was about the De La Pours. And so that was super interesting to me.
Yes.
Share it with my family, but they don't.
Yeah.
They have their ways. They're so old. So anyway, my grandmother is the youngest of 4 girls. She's the last in the Laporte line, and she's been saying for 40 plus years that, the Laporte women are on their way out. But she's 90. She's 98, which is incredible. Like, her children have had her in their lives. They're 70.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, had their mother for all this time. And I'm the firstborn. So that's another thing that I've been dwelling on, is that I'm the firstborn from my father's side. It's 3 generations back. I'm the firstborn of the firstborn men.
Yes.
So 3 Uzeb Komos, and then my father, and they were all firstborn sons, and then I'm a firstborn daughter.
Yeah.
In that line. So that's just, I don't know.
That's
I have no
fascinating. Thank you
idea
for
of it
sharing
means.
that. And when you read or listened to the audio book of the Rats in the Walls, obviously it's a fairly short read. Whoever was reading it, it was so the character at the not the main character who's the narrator, but the character that the narrator is talking about is basically degenerating before his eyes, basically becoming far more primal, feral, reverting to a primitive state. Was which character was the horror involved in the fact that I think Lovecraft's fear was being related to people who were degenerating, and was the character the Laporte or the object character, the character who was hearing all the rats in the walls? I can't remember which, or were they both kind of related in this?
How incredible is your mind that you would know if I could just randomly throw a Lovecraft story out there and you'd be like, oh yes, that one.
You're so brilliant.
Trauma, right? Like somehow it really like you do retain stuff in a way that other people don't. But the Delapore was the character who had met the narrator. Yes.
Yes.
And he had traveled back to Europe. So he had come from one of those original settler families, and he had found out about it through the military, about his family's estate in Europe. And so he'd gone back to try to regain, like to serve his father's wishes to go back to the homeland or whatever. I haven't listened to it in so long, but I do enjoy that one because it includes my grandmother's family, the Delapores, the Laportes. Of course, there's so many years, there's so many centuries. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And so like the other thing that I've just like more recently in the last week or so been looking at with the Laportes was, Roland Laporte, and maybe you have more information about the Waldensians from Piedmont, Italy. Like they were Protestants, and I read about it in a D.D. Hume.
Right. Yeah.
And so he was speaking of how Laporte had fought it with these Waldensians. He had fought, and all of their battles had been won with some kind of spiritual prowess. Like it was some miracle that had allowed them to hold off like extreme numbers, like, a group of 30 holding off thousands of soldiers, this kind of thing. And they credited this Laporte character, this Roland Laporte, with their leadership in Sevenois,
yes,
which is a town in France. So that's what I was just cruising the internet for when I realized it was Wednesday, Thursday transmission. And then dear Ian and Brandon were talking about the guitars again and failing to do any musical interlude, which would make this transmission so much brighter.
Yes,
I think.
Yes. Yeah, and hopefully we can convince them to do that. As I understand the reticence on the part of our dear Ian because of his neighbors, on the part of our dear Brandon.
Well, the copyright thing too. The copyright's the thing.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're playing it, it may be because it's I don't know. I don't know if a copyright that wouldn't apply if you're playing it, right?
Well, I can just see if they're fucking with you, Because that song only played for less than 30 seconds. They shouldn't have fucking said shit. But
it is, yeah.
I was very disappointed in the whole situation.
Understood. It wasn't. I blame Real Tech Geek as much as yourself. But either way, it's.
Oh no, it's all my fault. It's all my fault.
So Amy, I'm sorry. Now, the one thing that I can say is that just so people understand what dear Amy was bringing up. Daniel Douglas Hume, his name is spelled like home, Home, and he died in 18 86, I believe. And so he was known as, oh dear, is that our friend Ian then?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me go on mute. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Yes. And he goes digging for various things. So he was considered one of the most gifted mediums that ever lived. And he was known as the man who could fly. Just an incredible individual. People would just experience all kinds of things around him. Seances, sessions in which he produced all these spectral lights and wrappings, ghostly hands, which ended at the wrist, and reportedly shook hands with audience members, moved tables, chairs, and other objects. There was spectral music that would play. Of course, there was the spelling out in automatic writing of messages from the dead that would use lettered cards, and people would swear up and down that they would see him shrink his body in size. So he would ask people who were sitting beside him to hold his hands and feet to prove that he was not somehow manipulating the objects with secret devices or wires. He said that all of his feats, what people were seeing and experiencing, were made possible by friendly spirits over whom he had no control. Basically, there was a seance that took place in the Connecticut home of Ward Cheney, possibly a relative to the Cheney that later on effectively was running the United States or the American Empire. A wealthy businessman, so it wouldn't surprise me if he was ultimately one of the early antecedents towards Dick Cheney. And he was present the night that a local journalist, Mr. Burr, had an assignment to find out something incriminating against spiritualism in general, and especially about D.D. Hume, Daniel Dunglis. It's like Douglas, except it's Dunglis. All the debunkers were in an uproar with his repute, and so Burr was profoundly impressed. Rather than writing an article of exposure, what he wrote was something akin to quote him, if from what I remember, suddenly, without any expectation on the part of the company, Hume was taken up into the air. I had hold of his hand at the time, and I felt his feet, and they were lifted a foot from the floor. And he palpitated from head to foot with the contending emotions of joy and fear. And in other words, these people get very emotional when they're channeling. And so he was just taken again and again from the floor, and Burr wrote that the third time he was taken to the ceiling of the apartment, with which his hands and feet came into gentle contact. Of course, Hume claimed that he didn't know himself how any of this was accomplished, just said it was an unseen power that simply came over him and lifted him into the air. So this is full body levitation. There's a few saints that have historically been recorded to have accomplished this. But with Hume, he became a celebrity. He was traveling to Europe, associating with the rich and famous. He married the daughter of a Russian nobleman with whom he had a son, Gregoire, if I remember. I think that what was the scandal that took place? I think what had happened was he became embroiled in a scandal involving a wealthy widow who claimed that Hume tried to bilk her out of a large sum of money. Now, Hume maintained the money was given for his spiritual services, rather spiritualistic, and the widow never demanded the return of the fortune until he claimed he refused her sexual advances. So this trial, of course, became really embarrassing. Many of Hume's supporters abandoned him, and when it was over, he was forced to return the money. But what I can't understand is why anyone was bothered by any of this. It's like people are basically appreciating this man because incredible things are happening in his presence. And if the guy turns out where okay, so him and this widow were involved, and he felt that he deserved this money. Ultimately, is forced to return it. This has nothing to do with his talents. It may show that he's lacking in terms of perhaps some moral ethics, but it doesn't have anything to do with discrediting his abilities. It's very profoundly bizarre to me how people misplace what they hold against others. In terms of all of this, of course, I turn it back to our dear Amy. Does any of this ring any memory bells with you, or anything else that it might bring to mind?
Well, just what you were speaking of about so his relationships. I believe I didn't know that he'd had a son. So that's interesting. Gregoire, you believe the name was a Gregoire Hume?
Yes, I believe. Certainly the first name was spelled Gregoire. Gregoire.
Third.
I'm sorry.
The third. This was the Russian.
Yeah, the
wife?
Russian noblewoman's son. Yes.
Okay. So
should have his last name since he married her. Yes, it should be his surname. Yes.
Yeah, he married 3 women, and none of them worked out. He believed that the last one, because she was so much younger than him, that he would go before she, and that turned out to be wrong. He lost her as well. But this widow, I think in his writing, I had read that whenever he accepted money for his work, that would cause his talents to disappear. So I believe what it was is that he had agreed, and this had happened a number of times where people had suggested to him that they adopt him, that in some way that their fortunes would be considered also his, but through adoption. He had refused them in his youth, but at this point in his life, he was so maybe unsupported because, he'd lost all his wives. He was always without means because he refused to accept money for his work. And that this widow, she had agreed to adopt him, but he didn't have the powers anymore. And she really didn't have all her senses. This was the impression I got in the little bit that I had read. And
it makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Go on, honey.
Go on. I really don't know. This is just stuff that I've been looking at.
Just so people know, this entire phenomenon of spiritualism or spiritism started in upstate New York, Rochester, New York specifically, when people became aware of it. Had a lot to do with what they would call rapping. In those days, rapping with the dead didn't mean singing in very fast rhyme, but it meant literal knocking, and it was 2 little girls, or one little girl, 1 or 2, I can't remember which, I'd have to look it up, that was using this kind of knocking language to communicate with the dead. All of this exploded in World War I when everybody's sons went to the battlefield to die. And so people began desperately trying to communicate with their sons on the other side. And this impacted people profoundly, especially Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes and many other works, whose son had died in World War I. Just profound, the loss of life and how people tried to cope with it. So spiritualism people thought would have been a major religion for the future, but it did not become such. It was there's very, very few, shall we say, practicing enclaves. One of which was in upstate New York, of course. Another, but it's not Rochester. I know that much. Some very small town where everybody there is essentially a spiritist. There's a church in San Francisco which is supposed to be spiritist. I've never been in it. My cosmetologist knew a friend who was involved with it, some lady friend of hers who she felt it was not a positive experience for her. She felt that the young lady was somehow open to possession through that. This kind of attempted channeling. By the way, George Knight has rejoined us, and George Knight, let me introduce you to the lovely young Amy Como. Did I say that right, honey? Como? Como.
No, you didn't. You didn't. Try again.
Amy Como. Amy.
Quick. Good job.
Okay.
Hello. It's so nice to see you, and that must be Sarah in your photo.
Oh, hello, Amy. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Douglas, for having me back on, because I'm able to jump back on only for a short period, but I thought I might as well whilst I've got the opportunity, and I've got this time spare. Thank you.
Yes.
And hello, Amy. Very nice to meet you. And yes, that is my wife, Sarah. Thank you so much for asking.
Yes. And his wife, Sarah's lovely, is she not?
Oh, it's so funny because I listen and I don't ever get to see the screenshots, and that's why I had originally thought I just need to get on the Skype in order so that I can see your screen shares because it's really frustrating to be in the audience and not have access to the thing. Although sometimes it seems like I'm being spared of something terrible.
At any rate, I won't jump on that. It is so tempting to say something about, the grimace on Ian West's face, or Brandon Young parading a Stephen King book before him. Oh my God.
I got the biggest shit-eating grin right now.
Yes, you do. And so, George, while you're able to be with us, I think one of the ironic things about Canada is that it, of course, cursed us with Jordan Peterson. And Jordan Peterson was simply the warm-up. He was like the appetizer to Andy Tate. It was like that. He was like preparing the ground for Andrew Tate to just take it to, Jordan Peterson took it to the ground, and Andy Tate took it to the sewer. He took it under the ground, into the gutter. Whatever else you could inform us about that situation, or the situation in Ukraine, or anything else, go ahead and share that with us, since you only have a few minutes.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely. That is why I felt the obligatory to come back on, actually, because I was thinking there's so many aspects I haven't raised yet, and it's like it either requires me to come on in a future transmission, or if I can do it right now. So I'm hoping to have about between 10-15 minutes or even longer, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, and the other thing I noticed when I was reviewing some of his interviews, what Andrew Tate has been advocating is he references the world around him as the Matrix.
Yes.
Oddly enough, he just keeps referencing everything as the Matrix. Even when he was detained by the Romanian police force, when the police raided
he said the agents of the Matrix have shown up. Yeah.
Yes, the agents of the Matrix have shown up.
Can't resist this. While you're here, I will bring up the fact that I articulated in the latest episode before tonight's that, of course, his father Emery was heavily involved with chess, and I pointed out the fact that unlike what most people have been led to think about chess as this admirable pursuit because it disciplines them, as I pointed out in the past,
Teddy Roosevelt.
Chess was viewed as this negative thing, and you'll notice that Andrew Tate is obsessed with chess analogies for life. And saying
exactly,
that,
Douglas,
that life is like a game of chess. Now, for people, just understand this: chess really does not help you with anything else. There's a myth that at one point some German individual said, when World War II started, "Oh, there's no way we can win this war." And when asked why, he said something to the effect of, "Because we don't have a single general who knows how to play chess." Now, understand that this is all a myth. That chess does not make you a better strategist when it comes to real life operations. Chess is just chess. You're sitting head to head with someone face to face. This is what adds to its mystique. But this is not life. You're not facing a single nemesis in life whom you're gaming with, and to provide this confrontational allegory for life is truly a negative perspective on life. I mean, if you're trying to look at life as this game you're playing with who? God? Some kind of nemesis that you're that you're trying to game on a board. No, life is too complicated for that. So George, take it back. And I just had to get that out there because that's another element to this man's, polluting or misleading the minds of people into this two-dimensional, confrontation perspective. So go on, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you very much for that. And it just shows how just convoluted this whole situation is, and what this man is advocating, what he's saying, and people are taking it as gospel. They're taking it as seriously and literal as possible. And just like I exposed earlier, is when he makes these statements saying that people 70 years ago were making £75,000 in a year. That is just, and they could just buy their house outright in a year. That is just completely insane. Just him making these statements, and nobody's bringing his statements to the table. Nobody's
putting them to the test.
And they're not basically challenging this individual, but they're taking everything. And especially, it's scary with these young individual men. These are the targets. He is trying to leech.
Indoctrinate. The word is mass indoctrination. Go on.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. This is what he's doing to these young men. He's mass indoctrinating them into taking a stance on his side.
Well, on the side of Vladimir Putin, ultimately. Remember, one of the things I brought up was he was playing a Putin commercial on his Twitter feed, where Putin is going around helping this young man get a straight family and shit, which puts Putin in the role of this godlike figure that this man Andrew Tate is trying to promote. It's disgusting in time of war. Ineffectively when it doesn't matter that he's no longer in England, which is effectively at war with Russia. This is what the Russians themselves will say. It doesn't, he's living in Romania, which is on the front lines of NATO, right on the front lines of the conflict, and he's promoting the fucking Russian perspective, and he doesn't understand why they're busting him. I mean, he's definitely a Russian asset, and he's what's a Russian mass asset for indoctrination of the Western young men into siding with the Russian Empire. So go take it from there, George, by all means.
Absolutely, Douglas, and this is why I'm coming across a load of people. They are white Caucasian heterosexual males like myself, who are literally promoting Russian propaganda, everything that they are spewing, and it's scary. And this is what I've got to deal with on a daily basis.
Thank you. It's an endless struggle because of these brainwashed idiots. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and they're advocating. Oh no, it's the NATO. They're advancing, further east into Russia, and this is why
you do remind them that NATO expansionism is based on nations voluntarily requesting to enter NATO, as opposed to the old Warsaw Pact nations, which were simply overrun. But come on.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. It's just this is the insanity of it. So they're trying to promote this anti-NATO expansionism, and
our local Russian pundit he raises his hand. Ian West has a question. Oh, no doubt. This is the man who said John Moran.
Do you guys not know why he got locked up?
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, Andrew Tate. You know why he got locked up, right?
You're not going to tell
Douglas even talked about it last transmission.
You're not going to tell
for the human trafficking.
Yeah.
That's what Douglas was saying. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. I thought you guys just said you didn't know why he got locked up, and I'm like, hold on. I apologize. I apologize.
That's cute. It's human. Beyond that, actually, the rumors coming out of Romania, they arrested him for both human child trafficking and rape, but the rumors are coming out that it was also human child organ trafficking. That's what they're going to pursue.
Yes, that's correct. I saw the video. It's fucked up what he did to this chick.
Yeah. Okay. What did you talk about? The one where he's beating her with a belt, or some other woman he's gutting her of her kidneys, or the like?
The video before the belt, though. Yes, the belt, but the part before that.
Okay. And what exactly happened, so our listeners understand the depravity?
She wanted to fucking get out of there.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Nah, bitch, you fucking cam and shit," and fucking, he slapped her down, and she got up and fucking ran for the door, and he like grabbed. I mean, that motherfucker is big. That's like Jason fucking Voorhees coming after you. That guy's huge, and fucking just threw her down on the goddamn ground, and then he picked her whole body up by her fucking hair.
Ooh.
It was brutal. It was brutal.
So
it was almost as bad as Brooke.
Yeah.
Oh, Ian, by the way, I did laugh earlier, but I was like, what the hell's been going on? I've obviously missed something. Just with your statement about her, I was like, wow, that's come out of Ian West's mouth. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. What did you think? Ian West and Brooke were friends or something? Or I mean,
until I heard earlier, I thought they were, on a civil relationship.
Well,
Yeah.
it's something like Ian has kind of a masochism to a degree. I mean, so do I to a degree. There's kind of a humiliation fetish going on there. But
no, I just realized I'm talking to idiots, so I just hang in there with them.
He's referring to Brooke in this case, but that's but Brooke, I love you. Okay, so don't just it's if she reviews this later or something. I just want to stay out of the range of her belt. Okay,
absolutely.
Don't want her picking me up bodily and throwing me down on the floor. But in terms of yes, so now our man George Knight was following up on that video. I believe that was before the Romanians raided him for keeping women against their will, and that's where Brooke, that's where Brooke brought up the fact that there were 75 women on his property that are around 65 or 75, something like that, and of course he was exploiting them all. This man is a mass female trafficker, what he calls trafficking.
He's a slave master. He's a slave master.
He is disgusting. So go on, George. Yes, by all means.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And the other important things I wanted to bring up is Greta Thunberg or Thunberg.
Yes.
Because there's many people pronounce it differently, and I think it is the correct Douglas Thunberg, or is it? Yeah, it is Thunberg.
I always thought it was Thunberg, but if they say Thunberg, she's not here to correct us. I mean,
So thank you, because
it's an accent thing. It's an accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I learned from James O'Brien was he mentioned that her tweet to him was I think it was the third most popular tweet. Her response, besides her saying, referencing the size of his manlyhood, it was the third most reviewed tweet in history. The first, obviously, unfortunately, is Elon Musk's, Coca-Cola tweet, and then I think it goes Barack Obama, I believe, or maybe they're switching between the two. Yeah, but hers was the third most reviewed tweet in history, which is great. But what they were saying, what I learned from that was people were trying to say that it was Greta Thunberg who reported him to the police, and it's like, well, no, the pizza boxes had the address from where he ordered the pizzas, so they communicated, the intelligence communicated with the licensed premises of the pizza delivery service, and they got the location of his hotel address. So that is what happened. And
so he was raided in a hotel. It was not his residence then.
So this is where I'm a bit confused, Douglas. So I assume but it could be I could be wrong here, but the address could do you know what it is? This is where it's a bit convoluted, because
I think
you get
basically what happened was
information.
the Romanian police had, of necessity, been tracking this son of a bitch forever, and they knew where he was, and had nothing to do with Greta Thunberg or the pizza boxes. It's just everybody took advantage of that to deliver basically what people were trying to do. This is all the right. Ever since Andrew Tate was raided and arrested, they have mobilized basically the Russians, along with the radicalized right fifth column in the West. They've all mobilized all of his army of incels. And so what they tried to do was turn this into Greta Thunberg is an asset of the deep state bullshit, saying that she taunted him into, and then she saw his pizza boxes. She taunted him into revealing where he was, then used his pizza boxes to get him busted. And all of this is to generate hatred of Greta Thunberg and promote her as an asset of the deep state. The reality is, of course, the Romanians knew where he was. Yeah. And what happened was that all they had to do was just raid his home, and they raided his home, and they raided his brother's home, and wherever they were at, they got them because they knew where they were at. It had nothing to do with the fucking pizzas. So
Yeah,
it just
and that's when he made the reference of the agents of the Matrix.
Yes.
I've got him. Yeah.
Yeah, but
And so,
you see, this is this is the matrix he put himself into when he demanded the Romanian mafia open their doors to him, and ultimately he managed to finagle his way into controlling casinos in Romania, along with trafficking. He was becoming the kingpin of Romania, and it was as much the underworld that wanted, in their words, this nigger out of Romania, along with his brother, as well as the police. It was when you've got both the underworld and the overworld after you at that point, you're done. I mean, this man just burned too many bridges. Go on, yes.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas, and that's so important to to relay to everyone. And because when I was listening to James O'Brien about him, that's what I was reiterating is what he was gaining and what he was exposed, and the fact that there are these alt-right, extremists, right wingers, these who are obviously it's to conspire against Greta Thunberg as an asset of the deep state, and that's exactly what James O'Brien was saying. But he was also saying that, these people were saying that it was Greta Thunberg that called the police, and they were using the pizza box as the excuse for it. So it's conspiring against Greta Thunberg, and it was obviously, it's Russian propaganda as well as, his own influences, his own army of incelibates that he's recruited,
which is basically effectively a Russian fifth column. Go on.
Yes, thank you. And he does now. He references it as a university, as I don't know if he calls it his own name, references after his own name, Tate University, but he goes...
Actually, he calls it Hustler University. He calls it Hustler. Go on.
Yeah, I think it is, Douglas. I think you're correct there. I think he references it as Hustlers University because he says he gets all these young men private messaging him, and he charges them. He charges them money for the service, and he will help them, and he tells them that, no, it's the world you live in that's the problem. It's everybody else's problem. It's not your fault. It's not your problem. They won't take accountability and responsibility for their own actions or their own problems, why they can't get women and why they're not rich. But he says, I can make you rich without you doing anything, without you investing in anything. And that's the message he's portraying to all these young men. And it's really quite frightening. And if you're a young woman, I would stay put. I would literally, because he's telling people, they'll lock you down over a common cold. And that's what he references the COVID pandemic as the common cold. He goes, they'll lock you in your own homes, but he's basically telling all these young women to be to be trafficked. That's what he's getting these young men to do to these women. It is exploitation.
Yes, and beyond that, he's programming, indoctrinating these young men to traffic in women as their industry. That this is their industry that will pull them out of their hole. Yes, go on. Yes.
Yeah, it is truly frightening, and
it's evil. It's pure raw evil.
It's diabolical. Yeah, it's diabolical, Douglas. And my God, it is a frightening aspect. And the fact that all these young men are literally pivoting towards him as well, it is frightening. It is truly. I mean, if you're a woman right now, I wouldn't even bother going out. I'll just stay in your homes as safe as possible until this guy gets literally. He needs, and obviously he was removed from all platforms, social media platforms, and now Elon Musk is returning to just Twitter alone and TikTok. And so, it's this guy doesn't deserve to be.
Well, hopefully he doesn't have access to any of those while he's in a Romanian prison. But go on,
yes, thank you.
They're a lot different from prisons in England or America. I think he'll be pretty isolated. Go on.
Thank God for that. Yeah, no, he shouldn't have a platform that or voice to speak at any point in the future ever again. To be honest with you, Douglas, it is true. And the thing is, I think we will see an increase in this. This. Oh, it's horrible, and I know how bad it is already. Just with the stats that the World Health Organization has submitted over the years. What I learned from yourself, Douglas, with domestic violence towards women alone in the United States. I think it's like every 9 seconds.
Yes.
That's what's reported. But can you imagine what's unreported, what's undocumented? the amount of domestic violence that goes on in the United States, you know, alone, let alone the world, because this man has reached every single country in the world on his platform. He's reached billions of views. So you can imagine the way that, you know, these men are like really like, yep, I'm indoctrinated. I'm going to do this to every woman I come across. You know, I'm going to, you know, rip off their jewelry and throw it out the car window, because that's what he's telling them to do.
Yes. It's
take their jewelry and threaten them by saying you're going to throw them out the window.
Yes.
And that's what.
Yeah.
That's truly frightening.
Yes, he's just human garbage. And,
giving them, the legitimacy and the right to actually do that to a woman. That's violation. It's a crime. It's illegal. And he's trying to legitimize this. And it's I could go on and on, Douglas, but that is just me expressing my views on it. It's truly horrifying. It's evil.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I mean, I really appreciate your taking the time to be with us to definitely bring this up and
because I've got 2 girls and I'm fighting for them. I'm truly fighting for them. So it's a new type of reality aspect of this world I have to, you know, make them aware of and just let them know about this. Because also I'm understanding now, Douglas, because when I was a boy growing up, I was always told, and of course I went through it with my own, you know, mother and father, you know, he was violent towards her. So I grew up from the aspect and the perspective from my mother's side that a man is physically more dominant than a female. He can overpower a woman. And that was the whole, you know, he would lose his temper when he felt underpowered, when he felt she was inferior to him. So that is when he would, you know, lash out violently. And I've always known that a man is far more capable of doing far more damage physically to a woman than a woman could ever do to a man. And I've just seen the other side of it, of what effects it does to a woman. So I am completely against any man putting their hands on a woman. And not only that, just raising their voice to a woman. And this guy is telling people you can do that. But these children that are under the age of 10 are doing that nowadays. That when a girl at school is, you know, is being a bit more boisterous than normal, being boisterous in terms of, you know, just being a bit more in your face, a bit more volatile towards anyone, then the boy feels like he has the right to actually lash out physically or respond physically. And there's no repercussions of that.
You know, this is why people should not be allowed on the information highway until, you know, without adult supervision until the age of 18, just as you would with driving. If you're telling me these young men are influenced by this son of a bitch, then this really shows you the threat that we're facing. And thank God he's been taken out, at least transitionally. Hopefully they find everything they need on him. If not, hopefully they fabricate the evidence they need to basically throw this guy.
Just to get him in prison for life.
Yeah, and that's what, you know, the Romanians are not above that. They're not beyond that. So I see that as being actually quite possible. So hopefully that does happen. And, you know, and it could easily be the underworld bribing officers to do this. And if so, more power to them. You know, there's nothing that the underworld would ever do in Romania that amounts to the kind of evil that this man is trying to perpetrate on the world. And this is, of course, you know, ultimately the product of Dr. John Henry Hagman. If you know, this goes back to, and Amy may have heard me say this on the last episode or not, but for those listeners who have not, Brendan Zogit did a lot of background research and became convinced that Emery Tate, the father of Andy Tate and his brother, was basically subjected to a nanoplasma transfusion like my own, and then acquired several attributes very similar to mine, and just began also to exhibit the kind of irresponsibility and hypersexuality, and all of this translated into his sons. But none of these people are aware of it. This is why knowledge is humbling. None of these people had the knowledge of why they had these talents, and so they simply assume, they presume themselves to be superior. Amy's gone off mute, so Amy, what would you like to say, young man?
Yeah, I'm just trying to track back to the John Henry Hagman, the doctor, that I don't even know where I want to go with it. It's just so heart-wrenching. Like, to think that, you know, all of this exists and we're all subject to it, and you know, it gets really hard to understand, like, how do you take steps to address this? I know a lot of women in domestic violence situations. I've been in them myself. I feel like there's a point to be made in the fact that when you objectify sex and you lose that role of mother, it becomes really difficult to heal anything. I've done a lot of work around these archetypes, these feminine archetypes of maid, mother, crone, that kind of belief system. And I understand that in order to heal this situation, you have to start with each person. Like, you have to go back to how it arose somewhere. It was dependent on a mother relationship that had variables, and sourcing back to whatever happened to this doctor to make him do that.
He's still on the fucking loose. Oh, well, like you said, whatever happened to him to turn him into this monster. Well, here's what I say, is that basically what we're faced with is, take a look at the enemy. The enemy is mass indoctrinating men now to be like this en masse. So what we have to do is educate at the national level. We no longer have the option. This is going to require, of course, basically what we're heading towards, and what men like George is going to be gone in 5 minutes. So let's let him have the last 5 minutes, and I can go into what might be a potential solution, of course. But George, take the last 5 minutes then, or are you
Oh
returning?
no, that's all right, Doug. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Oh, you'll be back in 5 minutes. Oh, okay then.
Give me 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time. We'll be here when you're back.
I'll return back to call. Thank you very much. And Amy, you are so correct. I do understand what you're saying.
Yes.
And I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I would ask Amy to do while he is gone is to explain maid, mother, crone to our listeners. And Brandon Young, you might be familiar with this. I'd like you to participate a bit. I doubt Ian has heard of this, but if he has, he's welcome to speak. But Brandon Young, tell us what you know about the maid, mother, crone. Have I got that right? Tell us what you know about that.
Yes. Well, it's kind of the three-faced Hecate.
Yes.
The evolution of the witch.
Yes.
From maiden, seductive maiden, to mother, to old crone.
Yes.
And that is sort of like, if you look at the mythology of Hecate, Hecate is a three-faced goddess, witch.
Excellent.
And essentially that is the archetype of what we're talking about here.
Well, all woman, all femininity, in a sense.
Yeah.
And so, Amy, I want you to also layer onto that. And I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes myself. I just finished this Coke, and I got to rinse the taste out of my mouth, or else it just erodes the, my enamel. So, Amy, take it away. Honey?
You're repeating your lines. You're saying the same thing all the time. I wanted to tell you at one point that we think the Coca-Cola eats the mold out of your body. That's what me and my chemistry professor have come up with for why we love our Coca-Cola so much. It's eating the mold out of your body. It's good for you, but you can wash your mouth out.
Thank you. And while I do that, honey, take over. Tell us a bit about layer on to what Brandon has said.
I can do that. So I'm really thinking like in terms of archetypes for females that are valid. I appreciate that Brandon has heard of this. And he actually knows the source of that mythology. I simply am looking at it in terms of like general places that every woman might visit in their life. Because some women aren't ever going to identify with these other archetypes that exist. Like, I don't know. Can you think of another archetype for a woman that might, like this, the cougar? The cougar might be one. like a candy girl. That might be another one.
The Puma?
So maybe, yes.
That's pre-cougar. That's pre-cougar.
The Puma is a pre-cougar archetype.
Yeah, it's like I think Puma is 30 to 40 and then Cougar's 40 and up, I think. I could be wrong.
Well, I would definitely think you would be an expert, so I'm going to take that as probably true.
Yeah, I was banging this Puma. She was a dentist, but anyway, I'll go on mute.
That's okay. I'm just thinking in terms of like, can you think of like a archetype that's positive that almost every woman in your life might identify with? I mean, there's some pretty.
Mary.
Say that again.
Mother Mary.
Mother Mary. Yes, the cult of Mary. Yeah. That's what makes you think that every woman might identify with that?
Because she's mother.
It's
maiden.
Brooke doesn't.
Virgin maiden and crone at the same time.
Yeah. Was she a sister?
I don't know. I think so. But she was, the archetype is that she's everything in one. Athena, warrior goddess.
Yeah.
Good.
Looking at astrology, some of those female archetypes.
Everything is kind of wrapped up in Mary, and that was the whole gist of it. But
a succubus or a concubine? I'm trying to just go through it.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, totally. Like at least we're like addressing some of those.
You didn't say they had to be positive. They're just an archetype in general.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are some. In my experience, there has been some what they call negative feminine.
Like Brooke, super succubus right there. That she'll just suck the soul out of you. But anyway,
I'm not gonna say who, but these are sort of spirits that
I am so not scared of her. Totally not.
No, I'm not scared of her except when she comes to me at the night. No.
Have you seen her?
No, she's fine. I don't care. She's fine. I like her. But there are the sort of the spirits of there is a succubus spirit. Just like there is the incubus spirit.
Oh, she emits it. The succubus spirit.
Yeah, I don't know. But those things are real. And those are other archetypes of the feminine. There is a feminine that impulse, whether you want to call it psychological or identity, that seeks to destroy the man and seeks to destroy creation, unfortunately.
Lilith, the story of the equal to Adam. Lilith.
Good one. I forgot about that.
Well, exactly. Right.
And she's not happy. She's rejected. She's
right.
not, she prefers the animals to the man because of her sense of superiority, if not equality, to her husband.
That's right.
Would Eve count? Would Eve count?
Sure.
Would Eve be one?
Eve would be one, in my opinion, because
it was like a game. It's good.
Well, if you look at the mythology of Adam and Eve, Eve is the one that gets seduced by the serpent. And how does she get seduced? Through the eyes, through the imagination, through thought. Not through anything really.
Through the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, anyhow,
right. Jezebel, that's a good one.
Sammy, jump on the call. Jump on the bandwidth, Sammy, if you can. I mean, good God, it's still hell. I mean, you're a late night person. You can handle it. And so hopefully Sammy will join us. Just thinking about him and just thinking about Lilith earlier. Understand that Lilith's attitude was well, these animals are more of a man than Adam. That was her conclusion, aside from the fact that, of course, she was made of the same stuff as Adam and certainly not going to take his shit. So she's certainly become a archetype of focus for women as they come into their own. And of course, this is what these men are trying to destroy is ultimately female empowerment, feminism. They blame feminism for the ills of the world. One of the things that our man George Knight said was, "Oh, they're blaming women for all of their problems." They wouldn't say that. They would say, "Oh, it's feminism." But what they really mean is woman. They're really blaming women for all of their problems. And yes, it's so when you're dealing with this level of mobilization, this is war. What's going on already in terms of just normal domestic violence against women is war. I mean, when you have basically the fact that femme battering is the number one cause of injury to American women, that a woman is beaten every 9 seconds in these United States alone, not 9 minutes, but 9 seconds. That amounts to 9,600 FTBs, or female targeted batterings, a day. 9,600 female targeted batterings in 24 hours. That's of over 3.5 million, 3,504,000 American women so injured annually. That's over 1.5 million. 1,500,000 of those injuries require immediate emergency medical response. This is all per the U.S. CDC, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention. It's far more dangerous to be an American woman than almost anything else on earth. All this bullshit about American cops or soldiers, honoring them, respecting them, for fucking what? They have none of the dangers that an American woman faces. It makes me sick. So when they're being mobilized on an industrial scale to exploit women, this is war that can only be won by violence. It's the only language the enemy understands. So it's only force majeure, by right of force, that we can start nationally educating this out of the society. We just have to win the upcoming Civil War. That's really what it comes down to. So, obviously,
I really think it's the man. I think the man has gotten so lost and so weak and so fucked up that.
Well, bear in mind, your average cultist of Jordan Peterson or Andy Tate or any of these kinds of gurus would say that, oh, the man has lost his way. Men have lost healthy male role models. And all they're really promoting is toxic masculinity. What kind of role model does a man really fucking need? I mean, this is one of the reasons why I continually present myself in drag is to...
That kind of sounds gay to me, to be honest with you.
There you go. Oh, my God.
I mean, that's just me.
Do you realize how insecure you are to say that? The fact that you say that, that
it's gay for a man to have a role model?
Oh, that's what you're saying. You're saying that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's kind of pathetic for another guy to look up to another guy. It's like, are you that insecure you got to look up to somebody else?
Okay, I get
like
that.
Me, I don't look up to anybody.
Okay.
Except for Brooke, because I never know when she's coming at me with I'm just joking. I'm joking.
That's cute. No, that's cute.
I got to get her, though. I got to get her. She deserves it.
Yeah,
anyway.
I get it. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
But no, I think it's pathetic for men to be that fucking pathetic that they need a role model.
I just feel like most men haven't resolved their mama issues.
That's true. Yeah. My preacher says that all the time. He's like, he always says.
You have a preacher?
Yeah.
Douglas.
You didn't know that?
Well, tell us a bit about this.
Ian's preacher.
Yeah, his name's the Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. Have you heard of him?
Of course not. I don't attend those kinds of cults.
Oh, every Sunday, buddy, on YouTube. Oh, he broadcasts live. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. He teaches you how to forgive your mother. It's so good. He's like, that's basically every man's problem. He never forgave his mother. So you're supposed to go to your mother and say, I forgive you. And then that fixes everything. It's amazing.
You can, I don't know. Like, some people can't do that. Some people don't.
Yeah, no, that's why they're fucked up.
Well, but I'm saying, like, you, in your own mind as an adult, you have to be able to say, okay, well, where did my mama get so messed up? And can I just look at myself and my attitude towards other women and say, I need to treat other women in a way that my mom could never treat me.
Seeing as how, like, a lot of we have a lot of broken homes and divorces and shit. You know, that's why, that broken home causes the emotional distress as a child, and you get lost in that after a year, years growing up, and that leads to the women abuse.
Woman abuse. Go ahead.
It has to. I just feel like there's that, like, there is that dependent origination where if you have stuff with your mom, and then all you do is move out of your mom's house into your wife's house.
Like, you know how the women usually drive the husbands away and stuff, and that's why families get divorced?
Wait, whoa, wait a second. The woman drive the husbands away, and
or vice versa, you know? I mean, it could go south either, on either part. But, unless, if there's somebody that's being abusive to women, it's got to stem from the mother disconnect. You know what I'm saying?
And it can be provoked through other relationships.
True. Yes, ma'am. That's true. Trying to think of an example of one.
Too, but we have a different relationship with our mother because we become our mother.
I forgive my mother every day. Every day I forgive her.
I love how you were like, my mom called the cops on me.
Yeah. Oh, you know that story? Oh my god. Yeah, no, you know what? She did hit me up the other day, and I still haven't texted her back though. But she's still on timeout. She's still on timeout.
I can help you at all. My mom
that noise. Oh god, what is that noise?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was him. It was him. He starts. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about pipe. My bad. Here, let me go.
Is that what that is? Jesus, his suck power is so powerful. It sounds like a jet engine or something like that.
So needy.
Oh my god. He just.
Yeah, I forgot to go put water in this. I'm glad you said that.
I just hyperventilate. There's people like he and Joe Ty. They make me panic. They bring out this panic in me. Oh my god. So at any rate, George is back with us. And perhaps
yes.
Yes. So by all means, George, we were speaking of just before you left the various archetypes and stuff like that. Sammy brought up Jezebel. I tried to call to bring Sammy and Brooke on, but they're not having it. So we'll see what happens. They're welcome to jump on anytime they wish. Amy, do you remember what George was on about just before he left?
Yeah, sorry.
Go on, George.
I was going to say, you're talking about John Henry Hagman.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Go on with what you know about him, sir.
Oh, I was going to, because of course we were talking about, just a little bit of my experience, with men, domestic violence towards men and my personal experience with it. I was going to say, Douglas, with John Henry Hagman, I've actually I don't have it in my archives, but I have seen photographs of this individual, and he is a fat slob. Yeah. Just him presenting at a university, or it's like some form of science or medicine university, just teaching medical science or something like that. I've seen him with students, so I've seen photographs of this individual, and he's just a fat slob.
Thank you.
And no, wanted to just share that, and obviously, you know, I can always present it in the I could find it quite easily and then present it again. You know, I can present it in the text box for
just
Amy,
so everyone knows, whenever you see photographs like that, download them into your records because sometimes they disappear off the internet forever. And
as I know all too well, yes, it's something that's continuous, it's perpetual. It goes on and on, you know. So after you expose something, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's a heavy like campaign out to scrub it.
It's true. It's incredible, and it's very frustrating. Yeah. Now, Joe Tai has joined us. Joe, what was it that you'd like to share?
Oh, Andrew Tate's. I think there's a restaurant that's open. It's called the War Room, and I think Andrew Tate has claiming to be something like a Masonic piece of club of some shit. He charges like $5,000 to sucker these guys into joining the secret society bullshit.
You said it was a restaurant with the name of the War Room? I mean, that doesn't sound very appetizing.
Well, it's like it's in Albany. I mean, it's right on at the Capitol. It's right behind the Times Union. It didn't open when I was there like a month ago. They were hiring people, but it's a place that even George Bush Sr. went into. So there's pictures of. I was trying to check out the place, and I saw a picture of George Bush in the
Senior. Well, it must have been around forever because he died. Like, did he go in there just before he died or something?
No. There's a picture of him in front of that restaurant, bar restaurant. It's called the War Room. It's like they got like it's like a picture of a revolutionary soldier or something.
Of course.
In front. Wow. But Tate was talking about how he wanted to buy power, so. Mm-hmm. You know, and I was listening to him a bit. You know, things don't make sense, but he's like Donald Trump and his fake university. You know?
Yeah. Well, with Hustlers University charges like depending on how far you want to go with it, you get charged more. But it's just like another cult. It's like what Scientology became. You know, just basically charging people. Who was with us that dropped off? It was George Knight left. Okay, I guess his work called him on duty, and well, we love you, George. Hey, send our love with Sarah, and so with that, we have 5 of us now. Joe Tai, Amy Como. Oh, Joe, I must introduce you. Joe, this is the lovely Quebecois, Amy Como. Como. Yes, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Joe Tai.
Hi, how you doing, Amy? Nice to meet you.
I'm good. I just remember that one time when Douglas was so sick and you just had to hold the air. I don't even know what I can do. And he was so sick and he had to end his transmission. And then that was when you told everybody, oh, I've got this vasovagal syncope. And it flares up, and I was like, that's what my father has. And it was just a wonderful little connection that I just imagined how, because it's so scary when that happens, because you need people around you who know what's going on in order to have you lie down and put your feet up. And that's really the only solution. But if you're not, like for instance, if you're not in the room with the person.
Yeah, no, honey, you understand it. You got it all down. Believe me, I have to be very hyper aware of Brooke, come on the call, honey. Jesus, Sammy Romero as well. Jesus. Well, George is back with us. But yes, so everybody knows, that was like that episode is still up there. It's 1 hour. I can actually go look for the date right now. And people like Real Tech and other people were like saying I should delete it. But, I figure, why? I mean, I don't consider it, too harmful because everybody knows, I hope, that I was deathly sick and was unable to control the young man who had basically, I asked him to help hold the air. And our man, Joe Tai, went on a Judeo-phobic rant. And, oh my God, that's a factor. I know I'm exaggerating, and
I would have loved to hear that. I would have loved to hear that. What day was that? I want to hear that. That's going to be great.
I can tell you. Give me a second to just scroll down, and basically, if as sick as I was, he made me just sicker. I mean, it was a factor in my vomiting. I'll put the link here.
I'm proud of you, Joe.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Hey, Joe, did you hear what happened New Year's Eve? Did you hear what happened New Year's Eve here?
What happened?
Dude, somebody broke under the projector at this nightclub I used to DJ at, and they projected on the other side of the street. It's like backs the Jews or something. Here, let me pull up the thing. Oh, you got to see it, dude.
I'm not Jew-phobic.
No, I know, but
they all say that. It's wonderful how they all say that. Oh,
there's
man.
a difference between real Jew. European Jews and Orthodox Jews, they're totally different.
Oh my God!
I call Rothschild legacy ops.
Yeah,
Rothschild legacy ops.
Oh my God! This is like so bad. Yeah. I mean, it's like so what's Brooke saying? God, you found my replacement, and George is a shamrock. She says you're a clover, 4-leaf clover. That's a good thing. She says
Thank
you're
you.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the commies that think they are Chinese, but they're not Chinese.
Right. So I just put into the chat
I agree.
This is the link. This is the link of the episode in which that our dear lady Amy Como is referencing. Brooke, come on the fucking call. And Jesus Christ, I don't understand why she's doing this. This is really passive aggressive, Brooke. I don't know which is worse, her overt aggression or her passive aggression. Either way, she drives me nuts. But so this is the link in the chat room.
We should just give her some Xanax every time she comes on.
Man,
she'd be great.
Hey, you're the guy with the access to all the drugs, buddy. Send it to her, and hey, she'll be a lot kinder to you on future episodes, I'm sure. At any rate, this is the one where basically I was forced, I'm deathly sick, and I'm forced to try and intervene and do damage control while Joe Tai is going off about, you Americans worship the fucking Jew. Yeah, man, it's all like it. And it's like, okay, now, I have said this in the past.
I'm so proud of you, Joe.
I'm not anti-Jewish. I just they gotta make.
No,
I'm not.
No. There's 118 different denominations of Jews.
Chinese people, and there's
real
Chinese people in Taiwan that really have the real Chinese down, and the half-fake Chinese in commie China. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
so there is a difference, right?
Jesus.
I mean,
that will require some qualification too. Now, granted, a lot of this, what Jota is saying, is in a sense what I've said in the past, but it's like dangerously simplified. So it's kind of like if I don't know how to describe it. It's like almost impossible to think of an allegory or an analogy that does it justice. Brooke, we can't communicate with you in text. You've got to come on the call. Like she's saying, point? Meaning, like, one of us is going on about something that she says, she's asking what the point of it is, but I don't know which one she's talking about, whether it's me or so it's so frustrating. So, okay, all that being said, Brooke, I'm sorry, text does not replace verb.
She's probably pissed at me.
Yeah, I mean, what makes you think
that's
that?
Great.
Oh,
that's great. I love it. I love it. The show's so peaceful now, It's very civil.
Oh my God. So
no. I'm just trying to make sense of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? It's like the Amish and the regular Christians. They may be all Christians, but there's something wrong with some of these because all of them, all these Orthodox inbreed so much. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I get it. And my thing is, Joe Tai, you were in a really crappy situation, and I think you just went on autopilot because I was like, oh no. And I was just listening, and you were supposed to be like entertaining everybody, and yet we could all we could see that things were out of whack. And I don't now, I'm just wondering, how do we ease Douglas into his educational portion of the program?
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
Well, I'm just keeping them entertained
I'll be
before he
back,
comes
Douglas, 2
on, you
seconds.
know?
Yeah. Oh, George, you're leaving again, or what? He said something like, "I'll be back" or something. Oh yeah, he took off. So at any rate, so the four of you, let's do this. I will go into monologue soon enough. It's let's take a look at how many hours we have left. We are joined by Brooke. Okay. So
let
I
the
just
games begin.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
I love hearing Amy. Amy, you're very great. I just wanted to warn you since
Yeah,
I
she's
think
very
you're-
civil.
So-
She's very civil.
Yeah, you're very civil, and I think you're probably going to be taking over my spot. I hope that you will, because I've got to leave. But I do think that what you're doing is great. I also would like to just warn you, educating Doug. You might want to get a prescription of Xanax or something because it's going to be a hard ride.
That's what I said.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm never up this late. That's why I've never come on. This was just like I'm awake.
Welcome to my world to 5 a.m. after 6 months of not working and then realizing I'm losing my mind. Anyway, go ahead. I think that you're doing great, but I just wanted to say, if you think you're going to change Doug, he would like us all to change him. He also would like no one to change him.
He's good.
That's kind of the way it is with every guy, right? I mean, honey, I look, Brooke. So what Brooke is saying is that she's going to start looking for a job soon, which we're going to definitely miss her. In a sense, I hope she never finds employment. Honestly, I mean, I find her help invaluable. So, but
I will help you with your resume, whatever you need.
That would be great.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Well, what are you sort of chicken
like
farm in the
every
back?
other word, fucking the same one, and then every other thing. Like, was that Coke on there? Was there white powder? What was that?
Like, I started off at Sammy's Strip Club. I'm just joking.
Not to mention.
First of all, I did not start at Sammy's. Okay, it was a little higher up. Okay,
Oh my God.
and I don't appreciate you saying that. Like that.
I met a man with a job and couldn't speak English. I knew I was in love.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what the fuck that meant. Like, I totally ignored that when you started
Well,
talking.
it's really funny. It's kind of like you're the Lucille Ball, and he's referencing your first husband.
Oh
who's kind of
God,
like
don't do
Desi
that.
Arnaz. Yes.
Oh no, that's probably why I ignored it then, because
Yeah.
my mom gave me all those tapes of us, and I had to throw them all away.
Yeah. So was
I
your
love
mom
you, Brooke. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, was your mom being passive aggressive when she did that, or did she actually
No,
think?
so it was oddly the thing that I would come home. The only black and white show that I fell in love with, like I watched Scooby Doo, was Lucy Arnaz. Like, I love Lucy. I watched it, so I did love the show, which is probably why I ignored the fact that my husband was a piece of shit. And he wasn't my husband then, but ignored him enough to get pregnant and sleep with him for 3 months to get pregnant and then be like, I don't want an abortion and get married. So, and was a good Southern girl. But yeah, he was enough Cuban and funny, which is all it took, to be a little bit funny and Cuban, I guess, at that point in my life. But yeah, no, I literally was in love with I Love Lucy before, but my mom thought it was hilarious. Then I married Cuban. And then when she accepted the marriage and fell in love with the baby a year later, every Christmas was filled with I Love Lucy tapes. Like every VHS Lucy tape ever.
That's adorable. That's adorable. Now,
Yes, I also threw them all the way to Goodwill.
Now, I am obligated to introduce you formally. Dear Brooke, this is the lovely Amy Como, and please, this is, don't think of her as your replacement. This is like, no one could ever replace you, Brooke.
Trust me. I'll have to teach her how to give you some how to replace.
But I would be wonderful for the two of you to become friends. And so, Amy, dear lady, I was just wondering, obviously...
We're not going to be friends. If I can't fuck her, I'm not going to be her friend.
Well, hey, if I could film it or maybe be in the middle...
I know, you're trying to fuck her. I want to fuck her. Like, we both want to fuck her.
I want that with your teacher because neither one of you really want that, and I'm probably not going to fuck any of you. For the record, nobody.
Oh, I don't blame you, Amy.
Yeah. Listen to. Let me tell you something. When you hear that man,
good one, Joe Ty.
That's the number one person that's going to try to fuck you. We just are like honest about it.
Hey,
yes.
I don't put my thing in everybody. Okay.
Yeah. Everybody.
Not even between your teeth there.
just anybody who can't resist. Yes. Amy, I need to apologize.
And this is why I will get off, because I do the joking thing, and obviously you've already heard.
No, Brooke, don't leave us just yet. I mean, I do want you to get a healthy amount of sleep, and it is very late where you're at. 12:30 to 1:30 to 2:30.
Oh God, I've already napped. You were boring.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. So, but Amy,
but I do need to go to bed. Yes. Back.
Well,
Okay. I want to tell Brooke, thank you for pointing out for New Year's Day, you said that it's collard greens and black-eyed peas. And, I lived in New Orleans for 4 years, and I never really knew why those two went together. But that was so interesting that you pointed out the money, how the dollars are the greens.
Dollars are the cents. Yes. Yep. Real on that. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a compliment. Probably the first compliment I've ever gotten on the show, Douglas.
What?
Thank you very much.
Honey, that's
I compliment you all the time.
Yeah.
Ian. Okay, first of all, you compliment me at the same time that you're like, you're right. I think you're right, except that Jesus also came from the river and the mosquitoes.
Look. I had sex with Britney Spears' niece in the Garden of Eden yesterday. I don't want to hear it.
Oh my God. That is so funny. And so
anyway, yes, greens and collards. And I did tell everyone, actually, I didn't tell everyone this. I actually was talking to, I think, Real Tech, they call me, and I was letting her know, if you haven't eaten collards ever, collard greens or turnip greens can sub for that. It usually should be dark greens, although we have a tendency, we like cabbage the best. So we'll sometimes do little collards and cabbage. But the thing that you have to know with collards or turnips, you get them, I don't care who's cooked them and where, order pepper sauce. Like, that was my only other secret. It's pepper sauce. It comes in like they'll have it anywhere that you can get those at. It's like the little jar, very thin. It's like all the little green peppers in it, very thin. And you just sprinkle it on. It comes out a tiny amount, but it takes the bitterness out of the greens, and it doesn't make it spicy hot like you're putting pepper on there. But it's just like, if you don't do, like, it's the whole difference. It's like knowing, like, okay, if I ate non-salt fries that were baked versus French fries with salt, two different things.
Right. Wonderful. Well, the collard greens represent money, and what do the black beans represent again?
The change. It's just like Chinese, like, it's basically, just trying to bring in your prosperity. So we just do the greens for money, like your money and your prosperity, your big prosperity for the year, and then change us for your small prosperity for the year, which is the black-eyed peas.
Right. And just so people understand, Amy Como was sharing the fact that she lived in New Orleans for a time, and just so people understand...
Say it again one more time.
Oh, well, Amy Como was just sharing the fact that she lived in New Orleans for...
Say it one more time.
New Orleans.
She lived where?
Get him to say it right, Brooke. You can do it. Get him to say it the way it's meant to be said.
He just, like...
Knowledge.
It's the worst
say it like
thing
knowledge.
since I've heard since... Yeah. Okay. Like, what was that show where the killer was in England said it? George?
Yes.
George, what did George call? What's
George is gone for the moment. Yes.
The eater. What did he call the eater? What was the guy's name?
I don't know.
The guy that ate people.
Oh, Dahmer. Dahmer. He called him Dahmer.
And he said,
Dahmer.
I was watching the Dahmer show.
Dahmer show.
Dahmer. And I would say Dahmer.
When you say the Dahmer show, you make it sound like a cooking show where we get to see him prepare his meals.
I was watching Dahmer was in the army.
Dahmer was killing people. Well, say New Orleans for me, because that's what you're killing me with.
Okay. But at any
No,
rate,
say it. Say New Orleans, and then I will shut up.
New Orleans.
Talking about like it is new. Follow me. New Orleans.
Oh my God. Okay. So
you can't change from the Dietrich conics, all right? You gotta let them be.
So Amy Como was sharing the fact that she lived there for 4 years. Just so our listeners understand, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Frankification of North America, New Orleans is a...
Still got it wrong. You tried twice. Good try.
Very French. French. Many of the people who relocated from Quebec after the French and Indian War moved into what became New Orleans because they were moving into French territory to escape.
That was a good try. New Orleans. We can do New Orleans, but we can't do there's not an extra syllable that you keep adding.
You know
That was great.
that's
I'm very proud of you. Oh my God, you're so
that's
awesome.
the only New Orleans is the only state that has French laws and not common law.
Yes, that's right. And they have parishes instead of counties. So,
You beat me to it, Doug. You beat me to it. Amy, what part of New Orleans did you live in?
All of them. Well, I was uptown. I was at Tulane.
Yeah, I was in Waterby.
I have no idea what that is. I didn't have
Be glad. Be so
yeah, I was
glad.
about to say, if it's where Ian was, you don't want to know.
Yeah, I lived on the east side.
Oh my God.
Opposite of Tulane.
And now we know Amy is a blessed person by God.
Yes. How?
She's
Why?
blessed because she didn't have to meet you. She didn't have to meet you.
Oh my God. Oh, so
That I did meet Ian. I bet we were at Tipitina's for.
Oh God, you know about that? Oh God. Do you remember the dungeon?
The Dragon's Den?
No, the dungeon.
No, I didn't do that. No.
Yeah,
No,
went a little lower on the
It was behind it was behind God damn it, what's the name of Toulouse? It was behind Toulouse Bar.
I didn't have a car, so I biked everywhere, and I had to rely on people to take a cab with me or to drive.
Why didn't you have a car? Did you have a DUI at 40?
No,
everybody in Louisiana's got a DUI.
I'm just asking her. I don't need you to speak. Did you have a DUI at 40 and you couldn't?
I can hear him laugh. That's okay.
I've never been to jail.
You haven't rode on a bike at 40 because you were the mayor of a town, and then you weren't really the mayor, but they were called you the mayor, and you couldn't really be the mayor because you had to ride on your girl's
And then
bike.
Brooke got super jealous of you and all that.
Yeah, and then I get super jealous because I can't go to Florida and be the mayor's girlfriend because I think he likes you now more. Yeah, that's
no,
totally
because
what
everybody has your mouth already down here.
Do what?
He says
No,
everybody's
never
got your
mind.
mouth down there, meaning they all mouth off. He's saying, "Oh my God."
Well, they may need an Amy because I'm pretty sure she can handle them.
Yes. So
aren't you trying to be a responsible adult and get some sleep?
I was. You know what? If you would not come on the goddamn show, I probably would. You piss me off so fucking.
I know. It's so good. I know. I love it.
Oh my God. So
and Douglas accused me of liking you, and you and I both.
You're
know
in
that's
love
not
with
the
me.
fucking case.
I never.
Yeah, you know what you said. No, I'm not even going there.
I thought you were gonna try to fuck me through the Skype.
No, she wanted your.
Oh my
address,
God,
okay?
I dreamed about you last night, Ian. I literally fucking did. I swear to God.
I
And
actually did too.
literally-
I was like, God, I was coming down from like an anxiety attack, and then
And I swear to God, on my kid's life, I do not ever remember doing this before. But I literally came. I asked my daughter, "Who's been at the house?" She told me. And I went and found the person. Ian,
Mm-hmm.
take the gun, put it to your fucking side of your fucking head, right above
I
your
woke up in a
nipple.
cold sweat.
And
Anyway.
I blew your fucking brains out. The sad fucking part is your shit was still talking. You were talking, and I was like, "How is he talking?"
That's right, because I still had ringing in my ears from last night.
I mean, the brain was blown. Like I blew it out for murder.
Yeah,
like,
but
I
the ears
planned
were
this
still
shit.
ringing.
And
The
I'm like,
ears
what do
were
I
still
do
ringing.
now? How do I kill it? It's like a fucking vampire zombie.
I'm gonna send you a bottle of Xanax, just as like pre-show cocktail or whatever.
I need it for that. That one dream, I swear to God, it woke the fuck up, and I was like,
I was gonna get you a little masseuse or something before every show. That way, you wouldn't come on and hate life so much.
I was blowing your brains out because I may have fucked my daughter, but at the same time, with your brains, I was blowing
I
out.
wouldn't know about that.
But you noticed he didn't need his brains to keep on talking.
Oh yeah.
That's my other point. It's just mouth. There's no brain. Kirkwood said it right there. You can still tell it's all about the QAnon and the river has been found of the Garden of Eden. It was just going on and on and on. And I remember him. He was in the car.
Brazil guy is here right now. I don't want to hear it.
He wasn't talking to me. You weren't even talking to me. You were holding a phone to your ear, still talking, brains blown out, like, yeah, I just got shot. I'm going to go home, and then you're just fucking talking. And I'm sitting there thinking, I gotta cover my ass because he's gonna say I did it instead of being
just
dead.
So
then I'm like blowing like the side of my face off, but just like with a scratch, so I can say
while
you
you're
shot me because I'm a good cover ass.
Like if I'm going out in style.
Oh, well, this is delightful, and the two of you.
Well, apparently you don't need brains to go out. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you just need to crush up some Coke, Adderall, and Viagra, and you're good to go.
I have begged you. I said I will marry this man, Amy, if he will do that. Can you get him to agree to do that, marry me?
Yes.
Oh, that's how I used to roll. I used to roll like that.
But like, I'm in love with him. I truly am. I'm in love with him. So
I know you are. I know you are.
But
hey, you better have good life insurance, okay?
That was good. That was good. Yeah, I was dreaming about you last night, Brooke, and I was like, just thinking about that right titty plopping over that right shoulder of yours and hanging on the bed, and just stuff like that.
You were thinking about my Mima when she was 80 with her
that
double D's? Because I don't have, number one, I don't have double D's.
I don't know.
Number two, she had to have one removed. So
oh,
that's
no,
not
Britney
really
Spears'
fair
niece
because she
tits
had
are like
breast
that. That's why I
cancer.
just said that.
Number three, I have beautiful C breasts, and they can't flop over my shoulder.
Okay.
They're full C.
That's more than a handful.
They cannot flop the fuck over my fucking shoulder, you bitch.
Well, that's what
nieces can.
Sasquatch females do. That's the Sasquatch female thing. I think he might have been suggesting.
I love it. I think it's so
awfully
great.
obtuse.
Yeah, well, if that's what
I
you want, I think you should probably go back to that river and just sit there.
They split like a Y.
Just sit
Upside
there
down.
till your titty pops over his shoulder.
I will.
That's your person.
And I'll be like, if
That's your
only
person.
Brooke's right tit could pop over her right shoulder,
This is
Okay,
really
I'll shut
unhealthy.
up.
This
All
is
right.
really unhealthy for me to derive.
Number one show, Doug. Number one show.
My
so
titty's gonna pop over her right shoulder. It's gonna be Douglas, and he's gonna be the one that he turns your back, and he's like, "Hey, you want to go get some coffee?" And you're like, "Yeah." You're not thinking shit, and he turns around, and then my right titty pops over his shoulder and shoots you in the fucking head.
Yes.
Is this before or after I plan to have my dick out and figure out how to get somebody to touch it?
Oh my God!
Unless you figured out a Douglas to catch it, or fucking Amy's in fucking your Garden of Eden river, then I guess you're dickless, not.
Hey, I felt Jesus.
Yeah, or Jesus touches your dick. I mean, but then you can do that after life too. You know. Maybe
by the way,
so
I want you to know, Brooke, that Ian was listening when we told the story about his attempting to hang himself and all you young ladies.
Yeah, that's what the joke was from.
I don't even
That
remember.
was great.
Attempting to hang myself. I don't remember. What do we say? Because
said,
we make so fun of Ian.
I said this was right after
and this
Ian.
is also, I just want you to understand, this is why it's not healthy for me to get on.
Because you cut Dog off all the time.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you know I love attention, but it's also a way for me to avoid my own fucking life of what I need to fucking do.
Well, why are you up? Go to bed. Be mature.
I'm not. Apparently, I'm not mature. I was in bed.
Look.
I woke up hearing your voice. You
Are
know
you
what?
wearing
Can you care about me enough to stay off? Can you stay off the hall?
No. What you do? You put on some cotton panties and a long shirt.
Oh, the
you hop in that
panties?
bed. No. Well, they could be. Just make sure they're cotton. And
There's no cotton. I take off the fucking pants, and there's nothing underneath. That's what we do.
I bet you that little thing's cute. I bet you that's cute.
It is. It's adorable, and honestly, just the way I like it. But that being said, all right, I do want people to understand that. God, so here was the story. We're
awesome.
After
we're
Ian
so
got
fucking cool.
Yes, after Ian got off, then that didn't come out right, but you know what I mean. After he got off bandwidth, not necessarily got off.
Yeah, shut up, Doug. Just go on. We know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know. You trust me. You don't get off unless it's by yourself, and we wouldn't know.
So
and it's still dry.
So Brooke was flying pretty high the last episode, and then what happened was that she and I got into talking about that time Ian tried to kill himself, and he was all depressed because he, just wasn't one of the in crowd, and he basically hung himself.
Oh shit! I was flying high, and let me just preface this. I didn't get to tell you this. I was flying high, and in between our call, because I had gotten off too, who did I have on the phone? Ian.
Did you?
Yes, that's when you were calling. Look at your calls. Anyway, that's why I called back and was like,
I can't read like you.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's why I don't know if I brought him up, but that was why Ian was on mine, because he called right after we all hung up, and then I called back.
Yes, and then when Ian hung himself, Brooke came in with all the mean girls, and they mistook him for a piñata hanging from the ceiling. They all took out their baseball bats and just started beating him, hoping for the candy to fall out, but it was just all these meaty thwacks while they bruised his poor dead body.
It was not meaty wax. You forgot that wrong. And we know what it was? It was meaty wax. It was fucking Chinese bullshit. Like a like 50-cent fucking like headphones that you wait like 4 months from. Like it was like you'd rather have fucking candy. Like if you're the candy was coming from China, and it was so fucking bad. So we're like, that's probably gonna poison me. Also, it tastes like shit.
Yeah. Come here, kids.
Don't buy
like
candy in
everything, and then occasionally you got really lucky, and you're like, there's a fucking nail or a screw. Like, look, you know how the screws will come in the plastic thing, and you're like, I got some screws. There's like 2 of them with bolts. Fucking a child saying that, because that was the best thing in the whole piñata, bitch.
Thank you, Brooke. Just oh god, it wouldn't be a night without you. I swear to God. Shit, I'm gonna spend my own money to go up there and fuck you now. Jesus.
Yeah.
So let's try and be a little serious here. Now, Amy Como was courageous enough to share the fact that she had been in some abusive relationships. And Amy, are you willing to share a bit more? I mean, that we were talking about the violence against women, the fact that this is very common and women are often trapped in these relationships. People say something stupid like, why don't you just leave him? But the problem is it's not that simple. Okay, and then Ian just gave us this big snort because, of course, I'm sorry, Ian. Tell us a bit about this. What did it remind you of? I take it reminded you of something.
I love how quick to jump to judgment you are on that. Just like, you know, and some people say, why don't you just leave him? And how stupid that is. How good. You didn't skip a beat. You know, you just went on to the next. It was so good.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure what he meant by that.
I'm talking about his syncopation. Shit, I almost fucked that up. And that only has 3 syllables, so I can't brag about it.
I was going more with like what Amy would be like, which I'm talking for Amy, and I would just say that, why don't you just leave him? That's an easier said thing.
Well, that's stupid, according to Doug.
And it's just stupid. I mean, to me. Because number one, you're not in a relationship with someone you don't care about and love.
That's
or
true.
At least think you love. And so first it has to be realize you need to leave them, I would think. And then secondly, once you do, if they're that become abusive, you got to find a way to get out. But I don't know, let Amy do it because that's her thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And George Knight has rejoined us. And George, you were courageous enough to mention the fact that your mother had been essentially the victim of an abusive relationship with this man. Was your biological father?
Oh yes, that's my father, Douglas. Thank you. And I do apologise having to drop out just abruptly.
No worries.
But yeah, it's dropping in and out. But no, I'm here now until I have to permanently leave. But thank you so much. But yes, unfortunately, yeah, I had to endure that as a child growing up. You know, on several occasions, I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. But the very last time my brother was witness to it, I was upstairs in the bedroom and he was downstairs. And then that's when my mum said, I'm gonna press charges against him, and so now he's got a criminal record now for life.
But you never had to see it though.
No, he saw it.
I did.
He just said he saw it.
Yeah, I did.
I thought you said you were upstairs and they were downstairs. I'm sorry.
No. He was talking about there were times when his brother was upstairs, etc. I mean, obviously, both. If this is happening in the home, both his brother and himself grew up seeing this, or were children seeing this.
Well, it depends on the I don't know the extent of it. So yes, if it's a daily or a weekly thing. I mean, obviously, my ex-husband did that several times when he was drunk.
Did he really? Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. But the last time that they actually saw it, that they actually were able to witness it, they didn't have them in the bed, whereas they were usually asleep. And he did it in the afternoon, and he came in and it wasn't bad. I mean, he was not the type to get on you and beat you out, you know? He was the type just to push you down and make sure you're on the fucking floor. And you couldn't get up. And that's what he would do. But he pushed me into the bathtub.
I can't get up. And the kids, I remember looking up and just seeing both the little kids just sitting there looking at me.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm surprised that they.
It's horrible.
Oh my God! How did your children? Have they ever received any counseling for this?
My daughter has some issues. My son doesn't remember it. He was little, luckily.
Okay.
He was small.
Okay. So George, was your brother impacted by this? What kind of man did he become seeing this? As opposed to...
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I'm glad you brought that up because neither me or my brother ever, we never ever suffered from anything after that. It was after the ordeal. It was more of a life lesson in my perspective because I've always advocated for women to always have the full respect of a man and never to ever when a man feels he needs the need to put his hands on a woman physically, it just shows you how inferior he feels, and he feels like he has to do something like that, and it's all because they are a weak man. They're not manly. That is not manly. It doesn't mean they are a dominant male at all. It's actually the opposite. They are cowards.
I agree with you, George.
Yeah, thank you. And most of these men that feel like they have the need to put their hands on a woman will never stand up to a real man. They would not even stand up to him.
No,
So
you say that so correctly because as a female, like I was a prep, and I still ended up, like I said, I tried to go down the dark road because I was so preppy. But like I got in fights. Like I can name probably at least 5 or 6 fights with girls I've got in. When I married my ex-husband, like how many fights have you? He's like, I've never been in a fight with a man. Never. He never fought a man in his life.
No, they don't.
He would not fight a man. Not fight a man in a bar, anything. I've yelled with him. No.
Amazing. Now, by the way, I want to apologize to Ian for originally when he was talking about why do men need these role models.
Don't
I totally
apologize to
misread.
Ian. Like, there's no need to
No, it's all
apologize.
good. It's all good, Doug. I don't give a shit. It's all good.
And
Ian sucks.
And
hey, I'd like to take this time, Doug, to ask George to divert his attention into the chat.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Okay.
You see what that is?
Oh, Richard Byrd.
Yeah,
go on, George.
Yeah, the expedition. I mean, it's dated 1930, published. Is that correct,
Yeah.
Ian?
Yes, sir. Yeah, those are the first
Ian is
edition.
determined to prove something to you, George.
No. I was just saying I got
No. Things that because George
sorry.
is on the good graces of everyone. So, George, I just need you to prove him or not. You need him to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and by the way, Ian, it's important to also just to relay this to you as well. There was a Wilhelm II land as well established.
That's right. Go on.
Much prior to that,
Yes.
decades before that, there was a Wilhelm. I've actually got maps prior to World War II.
That's correct.
And it's got the Wilhelm II
Land. In Antarctica.
Yeah.
You know what's happening? Douglas is becoming Douglas II. And that's what I now realize. I was like, y'all are in love. No,
where did you find
Douglas
this?
Is Douglas II. George is Douglas the First because Douglas is losing his memory, and Ian's like, sorry, George is like, I remember it all, and you're like, oh yeah.
So, just so people know, there was a Wilhelm II land at the time that H.P. Lovecraft was writing his short story "At the Mountains of Madness." I believe he might even mention that within that novella. And the real.
Do you mean In the Mouth of Madness?
No.
Okay.
That's
My
cute.
bad.
That's cute.
Sorry, don't talk about your dream of being in my pussy as a book, okay?
That is cute. They're both so cute. That
was good. That was good.
Kids. What is that noise?
What?
I'm trying to take out the trash.
Your potato chip bag. Oh my
No,
god!
I'm trying to take out the goddamn trash.
Oh my god!
Whatever you do, just stop it. We don't need to hear drug habit, okay? At least the rest of us keep our drug habit quiet.
And Amy, dear lady.
Okay, to clarify all this stuff, all these trauma situations.
Yeah. And before you go there, Amy, I do want to bring to your attention the fact that in the chat room, Amor Fatih has made a point of saying that, first off, he said, when it came to your being on the show, he said, merci. Hello, Amy. Nice to meet you. There we have that. And then he said,
He said titties in exclamation mark. I don't know what the fuck that meant.
He did. Oh my God.
That isn't me because you said Brooke before that.
Then he said, I bet you are a beautiful, healthy, attractive-looking young woman, Brooke. There we are. And he said, I never thought I'd be aroused listening to these transmissions. I really do love and respect and want to help protect all women and girls
Omar, would you like to see my titties? 'Cause I don't have one. What are those accounts
in the
you call
world, but I can't stop thinking of Brooke's full C cup. There we are.
Now, well, what are those accounts you have where people pay like your girl that didn't come back on here? What's her name?
Oh, why don't you start our only?
What's her name? Then Marina.
Fans
Marina,
only.
Y'all are looking
Fans
for Marina.
only.
Marina does have.
Yes.
No, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Marina has her own. What do you call it?
Porn site,
Douglas?
basically. Yeah.
What's it called? The website.
I can't remember. It's something.
Oh my God!
Fans
it's the
only. I thought it was fans only.
Has not MySpace, my titties.
It's oh, she's on. Fuck. What is it? Come on.
My links.
Everybody has there's like a lot of people that have that. It's not like a little website.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I don't use those things.
Oh my God.
But
I know Ian does. Ian should know the word.
Are you all subconsciously trying to passively protect Amy from recounting trauma, or
no? I'm sorry.
Or you're all traumatizing her again?
If Moore wanted to see my titties and he was willing to pay like $1,000, it's totally going there. The titties.
That's OnlyFans. That's OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. Thank you.
He just said that.
Yes, I did. I just said that.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Joe, I want y'all to know.
I apologize.
I just need to get some calories in me. I have all this food around me. I'm gonna go mute.
No, you're
Amy,
not. You're not.
I'm going on break too. I need a soda.
I gotta go do some coke.
Hey, the coke would probably help. You know, Amy did say that there's chemistry in the coke that will kill the mold.
Yeah,
Is
that will
true,
kill the mold.
Amy?
It sounds like she's been listening to Ian. So Amy, honey, while I go mute and chew, I don't want people to hear me chew. Amy, maybe tell us about the mold or the trauma or the coke or whatever you want, and George converse with her, and maybe that interaction between the two of you can kind of.
Amor just said women make bank on my OnlyFans. I'm like about to I'm leaving you, Douglas. Now I'm making money.
Here's your job.
It's a trap. Don't believe it.
Yeah, if you're gonna run for politics, I don't think you want to be on OnlyFans. So.
Brooke, it's Tristan Tate. He's trying to recruit you.
Oh
yeah.
He's from the jail cell, right? He's like from the jail cell. I can get a bit.
George is right. You got to be careful with the fans only. Yep. You got to be careful.
Don't do it. Yeah.
So
it's not him. It's the Australian dude. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that. Oh God, Michael Christopher Andrich. That is the man's name.
All means I am an angel of God from the divine.
Yes.
I mean, or something like he figured it out.
No. See, listening to our listeners here, notice that there's something about context. When I tell people about the Night of the Broken Circle, my possession by Malik Daush, the Peacock Angel, there's a certain context there that imbues it with a sense of gravity, which Michael Christopher Andrich just misses.
He just came in and was like, hey, I do like that drug, ecstasy, LSD, and then what's that one, ayahuasca. I do them all. It's amazing. Every night I dream, and he's like, but Trump already supports your nation, and Trump is so good. And I was like, Trump isn't good. And he's like, no, but Trump brought your nation together. And I'm like, Trump didn't bring our nation together. He's like, no, Trump did bring your nation together. I know Trump brought your nation together. And I'm like, dude, I live here. We're not together. We're more divided than ever. So you can say he brought people together, but we're a divided nation.
Hey, you want to start a civil war?
He's like, well, it doesn't matter because Trump is the elected, and I've already met him. And I'm like, have you met Trump? Because you're like, do you even know who he is? He's like, oh, I have met him. I've met him. And I was like, well, when did you meet him? When did you come to America? Oh, I didn't come to America. I was like, well, when did you meet him? When did I meet him in my dreams? But I also met his son. No, I'm not talking about his older son. They killed them. He said, because I had already said about them. He's like, no, the younger son, the youngest son. Did you see how tall he is? Send me a picture. He's like, did you see him? That is going to be the next president, and he is going to be our savior.
Trump did bring us together at $1.98 a gallon.
And also, by the way, in the middle
Yes,
of those
yes, George?
dreams, I just want to let y'all know he's also killing all the demons, devils, and everything y'all are fighting against. That's right. So
That's right.
I'm sure he's killed Aquino like 40 times, and Aquino's come back and been like, "You little bitch!" Like, it's the only time I pull for, the only time I pull for Aquino and be like, "Bitch, kill that motherfucker."
Yes. So,
Thank you.
so
Thank you.
George, do interview.
Yeah, Brooke, I met someone like that the other day, but I was going to say to Douglas, if you need to, get yourself some calories.
Yeah. So I'm just going to chew.
And
I'm
I
right
will
here.
cover
I'm
the
listening.
stage, actually.
And
Yeah,
so, but what I thought, just a fantasy of mine, it's just a a suggestion. I thought some interaction between George and Amy would be a nice kind of counterpoint to the interaction between Ian and Brooke, which I love. I can't get enough of it. I could listen to that eternally.
Love you, Amy. I love meeting you. I'm getting off. This is where we go. I love Powers. I love you,
Amy. I mean, Brooke. When you say I'm getting off, I mean that just gets me. Oh God, she excites me when she says that. Okay, we love you, Brooke. I love you dearly. And real Ian West is saying, yeah, she's getting off all right. And this is where he says, yes, she rubs herself and goes to sleep. And she's kind of
stole the words out of my mouth.
Yes. What does this peach nehi? What the fuck? What is that? Ian?
I don't know what you're talking about. But if you need to...
Knee high. That's knee high.
What is that?
That thing. Yep.
That's the soda. I said I was going to go get a soda.
Yeah,
that
like,
must taste
is
good.
there something
That
like
shit's fire. It's fire.
I bet. What is that? What are the ingredients that make this so special?
Peachy.
A raw peach. A raw Georgia peach.
And you believe that that's organic?
No. It just tastes like a raw peach. It just tastes like it.
But it's industrial effluvia. It glows in the
Yeah,
dark.
it's probably worse than Fago. But it's still good.
What? How do you even pronounce that name?
It's knee high.
Is that supposed to be Asian Indian or something? What the fuck?
No, it's what all the it's what all the kids drink down here.
Oh my God! Well, they better stop. Maybe that explains something about how you all process so differently from the rest of us.
Joe Ty, is that not the firest peach soda in the world?
Yes, it is. Shit.
That's some hood shit right there.
Do you notice Joe's response shows me he drinks it a lot, which goes a long way towards explaining his behavior.
No, I drink the Chinese peach drinks.
Yeah,
That's
now
why
there
I
is a
like
good
that stuff.
there is a good Chinese peach. There is.
Okay, so let's have Amy and George interact for a few minutes while I chew. Maybe that'll be a bit more pleasant than the two of you talking about drinking this industrial effluvia.
I'm going on mute.
Oh God. I just imagine both these guys glowing in the dark. This is like it's phosphorescent liquid that they're drinking, like something that comes out of a poisonous jellyfish.
It's Mountain Dew in the South.
Yes, so. It's whatever it is. It's disgusting. Okay.
Coca-Cola came from the South. Atlanta, Georgia, Coca-Cola.
There's nothing worse than Joe. And they complain about my doing accents. They were all over me. These ladies were eviscerating me for saying New Orleans. And it's like...
We did not eviscerate you. Just want you to understand that it's Nolans.
Nolans.
That is correct. She's right. That is correct.
Okay, thank you, honey. Brooke says,
that is correct.
Eat a peach. Yeah, that's very suggestive. Brooke, you might as well come back on if you're going to be like sending me sexual innuendos in text.
Don't encourage her.
So I was wondering,
I hope she's peachy.
Yes. Go on, Amy.
Me being the newbie of the group, if they wanted to ask me questions about things, it would help to sort of orient the conversation.
Ask her a question about something, about like this young lady. She comes from a very interesting background. She was doing research into the military records of her relations.
Oh, brilliant.
Which were scrubbed, so she can certainly confirm everything I've said about records being basically destroyed.
Yes.
And so maybe you can ask her a bit about what experience she had looking for some of these records. And
absolutely important, actually. Yeah, thank you for bringing it up, Douglas. Yeah, so Amy, please, by all means, please share with us anything that you want about anything that you've uncovered in your research on those aspects, because it's something also I I have looked into myself quite heavily. So I'm able to share things what you've also been able to experience. So if you're willing to share anything with us, that'd be gratefully appreciated.
Sure. You know, are you eating, Douglas?
Yes, I'm eating. I'm gonna go meet.
So some of my I'd like to be able to say all of my grandfathers were involved in the military in some way, but that's just not true. But some of the records I'm specifically looking, my grandmother's 98 and she's the youngest of 4. And I'm looking at specifically her family line that goes back to the Civil War in America. And I have the record of Theophile Laporte, who it says born in Sheldon, Vermont, and lived in Montgomery, Vermont. But that's it. That's all there is. There's nothing. And then so I've learned with like some of this like old record stuff, because, you know, if your family doesn't know, they just don't know. And that's fine. But if you can sort of go back and just look for other things, you know. Is everybody okay?
That was Joe Tai spontaneously orgasming.
Was that Joe?
Yes, of course. Who else? So go back to speaking, please.
Oh
my God.
So yeah, so just the way that you can approach it is to just go further back, like maybe Revolutionary War, and like try to find like going the other way, descendants, rather than going from descendants up to ancestry. And so, like, I just recently in the last week got the Laporte information by reading a D.D. Hume the record. It was the thing that I'd read was in a Theosophist newsletter. Is that what it was? It was called Light, and it was edited by Blavatsky, and it had mentioned Hume. And so I was reading, the Olcott had written about Hume, and then I was reading Hume's writings himself, kind of just, you know, just the perspective of his compared to somebody else doing a record of, you know, what they found on him. And they had mentioned that the Waldensians in France had, like, they just had all of these experiences where their battles had been won in the most extreme circumstances. And so the thing of it is, they mentioned this guy Laporte, and I can't seem to find anything from him that would come back to my family except this one thing. Now, I don't even know if this is even going to matter, but the Laporte family always plays cards. And from what I had read, and this is what made it like click in my brain, was that my grandmother still at 98 plays solitaire, and my aunt who cares for her says sometimes she starts playing solitaire games that I've never seen her play, but you can tell that she's just like remembered how to do it. And from what I'd understood, the Waldensians were, they did divination with the tarot. So I didn't like, so these are like two chunks of information that I was just kind of like wielding together with, like, you know, my understanding of what artistry is when you start to look at history. Like, you have to be able to piece the bits together in a way that makes sense. And so for me, like, to hear that this guy who, as Douglas was saying, he was a spiritist, he was like the real deal. Like, he traveled all over the world. Like, he had Napoleon III and his wife, like, totally hooked into what he was doing. They were like supporting him. That's how he met the Countess, who he later married. And so, like, just like the strange connection with spiritism. And then also card playing. Mainly it was the card playing that made me think, this is so interesting. And my grandmother's not in a place where, like, I can even share this with her. Like, she's just not she's on the end. She's the last, and she's on her way out. And it's been a couple of years since I've even seen her, even though she's on the way.
Yes. By the way, I want to say this brings to mind two things, and do go on because you're on a roll. So, Amy, I want you to know that that is a theosophical magazine that you were citing. Madame Blavatsky was very definitely one of the founding figures or the major leading lights in theosophy. And when it comes to the card playing, I believe that what you're referencing is really an example of a kind of genetic memory that your ancestors have. Your grandmother is basically manifesting as she goes into senescence a kind of racial memory, of genetic memory from her genealogy, from her bloodline of this kind of card playing, and it is involved with the divination and the tarot. So do go on. I'm going to go mute again.
Yes, thank you for affirming that. Like I felt strongly like that was the thing. And then I can also bring up like the research I did into my father's family, the Como family. And now this is like, they're huge. Like I've heard that they came over and there was 15 children. And so the Comos like populated all of Acadia. And like, even though Douglas said like they were like pushed out and they went south to Louisiana, I just like living here my whole life and having my family here. It was cold. They wanted to be warm. They wanted to get away from all the fur trade and go somewhere that is fun. And so they went downriver to New Orleans. Like it just makes it, to me, it's just, that's what they did. But when I started looking into the Comos, I had that same issue where I can go back the 3 generations and then no more. Like my great-great-grandfather was born in Chicago, but what we know about his father is so minimal. And they didn't even know, like I had found out this past year that he was living in New Hampshire with another family. And he had a son who was the same age as my grandfather. So both the Uzeb Comos, they both had sons at the same time. They were the same age, my grandfather and his uncle. That was never discussed. Nobody ever told me this. It was in the records that I'd found. But to do the Como research, I'd gone back because I knew somebody said, oh, the Comos, we have a celebration every year. There's these, I'm calling them meetups, but I'm sure they were called reunions. And they just have these Como reunions where everybody comes and we all have the same surname. So that's what I'd done is I'd gone the other way and tried to connect. And that's where I found like, oh, they're related to the Medici. They married one of the Medici daughters of Piero. And so that's again, like another reason that they would just be silent on a lot of things concerning heritage. And there's a lot of inbreeding like that, nobody talks about that. And yet there it is in all the records, like so-and-so was created from this union that was a cousin to them. And it's true. And in my tree, I can be searching for Como. And in this app that I'm using, it will go back and tell me how I'm related to the Comos. And sometimes they come up on my mom's side too. Like they don't come up as attached to my father, who is the surname, but they come up attached by marriage or in some other relation through my mom's side. So I do think that, there's so much to this domestic violence. And for me, I've been very lucky. Like I was never physically hurt. I was always able to, I guess I was, clever enough to just simply get away. And it's not simple. It's not easy when you see like that. For me, it's like most of the men in my generation are just a mess. Like they're just a mess. Like they're not.
Pussies. They're total pussies. They're total.
I don't want to think that they're pussies. I just.
That's what they are. Don't lie about it. I mean, just look at them.
They just stop abusing yourself. Like you can't smoke enough pot or drink enough to fix this. Like that's the thing that I'm encountering. Right. And so when somebody's like oh, I ran out of Coke, so I'm going to do some ketamine. You're like, holy shit, I can't be with you anymore, you know?
Right? It's like, what are you, fucking 17? Come on.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're young, and you know, and still though, like just to date and in my 40s is such a mess.
I know a lot of straight guys doing the ketamine now these days, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That some of them believe it's their cure. Some of them think that like this pain that I'm in, that nobody will help. Like this is the one thing that works. Don't take it away from me. So
no,
you know,
like, no, it's because you don't get a job and you don't have any integrity. That's why you're hurt.
well, I understand the value of work. I do.
Well, I mean, but anything, you know, even if it's cleaning up a house or doing something, you know, not, you know, you don't have any goals. That's what fucks them. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute.
I was just asking if you had a question. Is there like a question that we can like bounce back and forth with?
Is that too?
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Amy. Beg your pardon.
Go ahead, George.
No, thank you. Yeah, sorry, Amy. Just a quick question. Was that addressed to Ian West, or would you like me to respond to what you were saying, or?
If you have a response, you can do that. I just feel like I tend to wander.
Let me hear you, George.
Well, I'll ask a question. Is basically, I think that this is a wonderful subject, and I feel very touched by Ian West responding the way he does. Of course, I find it very amusing that, you know, people listening, I don't think that they interpret it this way, but honestly, it's from a sense of detached humor. It sounds like she's describing either myself or Ian West to a T. Irresponsible, unemployable druggies escaping into various substances. But that being said, which is why I find it really
I'm not unemployable. I'm just busy. I have plans, like I was talking about earlier.
Of course, dear Ian. So that being said, let's just put it this way. Ian and I are not conventionally employable. I think our personalities are just too quirky. But that being said, so honey, tell us a little bit about the dating scene. What kind of nightmare stories can you share? I mean, that's always juicy.
Yeah, I got enlightened about 7 years ago to the fact that like anytime I went on a dating app, I was always like only able to speak to people in the military. And so, and this, I'm talking about like maybe like 28 to like 35.
That's really fucking scary right then and there. I mean, the fact that the military dominates these sites is pretty fucking lame. Go on, honey.
Well, and they're just like, they're impossible.
Look, the military put some shit in the water that's turning these dudes into cross-dressers and fags. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Everybody I know that's got out in the military started cross-dressing.
Really?
They didn't cross-dress before they went in the military, but they started cross-dressing after they got out of the military.
I think he's trying to explain my origin story or something like that. This is kind of like the Spider-Man plot or something. That being said, so darling, these military men, go back to what you were saying. So these horrible individuals. I thought, honestly, I thought Ian was going to go with Camp Lejeune and say that all the water's toxic, they're all drinking, so they're all insane, which would have made more sense.
Well, that could be it too.
Yeah, but so all these toxic military men were dominating the scene, and like you said, they're impossible because the military men are men who are completely unemployable in any conventional sense. That's why they go in the military. It's like welfare. So she was encountering these men that were simply just, so tell us, go on, honey.
Yeah, or the stalkers. They're like just trying to keep you on the phone all the time until you have to change your number. You have to move. Just like ridiculousness, like just the silliness of like, I'm going to call you tomorrow. And then you don't hear from them for months.
Those are the chronic masturbators that do that. The stalker guys are the chronic masturbator type. A lot of my girlfriends came out of those. I've even had to kick a couple out of my place a couple of times, you know. I'm like, you know him? You know, it's just weird. Oh no, what's that? Is that the EBS? Is that the EMS Q signal?
That's
the
Joe
EBS
Ty. That's Joe Ty. That was his emergency medical response signal. It's on his bracelet, which shows that all his vital signs have dropped.
I thought that was the EBS Q signal. I'm sorry.
Did she just say a guy couldn't do enough ketamine, and you were like, I know.
I mean, the way that Ian speaks, the way that Ian speaks, it sounds like it's Amber Alert. Okay, they're after you now because you took another one out of the park. Joe, what did I tell you about that? Don't take them home.
What did you do?
Oh, he
I thought
goes
that was
to the
the
park
EBS.
and he talks to these young boys and girls and he brings them home. Then the Amber Alert warns him that the parents are looking for them. Then he has to bring them back. So, you know, Joe just stop doing it. Stop
Doesn't matter.
There he goes again.
Oh,
Joe, they're after you.
Is it because I sent you a picture of my brush, though?
Oh, is that yours?
Joe, it's you. It's your Amber Alert. Because...
No, she's talking about the titty.
I never had this.
I did send a picture of my titty for like 2 seconds.
I'm not going mute.
Just bring the kid back to the parents, okay? And then they'll stop doing that to you. There you go.
Get it out from under your bed.
Yes.
Slowly, and don't hurt it.
Yes.
And maybe you won't go to prison.
Yeah.
You probably will anyway.
So, Amy, have you ever had to deal with one of these repressed bags? I'm dealing with one right now, actually.
This is
oh my
god!
god!
Okay,
oh
this
my
is what's
god!
strange to me.
First
So
of all,
you're bringing.
He said they went to ketamine, and this guy came back and was like, "I know. I want you to understand the man you are dealing with is on."
There's a legend. There's a man amongst men. Few stories have ever.
The only reason I've agreed to marry him is because he said, "Well, the way I go fuck a woman." If you didn't hear this last week or the week before, well, the way I fuck her because. Real Tech Deep was like, I've got a 14.
Real Tech Deep.
Yeah, Real Tech Deep.
Yeah. And then I got accused of not believing that was true. He's like, I go for 14 hours.
And Ian said, well, I can do it too because I combine Viagra with, what was it again?
I go in the bathroom.
An Adderall.
Yeah.
Bathroom, and I do a line of coke, a Viagra.
Okay, Amy, don't let them ruin this story. Okay. No, the way I used to do it. But shut up! Before COVID.
Fucking do an Adderall,
titties, shut
a
up.
line of coke, and a Viagra every time he's going to fuck me, I will marry him today.
Calm down. Come and get it. Calm down.
I'm asking you to marry me.
Look, no, Amy, what I used to do is.
Will you marry me?
By the way, you know, the problem with wearing him out to the point where he dies.
Heart, baby boy.
Yeah.
And I want to let the
start of
whole
the show
world
was
know.
great, Doug.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, the problem with wearing Ian out so you get his insurance money is that I do. There's Joe again. Joe.
It's not going to be hard. It's kind of like
Joe, bring the kid back.
It's going to be very fucking.
Yo, I'm telling y'all, that's cute. That's cute. That's cute. That's the EBS.
Oh
They're probably going to tell y'all Hillary's dead now on the TV. You should turn it on.
But like I said, wearing this guy Ian out, the problem is that Brooke's going to be fighting him for the coke and the Adderall. She'll be taking that for herself.
And I have my own prescription of Adderall. Unfortunately, that's why I'm up at this time of night with you.
God.
Isn't it great?
Yeah.
So Amy,
no, it isn't not. Yeah, I mean, I use it for the day, but when I use it at night, that's when I feel bad. So I should not.
Right. So Amy, what was strange was when she started talking about how fucked up these guys were, Ian started responding, yeah, they're all fucked up, and he started talking about like he had personal experience. I
have tons of them. I have tons of personal experience.
And you said they were living with you.
Take a tour through his house.
Well, I'm 40 years old.
Show you what he rides to the gas station.
I'm 40.
As mayor of his county.
But you said you had them in your home, like they were living in your home.
Because I would meet them at a bar or something, but I'd be banging their ex-girlfriend, and then their ex-girlfriend would show up when I get home, and then their ex-boyfriend would be there. It'd be weird.
Okay. Okay, so that's how you contextualize that. Okay, you said that without the context.
I'm so sorry. But you know,
and they're all talking about your mattress and how you never got it wet.
And then
we're not there yet.
Then Amy, when she's talking about these stalkers,
God.
Ian has them categorized. He's got them cataloged. He says, "Yeah, those are the masturbators."
Yeah, the stalkers are chronic masturbators.
Right.
Oh my God, Ian.
How do you?
They
Ian,
are.
Know this?
Ian,
I know.
Here's the thing. You can only okay, so you're not, as we all know, You are
Look,
not like in the criminal
when
justice
you
field.
spend all your time chasing around
That's my
somebody,
no. My
you
point
have
is,
to make
you're
time
either
to jack
hanging
off.
out
So
with
you
them
just do
or
it while
you
they're.
are them. You
No,
can't be
they're chronic. They're chronic
as the
masturbators.
mayor of a drunk. I'm a drunk hanging out. You are either the person with them or you are them. Come on, like I would even admit that.
Okay, Sigmund Brook, calm down.
Actually, okay, go ahead and call me that. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Bye, girl.
Oh, I had to come off mute to say
Did
that
you
was
think
very
I was
funny.
gonna fucking
Sigmund,
hang up
Sigmund
on that
Brook.
shit? You gotta stop me longer to fucking hang up.
You know she didn't get that. That's why I knew she didn't know anything about borax.
Sigmund Freud. Okay, I got it. That's why I said go ahead and call me that.
Okay.
God, oh my God. Again, mayor. Like they were drunk to call you mayor. That was a joke. You do get that. They weren't really thinking you were their mayor. And then when you lost your license and you had to
It's
start
420
riding
right now. I can call 5 women and
bicycles
tell you
to
what
the
they call
bar.
me.
Show him your girl's bicycle you ride to the bar on.
It's not a girl's bicycle. It's a vintage Sun trike. Okay, I'll go take a fucking picture of it.
So Amy, the interesting thing about this, so these men drove you to the point where you had to move, had to change your number. Okay, these are serious things. They're life-changing things, and they take a lot of effort. So these men were just horrible. And these dating sites, what do you do now?
What do I do now?
To try and find
haven't.
company. Or you just decided to give up on that and just kind of do what George said, just kind of stay in and stay safe until the plague blows over. And
Where are you? They're doing that. Like I missed that part.
she's in Quebec now. She's been in Quebec, and that's where I think she was in Quebec when she was trying to get on these dating sites. But these guys are all in the military, and theoretically they're stationed all over the world. And this
Okay, no. I got to set the record straight. That I'm an hour outside of Montreal, but I'm still inside the U.S.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so I can give you kind of like this, and this is really going to reveal a lot about me. But I lived in New Orleans. I moved from New Orleans out to Colorado. I moved from Colorado, and this is like, I keep coming like back home because I'm from Vermont. My whole family is here. So I moved from Colorado back to Vermont, down to New Mexico, and then from New Mexico back to Vermont, and then Vermont to Georgia. That was short. I was living.
Oh my God, I hope you're like 90 years old because you make me feel really fucking lame. I haven't moved out of my city or state ever.
I mean, Amy, this
Yeah,
is
no, she's done so much more than you have, Brooke.
Yeah. You know, the most frightening part about this was that Amy had to think about it to remember some of the moves. She's been moving
I know.
so often.
I'm like, I moved from Windermere Drive with my parents to Fairview to Brewster to Bradwell. Yeah, those were 4 moves. They were all in the same county and maybe 2 different city things. Yeah.
So Amy, are these military all over the place you moved, or
obviously
just in Vermont?
No, they're all over. But Amy, I'm not making fun of this at all. I mean, this is disturbing. Not that you're disturbed, but obviously you've led a disturbed life in the sense that these men have driven you to extreme courses of protecting yourself.
Wait a minute, you mean she's not in the military movie now? You're not in the military?
No, she's stalked by military men.
But my family.
Amy, can I ask you a question? Amy,
can he
fuck you? A lot of these. Were all of these? Oh, I'm on mute.
No,
Amy.
Ian, don't tell me you ride around outside on that thing.
Oh yeah, it looks like something Mary Poppins would ride, right?
If he sent the right thing with the big handlebars and the basket in the front, that's what he rides.
I am embarrassed for you. I am embarrassed for you.
That's just one of them. I got 4 more.
He's environmentally friendly, and plus he got DWI, so that's why he has.
Dude, if he's collecting these things,
you understand. Look,
he does have another one that looks exactly like it, and I can vouch for that shit as well.
Basically, he's stealing this out of kids' driveways so he can sniff the bicycle seats.
I spent like $800 on that.
Douglas, that is not funny because I've already seen all the shit he was selling the other weekend when he
Thank you,
called me
ma'am.
looking
Thank
for you.
you.
He
Thank
does
you.
not fill it. It is all fucking drug addicts coming to him looking for drugs, and they trade him anything.
Holy shit.
I got a new pair of Apple iPods if anybody's interested.
Oh my God.
See how he doesn't deny that?
And they're
That's
Gen
right.
2.
I believe you.
They're Gen 2.
I believe it. So, Amy.
Actually, I do need to pay it because my son just took mine, so keep those.
Electric or?
Oh my God.
Yeah, my son. Well, I have a pair, but then he lost his fucking in Florida. So yeah, I keep those. I need
But
You
by the
need
way,
to see the new shit I ordered last night. I got $170 worth of shit coming in from China.
Amy, you will notice, Amy. You'll
I
notice.
want your drug addict apple pods. Not
You'll
your
notice,
China
Amy, that
fucking-
Brandon Young.
Well, I
his
got one.
screenshot of himself is with the Stephen King book open. This is why he's got that, is because being on this conversation is like reading a Stephen King novel. This is what Brandon, it's better than a Stephen King novel. Brandon just sits there and takes us all in. It's like an audiobook. So
He's writing a fucking book, I swear to God. Brandon, please just make me a decent character in it. Like, tap me up a little. Like when I say something stupid, make it a little better.
So Amy, bring us, so this Odyssey, is that, I take it it's not complete.
Doug,
It's like,
Doug, she never answered my question if the stalker dudes were during the New Orleans era.
I think they've been just going on all our life. This is like, so Amy, could clarify that for us.
Identify it. I never identified it in college as being like, you're kind of being like shuffled into different, areas.
So basically because of your military background, because of the legacy of your military family
Okay, but you were
background.
online. Why not get the fuck off?
No, this is deeper. Basically, Amy Como's family background, which was
So this wasn't like a dating website the entire time.
No. It's that's implicated. It's implicated, but it's symptomatic. The real issue is genetic, as in genealogical.
Don't get me wrong, Amy, because like I'm just getting jealous because I had people like try to see me on the website, but they didn't stalk me, and they only live probably across town. So
yes,
a little jealous.
There you are. But Amy, because she has this military background, that's where the stalking comes from. Basically, these military men are.
Brooke lives where the hills have eyes. That's why nobody stalks you.
I mean, maybe that might be it.
Well, Amy was talking a lot about morbid inbreeding and downbreeding, which H.P. Lovecraft was warning about in his story about that.
And that's where Brooke comes in.
I mean,
right there.
look, hey, the thing. Let me admit, Ian, I did have a crush on you. We would argue good, but then I realized you were probably related with the way you act.
I know. I was afraid of that.
I was the higher end of the DNA spectrum, but you definitely fucking somewhere hit on
Yeah,
that broad
it reminds me of
spectrum.
a scene from Bratty Sis. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my God! Oh, tell Brooke who she reminds you of. That Charlie.
You remind me of Charlize Theron from Monster. You know that human trafficking survivor turned serial killer according to the great state of Florida?
No, you know what? I've not seen that movie, but I
Oh,
like.
you should know. It's good. The bitch,
You know
she
what's
did a
hilarious
good job.
you say that is that my ex-husband's most favorite actress that he just died over was Charlize fucking Theron. And
No, she was something wonderful. She was.
What?
But,
I'm sorry, Charlize Theron is not dead, is she? What?
No.
I'm not saying she's dead, but
thank God.
She's older now, but I'm saying she did good, and she was you know who I remind myself of though? I think was it Michelle Pfeiffer, which reminds me of Charlize Theron in that movie where she like is getting interviewed in the
not
room
Catwoman, right?
No, I don't think Catwoman. She's getting in a room like the ice. What is it? She had the ice pick. And she's getting interviewed by the cop, and she uncrosses her legs,
Okay.
Basic Instinct.
Basic Instinct.
Yes,
that's
Instinct.
Thank you. I noticed George Knight remembers that scene. Yes. So what we have here is, as our dear lady Brooke said, it's so all the crackheads bring whatever they can steal off children's driveways. So to him to trade for and now he's amassed a connection because he.
Well, I mean, I think that's good. You need to at least know that he does not steal. So I defended him.
Okay,
I
thank you.
defended
That's
you,
right.
so you owe
That's
me
right.
a
I was saying
fucking
something
compliment.
worse. I was saying he was taking them
everything I ever
when he saw
wanted,
young
really.
girls riding him just so he could sniff the bicycle seats. But,
No, they're not little tricycles. They're full size, like men's tricycles.
They're banana bicycles, and that's why.
I think I'm sorry. This is the toxic masculinity in myself, but I think a man's tricycle is an oxymoron. I just don't think those two words go together.
I can pull two hoes in it. I can pull two.
That's cute.
I even installed a roller coaster seat in the back of one.
The kind of chicks you'd pick up on that would be senior citizens in need of a ride.
Have you heard my new song called
Have you
Bitches
heard
on My
about
Bike?
his ex-girlfriend is almost 70. She's 2 years away from 70.
She still hasn't called me back yet either. She still hasn't called me back.
He rolls well with that. You roll well with that. That's a good roll. Okay.
No,
Amy.
that was just like a one-nighter.
So, Amy, am I correct in my analysis of what led to some of these experiences? That sounds like a good context, in part.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't really I had been listening to a group of women who were doing something like techno crime fighters. It was Dr. Catherine Horton and Ramola, the Indian lady, and then this
about the Dateline people.
No, it was on YouTube. It was like this cyber techno crime fighters forum. There was 4 women. Karen Stewart, who had worked with the NSA, and she had been a whistleblower, and so I was listening to them, and then I'd called and contacted the Reverend Millicent Black, who was in Tennessee, and she has an online church. And I was asking her about what have you done that's worked to help deter the stalking of military operatives. And she was the one who gave me validation, because for the most part, when you try to talk to people about this, they're not going to listen. And they're going to blame you. They're going to do like this emotional thing where they have to react and then minimize and like divert and
worse yet, they're going to defend these men. And they're going to say that these are our great servicemen in service of our nation. How could you defame them? And in other words, they blame the victim. They turn this back and say that you're doing something. You have a fetish for these men, and that
after they give them a black eye.
Yeah, this is completely offensive to me. I know exactly what Amy's talking about. It's so offensive. What's the military has done to you, Amy. So, Amy, you are a victim of the military. This is a go on.
Douglas.
Yeah.
I can't be a victim. Ask Peter Moon. I'm not a victim. I understand the thing that's going on. And that is really empowering to know, you're just going to divert my attention away from something that might be meaningful or work that I could be doing that's important. So anyway, this Dr. Millicent Black with her Refuge from the Storm online church, that was like 8 years ago now. I'd contacted her and she had said, well, this is what I did. I can't tell you what will work, but I can tell you what I did. And her story is incredible. Like she has
how did she heal?
How did she heal? She is a believer. She hands it all over to Christ. She's a believer in the church. And so I don't know that she has healed. I haven't been able to contact her since those first few phone calls. But she told me, you can report them. You can call. She was telling me you can call up these. They have public information requests that can be made, and you can find information on anybody in the military. Of course, this was all stuff that even in trying to do so, nobody calls you back.
They never do.
No, she's going to call you back. And so
in 5 years.
Yeah. Like seriously, like they never take record. They never investigate. But what can you do? Like all you can do is just disconnect from that. And for me at this point, I understand, like, if I'm doing something, if I'm like doing work and like all of a sudden there's like people pulling in my yard and like the phone's going off. And I'm like, oh, so this is work I need to like screenshot, bookmark. I got to come back to this because this is where it lives. Like, this is the thing that I'm like being pulled away from. So I need to remember that. I really don't have any answers. I just feel really blessed that, I haven't really had a lot of serious injury, like personal, like hurt me, intimate partner violence. That's never been the case.
You're lucky.
I feel like it's kept me sane. Like somehow, like if that had been the case, I don't know if I would come back, I don't really know. 'Cause for me, like I've always been like in those trauma responses, the fight, flight, fear, freeze, all those. So for me, it's always the freeze and then the flight. And that's my main mode of operating is the freeze and the flight. And then people have the fight and and still you have to manage the trauma, but going back into the trauma is not helpful. It's not productive. Like what needs to happen is you need to have this communication where you're in a loving space where you feel safe. Like the safety is key. And that's been reiterated to me in different groups with different women. And men who want to protect women, which I feel like it comes from wanting to protect your mother. And I've felt that men who can generate a sense of love and connection with their mother, that they're really the ones who might help. Like
that's why men gotta forgive their mother.
Because I don't even know. I don't know how to help women who are damaged. Like
I've tried.
It's pretty
I've tried.
difficult.
I've tried.
Traumatized.
It's a fucking Rubik's Cube.
And I think the problem is we want them to talk about it. And no, I don't think that's going to help.
No.
Can I ask you a question?
The only way that they're going to talk about it is if you date them and they feel safe with you and they
and then they tell you what a victim they are and then they beat you up. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys want to hear an MK Ultra story about this relationship that I say or life I saved? So I was at Coachella, and this girl that I was friends with was dating this fucking MK Ultra fucking Manchurian candidate fucking kid, like big muscle jock dude, fucking total meathead. So I walk in the hotel room, and she's laying on the ground. And he's strangling her and beating her head against the ground, like in a fucking like rage. Like I've never seen anybody this possessed. And she's almost dead. And all of a sudden he freezes and he slowly twists his head with his hands still on her neck. And he goes, "Ian, can you just give us a minute?" So I just fucking like walked outside for like 3 seconds. I walked back in. And she was sitting there crying on the ground, like going, "I couldn't breathe," and blah, blah, blah. Like not trying to make fun of the New York shit. That's what she really said. And then I walked into the bathroom where he was, and he was just slitting his fucking arms like wide open. And that's the suicide programming right there. But, have you ever read Kathy O'Brien, The Time to Heal?
No.
You should. I'll give it to you for free. I got it.
Thank you. I can't read that stuff. I'm really just like overburdened with stuff I got to read. But
okay.
And I appreciate that you brought her up, and I do understand what she's been through. I went with her story with Springmeier. Like I looked at a lot of Cisco Wheeler and Fritz Springmeier. To talk about like the altars and how to integrate altars, which I don't even know that that's possible.
Well,
I don't.
Right. No. You're interested in the altars. Did you ever suspect you might have some?
I have no idea. You could feel free to point them out to me if it comes up.
I don't see any. But then again, I would hope that if one had altars, they wouldn't manifest that quickly, as like during a conversation. That would be pretty alarming. But of course, in drama or film, that could happen. With some people, that could happen. Some people in the quote-unquote super soldiers community, you might see something like that happen. But definitely our dear man George Knight is actually working while listening in on this, and so he sent me a photograph of himself on his laptop at work. Very good. And Brooke, of course, is still sending me some messages, and definitely our dear Brooke. She dropped off, but it doesn't seem like she's going to sleep. So I do hope she gets some much needed rest. And but definitely, what you're sharing with us is profoundly important. And obviously, this is one reason why you listen to my program. You can relate because of your own experiences with the military, and you are a targeted individual. So you're a targeted individual who, I use the term victim, but as you say, you don't prefer that term. So survivor, you're a military harassment survivor. And you may feel blessed that you haven't been physically assaulted, but certainly who needs to physically assault you when they've effectively dislocated you? You're a dislocated individual, constantly on the move, a fugitive.
I would say I'm not a fugitive. I'm around my family. I'm fine.
Okay.
I have a huge family, and I want to kind of catch on what you'd said about why I listen to you, and I don't want this to come at you in a way that feels like I'm jabbing you in any way, but so when I was at school at Tulane, I had a friend who was Australian, and she was born and raised in Hong Kong. Mm-hmm. And when you said that your mom was Chinese and Japanese, that really made me think, what is he talking about? Because those two cultures don't get together. That's the one thing. When I went to Hong Kong, like on a little vacation, little exchange trip, we'd gone to the Tiger Bomb Caves, and they were giving me the history on the Tiger Bomb Caves and how the Japanese had come in and they'd taken it over. And so I'd been told like the Chinese and the Japanese cultures do not get together. And when you'd said your mom had both of those cultures in her lineage, that's what made me want to listen to you.
Thank you.
This whole idea of like the targeted individuals, like, sure, for years I'd kind of, watched a lot of videos on it, and it doesn't help to hear that other people go through this either.
The Taiwanese are Japanese and Chinese.
Thank you. Yeah. What Joe is referring to is that the island of Taiwan, of course, belonged to Japan for well over 500 years, and so the Japanese acculturated it. Even then, though, there wasn't too much racial interbreeding between the Japanese colonials and the Chinese, who were more indigenous than the Japanese were. And this is still layers of disambiguation need to be gone into. The complexity of the situation is that there are the Taiwanese Indians, so to speak, meaning like Native American Indians. They're indigenous peoples, Taiwanese Aborigines. Then there's the Chinese overlayer who settled the island. And when the Japanese came, they essentially administered, but there was very little interbreeding. But definitely my mother's case was extraordinarily exceptional. And so it was interesting that Sarah J., who had been very nice to George Knight, and he communicates with myself sporadically, and hopefully she'll just send me a Skype request like you did, and maybe I can converse with her more in the near future. She was saying that, these people in this channel were saying bad things about your mother. I don't know, like truth seekers, quote unquote, which I think is that the same incel living in his mother's basement who was attacking Marina Sarin. I'm pretty sure that was what she's referencing. And so I was like thinking, well, what on earth could they say about my mother? Peter Moon, of course, automatically slams down on this sort of thing. He says something that is well-meaning, but rather predictable and not necessarily helping with educating our listeners. In other words, he'll just say, don't pay attention to that. That's not worth your attention. And this just gives them attention that you don't need to give them, etc. But no, it's a serious question in the sense that, first off, there's no documents on my mother. There's nothing on my mother. The closest that you have, and they've tried to dox me for everything. With my father, it's easier because they just make shit up. They'll just make up records and say, oh, this is his military record. And I brought on Veterans Administration employees before, and I'm sure you remember this, dear Amy, that have proven that what they've said is all fabrication, because they said, no, these are not actual documents from the Veterans Administration. So they just literally forge things, and this is the way the military operates. So when we had the kind of troll that was in earlier saying, oh, I was in the military, and, and just, oh, what do you think of the military? And then, then going off into his other trips, I'm a Thelemite, etc. Oh, yeah, well, if you're in the military, I bet you were. I bet you are, but anyhow, it just goes on and on. He, of course, is there as an agent of chaos. But when it comes to this other person, like attacking my mother, the serious question would be, well, there's nothing that really exists except her marriage certificate. Other than that, there's nothing that's out there on her. So what is it that he'd be attacking? That is a interesting question to me, because the only thing I could think of is they'd say something racist or stupid, like, oh, a whore or a war bride or whatever they would say. It wouldn't make any sense. It just because there's nothing out there for them to fixate on as a deconstruction. You see, their entire trip with trying to attack myself or my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, is to deconstruct us, quote unquote, to just attack everything that I say we are. And to the point where, like the troll in the chat room says, oh, I don't know, I like Mr. Moon, I'm on the fence about this so-called Douglas Dietrich. And it's like, so-called? What does that mean? It's what he's saying is like Jambo the Reese Monkey is calling people these days. He's doing what Lena Shea used to do, and basically calling people up and saying, "Oh, Douglas Dietrich isn't who he says he is. He's not." And it's like Salman Sheikh went on that trip. They're all on this trip that Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. Which of course, when Salman Sheikh was slamming that to Justin White was like saying, "Well, who is he?" So it's like, but at any rate, the entire thing about attacking me is to say I'm not anything. I'm not Douglas. I'm not even Douglas Dietrich. My father's not my father. I'm not Douglas Dietrich. And yet, so what would they have to say about my mother? There's nothing there for them to deconstruct. In other words, so it would just be strange to me that they would even try and do something. Forget the moral issue of attacking somebody's mother or any boundaries or limits. Obviously, these people have none. But when it comes to your case, okay, so what I find rather strange or rather odd would be that, so you do feel blessed in the sense that you have a very large extended family and you're in contact with them. So what makes you unusual, exceptional in a positive sense, is that you have familial support, which you'll notice no other targeted individual generally ever has. Usually if targeted individuals exist, whatever family situation they're in, if they have one at all, is incredibly dysfunctional and negative and just something they're stuck in for survival. In other words, like a woman who's with a abusive partner but cannot leave because she's so interdependent on him due to a number of issues. He controls her bank account and everything else, just anything you can imagine, has isolated her socially from everyone around her, that sort of thing. All of this is like, the usual situation. So your situation is you've got support, and yet you felt the need to physically relocate. So has your family ever questioned this or said that it was odd or what?
My grandmother is like, you live a different kind of life. And I'm not trying to like whitewash my family. Like, they are vulnerable to the same mechanisms of abuse that everybody else is. Like, they, like these weapons that the military has, like they are vulnerable to that because of their ignorance. But also I wanted to say, Douglas, that the ignorance of Asian culture in the West it seems like it can be a tool, like, I mean, it's just the ignorance of some things, like the tea ceremonies. Like, this is something that in Asian culture, like the English, that it's such a lovely exchange, and we don't have that. Like, Americans do not have that. Their culture is so weak. I just feel like they're, like these, I kind of agree with Peter on the fact that, like, a lot of it is distraction, like that guy in the chat room who's just going off and trying to get your attention, and you don't know if you block him because none of it really makes any sense, but it kind of puts you in your pain point, as that lady was saying. Like, and that's what I feel like if I bring up your mom, I don't want you to go into that pain point about your mom, because I think she's probably very lovely. I think that she's, a woman who probably was really torn between her cultures, just from my outside perspective of being a Quebecois woman with a Asian fetish, because I grew up reading Jack Kerouac and wanting to go off the coast of San Francisco over, Shanghai into Asia. Like, this was sort of like my programming as a child. Like, I would read all the time in my room, like just reading. And Jack Kerouac
Can I
was
ask you a question?
Yeah.
How Asian are you? Are you like Tila Tequila Asian or Tia Carrera Asian?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm French. I'm 100%.
Well, you just said Asian.
Oh,
I have like Asian fetish. Like, I just.
I thought you were saying you were Asian. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
A better way to express it, perhaps, would be to say that I have a romance about Asia, better than saying I have an Asian fetish, which is, of course, sexualized.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Yeah, I'll buy that.
And of course, when it comes to Ian and Joe and the guys, the fact that they listen at all is quite touching. The fact that they don't absorb a lot of the information is because they're busy projecting their fantasies. So when you brought up something about Asia, then automatically the Asian fetish came up on their end. That's where the term is applicable.
What you said, I was like, how is she single if she's Asian?
Yes,
no,
thank
she's
you.
not Asian.
There we are. That's
she already said she's French.
Yes. No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I assumed.
Got it.
Oh, it's like I was going to tell you that Loxon Bagel guy. He's probably just assumes too much, and that's why gang stalks. But anyway.
Okay, so honey, Amy, do go on. Certainly, it's very touching what you're saying, and what you're also saying. A good way you use the term American culture is weak. Of course, what Sammy Romero has basically said, and I've said, what Sammy Romero has basically said is that the Americans have no culture. I've gone to an extreme, which I feel is legitimate, that basically America is a prison rape anti-culture. It is an anti-culture. It has no culture, so it is antithetical to culture itself in many ways. Yeah. And the closest that we have to a culture, we have the, proportionately the largest incarceration state in the world, and it's a state within a state. And so this is basically a prison rape anti-culture when we take into account the girl beatings or the lady beatings, the violence against women.
Joe, you could explain that with the gels, right?
What? With what?
You could explain the gels, right?
Well, what gels? What are you talking about?
Why they're so full?
Jails.
Oh,
he slurs his words.
Prisons. Okay.
Sorry.
I thought he said Jills, like Jack and Jill, like Joe and Jill.
Oh,
I thought gel.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Joe thought gels.
Yeah, it's to
Why did you say Joe
racial
could explain
profile
the jails?
people? I mean, it's to imprison. It's there's more minorities than there are majorities in the prison system. No, it's a form of segregation.
It's a Jew-run business.
This is amazing.
Oh,
wait, that's what I was looking for.
Sort of, if you're talking about the legal system. I mean,
You know what's so amazing
Sort of.
about this? Is that when
What?
real Ian West said what he said, slurring as he did his words so we couldn't understand his question,
Jill,
he said,
yeah.
hey, Joe, you can tell us about the jails, right? And Joe, he went for it. And he starts explaining it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cool.
He's great.
I mean,
He,
I
he's my
work
go-to.
with- I work with the prison, Taiwanese nutritionists that work for the prison system in Trenton, New Jersey.
Oh, and
I mean,
did Ian
she,
know this?
she said there's plenty of innocent black people in
Okay,
jail.
so Ian, did you know that Joe had this? I'm sorry, who was
No,
it?
he doesn't know. He doesn't.
No, sir, I didn't know.
Yeah.
So weird.
But
Is this just
I'm
some...
friends with a black gay guy who got, he got fingered for a crime he didn't commit down here.
Oh God, the way he
Oh,
said
my
that. Now, Brooke, did you hear what Ian just said?
And he was you, so I think you need to shut up. I mean, like, when you're talking about yourself, it's like, I knew
That's what I thought.
girl.
That's what I thought. He said, I'm friends with a black gay guy who was fingered, and all I imagined was Ian fingering this guy, and and that, yeah, he's friends with this black gay guy, all right, to the point where he's fingering.
He said the one story that everyone says when it's them. Like, well, I was friends with. Okay, buddy. All right.
Oh, there's a lot of
Secondly,
innocent people.
I think that I need
No,
to
they
go
are.
against Sammy Romero on this and our lady in Canada. Like, I believe
And you know I got
as
framed
well.
by cops.
We have a culture here because you cannot, Douglas, deny that when I can say collard greens and black eyed peas, right?
Oh yeah, well I've
And
always
then-
said, hey,
No,
I've
no,
always
no.
said the South has had a culture as opposed to the North. I've always said that.
I think the
Yeah,
West
we were
have
the
less.
trendsetters.
I do believe the West has less culture. Just the further you go west, it's become less culture. But I'm not putting that down at all either, because I would love to come there for some good tacos and Chinese food.
There you go. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, and I'm not putting that racistly. I just feel like y'all would have, especially the tacos. As we Sammy
No,
talks
if
about
anything, what you're saying is that whatever we have to offer is provided by other cultures. in terms of
Right,
cuisine.
exactly.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes, unlike the South, where I've always said this, the South has been exceptional in that it has a culture. So I've said this before. I've been very adamant about that.
Well, that's actually good, because the only other things I was going to go with was like, can you not say we have a culture? I was only going with the
Our culture is Waffle
and
House
then
and Chick-fil-A.
and then we have Ian West.
Yes,
I mean, that's a culture of its fucking on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. It's a combination of drug culture, conspiracy culture, and
all the delights of the South.
Yes, something like that. Oh my
Just
God.
put me with the collard greens, the black eyed peas, and nice breast, and
Yes.
that's my culture. Okay.
Yes. And so, Brooke, what I do want you to know about Amy is that I found out from her, she did set the record straight. She lives just like right across the border
I
from
heard that.
Quebec. Oh, okay, so you did hear that. So she's not our Canadian lady, which I keep saying, or kept saying.
Yeah, I did. Actually, I did say it again, but I'll probably always say that because I associate very early. But I'll try to not, Amy. I'm sorry, like, because you didn't give me the state. So like, if you go Maine.
Yeah, every state has their own culture.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I
Like,
think that Amy.
I
has-
don't think she wants to know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't need to give that out.
Yeah.
Until she does, I'm probably going.
Well,
back
I
to
mean, there's
Canada.
only one place she could be. It's basically upstate New York, essentially. Either that, it'd be more that than it.
She would be in Vermont.
I'm
Vermont
Southern. I mean, like, she could tell me Maine or Ohio, and I believe that both were touching Canada. Like, I don't know.
I had
my geography came from like 4th grade in the South, which was probably a pot smoking gym teacher. So I don't know.
By the way, she was all over me. Brooke was all over me for forgetting the state South Carolina and where she was from, and so she.
Because he went to North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee.
Here it comes.
I
Here
think
it comes.
he named 49 states. I was like, yeah.
It's like somebody shook a Coke bottle up and it's about to explode when
And
she
it
does
wasn't
that.
like I wasn't going, no, right below North Carolina, no, right above Georgia, and he still went Alabama, Mississippi.
Hey, bro.
Oh, I remember that.
How much does a boob job cost down in the South?
Well, if you go to
I
Miami,
don't know,
you get
Joe Ty. Why
$4,000.
don't you come down here and find out? Because I like a new one.
Yes.
$4,000 for a new one if you go to Miami. I just had a girl
No,
come
you
back.
said no. Florida is like that place where you used to go to get drugs back in the day, the pain pill place, and you went to like a pain pill doctor. I remember that in the 90s.
Oh yeah,
No,
they
no,
picked
no.
all those
I
up.
gotta
Pam
get
Bondi
shit
got
out
rid of
of
all
Florida.
them.
That's like
like getting Jesus out of Florida. I don't need your Jesus. I'll keep my Jesus. Okay?
So
we do have different Jesuses.
Yes.
But my Jesus is from the Garden of Eden.
Yes. It's so charming.
Yeah. Well,
your Jesus is from Clemson.
And I'll just keep them there. I don't need any bigger ones.
Yes.
If you want to get a Dolly Parton ones,
you keep
fine.
your
That
Clemson
like
Christ, okay?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
You keep it. You keep your Clemson Christ.
Clemson Christ.
Yeah. See,
Yes.
Clemson Christ. DC. There you go.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Amy. So, basically, you were saying something and you were drowned out. Was it the state you were in?
I'm getting back off. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Look, we love you. You're fine. Go on, Amy. Amy.
Well, no, I was saying like what Brooke had mentioned.
Yes.
That like people in the South don't know anything about the Northeast. I had an interview with somebody, and he was a lot younger than me, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I was up in your area near Vermont when I played ball, and I had to travel up to Iowa." And I'm thinking to myself, Iowa's a 2-day drive. Like clearly, I'm not. Like, clearly I'm not anywhere that you've ever been or will go.
No,
it was like they were so far away. Like, just wasn't even. I mean, at least you got everywhere around. And you know what? I think you just get a mental block sometimes when you really care, when you're trying so hard to get it right. And, like, you just want to try every other option first.
Right. So who was doing the interview? He was interviewing you, or you interviewing him?
Oh, it was kind of a mutual thing. He'd contacted me about some insurance he thought I was going to buy.
Okay. Yeah.
Then it just ridiculous. The whole thing was ridiculous. Like my phone kept disconnecting. Like whenever I tried to answer his questions, like it. I mean, kind of electronic stuff. That
you said this guy was way younger than you. You're only in your 40s, so this guy must have been 12.
No, she's in her 30s, right?
27. Like he couldn't have been. He could not have been 30.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm 46, so I'm like in that next category already. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. I mean, obviously, you sound very young. You sound healthy, and I definitely appreciate the fact that you seem to be doing well despite all of the stresses you've been through. When you talked about all the states you were moving through, was that the full list? There might have been some other locations, I'm sure, that you had to relocate in for a while.
Pacific Northwest before coming back here, and I've been here 7 years, so I'm back home. I'm home.
You seem to have settled then.
There's like just stuff that's happening where I can't leave. I don't want to anymore. Like I something that Dr. Millicent Black had said to me about, boy, they really keep you moving, don't they?
Yeah.
That it really stuck with me. Like, huh?
So
yeah.
You've been in contact with some of these people who know how to deal with this sort of phenomenon. I think I'm sorry.
Themselves.
What?
Yeah, they're also dealing with that. Yeah. So it's. I mean, I definitely feel like you have to have a community. You have to have people on your side.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you found them. And
it takes a village.
Yes, it really does. We're a village right here, aren't we?
We all want you to go into your mom.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so I finished chewing, and I'll start monologuing. Of course, I'm sorry. What?
I will listen to the download later.
Okay.
I need to lay down.
We love you. Okay.
It's good meeting you, girl. Good meeting you.
Awesome. All right. It's good talking to you.
All right.
I'll try again some night that I'm awake.
Yes. And hopefully that's
all right.
more
Good
often.
Godspeed and God bless you.
Yes.
Thank
Bye
you.
For now. Okay, wonderful young lady. And okay. And Amy.
Well,
Como,
she was just about as civil as you could be. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like the fucking opposite of you. Like, basically, she was born and bred wherever the fuck your parents were. They are no relation.
I wanted to talk to her about New Orleans.
Do a DNA test, and you'll be like a 180.
I wanted to talk to her about New Orleans.
Well,
I know you fucking did, bitch.
She didn't want that too.
Obviously.
Oh yes, there was something that Brooke asked me to relate to you, which I'm not quite sure I'm in on the joke. She said,
It's too late now.
she said, tell the bitch he's never been to Coachella. From me, Gatorchella, that didn't count. There we are. What?
I said Gatorchella doesn't count, bitch.
Yes. There we are.
You know, I really was at Coachella when this happened. No, I was really at Coachella when this happened.
I know. I was the one time in your life when you actually had a girlfriend.
No. That was the first kid I saved from MK Ultra before Trump did.
And now you have a copy of the ring, and you'll never talk to her again. And I'm making fun of the
No, I talked to her the other day. We're still friends. She's getting married.
I know, and she's married and in
her
love.
Dad hates me though. Her dad
day.
hates me so much. It's awesome.
Oh my god. So
I can imagine I'm like not hating you.
Well,
look, let's put it this way. Like, even Douglas is like, I'm not really a dad, but I have a feeling if his son fell in love with you, he'd be like, yeah, I fucking hate it.
No. It's great because her dad, every time I see her dad, I'm like, yeah, your daughter would be dead if it wasn't for me. Let me in. I'm like, oh, it's awesome.
I mean, how many people do you tell that to? Is that what you're going to tell my dad if you were ever me? He'd be like, oh, she wasn't dad. And he'd be like, well, how do you mean? Well, I don't know. She said she was sick. I told her to bathe in bleach and drink some.
Oh, oh my God. Here we go with that shit again.
Oh, I love you both.
That'll make a great story, Ian.
Yes.
I'll be like,
no, what was
they don't have pools in West Virginia or wherever, or Clemens or wherever, whatever the fuck it is.
Brandon Young left us? And the fall.
He was here?
Yeah.
He was fucking here. He was asleep the entire time. He has to work tomorrow. You idiot.
I like Brandon.
Yeah, everybody likes Brandon because Brandon's cool.
I think he's Illuminati, but still, I like.
By the way, he's the first person to say that. He has shared on this show the fact that he was raised essentially Illuminati.
He's in Galita. I could tell already.
Like a Mason?
No,
he's like, my dad knows John Kerry. I live in Galita. Yeah. Dude, that's fucking Rothschild wine country right there.
Yes,
God damn.
Yes. By the way, Ian West is completely on the button here. He's actually correct.
Totally. Really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I kept my mouth shut about Santa Barbara after that. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not telling him no stories.
No. Just
where do the Rothschilds live in America?
No. Now they live underneath the Antarctic, the Antarctic Ocean off the coast of Chile.
You're kidding me.
You mean they're with the Third Reich?
No, our tax dollars built their little underground city off the coast there. I got the paperwork.
They're still making giraffes and stuff. They just made the Rothschild giraffe a few years ago. So they have to be above ground sometime.
Yes. By the way, what video game does that remind me of? Where it's Sudden Shock or something? What's the one underwater?
Sudden Shock.
The underwater city. Whose voice was that?
Waterworld? No.
No, the underwater
video game.
The video game. The underwater city that trauma shock. BioShock.
I never played that shit. I never played. I'm sorry, I never played.
He's talking about the undersea Rothschild city. That's BioShock.
I've never played that.
That's what you fucking imagine, dude. Like, seriously.
I've never played the game.
Military, whatever you want to call them. Propaganda. Let's call them industrial.
I was too busy plotting at my dick getting touched to play video games, Brooke.
Putting shit out.
By the way, this is where he says what you said, Brooke.
And it's also, we should take the shot and nobody will die. And they're not trying to kill us. But yet last week they just put out a video after all this saying we've used up 75% of our land resources, by the way. We are way overpopulated. Since 1950.
I don't believe that shit for a second.
And no. This was on National Geographic. Like, this is not even National Geographic. It was like, whatever. What the fuck ever. I don't give a shit what you say. Literally, we are using you go to Stanford, go to Harvard. They all got the same fucking shit. We've been using 150% of our resources.
Apparently
that
not
we
Clemson.
Can make back since then. 50s or 60s. I don't have the exact dates, so don't hold me to that. It could be 55. It could be 57.
And you still talk about it.
I'll still say that we're using it. So if I was in the military-industrial complex and I looked at people like Ian West and I just drove up and had a lot of fucking money and a lot of fucking power, I'd be like, yeah, half these people need to die. How are we going to
They're
fucking
like,
do it?
kill his friend and throw voice the skull in him.
So
Call
we're
it a
gonna come
day.
up with a disease. We got to not get caught. We'll come with a disease. They'll attack people maybe later. Someone will die of blood clots. Someone will die with heart disease. Faster. And then we'll also give a shot. We can't give a shot where it kills everybody, but we'll give a shot where like a 1/4 of the population will get the shot, and maybe half of those quarter will die immediately. So we killed them, that disease, and then we'll put out some other diseases later. People like Ian West will just blow their fucking heads off anyway, hopefully.
Shit, almost. Almost.
Oh my god.
It was getting there. It was getting
I'm
there.
just saying, if I fucking worked for the MID and I was looking for that shit, I'd be like, what am I gonna do? I'm
Right.
saving my kids, right? I'm saving
Well,
my kids. I'm saving the chimps. I'm saving the tigers. Y'all are taking up all the land. You keep eating the shit. I told you not to eat fucking meat every fucking day. You keep.
Yeah, you're right.
I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
take you
yeah.
out.
Yeah, and you got to stop a potential domestic terrorist. Like, and that's what you're here
I am
for.
applying for a military-industrial complex job at this moment.
All right, I just got the frame done for your dick pic. Hold on, I just got the frame done for it. I'm gonna send it to you.
He's sending a dick
Hello,
pic.
Douglas.
Yes. Hello, George.
Hello, Douglas.
He's here.
Now
You're
she's
right.
gonna say, our dear Brooke is gonna say how high my voice went when you came.
I'm not
So did
going to
mine.
say it anymore. Like, there's no point in ever saying it again.
Oh my god. So go on, George. So tell us, you've been listening to all this. What pitch in?
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I've had it in the background. I've been on the phone to several people in the meantime as well, so I haven't caught everything, but it's been very entertaining.
Yes.
On my end. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And I was just going to say, I've only got a short period left with you, I'm afraid, but it's been wonderful actually because I've got such a heavy work stack, but I've managed to be on for such a long time, so it's been wonderful. But I was going to share something with you about because going back to what Amy was saying, I was going to respond very briefly about how we live in a totalitarianism society where all our history is literally just kept from us. It's wiped clean, and revisionists have rewritten history over and over again. And I was actually going to just share with everyone when I was speaking to my colleague going back several weeks ago. I was talking about the royal crown, the royal family, and what floated the economy for centuries was the opium wars. And I was going to just share that I presented to him.
Oh, he's talking about you, Ian, the opium war.
No, he's talking about the Rothschild operation in Afghanistan.
I just meant where you came from.
Okay, all right, go ahead, George. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, basically, I was just I relayed to him quite heavily in a lot of information, a lot of detail about why the royal crown brought Winston Churchill into power, because of course King George brought him into power to replace Neville Chamberlain, and I exposed to him War Plan Red, and I literally I can go into a lot of detail, Douglas. I don't know if you want me to bring up now.
You can bring up anything you want, but I'm sure that when you bring up this overload of information to these people, that they just are overwhelmed.
What year, Crypto Jew?
Who? Which one was the Crypto Jew?
Winston.
Oh, Winston Churchill.
What are you, a Crypto Jew?
That's
how you trick America?
Churchill's mother dated the King of England.
What?
Hey, can both of y'all not talk when George is on, please? Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, honey.
I love you, Brooke. I love you, Brooke.
So, George, go on. If you find those questions beneath your dignity, you don't need to respond.
No, I didn't. No. It went over my head, actually. Yeah, thank you. But
that's what I heard recently about how Churchill's mother was one of the king's mistresses.
Okay.
I believe it.
So Joe apparently heard that Churchill's mother was one of the king's mistresses, but basically she was an American, and Churchill's mother was Jenny. Jenny was just basically the American that his dad married to get some fucking, liquid, liquidity.
Flow cash.
Yeah.
Like Camilla Bowles, she Camilla's
the slave owner
grandmother dated also was one of King's mistresses too.
Okay.
So
well, thank you.
Hey, Douglas, can I respond in a moment if that's all right?
I know y'all didn't get that before. Obviously, I'm not loud enough.
Thank you, George.
Don't speak while George is on, please.
Yeah,
Joe,
thank you. Thank you.
Shut up.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you. Oh my God.
Thank you, Brooke. Yes, and I'll come back and bring it into some
so
context.
he's going to take care of some stuff and come back to respond. Yes. So thank you, Brooke, for
So you couldn't even finish it anyway.
There's no education. No education. I was trying to get a little education,
That's
and you
right.
both fucked it up. Thank you.
Thank
What,
you.
Improperism?
Yeah. Well, George.
I
George
can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No,
Joe.
at least George knows some things besides how to fucking get a fucking vacuum for $20 from a crack. And for Joe, how to not get your dick sucked from a guy who lives behind a barn that owns a bunch of shit that's in a tent that can't afford his tax bill.
Oh my God, that's delightful. Now, Joe was trying to pitch in with some of his own education for us from whatever he saw on TV, which I guess was, when he stays up.
No,
late.
they were talking about the king, who the king had mistresses because he was well known for having tons of mistresses.
Are we talking about King George, like World War II era?
No, no, it's Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth's father, I guess.
Fuck, Elizabeth's father. That's the
the
king
one
in
that's-
World War II, right? King George, yeah, I think, yeah.
No, it's the one before that.
The one before that.
Victoria, I think Victoria is Queen Victoria's husband. I don't remember.
I would have to see the documentary, but
Yeah,
when Joe
I
relates
just saw
this-
it on YouTube, so it's I can't vet this, but
Oh yeah, well, if you
probably
find it
not.
again, feel free to send the link.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Hey, Joe, let me get a picture of this book for you. You got to check this thing
I
out.
don't think it matters, Joe. Like literally, whoever the fuck you're talking about does not beat Genghis Khan. He has the most fucking mistresses.
Oh, it's Camilla Bowles. One of Camilla Bowles. They said
Yeah,
grandfather.
just
I
leave
think
it out. You know what I'm saying? That's like watching.
Uh,
Like what you're watching is obviously the British channel of the Kardashians. Okay.
Yes, thank
Cut
you.
it off.
Thank you. It's something like that. It really is.
Especially when you're talking about Camilla Bush, she's still fucking alive, man.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Because
And
of course she's alive because
That's
the
what I'm
whole
saying. Like,
family's
well,
been
me
screwing
and
with the
Douglas will
royal
be more
family
interesting
forever.
when we're dead. So at least if you talk about me, talk about me when I'm dead. God damn.
Joe, are you slurring? Is it the hour of the morning, or you are kind of like on a diabetic crash or something?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not picking on you.
Yeah.
I am, but Ian.
It's obvious.
Where's this
Yeah,
dick
but-
pic of yours? You said we were
I'm
gonna...
working on. I had to make
Oh
a frame
my God,
for Brooke.
you fucking gay ass. Like, stop it.
No, it's not like
But
that.
you're like,
I
need
can't
the
load the
dick pic.
pictures up
I
in my
need the
phone.
dick- Douglas, it didn't matter. Douglas just did his own damage to his own self. He makes fun of everybody else, and he's like, "Where's your dick pic again?"
How do you
I'm
upload
not
the
saying
picture?
for Brooke, but I just say I'd like, yeah.
No, I'm just curious what this guy's going to come up with. I'm
Oh,
presuming.
you'll love it. You'll love it.
I'm
You'll love
presuming
it.
it's not an
wanna
actual.
see it. The last time I was curious, I saw not even saying it. No.
Right? Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
you. I will
I
never
told you that
look
would.
at another
I
video.
told you that would straighten you up.
Oh, it didn't straighten me up. It made me damaged for life.
Yeah. Now you understand.
No, I don't. Because that was the point. You didn't see the picture. It said the white hat or
You want to see the other video?
No, she
Send
doesn't.
it, you send it, Douglas. Why don't you send it to anybody but me? And then if they say this is correct, you know what? Ian's is genius. Then I'll
One
be
of the
like,
kids
"Oh,
is hanging by a noose.
okay. I've got a picture of you hanging by a fucking. You want to guess who did it? 'Cause
I didn't vote for Biden.
I'm gonna say Donald Trump.
I didn't support the child trafficking.
I mean, but what I'm gonna say, you're hung by the news. Donald Trump did it. Donald Trump did it. I don't know. Just believe it.
Donald Trump in the White House would save me, and Q would pick me up. No, I'm
Yeah.
just joking.
Well, there's gonna be a little kid at the end of your penis wanting it because it's like reminds me of Donald
I'm
Trump's
sorry.
like thumb.
I'm sorry.
It'll be at the end of your penis and it'll remind him of Donald Trump's thumb, and he'll be like,
Oh, I love you, Brooke. I love you. I love you.
Yes.
But I couldn't marry you. Oh, God.
You better get good life insurance.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You would, I mean, honestly, I probably would never fuck a man ever more than to fuck you if I knew you were going in the bathroom every day. You're just taking a line of coke, like you said, a Viagra. If
I
could
really
watch
did that. I did that for like 3 years. I really did.
How
I
are you
know,
still
but now
alive?
I need you to do it now.
Yes.
Like 3 times a day.
COVID put that behind me.
Oh,
I don't live that life anymore.
Oh, jeez.
You live a sad life now. You're right, a girl's
You're
diet.
right. No, I do. No, you're right. When COVID hit, I was a done man. I was like, I might as well die.
Barbies in
that basket?
Oh my God! What did you say, honey? You even put what in the basket?
Barbies? Do you put your little Barbies in that basket?
What's a Barbie?
Like,
What is that? What are you talking about?
like
your
Ken doll
tricycle.
and your
Your
Barbie doll?
tricycle. Oh
Like
my
the
God.
burning wood, the Kindle,
Yeah.
Yeah, like your little
or the
tricycle.
pad, or the
With
pad.
all
No,
the
she's talking
basket
about
in
your
the front.
tricycle that you're putting Barbies in that little basket.
That's a
on it.
badass tricycle. That's an $800 fucking tricycle.
Oh my God.
So
Oh
I'm
my
saying,
God.
do you put like your extra, like your, do you put the holiday Barbie in it then? The holiday Ken?
You know, I converted a roller coaster seat and put it where the basket was. It was awesome.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I don't even, you know what?
Absolutely
I can't
amazing.
even, there's so many things I could say to that based on
I know. Just so many avenues.
Yes, this is so the little girl that's riding it can face you or face away from you while you're tricycling down the street before the cops bust you and take you away forever, right? This is like, and we get the Amber Alerts from Joe.
I'm gonna be honest. If my daughter was only like 12 or 13, but like old enough to know to tell you no, but yeah, young and you know what I'm saying, but young enough to get busted, I'd bring her down there and let her ride with you just to fucking put you in jail and see her out.
Well, I would only be around her. I would only be around her if you were around. I would not be alone with the child.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I've seen too many
not that I
Lifetime
could
movies
get much,
to see how
but
that
you know
goes.
what? At least I'd have a couple of bikes. And what was that? Like I got a air
Girl,
fryer.
I got 4 tricycles. I got 4 tricycles.
4 tricycles.
And one of them
a
folds
bunch of shit
to
from
get in an Uber.
China. A bunch of shit from China, and he just showed me something. What was
I'm
it? A
quite
generator.
proud.
You got a
I'm
small
quite
generator.
No, I got an air compressor. I got new air compressor.
Today. Sorry, yeah, air compressor. I was making nails with that shit. I thought it was
the
a
racist
generator.
took his back. So.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna sell her out unless I'm getting at least a generator.
Oh my God.
You know what? I was thinking about getting one of those Sibians. They got
you're gonna get it from China, like you did your earphones.
I will get it from China, but it'll
be $20.
They got it from
And you'll be
AliExpress.
like, I waited 12 years on it, 12 and a half years.
Yeah, probably a month.
Oh
but yeah, $61 for a new Sibian. I was thinking about it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what? When you go, I'm thinking about it, that's the words that should stop you.
But the Sibian?
You're thinking about it.
Oh, I was thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, I even breaks it out.
Yourself, I'm thinking about it.
Okay, so by the way, Amor Fadi asks, who are the white hats? Now,
oh my God, the white hats. You want to explain that?
Let me
call
try.
Australia.
Let me try just to put this into perspective for our man Amor Fadi. Understand this much. The right-wing radicalized Russophiliac conspiracist.
The white hats are in everything you fucking believe.
Yeah.
They're just not as funny as them. That's all.
The Russia's fifth column in the Republican guys. These people who are on the internet and they just get. Let's just put it this way. This is the way I tried to explain it to my cosmetologist who just got on the internet and her brain was filled with shit. Just basically, when I did security for raves, back when they had block parties, they used to call them house parties. In some of these house parties.
Is this when you did the gun thing with the dogs?
No, of course not. And when I did raves are like big block parties.
Raves! You said, I was thinking it was a place. Sorry.
Yeah. When I did raves, these rave parties that took up...
He means honky tonk, like...
Yeah.
I know what a fucking... First of all, I know what a rave is. Secondly, you would have never been invited, and if you did, you would have been the one person that we had in the middle of the fucking room just totally making... Like, we all felt sober because he's here.
Yeah. Well, when I did security at these raves, I could go on about them for hours, but the thing about them is that when you we're dealing with
make a note to do that later about your rave.
Yeah. We'll do that at some point. We'll go over this. By the way, George was with us. He was going to talk, and then he dropped off. George, oh my God, look what you did.
Will you stop luring him in?
Stop blaming us. I'm so sick of that.
All right.
So in terms of, just to get to the white hats part, so when I did these raves, I would tell people, what I saw that was probably, everything was disturbing, but one of the things that stood out, of many things, all too many things, like I said, I could go an entire show, 12 hours talking about raves. Oh shit, Brooke left us. Oh,
no, did she?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Just let her. She's still listening. Just keep on going. Don't interrupt the story.
So, I would see kids use eyedroppers to take ecstasy. and they would just drop the ecstasy into their eyes because it would just have a direct circuit through the optic nerve to the brain. So this is what happens when you get on a computer. When you get on a computer, whatever you're seeing is going directly through the optic nerve into your brain, just like that liquid ecstasy the kids were dropping in through their eyedroppers. Just always think of that. And just like another allegory that fits in with this, you can take, a drop of sewage and you put it into a barrel of wine, and that turns that entire barrel of wine instantly into sewage. But you could pour an entire barrel of wine into the sewer, and that sewer is not cleansed by the wine. It's all still sewage. So just remember, shit is shit, and it can't be anything else. And unfortunately, that's going to be the majority of what you find on the internet. So then when you get it directly through the optic nerve going to your brain, you're filling your brain with sewage, just raw sewage. So just telling this for the allegory.
No, shut the fuck up, Ian. Two things. I just wanted everybody to notice that I dropped off, and then I came back, and then Douglas did not go, oh, look, Brookie's back. Let's
honey.
No.
Honey.
You know?
Honey.
You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, Doug.
I'm cool with it. I came back because two things. You're talking about a way to ingest drugs better, and I wanted to hear that. And secondly, you said something about shit and you can't fix it. So I figured you were talking about Ian, and I really wanted to hear that.
Hold on. I gotta correct Doug. What a white hat is and what a black hat is. It's a figure of speech. Before there was color television, the way they would portray the bad guys and the good guys in country western TV shows.
That
the
is
bad
not
guy
where
always
white
had
hat even came from.
Would you shut the fuck up? Would you shut the fuck up?
I think you should know your own conspiracy shit.
Actually, what I was going to say was that surprisingly, Ian, the point I was going to make is this is the kind of crap that they're fed, but Ian's point is well taken. Ian's analogy is actually the better way to approach it in the more immediate sense. I was trying to tell people just, when you hear these white hats, black hats in the sense that they're using it today, you just want to tune out. Just turn around.
Yeah, but now the public is thinking, well, we got to go get some sewer water so Trump saves us.
Yeah, but you, on the other hand, Ian, what happened was...
That's a joke.
So the white hats were born... Yeah, they wore them, during the 40s, 20s, 40s, 50s. They were worn
so that
by
way you could tell the difference between the bad guys and the good guys.
But you're right.
Oh,
white hats
God.
were the great saviors. They usually
Yeah,
had
I never saw the KKK on Howdy fucking Doody.
They were hanging people from a tree, but those are our fucking saviors. Thank you.
But by the way, in all fairness, what Brooke is saying is applicable in the sense that the majority of people who are into this white hats, black hats, conspiracy and counter-conspiracy theory are usually of that ilk. They're usually aligned with what we used to consider.
Build a border, build a wall. All the Mexicans are rapist, horrible people.
And the KKK never had its own TV show.
Yeah.
We'll still go buy our pot from them. But, I mean, over the wall, and we'll let them cut our grass and kill our house. But, we would like the wall built so no one comes into our country that is ours.
Yes.
As Irish, German, American, French, what the fuck ever. We even know what the fuck we are. We stole it from the Native Americans. They don't come in here.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah. After that we are. But yeah, so basically real Ian West did say at one point, and this is where the belief system really, he believes it. Is that basically?
Well, I know for a fact.
What? It's a fact.
I know for a fact that's what a white hat is.
No. But I mean that when for instance, I brought up the flooding in Disneyland, and you said that was the white hats.
You see the picture I just took? Yes, that was the white hats, sir. Yes, sir. That was.
So Ian does believe that there are benevolent elements in the deep state fighting other elements in the deep state, and that there are some elements we should be rooting for, and there are other elements.
Oh my God! There's a man in Australia believes the same thing. Can you get him on the phone? I'll give you his number.
And one of them was my Uber driver on Thanksgiving, by the way.
Andre, I think he should be your lover or best friend. Either way.
Well, John Miranda. When I had John Miranda on.
Oh, you killed me, Doug. You killed me on your monologue when you were talking about John Miranda. who Ian says is the smartest guy on the show, which is why Brooke beats his ass every fucking chance she gets. Oh, I heard the anger in your voice. It was great.
I know.
I heard it. It was wonderful. I was great. Oh, God. I timestamped that. That was so good.
I wasn't on Ian.
I'm
I
going to
was
go on
like,
mute.
oh my gosh, I love Ian. Ian was like, because I can take Ian will joke on his shit. And that John Miranda was like, well, I've been in the woods. I got a sleeping bag, though. It was very cold. It was okay because that sleeping bag would go to negative 38 degrees. Negative 38 is where I was sleeping.
But by the way, this alone shows how John Miranda is so antisocial. So
In Doug's
antisocial.
defense, John Miranda seems like the guy that watched one episode of Naked and Afraid and just said, fuck it, I'm going.
Naked and Afraid, thank you. Naked and fucking Afraid. I heard a comedy guy say that. He's like, that's my favorite show. They drop off.
You got to gangbang me and Doug
he
for
said
that.
the comedian even did it. He was like, they drop off
Oh,
people.
yeah.
And he said, I would like to say, he said, I would like to say normal. I would like to say normal people, but
I saw
I can't
Andrew
say that.
Tate in a gangbang. I think I saw him in one of these porn flicks.
Okay, so Amor Fighty says, who are the white hats? I still don't know. Okay, Ian, take it away. Who are the white hats?
Wait a minute. Where did he come from?
That's Amor Fadi. Amor Fadi in the chat room. Amor Fadi in the chat room.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
got you.
Okay, if you really want to know who the white hats are, I got Bosco. He will tell you.
You're a
I've
fucking
got-
white hat bitch. I don't need to fucking know.
I'm not a cowboy.
Mayor of fucking Redneckville, Florida. Because what was hilarious, the comedian said was they'll drop them off, and I want to say they're normal people, but I can't say that normal. They're people. They drop off, in the middle of nowhere, like fucking the middle of fucking Morocco, Brazil, or wherever the fuck, or like Tallahassee, Florida.
Yeah, now, Amor Fadi just said, the man's name is Benjamin Fulford. Please Google him, Douglas. I don't need to.
Benjamin's my boy. I know Benjamin.
Oh, my God. I bet you do.
No, I have no
Th-
doubt
that's-
you know him.
Yeah. So
He
just
lives
to
in
put this...
Canada.
Amir.
He lives in Canada. Where our guest tonight was from.
What is the mayor you're of? Mayor of what?
Yeah, let's put it this way. Benjamin Fulford has lost all his street cred. He was this crazy white guy who lived in Asia.
He's got Asperger's like your Greta Thunberg. Take it easy.
Yeah, dude.
Let's not go throwing stones in a glass house.
Oh my God.
Greta Thunberg? Fuck you. You're not going to talk about Greta fucking Thunberg.
I'm not.
Fucking like younger than my goddamn daughter who's done more for this fucking world and then literally got some guy arrested, guilty whether you believe it or not, by a stupid pizza box. I'm sorry. If you're that idiotic and you got 75 girls in your house,
Doug has a deep-seated hate for white man. That's why he picks on a deep-seated hate for the white man. Because Greta's a girl. What's his name's the guy? The Down syndrome guy from Canada. Benjamin Fulford. Yeah.
We got this picture sent by 5 white guys. We're
Hey,
gonna take it.
Benjamin
But the one
Fulford's
time
been
a
underground the
17-year-old
Getty.
white girl sends it. We're gonna take the picture.
Shaking that 2 liter of Sprite up.
Oh, wait a minute, but she didn't even have to send it because he was stupid enough to send it online himself like a fuck.
Well, you know what? If my uncle or if my granddad was George Soros, I could save the world
I'm
too.
gonna goddamn finish this. And if he didn't fucking do it like they fucking want to say, listen to this. If
I
he
love
didn't
her.
do anything,
I love her.
if he didn't do anything,
I want to
like
hate
everybody
fuck
wants
you
to
so
fucking
hard
say,
right now when I hear that.
Ian, shut the fuck up. If he didn't do anything, like everybody wants to say, then why the fuck would he be like, oh, I'm going to get arrested possibly? Because I don't drive around I cuss people out daily. I'm on the show cussing people out. I am literally being attacked by people I don't fucking know. And I'm not like, I'm going to probably get arrested tomorrow. They're going to take me down. Okay? I'm not doing that. You know why? Because I don't have 75 girls in my house pointing naked pictures, selling them suddenly. I don't know. They're just good painters. They just paint in a bikini. They're
That's
not
talented.
Fuck my life. That motherfucker was in his his fucking university. Even his brother.
Oh,
who
you're
got
talking about
arrested
Trump.
with him,
Oh, God.
His
I thought you were
brother
talking about
got
me.
asked. His brother got asked live fucking television. Hey, guy was like, hey, I'm thinking of quitting my job. Probably a setup question, but I'm thinking about quitting my job and going to your whatever the fuck university.
Well, isn't
like
that what you're
fucking
doing?
I'm an idiot university. I'm a man fucking piece of shit hog university. I'm thinking of going there full time. And even his brother said, I don't suggest that. If you're that young, you should probably keep working, go to the school, and just leave some sleep out.
Oh my God.
His brother didn't want to be like, quit your fucking job. His brother, I will say this, out of the two of them, no decency. But out of the two of them, if you had to, it's like picking like a demon and another demon. Like, I'll take that fucking demon.
Yes,
You know
yes. No, I get it. I totally get it. And believe me, so just for more Fadi, honestly, the white hats, black hats concept is that there are good elements, quote unquote, that we should be rooting for in the deep state as represented by Donald Trump and his ninja corps that are cleaning up.
By the way, lastly, just don't forget this one thing and I'll shut up. Don't forget that as Ian told us, and we now know because thankful to Ian, Nancy Pelosi has been killed.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
That's right.
You're right.
Yes.
You got Trump to thank for that. He was front row at that.
That's a white hat. Like, if you want to know example,
he was like, "Can I pull the lever?"
Yes. So that's Ian's idea of a white hat: is they go around killing legitimately elected representatives.
No, they arrest them. They arrest them.
No, but then they take them to where you heard the
Guantanamo
planes
Bay.
coming off from.
Where they kill them?
G-Bay. They call it
You
G-Bay.
heard the jets taking off, so you knew Nancy Pelosi was dead. And when Douglas and I both asked when we see Nancy Pelosi again, which we have, well, you were like, "Well, if
No,
we
you
see her again,
haven't.
it will be
That
a
bitch
double
had been
or
on
a
shit. You probably saw a
reptilian.
rerun.
It will be a clone or a
Look, hey, Brooke, I got important news. And this is very
I'm
important.
just saying,
all right.
our guys looking for
Okay,
example
baby,
of white
can I
hats.
say this?
No,
Can I
just
say
say
this?
that's what they are. You believe that clones and reptilians are coming back.
I just was down in the cloning lab on Thanksgiving.
Your Thanksgiving.
I was down there. Anyway, look.
And they were cloning big turkeys.
No,
big
they were
butterfly
auctioning off the tanks. They were auctioning off the tank. And look, hey, did y'all hear Kanye West is missing? Or Ye is missing. He's been missing for 3 weeks.
And then Joe Tai is making noises that are incredible. I don't know how to describe them. They're a
Well,
combination of a
that's
fart.
pretty
and
shocking news that Ye is missing.
Well, ask us if we care.
Don't believe Ye is missing at all.
Yeah, Ye is missing. I'm dead serious. It's important.
Okay.
Well, it may. You know what? It may be. It may very well be. The Jews may have killed him.
They did, like his dad.
The demons that he said he sold his soul to, that took his mother, may have killed him.
There's 2 questions I have for Ian. So you're showing me these books about basically there's 2 Judeo-phobic books that he's put into the chat.
That's the history of the South, sir. That is the true history of the South. That's how we got that cotton up to New York so the Jews up there could make Levi's.
It says Reflections of Southern Jewry. The other one is Jewish Participants in the Civil War. And so I get the feeling...
I haven't read those.
Oh my God! I have to say that then. Did you hear that new guy that got elected? What's his name? He's a Republican. They lied about everything. What's his name?
Oh, God, don't they all? How could you identify which one?
It's not George Soros. It's bitter month.
Oh, but that was the other question I wanted to ask Ian. Are you saying that George Soros is the grandfather of Greta Thunberg?
Hell yeah! Didn't y'all know that?
Oh my God. What can I know?
She looks like Martin Luther.
Every time I'm on the show, I just like this. Did Douglas is why I tell you not to call me.
What, honey? Did Douglas what? Oh, that's why you say Douglas, don't call me.
Don't call me. It's more.
Do you think that little girl can just pull a solar-powered boat out of her ass and just go save climate change? And I mean, come on.
Yes, and you know what? Me and Ian are brother and sister. We were raised
I'm
in the
skipping
same
school, and I'm going to go save the world.
So 1 minute.
And
Ian.
Douglas was our
So
father,
if you think,
our stepdad, and he raised us because he married our mother, who was much younger.
Look,
And
hey,
he was
Jesus is
younger.
still in custody, all right?
Oh my God.
And Jesus, yes, and Jesus is a real father because Douglas adopted us because he's a lot, he's not really old enough to be our father, but like Doug, like we're basically products of Jesus.
Doug, you are a handsome man. You are a handsome
We're not,
man. I give you
we're
that.
products of Jesus, and that's why
I was proud of
but they didn't want us, so we were adopted by a vampire. So
Here's Greta Thunberg's granddad right
By the
there.
way,
I'm
Joe
looking at
Tai
him.
keeps moving in such a way that it sounds like farts.
I love Joe Tai. I love Joe Tai. He just...
Yeah. And by the way,
You
so
know-
Amor Fadi says, Douglas, please talk shit about the white man, Benjamin Fulford. Yes, yeah, Benjamin Fulford he was in Asia, and all the Asian people just said, humor the crazy white guy, humor the crazy white guy. And then
That's
finally,
great.
they just couldn't humor him anymore. They just got, just get him out of here. We just can't stand it anymore.
Said no one ever.
Yeah, because Benjamin Fulford was all over Asia, and he's trying to portray himself as the Asia expert, and he was just going around just this crazy guy who was just like,
Oh God, speak of the devil. One of his videos just popped up.
Oh, there you
Oh,
are.
go on. Go on.
Yeah,
go on.
so I mean, there's really nothing more to say. He's a crazy white guy.
He's pretty popular. He's pretty popular, though. I'll give him that.
He's nuts.
But he still got Asperger's, though. He still does. I feel bad for the guy,
Greta
though.
Thunberg. But here's the
Yeah,
difference.
they're both single. Look at them.
Yeah, but Greta Thunberg, what she says is coherent. What?
Yeah,
Benjamin
because she hasn't
Fulford-
had Asperger's as long as Benjamin has.
That's cute.
Thank you.
Benjamin
Thank you.
Fulford, on the other hand, there's nothing he says that's coherent.
It's like a bladder that just gets heavier and heavier year after year, So, yeah, she's going to be a little sharper than him, but, to each their own.
Oh my god. Anyhow, we all love Even. He's like, he is what he is, and Jotai, we all love Jotai too, and Brooke, we adore you. Honestly,
Okay,
You saved the show,
so
girl. You saved it.
I'm gonna save it because here still. I was not talking about that fucking motherfucker, whoever y'all, whatever. You're always gonna go there. I'm talking about your new fucking representative because you're so into your fucking white hat. Your new rep-elect is George Santos, right? You got a George Santos, which basically he would be your representative, yeah. But wait. Your entire Republican Congress can't even elect a fucking what was Nancy Pelosi's job again?
Yeah, that's the point. She's dead. That's why they That's why they have to rehire
No.
somebody.
She had resigned because
She's being executed.
Obviously, that's not exactly.
Like, you got to put in your 2 weeks notice.
I know. America works really hard for you in numbers. But
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They work hard for Israel.
They thought there would be this huge red wave, and the Republicans would get the Senate and Congress, and the House.
And ship the checks right to Israel.
But
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Brooke, you know what? When I first brought Ian on, and I brought up the Jewish question, and then he himself said, Israelis are cool. I worked with a lot of them in the, DJ, disc jockeying. And then he said, he brought it up himself. He said, I look Jewish. And I said, thank God you said that. I didn't dare to say that. And,
guys look
you could have. I'm not shy.
You do look Jewish. I'm just gonna say.
then somewhere just shortly after that,
I'm pretty sure he is Jewish. You adopted like a Jew kid.
Well,
like
hold
I
on
know
now.
you were
Hold on
looking
now.
for 2 kids like close to your age.
Hold on.
No,
There's
but yeah.
2 Israels. There's 2 Israels. There's the above ground Israel and the below ground Israel.
What? I don't
Our
think it's showing
problems
the face.
are with
It's
the below
stupid.
ground
Shut,
Israel.
Can you let Douglas talk? Shut up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So somewhere after he did that, and I was asking him about, well, how do you feel about Jewish people? And he was like, oh, they're cool with me. These Israelis, they're cool. And then somewhere after that, he turned into this raving Judeophobe. I mean,
I am not a Judeophobic.
Well, so now I'm trying to figure, is that your fault, Douglas? Because you're saying he wasn't, and then
Well,
he got you, and now he is.
Wasn't President Davis of the South Jewish?
Now,
Let me
where
grab the
did
book.
you
Hold
hear
on, let me
that?
grab the book.
Where did
Let me grab the book.
Where did you fucking get? I don't even. President Davis?
It wasn't the South. Didn't they have? Wasn't.
I don't even think we
the
had
South
President
have a
Davis.
president?
Do we know
it was
President Davis?
Jefferson Davis. He's talking about Jefferson Davis. So,
okay.
but where on earth would you ever?
Hey, do you guys want to see my entire Jew book collection?
Jesus, don't use that term. Do me a favor and don't use that term.
There's nothing wrong with Jew. There's nothing wrong with that.
You wonder why I come out and be like, I don't believe in the Third Reich. Because I have a savior out.
Yeah. They owned them all.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
They owned all of them.
Use the term Jewish, please.
Yeah, we don't believe
Okay,
in the Third
okay.
Reich at all here.
Well, there is no Third Reich. There's the Ninth Ward.
I'm saving him from getting cut off.
No, there's the Ninth Ward. There is no. Don't say that. That's terrible.
What?
Here, I'm trying to get all my Jewish books out.
You don't. Oh my God.
I swear to fucking God. Like, I swear, I'm so glad my guns are fucking locked up because I'm just blowing my brains out for fun.
Yes. Oh my God, Brooke. Brooke. So, Brooke. Anyhow, oh my God, just save me. It's just,
oh, you're gonna love this, Doug.
You know, but wait a second.
So George Santos, the guy that just got elected, he's not even a representative yet because they can't swear anybody in, obviously, to the House Congress because basically the House has no fucking speaker because none of the Republicans can agree on a speaker because
it's because the government went out of business. That's why. It's all a charade.
Because there's a huge part called the Freedom Caucus.
Oh, Doug, yeah, that's why the military websites went .mil instead of .gov. That's why.
Or you can do just factual checking.
By the way, so what Brooke is pointing out is the fact that the Republicans are turning on themselves now because this is what predatory people do. And
they're kitty fuckers too. They're all kitty fuckers. All of them.
That's against getting along, against immigration, against other people.
Well, that's because they're eating little kids.
Anything. Imagine them suddenly turning on each other.
Yes.
They always have been against each other. Didn't you see what they did to Trump?
Oh my God. So okay. So
anyway, the hilarious thing about George Santos is he came in. He went and fucking came in, this motherfucker. He's sitting there next to a kid. I assume it's his own fucking kid because I don't know what other kid they'd have next to him. I mean, no person's going to sit next to him. There's a picture of him. There's a little kid turning the fuck around. No person, because even the state, that the people that elected him, the people that voted for him, once they found this out, almost all majority turned fucking against it. Problem is, here's another problem with our fucking democracy.
Oh, let's hear this.
There's no, and I didn't know this because I'd already fucking won. There is nothing against lying to get elected. Yes. So if you lie and get elected, guess what? There's nothing they can fucking do. Yeah. So as long as unless he says I resign, those people hate me. They want to kill me, which they all do.
Isn't that what Obama did?
But
First
anyhow,
of all, I'm going to take Obama and I'm going to shove him so far up your ass, you're going to black. You might actually get a dick one fucking day.
It wouldn't be his first.
Still wouldn't fuck.
It wouldn't be his first.
Oh my God. So
anyway, he said he had graduated from here. What I loved was he was like, I worked for Citibank, and he named like Goldman Sachs, I think, or another one. And he's at work for them. He also said he did animal rescue, and he was Jewish, and a few other things. Like everything was a lie. Now, what I love is that when he came back, he said, "I said I worked for Citibank and Goldman Sachs. I didn't say I worked with them, under them, or in them."
Who is this?
Santos.
Yeah, Santos, George Santos. And like you said, I didn't say. And so the funniest thing is like the number one thing you would say if you were trying to say you worked for a company is for.
Yes.
And then he also said, I said I was Jewish, and he put
Jewish. Okay.
He put a dash with it now.
That's where you lost me.
Because he said I learned my mother's family had Jewish descendants, so I said I was Jewish.
Yes, there you go. He's
amazing.
Definitely how ignorant.
And this is what the Republicans are working with these days.
Yes.
Oh, they're fucked.
Yeah,
fucked.
Yes.
That's your White House party, baby.
Yeah.
No, don't say that. That guy probably had to eat those kids to fucking get that job.
Oh, I'm sure. Like that may be some kids he was eating. There's two next to him. That's the only thing that's sitting next to him. I don't know.
I know he didn't get him from Epstein because he's gone.
Oh my God! What? I thought you said Epstein was still with us. That they.
He's testifying. He's testifying, but he can't go adopt kids from Ukraine right now.
The Mossad
agent. Yeah, the Mossad agent. Yes, sir. You're right. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just tell y'all something. Can I explain something you're not gonna want to know? I know y'all are going to be very boring, but literally, and I'm serious, it's gonna be boring for 1 second though. Okay. Over 75% of the land mass. This is just true. Like, you need to understand that 75% of all our land masses are taken over, and I mean taken over by humans, of all our land masses. And our population has increased since 1950 by like fucking 50%. So it's an enormous rate. We are literally using 150, I told you this already, 155% more fucking food, whatever we use out of the economy, food, everything, animals, all of this, than we can then sustain. You see what I'm saying? Like, come back. Everything that can come back. So then everybody's looking at, and we're all looking at, oh, well, why the fuck is fucking Microsoft coming out with this GMO shit? And why the fuck are people dying? Well, let me tell you something. That was part of the fucking, I already told you, military industrial complex. What the fuck are you going to do? Because you got to kill people or not. And I'm telling you, Ian West is fucking done. Like, number one on my fucking list.
Well, if I have to go out, I'll be wearing a white hat.
Yeah. By the way, Ian, I like
Ian,
the way...
I will make sure, you know what, because I love you, I'll make sure they bury you in the white hat too.
Thank you, ma'am.
But by the way, Ian gave us this photograph of his Judeo-phobic books, and they're all upside down. It's upside down.
Yeah, I know. My camera sucks. I'm sorry.
Oh my God! I am appalled. I am. You're stocking up on like blood libel.
Like, I'm
well,
not.
I was trying to learn the truth, Doug.
No, you're not.
I have to know how to survive. This is like a survival guide.
You post shit on your own Facebook without even reading it. So, and then you just put "by Frank Black." Like, you type "by Frank Black," and then you're like, "I didn't read it." I'm like, you typed "by Frank Black." Well, I don't know what it said.
The Jewish history, or the history between the blacks and the Jews, is probably one of the most foundation of my
so what is
core
the summary?
beliefs ever.
What is the summary of that? What is the summary of that?
Oh, that the Jews started, profited, and what's the word I'm looking for? Like, how you like keep it fresh, or keep keep a product line going.
Keep it fresh.
Not well, Kanye's
like
missing.
I know. What was his name? Roland in my 5.0, my rag top nails, and my hair came glow.
Isn't that Vanilla Ice? He's white.
Yeah. So he kept it
He's
fresh.
not yay.
He did fresh ice. Ice fresh. What's his name? Fresh Prince. There we go.
By the way, I noticed that Ian fell back on the old canard that when I started really shitting all over Benjamin Fulford, just saying, look, this guy's crazy. Then Ian was saying, Douglas has this hatred of white men. And,
Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
Well,
That was
you're,
good, right?
you're
That was
half
good.
white, so I don't know why they would say that.
Thank
No,
you.
it's a stereotypical. It's a stereotypical defensive move from a different party. You know what I mean?
I mean,
It's
no,
just
I think that stereotypically,
like women,
people
they're like,
did hate
of course
racism,
you said that,
but I
he's a
think
man.
now we have a
Yeah.
reason. Like, stereotypically, like, he's met. Here's the thing: he's met a lot of people, right? So he's met women like me,
Yes.
which you can't say I hate that white man because I'm a white woman. And then he's met people like, let's see, George.
I didn't mean it. It's a joke to sound like a stereotype from the you people.
Yeah.
God.
I know. And then Sammy Ramirez, who's not white. So basically, the only person I can think on here that make him want to hate a white
Benjamin
person.
Fulford's white. That's why I
would
had to
be
say that.
You, like, what is the
Oh my
only
God.
white person on this
All right,
broadcast?
baby, don't go jumping off the horse in the middle of a run, okay? It's just, you're losing,
Well, they say I look white too. I'm more whiter than the white guy sometimes.
Well, don't worry,
I'm
you're not
pretty sure
Benjamin
that-
Fulford.
Hey,
You're
Buddha,
good.
you don't.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoever told you that? Now that's someone who was blind. Oh my God.
What was he at Real Text Doctor or?
Yeah, Real Text Doctor.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I did that for you, girl. I did that for you.
No, I mean,
Real
like,
dick. Real dick. Yeah, real dicky.
Joe Ty, what do you think of my Jew library?
Oh my God. Will you please stop using that term? Look, it's offensive.
okay. It's all
Jewish.
right.
Yeah, wait a
You're
second.
gonna get him canceled, and he's already the Third Reich shit. So you got to stop it, okay? He's only got to talk about what he
use
needs
the
to.
N word
Yes.
and J word.
This is all the lead up to the Third Reich.
And what I would call it is a
Expected.
Judeo-phobic library.
No, it's not Jewophobic.
No,
I mean, he lives
it's historic
in
Judeo.
He lives in Jewish state, so
I do. Yeah, I'm right by
honest.
Miami.
We should just
I'm
kill
surrounded
all
by
We
it.
should just kill all the Jews, like Jay said, and be done with it.
No.
They all got
Well,
their
Brooke,
hands out.
Brooke, all the Jews go to Miami to die.
Yes,
Basically,
they
it's
do.
Ian
Yes.
West is there to masturbate while he watches them die.
Also,
I'm an idiot enough to
Ian
give him
West
money.
is
That's
Jewish.
why.
If anyone's seen Ian West, he's
You like that
Jewish.
one, Joe?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've never fucked a Jew, Ian. Maybe I need to fuck you.
Hey,
first.
hey, you know what?
It's just a misconception what a Jewish person is.
Exactly.
I want to see a Jewish Asian.
There is.
They,
I mean,
no, they
there
call
is.
Chicoms. They're called Chicoms.
Yeah, exactly. Chicoms.
Oh,
my God,
Joe,
this
I
is the
gotta send you my
most racist
Chicom
channel in
folder.
the world, and you
Yes,
allow it.
but,
fucking
by the way,
Swear to God.
so in all fairness, even though they've taken this and they've totally twisted it, in all fairness, there were a number of very influential Jews in America, and including some who went so far as to relocate to China, that were that were very supportive of the communist cause. To the point where the Communist Chinese Party today still has like a Jewish liaison.
And that's the bad thing. Douglas doesn't want to admit. He keeps wanting to go to Hitler. His real father.
The Hakkas love to marry Jewish.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Hakka is, of course, the people who adopted Joe Tai because they're river pirates and they were going to hollow him out for drug
I
smuggling.
thought you said you met Joe Tai because you found out y'all were brothers, like half brothers.
Oh my God! Please, honey.
What? See, she's lying. She's lying. She's lying. You gotta be quick with her.
He told me
She's
on
gotta
a
be
private,
quick.
on a private chat. He said they were
I got a cousin in Canada. She was. The first thing they want to do is date Jewish guys.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because they got
Marry
money.
Jewish guys. Yeah.
I mean, I would too.
God,
yeah, I think my ex.
Hey, let me tell you something. The guy I was talking to in Colorado who
Can
was
you
a
quit talking over Joe Tai? It's very rude.
Well, it
Go
is
on,
rude.
Brooke.
It is
Go
horribly
on,
rude.
Brooke. Go on, Brooke.
I was talking to a coworker in Colorado, and he's very liberal, very pro trans, and
Have you voted for Biden?
he did it for Biden, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. We
So it's
actually
his
got
fault.
an argument about trans things, but only about trans, which I've also told Douglas that my only issue with trans was because he was talking about one of his best friend was trans, like he was a guy who played video games all the time, but then was trans, came out and told him in her new name, and so she and he's great, like he's always like she, and he's very good with all that, but like what we were talking about one night is she had burnt the Christmas dinner, and I was trying to like help her out. I didn't even know her, and be like, tell her not to worry about it. She had a girlfriend over there, and I was like, tell her blah blah blah, and I was trying to help her out. She was just fucking bitch about it, like a fucking true bitch, which is why I know she's fucking female, because she's a true bitch. Like, I don't care, and I'm like, because there's a kid fucking there, and I'm like, it doesn't matter you burnt the fucking turkey, like just make it fun. The kid doesn't care about the turkey, but I did it in a really sweet way, and like really loving, and it was just like, kid, don't worry about the turkey, just totally have fun with it. And she was just such a bitch. I know, but shit shouldn't have been fucking burnt, and just going on and on and on about fucking bullshit like hair on her fucking floor. And I'm like, it's fucking Christmas Day, shut the fuck up. But then he and I got into a conversation about the only reason I got argued with him was, I don't know why I'm going into this, but I want to say it because I did get into an argument about trans, and my only thing that we got an argument about was he was talking about sports, and he said, well, no, that's only been like in swimming, there was one time. I said, no. I said, that's fine, but high school now, like, we looked up the LA laws, we looked up the laws, and I was like, hey, I said, the thing is, if a guy comes in and he is a man and he starts taking estrogen, he's been he's had testosterone running through his body from the time my kid did, from 13 or 14 years old, and then at 17 he starts taking fucking estrogen, right? He's got testosterone levels that have pushed those muscles out. So unless he was like the tiniest fucking girl in his boy in his class, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you can't turn around and say, oh, 1 year you took estrogen, now you're on the girls' team. And like, that's what I'm trying to say. And then he's like, well, then how do you can't make it fair? Nothing's fair. And I'm like, well, then you just say nothing's fair. Then you just shouldn't have male or female sports. And then you get into that whole thing, a period. Well, then there wouldn't be any females naturally playing, because if you're not going to make it fair at all, then most of the time it's going to be men playing because they're going to be stronger. So again, that was my point to the trans thing. It's just, you have to look at, if there's a man that's coming in or a female that's coming in that have been a man, I'm not going to say they're not a female now, but at the end of the day, if they've had testosterone running through their bodies for the last few years and they're a lot more muscular, a lot bigger, that's not fair.
to put them on the team.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying there's a difference between a man and a woman. You cannot.
No, I mean, no, and
And a Jew and a Jewish.
I will always say that because there's a lot of men.
Christians are retarded Jews.
Well, no, there's a lot of men.
I agree.
There are men that are more feminine. There are men that they're just smaller bodied, and if they're a similar body and they have testosterone running in, like that's fine. But unless you came from two smaller parents or for some reason are smaller, if you're a man that had testosterone, like if me and my brother are the exact same size, we are twins. He's got testosterone running through his body. I don't. He's going to be bigger and stronger than me.
And more aggressive, and much more aggressive.
So there is a difference between man and a woman, right? So physically, if you were a man at one time, you cannot really compete in a women's sport, right? It should be the same with the other.
Well, that's the argument, and I think that's one of the big arguments that not that we should have to have, but we're going to have some rules on it. Like I don't know if it needs to be
weight. We have to stop men and women's sports. We just got to have just sport. That's it.
Well,
but then when we have just sport, that's what I was saying. That's what we agreed on. But then I was like, well, we just have just sport. Then what's going to happen?
You're
not going to have any women on the fucking team ever.
We could just do weight class, though. You know, we could be like the 200-pound people, the 150-pound people.
I'm all for just having a women's fucking shooting class.
Well, we tried that. It didn't work out, did it?
And see
we tried that. It wasn't good enough for y'all. Y'all fucked that up.
What? I mean, oh my God. I mean, you know, when
did they have it legal for me to kill you and me have it a sport?
Apparently at the Olympics in the special pool shit, wherever that guy was.
Fuck, I didn't know I would have been in the Olympics. Is there a next year's thing?
Well, look, we tried it y'all's way.
This is a bullshit thing. You're lying. This is stupid now. You're getting stupid.
I don't know any celebrities that are, you know, in that. But anyway, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. Kanye's missing. Let's go back to
I know. I'm worried about Kanye of anything. I'm worried about him. You know, it's like, his manager's like, yeah, I ain't called me in 3 weeks.
He's better.
He's dead. He could have been killed by the Jews, or he could have been crazy and fucking in a mental asylum, getting his medication. Somebody checked him in that cared about him.
Did you read?
Or you know what? I think you need to drive up to that fucking river, Garden of Eden, because I'm pretty sure if anybody's
he ain't there. He ain't there. I was there the other day.
Have you looked?
I was there the other day. He wasn't up there. I would have noticed that. Anyway, I'm not gonna say that. But
so anyhow, I love you all, and Joe. What do you do that makes those noises, Joe? What is?
Oh, I'm sorry. If the screen is just detaching.
No, he does. Don't let him tell you that. He literally has the phone down to his dick as he's jacking off as he forgets, and then he has to pull it up.
No, living.
Every time he hears Ian's voice, Ian, just talk a little louder. We'll have it again. Ian, keep talking.
Oh my God! So you know, and the beauty of it is that Brooke says aloud what I used to say, albeit I was much more droll or you know, but oh my God, what was it you said, Ian? I thought that was delightful. What was it he said?
Mouth of the South?
You know, it was really funny. It was up here further, but I love Brooke being here. But anyhow, what was it Ian said earlier? He said something about her southern, her shrill. He said her shrill voice. He said it was really funny.
My shrill fucking voice. Yeah, what did you say, Ian? Yeah, what am I gonna
Ian said? I think I typed that out. Read out what I typed.
Something about here. I dream of the day I get the ringing out of my head from Brooke's ear-piercing southern drawn voice, so I don't stay in life that so closely resembles hell.
Well, Ian, here's the thing about that. Number one, we all know that you actually mean that you don't want to actually masturbate the entire time and have like orgasm.
I can't because of the ringing.
Okay. But here's the thing. I sold myself. You know,
every time I pull the skin for it, I hear like in Psycho.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Do you know how yay that we're looking for? Though, let's go back to him. You know how we're looking for yay? Well, he believes he sold himself to the devil. Do you know that? And that's why his mom died.
No, I'm gonna call B'nai B'rith and ask him what they did with them.
Well, either way, he sold his soul. So I finally figured out you can sell your soul to the devil. So
Joe, you should have loved that one, man. That was gold. That was gold. That was
I didn't
gold.
hear what did
he said B'nai B'rith, which is, by the way, it's the It's the church that Judith Ager was a part of. So
We're
what's
in
your
that MK Ultra headquarters.
Oh, is that what that is? Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
after
that
Ultra
explains
left
Judith.
Germany, after Ultra left Germany, they set up in Canada and started B'nai B'rith. And that's
my
how we
God.
got the foreskin chasers.
Foreskin chasers.
It's all in the books. You got to read the books.
Oh my
you gotta
God,
read
that
the
is
books.
so gross. First of all, anybody tasting, I just
Oh no,
like
they collect them so they can clone us.
Of
you got foreskin on YouTube?
But they got mine.
I mean, make sure you pull it back. 'Cause I know you don't keep yourself clean anyway. But I hear that you have
No, I do. I do keep myself clean. I'm
you get
actually-
infected,
Well,
bro. You get an
when
infection.
I had to be naturalized, they forced me to have a circumcision in Hong Kong.
They should, because I know you wouldn't have kept it clean. You'd have fucking, your dick would have rotted all fine.
No, it would not.
No,
We know
my
how to
dick
keep it
would've been
clean.
bigger.
Oh my God. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it sucks that I told my dad, what the fuck were you thinking?
Yes.
I can assure you, your dad was thinking, I didn't know you would notice anyway. It was so tiny. We thought you were a girl.
It wasn't funny until
my
they
dad was
snipped it.
fucking every girl that went fortune telling to him, and they could see it because it was like a Rolling Stone picture of his dick on the pants. It's fucking large, man. My birth father has a big dick, man.
You feel cheated, right? You feel cheated.
And so does my son because I didn't have him circumcised.
Okay.
I cussed my dad out. I'm like, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, I did.
You know,
I was very
I will
upset
say
with
this much. I will say this much. My father was adamant. He did not allow the doctors to circumcise me, so I am not circumcised. So
He probably knew about the Jews then.
I think that was a factor.
That's why he made you a Democrat.
My dad was a Republican, but he registered me as a Democrat so he could get
Well,
information
the Republicans
on the
back
enemy.
then were the Democrats.
Yeah, that was the
Your friends
difference.
closer,
Yeah.
your enemies closer.
So that's why you're so big, Douglas, and plus you're a melungeon, so a mixture.
Plus, he's
of
OCD and keeps his shit clean, unlike y'all. So I
Yes,
can
there's
assure you,
that.
if his dad had either one of y'all, he would have just cut your dick off.
Well, Brooke, you better hop, skip, and jump over to San Francisco while you can, girl.
Yes. But by the way, I do notice and Brooke, you've got, this says nothing gay. I just know that he was playing some kind of joke with this, so we didn't get the joke. He was going to send a dick pic, but he never sent it. So
I forgot you. I'm so sorry. I was doing the border. Hold
Oh
on.
God, it's gonna make me
So
happy.
you're circumcised?
Oh hell yeah, I'm circumcised. Oh, I cussed my parents out. I was like, you stupid fucks.
Oh my God. You know,
I've never been with an uncircumcised man, and I'll tell you what, they're like, my ex-husband's best friend was uncircumcised. He always talked about it. He's like, no, my dad taught me. And this guy had 2 kids, 4 months apart, by 2 different women. So apparently he knew what he was doing. You see what I'm saying? Like, he was a happy guy.
Yeah, no, this is basically the way it balances
But he
out.
said you have to keep it clean.
Like,
Like,
of course.
You just pull the skin back.
Yeah, you just, of course.
Yeah, like in the Nine Inch Nails song, you know?
So just so people understand, when you have a foreskin like I do, the penis is much more sensitive. What did you say?
I said you're lucky.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I feel that. I feel that way. Now, you just...
I would have never had my son circumcised, and I will tell women out there if they haven't had their kid yet, it's a natural thing. They will take them from you like automatically in the hospital when they're second.
Don't let them. Yeah, don't let them.
Yeah, they're Satanists.
Why did you?
I had no idea. I just thought it was a natural thing because I had a girl first. So, like,
it's not natural to cut your foreskin off.
Oh
yeah,
my
that's
God.
What she means to say
When
is
I
that the
realized-
hospitals
shut
do it
the fuck up. And I'm
reflexively.
serious about this. Shut the fuck up. When my little baby came back, and I realized, like, I didn't even, like, foreskin, I didn't even shit about foreskin or not foreskin, but my little tiny baby had been hurt like that, and I realized what they had taken him and done. And now I know why they take him out of the room.
Yeah.
Like,
I'd sue him.
Well,
I'd
thank
sue
God
him.
I would have
I
sued
didn't get
them.
it done by a rabbi for sure. Thank God.
Yeah, I don't think I got
But
sucked.
by the
I
way,
don't even sue because, like, you're a mom, you're high on fucking, and I had it on him. He was breached, so I had to have a C-section. So, you know, like, I'm on pain medication. They take it, and they're like, we're gonna go take his
you see,
foreskin.
yeah, and they do this automatically. The word is not
But
natural.
they don't go like, hey, sign this form. Do you
No,
want
it's true. It's just done. It's just done like everybody wants it. It's disgusting. It is
Yeah.
offensive. It is beyond offensive.
It's rape. It's
and,
rape.
And the private detective that I worked for, named
Can
Gino.
you imagine women? Can you imagine they were like, we're going to go cut her
Can we
clit
not
off,
cut dog
or
off,
we're going to
please?
go cut her nipples off.
Go ahead,
Shut up.
Oh yeah. So the private detective I worked with, Gino Neely, who felt he had been cheated out of life by being circumcised, he explained the way he said it was, it's like the Jews have left their mark on you. But the reason that this is the one thing that my father said that was controversial, and my father truly believed this, was that the medical industrial complex was definitively dominated by Jewish doctors, and that he felt that this is what they were doing, was that they were Judeifying, in a sense, Americans by forcing that mark upon them. It was kind of like a power move, and so he felt that he wanted me to keep my power, that I wouldn't be stripped of that. And
you have a smart dad. You're lucky.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do want people to understand that the balance is that when you have a foreskin, your penis is much more sensitive. But when you don't have a foreskin, you last longer because your penis is not that sensitive anymore. It's kind of like a woman getting a clitorectomy.
Oh my God. Give me a man with a foreskin any day, because I'm so sick of a drunk man being like, I can fuck you till eternity.
Thank you.
Shut up, bitch.
Thank you.
Can you fuck me? Can you come in 30 seconds and then lick my clit? That would be better.
Okay, so I got the dick pic. It is.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
It's funny. You know what? I mean, you need to see this book, because what I'll say is that
I don't.
No, wait, I'll say that this is like a Republican convention. Is what I'll say. It's just a picture of a bunch of dicks. It's a picture of a bunch of dicks. So I'll say it's a Republican.
Joe Ty.
Yeah.
I can't send it in the whatever the fuck we're using.
Yeah. So you don't know how to use a computer, even though you're like, I don't know, real technical.
Well, do you like my dick pic? I worked hard on that border, by the way.
Did you send it to me too?
Yeah.
Send your Facebook.
I just see
You guys are Facebook friends? You guys are actually Facebook friends? Do you guys know Brooke blocked me? She blocked me on the.
I blocked her the other day. I blocked her.
The same fucking. I blocked this motherfucker several times. Blocking my ring.
And
I'm pretty sure one of those is still blocked, whether it's Frank Black or Black Ring.
So I'm partially Jewish because I'm circumcised now.
Yeah, me too, I guess.
So there's the dick pic. There's the dick pic.
So
the only person I've ever been a warning to say you are going to be blocked was Joe Ty.
Yes.
I don't know why. I always say, you say any fucking thing else about this, you're fucking blocked. Remember your shit, Joe?
Yes.
Well, yes. We're Jew. We're Jew, not Jewish.
Okay, please don't use that term. Jewish, please. Anyhow, look at. So there it is. The Republican convention.
Isn't that beautiful?
It's in the text.
Oh God.
It's like Brooke's dreams come true.
Oh God, I'm so glad I'm gay. I just want to suck a pussy right now.
Yes.
That is so gross.
It is.
Oh my God.
I can see you hopping up and down like a pogo stick doing splits on those, girl. Just bam, 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 bam.
There was a comedian the other night, and he was like, basically, I don't understand. He was talking about his wife and soap and how she can use like soap, like whatever.
And they're all circumcised. They're all circumcised. They're all skinless dicks. Yes.
It's amazing.
Now, how a woman can cleanse with body wash, and he was like, like a man can cleanse with body wash. They need like a bar of soap. And in that bar of soap, they need like some rocks in it, really. Because they got to scrub around all this fucking hair. Like the random hairs that are popping on your fucking nipples as you get fucking older. Like they're really like a random curly hair. It's not like you're like a fucking ape, but you're not like a cool ape because you just got random bald spots fucking everywhere. It's not like a hairy
like mange, like a dog with mange. Yes.
Yes, a dog with, it's like you got mange. Exactly. I think he said that. He's like, I don't understand why any women sleep with a man. To be honest with you, if I was a fucking man, I'd be a lesbian. I'm just gonna let you know.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something. It is like I can so relate to Brooke on this because these penises are so repulsive. I can't imagine why any woman would want one inside her. I cannot imagine any woman wanting.
They don't want to see it. They don't want to see it inside of them. Just like a dildo is prettier, especially if it's pink. Don't want to see it. And never.
Maybe that's the only reason a woman allows a penis inside her is to hide it, so she doesn't have to see it. What I got
was the women that like to suck dick. You have to see that, and then it goes in.
Yeah, you gotta get up close, face to face. It's like face to fear or something.
I never got. I had a girlfriend that liked to actually do it. She didn't have a father. I think it had to be something with that. Like she never.
She was a woman that liked to do it.
She said she loved to suck dick, and I was like,
yeah.
What?
Oh God.
That's when I realized
there's a winner. There's a winner right there.
Because if she she was fat as shit. She loved to suck dick.
They all are.
Oh my God.
Go on.
Okay. So
let's hear about your fat girlfriend that sucks dick. Go ahead.
I'm letting you know. You want a number? I mean, you
No,
know.
no. I'm overstocked right now. I'm good.
Oh my
Oh,
I'm still taking care of
With that
Christmas
fucking dry
clearance.
ass bitch. By the way, oh my god, you asked me if he and I talked when he called me on fucking New Year's, what the fuck ever, New Year's Eve, and he did the fucking video and he got mad because I called his shit a trailer. He said, "What'd you say?"
I'm very hurt.
I know. I'm sorry. He got mad at me. He got very mad and he hung the fucking phone up. He never hangs up. Like, we give each other shit all the time. You know, I was like, whatever, it looks like a trailer.
You know, when I remember my medical cosmetologist, V, when I first brought my mother to her because my mother was so allergic to chemical compounds. As an example, oh God, what was it called? Minoxidil. Minoxidil was a hair growth, was originally a blood pressure med that they found grew hair. And so the dermatologist told her, not that her hair was falling out or anything, but the dermatologist said, well, to make your hair thicker, use minoxidil. And just the first time she applied it, it absorbed dermatologically through the skin of her scalp and triggered a violent syncopal collapse, a violent fainting spell that almost, anyhow, it was just awful. So this is how allergic and sensitive she was to chemicals. So V worked with organic components.
Are you
only.
implying how much we're allergic to Ian? Is this the point?
But when
I didn't know his friend.
When I took my mother to this organic cosmetologist, and then she was relating where she lived, and she described, oh yeah, I'm living in I forget the term that she used, but I finally said, you live in a trailer park? I just never met anyone who had lived in a trailer park before. And she grabbed me by both lapels and brought me down to her face. I live in a mobile home park, is what she said. That was
those are the ones that park. Okay. So she lives in ones that park. Okay.
And so this reminds me of
They're
Ian.
no different. It's a different fucking name.
Thank you for the
Like,
same
they're
thing.
exactly the same thing.
Thank you. They're the same thing. And oh my God, it's
we have situationally challenged, and then we have trailer parks.
No,
anyway, never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And my uncle sold them and made several $1,000,000 selling them for Love Homes, and I can tell you they send him on a fucking trip to Hawaii every fucking year. Or fucking
Is it the recipe for sarsaparilla?
I don't. Yeah, maybe. I don't fucking know what you're talking about. I don't even get it.
Sarsaparilla is root beer. It's basically.
That's the old way of saying it.
Yeah,
anyway.
It's the old Western frontier way of saying root beer. My dad would use terms like that. Yeah, let's have something
root
like
beer
Johnny.
has licorice in it, and I hate licorice more than I hate penises.
Have you had Mark root beer from New Orleans, ma'am? It is delicious.
I'm pretty sure you like to suck dick too.
Again, what was the story behind the gay black friend? How did he wind up living in your home?
No. He didn't end up living in my home. He got fucking set. Well, the cops were just being fucking lazy and pinned this fucking a gas station robbery on him, because the assailant was a tall black male. Oh God, yeah, that whittles it fucking down. So I had to fucking go. Dude, it was hell. I had to go talk to like fucking detectives. I had to do this. I'm like, look, here's a picture of him on my phone at this time. He couldn't have been at the store, and they're like, well, we're going to list you as a whatever. I'm like, there wasn't a fucking white guy in the store. Show me the white guy. So I got him off.
Okay. I got him off.
So you got him off.
I like that, the way that ends. So I got him off.
He got him off. He got both of them off. He got himself off.
I got him off.
Oh God. Okay, now I really should earn my pay. People, I do need money for Asian Lunar New Year. I do want people to understand.
He does need money, and I just need to say that I need money also, because I've been on this phone. I'm obviously going to get a job if I continue this, and Ian West obviously is not going to get off the phone.
You won't have to.
If Ian would stay off the phone long enough, I could get a fucking job.
Oh my God.
I need money to somebody to support me, or I need someone to kill Ian.
I will be honest, I could do this all night. I mean, I love hearing
Isn't it
Ian
fun, dog?
and it is. Ian and Brooke just shitting and pissing all over each other. It's better than sex. This is better than porn. It's its own kind of porn. Yeah. It's its own kind of porn.
It's better than Ian's sex, but that's not saying much. I mean, that would be like putting us at a low bar there.
And Joe Tai is just that delightful third party element
just brings it home.
The only thing missing, just so people understand. So what had happened the other day was that when I said I've got to refresh myself, and then I was gone for about 15 minutes, and then I came back, and Real Tech was saying, "My doctor's Taiwanese."
Let's just put it this way: he left me, in case anyone knows, it wasn't here. We're like, he left me. He's like, I'm gonna go. Brooke's in charge with Ian West
and Real Dick
and Real Tech Geek.
And I said that would never work.
And first of all, I wasn't going to be in charge, obviously. And then Ian just decided to take over with his whatever. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but was that? And then Ian started saying, "There's this new foam, the new foam that you can shove up a woman's vagina."
Hey,
without her permission.
He started, hey, did y'all
public
hear
service
about?
announcement. Yeah, my PSA.
Public service announcement of, did you hear about the new abortion thing? You'll know that there's no abortions allowed anymore. So now he's acting like he's talking to all men, and he goes, so there's no abortions allowed anymore, so you have to be careful. So did you hear about the new phone thing? It's a square, just a little square
that you can shove up a woman's vagina without her permission.
Shove it up their vagina
without asking. Like that. Like they were dead, like a cadaver. Yes.
And so my first thing was like, hey, dude, because he didn't want me to interrupt, but I said, hey, dude, that's been around for like 10 years.
Right. And then Ian says, shut up. I'm talking to Joe here. And then Joe says, oh, is that going to stop the AIDS? And
that was brilliant.
And oh my God.
Well, in between there, I went, well, you haven't heard of it in 10 years, Ian, because you haven't got laid in 10 years. And he went, shut up.
Yesterday.
All of it went up my nose. All of it went up my nose. Jesus fucking Christ.
And then he went, shut up, Brooke. That's when he went, shut up, Brooke. I'm talking to Joe. This is me and Joe. And then I went, well, go ahead and talk to him, but he ain't going to get laid for 10 years. And I'm pretty sure when he does, he should
did say that. Okay, that's true. She did say that.
Oh my God.
She did. She's quick. Yeah. That's that Southern sass. It's very rare to find that.
Oh my God.
Southern
but then
somehow, what was better was he still went on to explain it to Joe Tai on how it's a square and you can put it up. And Joe Tai, Joe, I love you, but you went, I don't even understand.
The government has held information from us men for years.
No, Joe, you said, you haven't fucked in 10 years. Joe's going to get 10 years from now.
Right, buddy? That's what I'm saying. Just get one of these little Post-it notes, stick it in there and fuck it. It's easy.
Joe, you were like, it doesn't matter. I only fuck girls that I fucking trust. I don't understand. Like back in the day, you only fuck girls you trust. And you kept using the word trust. And I said, I literally, Ian, did I not go? I went trust, but I let you handle it for a minute because I didn't want to interrupt you. So I just went trust. And then you kept going. And he's like, yeah. And then he was like, I was like, trust. And then you kept going a little explanation. You're like, he's like, because like, I'm not worried about getting AIDS or HIV or herpes or anything like that. And then I was like, and you didn't say shit. And then I was like, Joe, it's not it's a contraceptive, okay? It's not going to keep you from getting the AIDS. It's to stop the girl from getting pregnant.
I don't think he can hear you. Scream a little louder.
I already told you, I don't need a condom to stop myself from coming.
See, this is where the salvos are clearly missing. See, Brooke is trying to...
I have a natural birth control. I can control my
dog is barking right now. He hates you so fucking much.
Yes. Joe, you don't get it. Joe, Brooke is trying to talk about one thing, and you're talking about another. You're still hung up on basically before. What she's trying to explain is the fact that you were under the impression somehow, or you drew the conclusion that this vaginal foam would be kind of like an anti-disease protector.
Oh no, of course not. It doesn't do that.
Right.
You can dip it in ivermectin and do it. But.
Right. And so when Brooke is trying to explain this, you're coming back at her now with, oh no, I can control my dick and prevent myself from ejaculating. I use.
Exactly, I can. I don't need a fucking condom.
No. Joe Ty's got the right fucking conclusion because I think he's got the answer to both, and there is a name for it.
Abstinence.
No, you can keep it. No, you can keep yourself from fucking disease.
disease and getting a pregnancy that you don't want, and it's called "Don't Fuck Ian West."
Yeah, there we are. That's cute too. Yes. But
Or you know they should just name it Anti Ian West,
Yeah.
like Ian West. Yeah, like that.
But-
Should,
but
if they can come up with anything, I swear to God.
But
like,
then,
that
but
should
then
be good.
somehow, Realtek got involved because somehow it went to Joe
Oh my God,
asking
Find
Realtek.
that guy.
It was
Jesus.
Joe asked Realtek apparently. And by the way, I didn't hear any of this. I came back and I was totally
What was the
sideblind.
worst? I can't wait for you to say it, but what was the worst is Ian has to admit he took up for Realtek in this.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So apparently Joe said to Real Dick, he says to Realtek, so what about you with your wife and your girlfriend? Or something like that. Or do you fuck your
I
wife?
think
or
Joe actually asked the question originally.
Yeah, that was it, Joe. And then Realtek said, satisfy my wife out of obligation before I satisfy my girlfriend out of desire. Something like that. And then, then I forgot how it came up.
The 21st
I said, whoa, I did, wait a minute. You said you satisfy your wife, because obviously I was the only female there. I was like, so you're satisfying your wife, but then you're such a girl. Like, how are you got all these women, dude? Because I know it's not money.
Oh, that's right. I know it's not money. Yes, that's right. And she said, with Ian, we know it's drugs. That's what you said. With Ian, we know he's giving them drugs.
These bitches use me for my drugs left and right.
Yeah, Ian
I know it's coming.
on there. Ian said, yeah, I know they need my drugs. And I was like, but we know it's not money, and I'm not putting Realtek down.
Or drugs for Realtek. So what was it? And then Realtek said, I can last for 14 to 18 hours. Yes, 14 hours, yes. And that's when, by the way, sex gets painful for him.
That's when Ian West was an idiot and started taking up for him, because I was like, really? And then Ian was like, really? You don't believe him? Why? Ian, why should you not believe? And Ian got all fucking serious like he did with his trailer shit. Yeah. So he didn't know.
But then Ian explained why.
Believe him?
Yeah, and then Ian explained
Maybe
why.
you should fucking see it before you fucking deny it, Brooke. Yes, you should fucking see it. Oh my God. And then I was like, okay. And then
you hurt my feelings, Brooke.
Realtek went, well, my doctor says I said, well, why don't you be a porn star then if you're that fucking great? And
did I say that?
I said that because
I think I said that. Okay, go ahead.
No,
no, Brooke said
Sorry.
You can replay the bitch. I know what I said. You were taking out. You can blame me. And then I said, well, then why don't you be a porn star if you're that fucking great? And then he went, that's what my doctor tells me I should do.
Right. That's right. Yes.
And then you came in.
And then
I finally at the very end went, I just got really quiet because you were still taking out for his ass. I got really fucking quiet. I think Doug came back and he was saying, my doctor is like being like whatever,
Taiwanese.
whatever.
Yeah, my doctor's Taiwanese. And I had no idea.
He was trying to get Doug to say something I didn't know. And I randomly just went, is your doctor, I just need to know, was your doctor, by the way, was she blind?
Was he blind? Yes, I heard that much. Yes. And, oh my God, it was just.
And then Doug never knew what he came back for. And he never knew why fucking Realtek said 5 times she was Taiwanese. She was Taiwan. Why was he wanting you to say
So
something?
was the gender actually female? He was saying the doctor was female? I didn't even get a gender.
Female. He just said a doctor, and then he kept saying, he probably wanted you to ask that. That's probably what he was hoping you would ask.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the reasoning would be. You only know on that Taiwanese shit. Like, I don't, there's no way I would be like, my doctor said my pussy is great and she's Canadian versus French versus English. Like, I'm pretty sure French, Canadian, English are all look at the pussy the same. But obviously, he thought a Taiwanese doctor would look at his dick different.
Amazing.
And so it was just.
Brooke, you're such a pleasure.
Yes, yes, she is. Oh my God, she sees right through you. She sees right through you guys. all three of you. And oh my God, it was just that with all of you gentlemen, whether I noticed that Joe was pulling that too. You know, I can last, and then real Ian gave us the secret.
Can
He said,
somebody stop breathing in the phone?
It's
or whatever?
Ian. It's
I'm
Ian's
sorry,
doing
that's
something.
my polo shirt. It's rubbing against my headphones.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah, what
I
was about to say.
I know
How
you
are
hear my horrible Southern voice that you hate, but can you jack off when you get all the replays?
Yes. I mean, why? I don't get it. Why would your polo shirt be rubbing up against your microphone?
Because the microphones are built into the headset. I'm sorry. I'm sitting up straight like a ballerina now. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my God. No, we're still hearing things.
And he's still jacking off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on mute. I'll go on mute. Hold on.
Yeah, thank you.
But that's when
When
Ian
you call me,
explained.
you're done.
Yes. That's how Ian explained how someone lasts 14 hours, because both Joe and Real Dick were Real Tech. They were both insisting they lasted for 14 hours, and that's when Ian West says the secret is what I used to do, which is doing a line of coke and taking an Adderall.
Yes,
and
and that's when I said I would marry him. I mean, obviously to kill him, but yes, I'll marry you, bitch, in a second. And I don't want to kill people, but I feel like if you're gonna fucking die anyway,
yeah,
I don't mind fucking you 3 times a day. I'll probably go in there with you and do half the fucking line.
You would kill me at the fucking insurance parking lot.
I mean, I'm going to drive you to many insurance parking lots. There's going to be a lot of insurance. If you think I would fuck you for any less than 8 figures, and I want you to understand 8 figures, we're done.
Oh my
like
God.
it's 8 figures, so we're going to
just to listen to you.
Huh?
What did you say?
You can make your life 8 figures, dude. You can't make 8 figures in your life anyway. What you are, so make it worth it. Make your life worth it. Help my kids out. Help some dogs out. There's a little dog here that needs some help. He's really cute.
But anyhow, so what Ian said earlier reminded me, basically, so Judith Hager, her religion was Bernai, I forget how they pronounce it. Bernai Brith? How do you say it?
B'nai Brith,
yeah.
I hate it when you talk about Judith Hager because it makes me jealous.
and then real Ian was saying, well, that's MK Ultra Central. Maybe that explains Judith and her lunatic behavior. Oh my God.
Okay, no, that's where
the no, Douglas, because here's the thing. You compare me to Judith Hager on the last call and I hung up, I heard you. And you're like, I don't know. Judith can never be happy either.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, hey, bitch, I could be happy. Put me fucking first. Also, have you ever fucked me and come to South Carolina? No. So shut the fuck up.
Hey, guys,
don't compare me to Judith Hager.
What was the Galita kid's name? Aaron Bond or Andrew?
You talking about Sean Bond?
Sean Bond. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh my God.
What did you call him, Goleta kid? What is that noise?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I bought the keyboard that makes noise on purpose.
It's Sean Bond. I don't know what that noise is.
Oh, by the way, if you look up Sean Bond, all you're going to get is Sean Connery
coming out of his body.
Y'all made me fuck up Doug's post. God damn it.
What was coming out of his body?
I don't know.
Like every time Sean Bond says, "Oh, well, when I have anger and I don't want to release it," like what was her name?
Oh,
the other bitch.
I forgot. Yeah, who was he talking about? Yeah,
I don't know that way. I heard her on that. I'm not going to talk about what happened. Like, I had to replay that shit, but I had to go. Like, I actually went to another website for some reason, and I saw this bitch again, and she didn't say that, but I recognized the bitch from Sean Bond, and she.
Oh, you're talking about the old biddy Penny Bradley? No, not her.
Yes. I recognized her from Sean Bond. But on Sean Bond's, like she didn't say this on the one I saw recently, which we're not discussing. Sean Bond, she said, she was like, hey, like I really used to get mad at people when I learned my powers and I would like burn them with my eyes.
Yeah, she was claiming she was pyrokinetic, that she could burn down people and shit. Go on, honey. Go on.
Yeah, she would burn them. So basically she had to learn to control that shit. And then Sean went like, yeah, I totally relate.
Did you go to
Sean says he goes to the gym and he works that energy out. Just go to the gym and you can work that pyro.
Kinetic
shit
energy
out.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you just run it. You like get that energy out. And what I would love to tell Sean is to fuck off, bitch. You're a fucking idiot that is gay who won't admit it. And also, you might be trying to do some positive shit. You're not doing anything positive because being a fucking bitch is not doing nothing positive. But fucking, you're faking everything. Like, have you seen his background when he does his shit with the swirl? He's like, watch this. They're swirling the entire time. I'm like,
Bro, you know what they do with Galita?
What?
You know what they do in Galita?
I don't even
What
know
is
if
that
you
word you're using?
do a Delita. But here's what I heard.
Where you
Here's what
live
I
in
heard.
California, Dolita.
I heard Taco Bell when you said do a Delita.
Yeah, that's Dolita. Yeah.
Yeah, do a Delita sounded like Taco Bell, which then reminded me of driving around a Taco Bell over and over and over and never getting your order. That's what it feels like talking to Sean Bond.
I love Sean Bond. I'd hang out with him. Yeah, if
Be desperate enough. Taco Bell is the only thing open. There's nothing better, and there's nothing Taco better open. And you're driving through Taco Bell, and you just drive around like you're on LSD over and over and over. And you feel like you paid. You feel like you should get a taco, but nothing comes out. You drive around again. Girl smile. That is Sean Bond.
But you know, that was Sean Bond's experience. Sean Bond was on acid or whatever he was on, or whatever combination of drugs he was on, and he wound up being trapped. And he couldn't come down.
With the monsters, I watched. That's where I met you, bitch. Yes. I met you with Sean Bond.
Did you hear him say, "I work underground"?
I have to admit, like, Douglas isn't realize this. I met Douglas, and he does know the story, but like I haven't ever gone into like too much detail, and I still won't now. But like I'm on like a random Saturday, like doing my bullshit, just fucking like had quit my job. I'm being one of those loser, useless pieces of shit, just like watching random videos. You know what I'm saying? Like I have no life at this point.
Yes, she was YouTube cruising, or what do they call it? They have a word for it. Doom scrolling. You were doom scrolling.
Like, yes, and so shit was fucking popping up. What? And I was like there till like fucking, I didn't have a time. I've probably been up Friday night till like fucking 4 a.m. So it's like fucking 2 p.m. in the fucking afternoon on Saturday. And this bitch pops up, and I mean Douglas. He pops up, but what I mean is he pops up with fucking Sean fucking Bond. I really don't mean that because honestly, both should be a bitch at that point. And I just click on it because I'm like, well, why is this popping up? Who the fuck knows? It looks weird. To be honest with you, the reason I clicked is because Douglas is, because they have a screenshot, and the screenshot is of Douglas's fucking face on one side, and that is fucking catchy enough with his eyes.
Honey, love you.
They are. They're very catchy. And so it caught my eyes. And then I was fucked, and I should have realized right fucking about the show we talked about recently though. I remember how I told you, I was like, he's looking at me. He's sending me evil shit. I swear to God, he can see me right fucking now. Then I find out later it's not even fucking live. It was like a replay. I swear to God, I was like, live.
Because she was trying to get into the chat. She was trying to get into the chat.
I was trying to live chat you, and nobody was replying because this stupid fucker, which I not Douglas, this idiot, Sean Bond does a replay of a like it's live. Guess what? There's no one there to answer your live chat. So at first I thought Douglas and him were both assholes. Till I finally realized at the end, like at some point, like I go back, I don't know what I did, but like obviously I'm not the stupidest Southern bitch in the world. So I'm like, yeah. And then I finally realized it was a fucking replay. But it literally had still a live chat. You could post in it, which like when Douglas replays his shit, you can't repost in a live chat.
Yes, it's true.
Like you only post in a live chat when it's replayed as live, which is what this fucker did. And he played it as a live video, and it wasn't live. Which I first got pissed off at Douglas and got kind of scared because I'm like, you're looking in my eyes and you're making some questions, and I feel like you're looking through. Now I pulled up to the gas station to get cigarettes. Do you see me getting them? I don't know. Douglas will look in the screen when he does. If y'all haven't seen Douglas live, he does great live. I think like he will make eye contact. It's a little scary because he has his eyes and he does wear eyeliner usually,
which I think is great. I think everyone should wear eyeliner, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Just I highlight your eyes.
It's all good. The paintings at the Haunted Mansion do too. It's all good.
No, even my ex, who was very manly, like I say manly, she was a female, but she was like, everyone should wear eyeliner. Like it just highlights your eyes, period. But
all the Egyptians did. Yes. Go on.
It's just a thing. Like it just highlights your eyes. But that's where your soul comes out of, and especially in a video. Well, fuck my life. Douglas shouldn't highlight his eyes because his soul's already coming out and he's staring the fuck out of me. And then he's not answering when I'm like, "Are you killing me now?" No, he's not answering.
Okay, Lauder can help me with my soul.
I was like, "Do you like me? Are you cool? Where you from?" Nothing. By the time that was in, I was like, "Are you killing me now?" Because I feel like you're staring at me. There's no answer. Like I'm dead. So then I had to Google Douglas Dietrich and hints while you were all putting up with me now.
Oh my god.
Oh, hey, you want to hear this Pence rape testimony?
What?
You want to hear this Pence rape testimony real quick?
Pence raping his mother.
No. He's raping little boys and he ejaculates in them the second they die.
Of course. You mean our president? You mean our president?
Okay, again, the guy, if he is still listening at all, this is white hat shit.
Yeah, yes, thank you. That's Amor Fatty's still listening. This is white hat shit. Yes, it's just whenever you see the terms white hats and all that shit, just turn away. Turn away. I mean, we're talking about again. I still didn't get a chance to explain it to Amor Fatty, but basically, our man Ian West truly believes that when Disneyland flooded, it was the white hats, the good element of the deep state literally flushing out black hat activity under Disneyland.
Douglas, I never told you this. Douglas, no. I never told you this. Dude, there was one day around that time, there was like a fucking MASH camouflage fucking Vietnam car with like fucking 50
it was like the cross the street with 2 cars.
Fucking Disney World. I'm dead serious.
What did you say, Brooke? What did you say?
It was just like remember how we found the underground tunnels across the street at the Closed-down Elementary. And there was 2 cops, and then he was like, "I know," because there was cop cars there everywhere. And we asked, and then eventually he was like, "It was only 2 cop cars ever. The maximum cop cars were 2." And then he was like, "I think they might have been there for underground shit. I don't know." And we boiled it down to basically the maximum you ever saw was 2 cop cars at one time.
A little more respect for you. Look, when she's not getting raped by Doug's boss, okay? So let's try to be a little more considerate to her, okay?
Who's not getting raped by Doug's balls?
Kathy O'Brien.
Who the fuck is Doug's balls, by the way?
Michael Aquino.
Tell you something. You think I'm getting raped by Michael Aquino? Because I'm telling you, if I get raped by Michael Aquino, and that bitch and that motherfucker has fucking shit from powers of like before when he was on Earth, he's supposed to have powers from hell, and then now he's dead, he should have powers from death and hell, and he's still a piece of shit that makes me want to have, like, I feel like I haven't had sex. He needs to burn in hell just for how he has sex.
By the way, Joe, I mean Ian, your talking is coming out all muffled. And it's all muffled.
Noodle box. Sorry, I got you on the ramen noodle box.
Okay.
No, noodle box. He's that guy that he comes in his house. The one guy that he's a stand-word with. I found out that's his dealer. So he's a dealer. That's his dealer, and he has to occasionally put his mouth on something. And
by the way, and so Brooke, with the troll that was in the chat room earlier.
Who was that? I thought that was a troll. I was going to let you figure it out.
No, that fucking troll. What he called he was just awful. But there was
you know what I love though? He put me down.
Yes, he said spaghetti eating monster. He said spaghetti eating monster. His spaghetti eating monster is sucking this all up or something.
Yeah, but then he put fucking down. You know, while the reason I shut my mouth, I was like, I'm gonna fucking go on there after it. And then he put fucking moon down.
Yeah.
Well, this is boring, but why does he just get to talk all the time?
And he
anybody want to interrupt? He kept doing that. Anybody say hello?
Yeah.
Like he was basically making like, I think they want to say hello.
Yeah.
Like,
Yo,
what,
he said it was something masturbatory. He said it was masturbatory. Moon was doing, right? That's what he said. He said. Yeah. So it was just all over the
He
place.
may have. I didn't see that part, but
Yeah.
anyway.
But real Ian, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm pouring me a cup of knee high.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That must be that must be something awful.
Is that the peach thing that you said?
That's the peach
Yes,
shit.
ma'am.
It's
the
well,
jigga
let me
juice.
tell you what peaches really taste like, and I will be honest with this.
Okay,
the
let me know what a
best
peach
thing that
tastes
you can
like.
fucking get, like seriously, I'm telling you guys, like seriously, when you get peaches, if you can go to like Whole Foods, but I tell you, go to Whole Foods. This is the one thing. Peaches and what was the other one? I can't remember.
Cottage cheese.
No, peaches and bell peppers. Bell peppers. Two things that you always
That's a
need
good
to
idea.
buy. The only two things you need to buy, really, like, well, there's more, but the top three things to ingest chemicals. So if you're gonna buy them organic, is what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna be like, I'm gonna spend an extra $1 for something organic. Peaches ingest a lot of fucking, and they're the number one, I think. And bell peppers and peaches are number one too. So they both, for whatever reason, they ingest the chemicals. So that's what, if you eat a bell pepper that's been sprayed with, things to kill bugs, like you're getting a lot of that. Same thing with peaches. But I used to wake up in the mornings, I remember as a kid, and it is the best thing. Take a peach and fucking like just take the little, fuzzy little stuff off, which is fun. And then you put it in a blender.
You can eat that. You can eat that fuzzy stuff.
Well, you can. Yeah, you can eat that. Take it out. And the seed, by the way, there's another thing about the seed which is different. Obviously you have to take the seed out to blend it. So you take the seed out and just pour a little milk, and I would put a little bit. At that time I didn't care. Now,
that's like I said, get the cottage cheese.
Well, no, and at that time I didn't care. I would put white sugar because I was a kid, but I would put probably honey now. Just a tiny bit. But oh my God. It's just like Chick-fil-A. If y'all have a Chick-fil-A in the summer, they will have their peach milkshakes. They're still not as good as my smoothies at all, or a homemade peach smoothie, but they are the best milkshake you will get because they use the real peaches. They're probably also covered with fucking pesticides because they're not going to do organic. But regardless, like, it's really fucking good. Secondly, my stupid biology teacher came in one day. This is high school, South Carolina, fucking 10th grade, and she's like, yeah, so like my sister has cancer, and so what we've discovered, and I don't know if this is not true. I mean, to this day, I don't know. But she's like, so we discovered this tribe in like some fucking where, the middle of fucking goddamn nowhere, and they eat fucking like peach seeds, and peach seeds. It's peach seeds, apricot seeds. That's what it was. It wasn't peach seeds. It's apricot seeds. Mm-hmm. Apricot seeds have arsenic in them.
Yes.
And so they have no cancer. Mm-hmm. And I looked at her and I went, well, that's cool. And then as I got about a year fucking older, only out of 10th grade, I was like, I wonder if that tribe also has no fucking, in the middle of nowhere, no fucking smog, no fucking alcohol, no cigarette, no fucking damn meat fucking produced by this and that and that. Maybe they don't have cancer for another reason besides arsenic in the apricot.
Yes. That makes perfect sense. Of course, the one thing that might make cancer more universal is the fact that there's been so many radiation tests where they're just blowing up bombs everywhere in the open atmosphere and all that shit. We're still having repercussions from all of that nuclear testing they did, which was the equivalent of a full-fledged all-out nuclear exchange. So many countries, the British, the French, the Americans, and the Russians, and just everybody blowing up atomic bombs. That was the Chinese, of course, the dirtiest in the Western Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, I mean to say.
I think the Japanese are the dirtiest. The Japanese are horrible people.
No, I'm talking about the bombs.
No, not. Don't say that.
No, Japanese and German.
Two of my best friends live in Japan right now.
Japanese.
They're not from there, but they live there.
The most horrible. Japanese and German should never breed, and they're the most horrible people.
Oh my God, she's so cute. Okay, so Brooke,
maybe
it's just that time.
Okay.
Maybe she's been up for a long time, and then she just kind of like goes off the deep end, kind of.
I know he's Japanese
and German. Yes.
Totally studying.
Yes. Understood.
He's a handsome man. He's a handsome man.
Father's German. I will not go with the whole.
Okay. Well, Doug, look, before we go, I sent you the biolab thing in
Yes,
Ukraine.
yes.
You like it?
So okay, so let me show this to everyone. Let's let's do a share screen share here. So I'm going to do a screen share here. Let me
This probably should be a video.
Well, this just proves, Putin put his men in there first before he blew it up. There you go.
Of course. So here we are. Let's make this larger. See if we can make this larger.
And that's a woman's body. That's a woman on the floor.
Russians in Boyolib.
I love how you have described that it's a woman. That's the best part.
So here we are. So the best part about this video is you have the little fucking idiot head that's got like Tine. You remember Tine had the single hair off his forehead, and it's got a mustache, and it says /chub detection. Chub detection, really? And this is a nice branding mark to put across, a footage that's supposed to be so deadly serious. So, okay, the Russians.
Well, we got to edit it. We got to edit it, or else she's going to call it child porn.
Yeah. So anyhow, supposedly these are Russians going deep into a bunker in Ukraine, which is quote unquote a biolab. Now, what I don't understand is, first off, this looks like Pompeii. This looks like the volcano went off, and the volcanic ash covered all these bodies, and obviously a biolab where you've got why would they do this?
That thing got the goddamn COVID shot. That's what it is.
Of course, that makes perfect sense. Like, first off, a biolab is going to be a hyper containment unit, and you're just not going to let your test subjects run wild and die in the halls.
No, she was trying to escape and it died.
I like the way it changes from she to it.
He, like,
well,
the guy I saw
look at it. Do you see that?
What are you doing?
Yeah, but these are like. So what makes you say these are women anyway? You can't even tell what gender they are. These are...
The only reason I'm saying that is because I watched like a instant reaction video of two dudes, and they're like, "That's a girl. That's a girl." So I just assume it's a girl.
Must be a girl, of course. That's not a. It's like, first off, this is not a biolab, because you know.
Yes, it is a biolab.
And how do you know this?
It's the stairwell that leads to underground.
You see what I'm saying? Like, when I saw what I saw, which is a lot less than you've ever seen, there was
you just labeled it child porn.
No, it was child fucking porn to me. It was the beginning of child porn. Secondly, it had no reason to send to me, because exactly what Douglas is saying, you have no answer. I could have filmed that in my fucking basement.
Yeah.
Myself in South Carolina.
You could have saved the entire Democratic Party.
Who the fuck did this? You had no idea.
You could have saved the entire Democratic Party, but you didn't do it.
You were supposed to send me something. If you were going to send me something, you were like, "Oh, it's going to prove everything."
some party
the White Hats are the fucking right shit, and you're going to see the White Hats now, and why you didn't fucking support them. You're going to feel like a piece of shit, and you're never going to forget it. Well, I never forgot it.
Dear Democrats, your talking piece, Brooke, has let you down.
Not supporting them, because you still are supporting the fucking propaganda that has been given to you.
Thank you.
Idiot.
Thank you. Yes. No, you're right, Brooke. I mean, this is what's alarming about Ian West, is that he truly buys into this right-wing propaganda. These are, look, Ian, that video, I don't know what to make of it, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because...
At least you're honest. At least you're honest.
Yeah, it looks like Pompeii.
At least you're honest. I'll give you that.
These are like Pompeii bodies, and you're not going to find that in a biolab, which is a biolab, because first off, if they're testing things on people, then what? They let them run loose until they die? I mean, because honestly, if it's just, how did these people die? It's like, and why were they left like that? It doesn't make sense.
I know, it's sad. It's so sad. Those poor Ukrainians.
Ukrainians. You know what's sadder? That you're fucking alive and they're fucking dying.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's what I figured out their trick. I figured out the antidote to this COVID-19 shit.
Are you chewing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. Can you not hear me? I'm eating Wawa.
Oh my God, it's Wawa. What is this?
Yeah, you should literally.
I walked this morning. I walked up there. It's okay.
You didn't ride there in your super trike that just attracts all the chicks.
No, me and Miss Roxy.
I love what Brooke said. I love what Brooke said, that if her daughter were just the right age, where she were savvy enough, she'd let her ride on that trike with you just to get you arrested. Yes.
Yeah, we were gonna write a song, or we were gonna do a music video called "Bitches on My Bike."
Yes.
And that's why I built the roller coaster seats. But I could only fit one roller coaster seat on it. But so
The thing is, my daughter would be scared enough, but my son is like me, right?
Yeah,
So he's 17, so legally that's of age. But I swear to God, you met me a year fucking ago and he was 16, I'd be like, hey, dude, all I need to do fucking
All right.
$500.
we're gonna
Drive
set him up like
backwards.
Casey Anthony did his neighbors. Come here.
I'd be
Anyway.
like, drive backwards, bitch, on this bike, and then just be like, I feel like you touched me. You want a new car? I got your new car, bitch. I just want to take this motherfucker down.
Oh my God.
Tell him. Tell the cop he touched you in your naughty place, girl. You tell him.
Yeah, by the way, Joe dropped off. So it's just
I'm so
three of us
sorry,
now.
Joe.
It's
I love Joe. I gotta say, I love Joe. I
Oh,
don't
we
know how
know
he
you
found
love
you.
Joe. We wish
I
you
love
wish
him.
Joe was on your
I
fucking
love
bike. That's the problem.
I
You
love
wish
him.
Joe is just. You just wish Joe. He's bald as shit. He looks a little younger. You wish he not wrinkles at all. You just wish he was a little younger.
I think
You know,
what Joe was offended by was when he tried to tell us, I look really white. People mistake me for a white man, and how we just all.
I've never seen him.
We all shit on him for that.
Oh my God, he looks like Buddha, and I will say that. And
yes,
it's like I think Buddha's good looking. Like I'm not saying Buddha's bad looking, but when
He sounds like Dad's older brother from Goonies.
Okay, well, you can just show a picture. But here's the thing:
yes,
it's
here's-
not bad.
Douglas
Douglas
Ian.
tried to make it bad.
Yes.
Douglas tried to make it look bad. Like he looks like Buddha, like it was a horrible
Oh shit, he
thing.
does look like Buddha.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He does, but it's not a bad. It's not a bad look. It doesn't look bad.
Now compare the picture down below to the picture up above, and really, he could fit in right there. If you put that head in among all the penis heads, they're identical.
I could do that.
Yeah, do that.
That's
I
what
could
I'm
do that.
saying.
You want me to
That's the
Photoshop
kind
that
of
in?
shit. That's
Please.
why Joe drops off. Not because of me or because y'all are a piece of shit. Shut up.
Yes, do that, please. Please.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah,
yes?
not a problem.
I'll
I mean, it's gonna take a couple hours. That's a lot of dicks, but I can do it.
Yeah.
I can resize his space. I need a. Well, yeah, I could
You know
do
who
it, but
can't do that? I'll tell you who can't do that. It's fucking Peter Moon. Because all he can do is repost some shit about
Hey,
the nativity scene.
Peter Moon.
I am woke.
Hey,
And I'm like, oh,
ma'am,
you are woke.
ma'am,
You're making fun
ma'am,
of me woke.
ma'am. Hey, Peter Moon's been in the bunkers at Montauk. I'd shut the fuck up if I were you.
Oh my God, Ian. By the way,
And he's got photo proof. That's more than I have.
You know what? You know what? You're right. And here's the kicker that I
He actually forgot to bring
is
the
that not
video
only
camera
have
down
he been
there.
in the bunkers at fucking Montauk, but that motherfucker is 60 years old, has done so much fucking Tai Chi, now it's almost 70. And he's done so much Tai Chi that he can take a fucking football to the chest from a 60-year-old. Well, he was 60, so from a 55-year-old, and think that is the same fucking thing as taking a fucking baseball into your chest, which I didn't get to speak because he didn't let anybody fucking speak as normal.
Brooke,
and
Brooke,
he
close
wanted
your
to
eyes.
say that Tai
Take two
Chi
fingers and rub your
would
clit.
fucking fix
And
it when
think of
I
your good
watched the
spot.
kid. And no, because I hope to God he's fucking listening, that Tai Chi
He's not up
would
this
fucking
late.
fix it. I don't give a shit. I'm going to say it anyway.
Okay,
Tai
all right.
Chi would fix a baseball to the heart. Same thing as a fucking thing. He said, well, when your lungs collapse, your lungs ain't collapsing, bitch. It's your heart that got put out of rhythm because your I'm sorry. Lungs, yes, you're right. Breathing is deep. That is right. It's not electrical. Your heart is electrical. When it takes a huge
That's how that
shell
works.
beam without a bullet, it doesn't have to have a bullet. It's like a bullet, comes in fast and at the right fucking pace. And God forbid you have a fucking heart arrhythmia, which I happen to date someone that did. God forbid they ever had that. I watched.
Did they
someone
ever
I
have
know
an
had it.
Adderall?
Hell, if I ever had that shit, I
All
swear to God, I'd be dead
speed
right
this
now.
up. I'm going to tell you the why he is so important.
Is he
Oh,
your
you're
dad?
done?
Is he your daddy?
Oh, you're done?
That's so sweet.
Ian actually ran up and said, "Look, I found the footage of Preston Nichols saying, 'Here's the UFO landing pad at Montauk.'" And that's when Peter had to tell him, "No, Ian, Preston was just
crushed.
joking."
Brooke,
he
I
said-
was crushed. I was crushed. It was like a kid finding out Santa Claus was fake. I swear to
Here's
God.
the thing: it didn't even matter if it had been fucking real, Peter.
Okay, look, but Brooke,
because
can
you're
I-
never gonna get one on Peter.
No,
Ever.
no,
God,
ma'am,
shut
no,
the
ma'am.
fuck
Nobody
up.
will ever
I
get
could
one
have
on
told
that
him that
motherfucker.
kid with the baseball to the heart died
It had nothing to do with his lungs, his breathing. The lungs never collapsed. Hit him straight to the fucking heart. They never were sure if he had a heart condition or not. But it
Did you know this guy?
No. Let me fucking finish. 'Cause that motherfucker did. He talked
You weren't
out.
supposed to start.
He
Go on.
fucking knocked the electrical rhythm out of his heart, which is what happened Monday night. It's an electrical rhythm. It has nothing to do with breathing. Tai Chi doesn't goddamn fix that shit, nor does Qigong.
Oh my god.
Okay, look. Why Peter is so important is because that motherfucker. Oh god. Oh god. Oh.
But say it, Ian. Say it, Ian.
Why Peter? Thank you. Why Peter is so fucking important?
Never mind. I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. Y'all want Waffle House? Does hash browns with, like scattered, smothered, and covers y'all give y'all?
The Wawa's closer. Listen to me. Why Peter is so important is because he is the man that held the video camera to what conspiracy theorists called the Gone with the Wind of internet movies. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? That motherfucker was the cameraman for the most important conspiracy theory video, internet video ever.
Fucking cameraman.
You know what's second place to that? The Alabama Leprechaun or the Mobile Leprechaun. But Peter Moon is number one. He held that fucking camera. He went in that MK Ultra kitty diddling fucking whatever.
Yeah, kitty diddling.
I've seen it. He backs up all my shit. It makes me not look crazy. I love him.
Oh yeah, I love him too. Also, I love all the teenagers that have been behind him that have done it at 14.
By the way, just so you know, it was he does get up at this hour because it's 3:57 a.m. here, which means
Peter knows I'm going to make fun of him, and no matter what, like that's my thing.
Yes. But like he said, I forgot. Now, what happened?
I know you can't make fun of him.
I finished assembling my throne of pillows, which I do want everyone to know. I just kind of like I just went with it tonight, and the audience seems to like it.
Yeah, I love how you see y'all.
I'm sure it's over 30 views right now.
I just want everyone to understand what he's doing. He's hoping Peter Moon's not listening, so he's going with I just established.
Look, I don't have to be friends with Peter Moon. I could care less. All I gotta say
I'm
is
talking about the bitch that just went back to a conversation at 8:30 p.m. tonight. He just decided to go with. I did finish establishing my throne of pillows.
Yes.
Why the fuck that came up?
Because it came up because I left you and Peter to talk, and so when I left you and
did that.
Yeah,
Peter was very upset. He got left with me.
Yes.
And
yeah, I'd have been pissed too.
Brandon, and you know what? It changed nothing because he just talked. Like I said, I told Brandon. I said, Brandon, we're gonna be with Peter. All you need to do is mute it. You can go the fuck away. And yeah, guess what fucking happened? We got to say nothing when he came back. Peter, I heard him go, well, I took over the conversation, but I guess that's my job. Nothing. And that was what's funny about whoever the person was in the chat that was a horrible person, said shit about me, also went like, I'm Peter and blah, 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 whatever he said about Peter. And then like, hello, can I talk? You know, we weren't talking. We were trying to talk. I think he was speaking up for us. I think what he was trying to do was speak up for me and Brandon. The fact that
I mean, he did attack Peter like he was attacking everybody. He was just attacking everybody. He was just a troll. But when he said,
that's what I'm saying. He was a troll.
But when he said, "Can I talk?" No, he was definitely talking about himself.
It's just not on me. Like the bitch that you fucking invited on, I will never be on the show again.
Oh my god.
Who was that?
That's her getting all sassy with the new guest. That's terrible.
No, it's not.
It's bad PR, Brooke.
No. He's not. She's not talking about Amy. She's talking about
her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I'm not talking about her. She's very nice. I'm talking about someone else, and he knows who I'm talking about.
I do.
Oh, was it Australia? Oh, never mind. Okay.
I can talk about that privately.
George's fucking. And then you were like, George's fucking girl, and your name's Sarah, and you weren't my wife, and Sarah, blah, blah, blah. We should try to have her on too.
Yeah, I wish.
I'm not talking about his wife.
Oh, no. I'll talk to you about that privately. Yeah.
No, she's in Australia. No, she's in Australia.
After you told me, and I heard that shit, after you told me the shit she said about me, then you're like, oh, yeah.
telling George, Sarah's messaged me a few times. Just
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about my Sarah. I thought you were talking about my Sarah.
No, not your Sarah. I don't know if you have a fucking Sarah.
I'm sorry.
Everybody's got a fucking Sarah. Apparently, there's too many fucking Sarahs, but it's not your Sarah. It's not fucking George's wife, Sarah.
Before COVID,
There is a
I had
third
14
fucking
girlfriends. I was doing good.
Oh, wow. That's cute.
And half of them were married. But anyway.
And he was doing an hour for each. That's how he lasted 14 hours.
Oh, they were buying my drugs and fucking me. Life was good. All right, go ahead.
So
I'll make her like I'll give you the best drugs in the world. Just give me the life insurance policy, and let me watch you do it every 3 times a day. I'm not even saying every 3 hours, like 3 times a day.
Look,
maybe
honestly,
4 times
look.
a day on the weekend. You know what I'm
If
saying?
there is a way I could suck your tit and make you shut up, then I'd do it. But that's as far as I'll go.
Oh my god.
Hey, every day. Hey, do fucking 2 lines of coke, 2 fucking Viagra, and 2 fucking 30 milligram Adderall.
As long as I can do them off your
3
tits, I'll
times a
do
day.
it.
You can totally do it. I swear to
If I
fucking
can fill
God.
your nipples up with a little mound of powder, then sniff it off, then I'll do it.
Just hey, everybody! This is not suicide. He's voluntarily doing it.
Oh, this is my Friday
It's
night.
fine.
This is my Friday night. Yeah.
Oh my god. So all that being said, so where we were, yes. So
yeah, your Sarah bitch that you talk to. Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
No, I'll talk to you about that privately. No, not yours.
You don't have a Sarah. First of all, you pretending to have a Sarah or James.
You wanted her tits.
I would stop Sarah's tits or
We
James.
have that on tape,
Anything,
Doug.
but not your
I
fault.
have evidence. I have evidence.
What the fuck you were talking about? Are you talking about that stupid girl that looked like a guy?
Oh, right. Is that what you're talking about?
Justin Bieber. Yeah. The Justin Bieber
Okay,
shit.
no, that's not who we're talking about. So can you just get out of the
I'm
story?
sorry. My bad. All right. You just say everything's not about you, Ian.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
I know you need attention. Okay, baby.
But by the
Thank
way,
you, thank
she was dumping that on me earlier. Everything's about you, Douglas.
She got that from me.
Oh, don't even go there. You better shut the fuck up because everything is about you, and that's not a joke. And we will not go there on air. But regardless, you.
Well, I wish we could have done that 3 weeks ago. All right, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. So, yes, she and I will speak privately. But do understand, Peter often wakes up at this hour, or even last hour. He'd be often awake, even an hour ago, because 3 a.m. my time is 6 a.m.
Hey, Peter, quit being a bitch and come on. I need to get off the fucking air, and he's obviously not going to do a monologue. So can you come on? He didn't need you.
I did want to do a monologue, but then I had so much fun with you guys, and everybody else dropped off, which was kind of sad because, obviously they just felt like they were unable to hang with your intensity.
No, I muted for that girl. I got off of that girl.
Just like Real Tech, they lasted as long as they could. So.
That's pretty good. That's good. Yes, and
because I want her to be the new Brooke. So I want her to come on and do her thing. So
why? I mean,
because
I adore her too, but it's like I hope she comes back. But the way she's making it sound, it's like she seems to be really not a night person. And she doesn't do the drugs.
And that's a good thing. And when you're in that kind of state, so.
What kind of state do you think?
Here's the reason. Because most of the people I have on at night are not working. I need to be working. Number two, if I even was working, most people at night, I need fucking a salary or to be getting fucked really fucking good. And you're my man. And then third, like, you're not doing salary. You're not fucking my man and fucking me. And then what the fuck am I getting here, dude?
Maybe I need to move in with you. Except you got 2 kids.
Well, then you'll have to pay her to fuck her.
That's
what you just said.
No. What he'll have to do is just not fuck me when you're in the bathroom doing your coke and your shit while we're getting the money. And then he and I both are taken off to the Greek islands as soon as you fucking die.
Well, let me do the Adderall and the Viagra and the coke off your tits, then he can fuck you. How about that?
Deal. Fucking deal. Can I get this? Can it happen? Because I'm looking for a job now, so we need to make this happen.
Oh my god! But honey, just out of curiosity, what kind of job are you thinking of? Not sales again, are you? You were talking about how the sales was just.
I am not going into anything I'm doing.
I see her going into phones or something. Something was used with her
But
voice.
it's going to be killing Ian West, murdering people, something like that. Yeah.
As she squirts and wets her bed.
Oh my god. Okay.
What I will tell you though
no. Is whatever I fucking do, when I am fucking, my bed will be fucking wet. It won't have plastic.
That's what I
on
said.
it.
That's what I said. You're like, oh, blood's coming out of his eyeball. Oh, that goes there. I got wet that spot. There you go.
What?
I do an impression of her squirting as she pictures me dying. It's good.
No, I don't need blood out of your eyeball. I can assure you.
I know. I just decided something corny. Sorry.
But it's cute. That's fine. Okay,
It
better.
wasn't cute. I love how you say it's cute. Now I know when you say that's the thing. If he ever says it's cute, like it means shut the fuck up.
That means go into a total feminist mode
Yeah, he's great at that. He's like
and hate
so
every
great.
man
He's
that's ever
so
looked at
good.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, I hate that
Also,
motherfucker.
like,
He
when
looks like
I
my
go,
daddy.
Hey, Douglas. He not only got the new mattress, that he had never had it wet to know what truly wet was.
The corner
Even though it
got
had
wet
three
from the
girls on it.
goddamn hurricane.
Yeah, it got. So again, let everyone know.
There was a
he
good
says it got
2 feet
damp
of water.
on the corner, and I've seen his room. Oh, now that I've seen his room, it's even funnier because I always pictured it near a window.
Yes.
It is my window.
No. The corner, there's no window at the corner. It's not like you're pushing.
I'm all right. You stupid. Oh,
There's no window at the very corner of that mattress. You are fucking got to come in a little bit to get that. But my point is, he's like, I've been with so many girls. I do 3 girls at one time. I do 3 girls at one time. And then he's like, oh, I've got to get rid of this mattress. And we're like, why?
I did.
And he's like, because it's damp at the corner.
Yes.
Now I'm like, well,
they will draw bugs,
damp.
Brooke.
It's only damp at the corner? And he's like, yeah.
Well, I usually have an undersheet on, but I took it off because of the hurricane.
Well,
I
that's
washed
what was so sad. I thought he was lying. I just thought he had never had
No,
3 girls.
I
He
washed
may
the
have
sheet.
had 3 girls because this bitch is
I've had
like
more
the
than 3.
grandma. Have you ever had a grandma and you went in her house? Like, I've never even had one of those.
I almost answered that. I
Still
almost
covered in
answered that.
plastic.
God damn.
He has a new mattress. He has a sheet
I
over the
almost
mattress.
answered that.
There is plastic on the mattress.
There is. Yeah, it's brand new. There should be on there.
Hey, Grandma, that's what I'm trying to say. There will be plastic on. You will sit down on the couch on the plastic.
Yeah.
And the bitch, and he said his last video was like, "Is there plastic under this sheet?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Oh, she broke my heart. She's like, it's all crunchy. And I'm like,
yeah,
oh, God.
nobody wants to be on a mattress that's got
I
plastic.
took it off as a gentleman should. Then I put her back in there, and then did her thing.
He took it off. That's even the worst part. He took it off, which I don't even believe he actually had a bitch. I don't think he took it off. I think that was a whole lie.
She's an angel. Oh, she's so beautiful.
Right. Yeah, she would be an angel.
Oh.
To fuck you. I swear to God, anybody will fuck you.
Oh, she is. Oh, she is.
Or a
Oh,
demon.
dude. Oh.
Whatever. It's one of the two.
No, Britney Spears' niece.
And aside from, again, that's the Britney Spears niece thing really kills me. But then you said you had more than 3.
She's an angel.
You said you had more than 3 women in bed with you. It's like,
Oh,
how
yeah,
would they fit?
over time, over the years.
No, you said you had
Pre-COVID,
more
pre-COVID.
than one fucking time. Don't
Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, you had more. You had about 3
Smart ass.
in your bed at one time, or 4, or
I've had 5 in there at once.
I mean, at that time,
all time.
they got to start
was
charging
doing coke on
you
her at the same time.
I mean, you're talking to the mayor of what is the ghetto?
I am.
What is your ghetto town? I'm sorry. What is it called? The trailer park?
It's called Orlando, Florida.
No, the trailer park part. You're the mayor of.
Oh, it's a come along. You're
Yeah,
the
mayor of
come
Come
along.
Along.
I had it imported over from China.
No, you have a little.
Did my battery die?
You know what it is,
Oh,
but you
okay.
have a little mayorship, like mayor of fucking
Here,
Gooseville.
The real Ian.
I'm sending you. I finally rebuilt the new back door to the shop. I'm so happy. I just took a picture and sent it to you. It's
Oh,
coming.
I remember. He's the mayor of the Ukrainian village.
the Ukrainian child.
Tattoos.
Yeah. By the
No,
way,
I'm the mayor at the Johnny's Filling Station.
So I noticed. So there is apparently a window here, and so I guess that's what the hurricane named after him. The moisture came through there. That made the corner of your bed wet.
Actually, it came through the window on the other side of the air conditioner.
Okay.
And that's why that one corner just got so fucking wet.
Right. So why didn't all that water do some damage to the air conditioner?
No, I mean, besides some like black mold shit, but I just bleached it out.
Oh yeah, black mold. Only the thing that fucking will kill you and cause you to fucking think you have all these diseases and shit crawling out of your skin.
No, no. I just bleach it out. I mean, it's not a big deal.
It worked great. It worked.
It's a goddamn foam piece the size of a fucking shoebox.
You had to bathe in bleach.
Dr. Gibson.
Did you fix your floors, by the way, with the black mold? Because I'm pretty sure the water sat on the floor.
I'm trying to get the gays back over here to do my floors because they just do it so much better than me, and you know they need the money.
And they say black mold affects you mentally as well. So now he's got it out the skin. We're just done with the black mold on the floor and his mental.
You know, I have a gay laundry tour sometimes. You know.
Anyhow,
just out of sympathy.
The truth is, I have too much fun with both of you. Yeah, God knows I probably will not get to any monologue tonight at all. But it's just been too much fun with both of you, and I have too much fun with both of you. I do promise people on Sunday I will get into monologue. It was but tonight was fun, and we maintained high numbers.
I will not get on at all. You promised me that too. And then
whoa, wait a second. Oh no, we'll talk privately. Then we'll
fuck you too.
Hey, yeah, fuck you too, as I'm saying. You don't suck dick as well as I do. I'm sorry. Oh, actually, you probably suck dick a lot better. Probably fucking good.
Oh my god. Okay.
Shit.
What happened now? Did you slam?
I don't know. He fell the fuck over because he was thinking about the guy's dick he just sucked.
He left. Did
he?
He did. He left. Look, here's this.
He didn't leave purposely. I can assure you.
What this corner of his place where he's got, talk about a mold on the wall. This must be that black mold he's talking about.
That's what I thought. You know how many times he called me, like when he was looking for you, and I didn't know why he was looking for you, and I couldn't understand it, and I was like, see, that's what I'm saying. This is what it happens. Yeah.
Yes. So what is this, Ian?
And then he'll go, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?"
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Remember that, Ian? When you called me 3 times when you were looking for him on Saturday night, and I was like, I don't fucking know. Then you called me, and then I was like, I can't hear you, which literally his phone was muted, so I couldn't hear it. And that would be like, the first time I was like, can't hear you. I don't know what you're saying. Hung up. Second time, can't hear you. And then the third time I just answered, and I was like, Ian, I don't know what you're saying, but I imagine what you're saying is shit. Fuck, it's not fucking working. Damn it. Hold on 1 second. I'll call you fucking back.
Ian, what is this on the wall?
That's my new secret back door. It's a barn door. It slides left to right.
Oh, I like barn doors. Does he have a barn door?
Yeah, it slides left and right. It's like, what is that container full of vile liquid? There's a container full of liquid.
Oh my god, that's the ugliest barn door I've ever seen. Do you order all your shit from China? And why did you put glitter all over it like a queer motherfucker? I'm not saying queer's bad. What I am saying is that looks like the queerest, here's the thing.
It's vines or ivy.
Here's the thing. That is an 80s what I want everybody to look at. It's a barn door. It's a single one. He put a single one up. It is a cheap single one. And then in the middle of it, he put a glitter 80s dress with a he parked in the middle. Like, you couldn't be like, there's not a woman in the world that will, the only person in the world who will wear that is somebody that didn't know fashion at all. Was a guy that came in and was like, I just want to put a dress on, any dress. And they put that dress on. And you put it on your fucking door?
What she's doing is she's creating a kind of construct because it's funny. She's being humorous. But it's ivy. It's covered in ivy. But I like what...
It's not fucking ivy. Is it? Oh, it is ivy. Sorry.
The whole house is covered in faux ivy.
Yeah, that's not real ivy, actually. That's fake fucking ivy. That's real ivy?
No, it's faux. It's faux.
Oh my god, you're...
Yeah, I had to hide myself from the Antifa.
Hey, look, we're both gay, so we can get married. I can kill you, and I don't even feel guilty about it.
No, I'm a single guy.
There's not a fucking straight man in the world that says faux. Maybe Douglas, but he also says Brooke was born circa 1978 in January, circa blah blah blah. You're the only straight man that is born in America, English, that says that was faux.
Oh my god! And Brooke is right. I would use foe. I would use that term. So
Yeah, I know you fucking would, but
Yes.
that's my point. You also use circa and all the other bullshit I had to use.
yes.
Like, that's why I had to learn that you weren't in love with fucking English dude. You just were, like, born that way and all that. But this dude right here, he's like, oh, no, Bible, I just found Garden of Eden. I'm ready for shit. I eat chitlins. But this is faux Ivy.
That is out of character.
Also,
It is-
I'm riding my little tricycle. with my-
Yeah, and that I still don't get. That is absolutely bizarre. But
4 inches.
But what is that? What is that plastic Tupperware container full of vile liquid there?
Like, this is so many videos, and like, everyone needs to see this. And like, you would have 5 billion people look, like, somebody would accidentally tune in just for the picture. They would stop right there. Be like, I don't give a shit about Douglas Dietrich or anything they're saying, but this picture, like, I want everyone to see it. Like, we've got to do something about the way you're sharing, Joe. We've got to figure this out.
I had to leave the hole at the bottom so the alligators could crawl through.
Yes.
No, we're in Florida. Don't ever forget that.
Is that what that is fucking for?
Because if the alligators get trapped in there, they eat you when you walk outside in the morning.
How about
You have to be able to walk through.
How about you close it and alligators can't get in your room?
And hot fence these days. The Jews mutated them.
Oh my god.
What did he just say? I didn't
This is where the Judeophobia comes in pathologically. You know, the
Did he
detective
say
I
something
worked
about Jews and did he put Jews and alligators together?
He
Is
did.
that
He
what
said the Jews are doing something that makes it possible for the alligators to jump fences or something. Is that what you said, Ian?
News. Go to the news. Type in alligator hops fence. Just watch it.
But what does that have to do with the Jews? What's this?
Because they mutated them. I don't know what they did to
Okay,
them.
it has nothing to do with it. I tell you what, the last time he told me when I was
They
bit with shit and I was believing his bullshit and I bathed in bleach, he also told me I've been bit, which is
Years
what
ago.
made me believe it. Because he was like, oh, and I had been fucking bit by a fucking spider. So he was like, oh, no, you've been bit because they have been doing this shit. What'd you say? What'd you say?
In the genetic reptilian shit. That's how Alex Jones came out with the frogs are turning gay and shit.
Oh my god.
That's a true story.
Why did you tell me that shit? Because that just would have immediately gone to that's bullshit. If he had said Alex Jones or gay frogs, I'd have been like, he's an idiot. But that's not what he said. He said, no, they're putting GP, what'd you say? Whatever you are. GMO, yes.
Yeah.
GMO and the mosquitoes, which he actually was correct. I just didn't bother to look it up till after I bathed in the bleach to find out they did that 10 years ago in Florida, you bitch. And it was to make the mosquitoes not breed. So the mosquitoes that were infected with that, it wasn't to reproduce more mosquitoes that would be infected with GMO. The mosquitoes that were infected with the GMO, it was to stop the shit so that those mosquitoes, those females, they could not reproduce. So it wasn't like 10 years later, they're still having GMO babies, bitch.
Yes.
That's not. It was reptiles, not the the mosquitoes were recent. The reptiles were 10 years ago.
I have your recorded conversation. That's not what you said. You didn't mention reptiles. There were no reptiles. It was mosquitoes, and your words were mosquitoes, and they didn't think about the fact that spiders eat the mosquitoes, and that's probably how you got it, because the spiders see mosquitoes, and then people are getting bit.
That's like saying a person eats GMO foods and then turns into a werewolf.
Basically, you're right, Doug. Yeah, you're right. You got me there.
Well, no, he's not saying. I mean, no, he wasn't even saying that because the spider will bust out a person. But what he was saying is that, like, and that's the only reason I bought it, because he wasn't doing all this stupid bullshit. He was saying that the mosquito gets in a trap with the spider. They've got the GMO, and then like if he was acting like this something, I'm not saying he didn't believe it. I'm just saying. Randomly, the spider then still bites the person.
Hold on one
if
second.
that is scientifically possible, which is what I'm saying,
Doug, did you see?
It is. I mean, if I infect you with a disease and fucking Joe Ty sucks your dick, and fucking Douglas Joe Ty in the ass, there's a possibility that Douglas ends up with the disease, right? Because those three things are gonna fucking happen. But here's the problem. What you said didn't exist, because it would be like me infecting you with a disease, and in 20 years, you then randomly fucking
have children, sire children who
and then another 20 years, suddenly Douglas is gonna want to fuck Joe Ty in 40 years in the ass. Like, I'm pretty sure Joe Ty's ass is gonna be dead or fucking not fuckable. But either way, you fucked your fucking argument.
Clementine, listen to me. Joe, wake up, Joe. See where he is. What does he do?
He's dead meat in the water.
Person. He needs a person. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. You need a person.
Anyhow, Ian,
I'll be your person. You may be your person. I'll be your person. You know what? You're right. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
Have you ever seen an alligator hop a fence?
Okay,
I have. I've seen him climb a fucking fence, and that is cool as shit.
Okay. When you were a kid, did you see him hopping a fence?
I've truly seen alligators climb. They don't hop it. They will climb and they hop over. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
it's scary.
Yeah, it's scary. But what you're saying is.
Did you say it was that scary? Stop. Yeah. Douglas might have thought I was scary because he's scared of two dogs needing to blow their brains out. But he had it right because he saw a woman's. Like, he had it right. He doesn't be like that was the reason. You, on the other hand, seen a fucking alligator from across the fucking room. Like, oh, there's Gary. Look at that alligator.
I watched this one alligator eat this kid's little puppy.
Well, you know what I fucking saw? A real man. And I'll send you the video right fucking now. You send fucking videos. You send you a real man? Fucking comes out of the fucking water with his fucking chihuahua. Fucking out of the fucking alligator's fucking mouth and saves his fucking dog. Bitch. No, that's a man. He fucking went in for his fucking dog, goes in for his fucking kid. Wasn't like you, like, oh my god, I'm gonna stand here and be scared. It's not even fucking doing anything. But that dog, he went in for his dog. He had to be scared.
But
in the water. You know what he did? He went under the water. You see this man's face come up out of the water with his own goddamn dog pulling it out of a goddamn alligator's mouth in Florida. And shut the fuck up, bitch. Do you want the video? Because it's there. Everybody can Google it, but I will fucking send it to you.
You can go run one out in the bathroom real quick. Can you give Doug a minute, Brooke?
Yeah, okay, I'll bite. What Brooke said is great, but go on, Ian, for a few minutes. Let's give Ian a shot.
On your wall. It's called How Aaron Bond and his family enter their Illuminati underground lair.
I'm sorry.
Douglas, I'm so glad you told me to go to the bathroom, and I totally going to the bathroom now. Enjoy this. Totally enjoy this.
How Sean Bond and his family enter their Illuminati lair. That's
what? Wait, did you say Sean Bond?
Yes.
Look at Doug's wall.
I'm coming back for this.
Sean
Bond?
What did you say about Doug's wall? It's on my wall. You mean you sent it to Messenger?
Bond and his family enter their Illuminati lair.
Sean Bond.
I just need to know if you're saying Sean Bond.
You said, give us the link. Give us the link or something.
On your Facebook wall.
You put it on my Facebook wall?
Yeah.
Let me refresh my page.
Doug, you don't even fucking know.
Yeah, let me. Oh my God. This is like, oh Jesus. Oh, why do you do this? This is don't do this. So basically, I gotta. Okay. Oh, this is pretty funny. Okay, so I'm gonna screen share. I got to admit, this looks great. So okay, I'm screen sharing. Okay, here we are. Brooke. This is how Sean Bond and his family enter the Illuminati lair. Come here. I want to show you. Hello, Stitch walking. Come, this is how the elite enter tunnels in your local neighborhood. How you doing? Oh, boy, my mind tired. Yeah, you probably seen him on cable. He's hilarious. Yeah, and mind telling me what's going on? Yeah. Who are you, Marvin Gaye? What's going on? Do that bit for him. Go on.
This is why people should need the video, because that was boring me. I'm sure it bores everyone else.
The old lady in
Yeah, why can't we share this with everyone? Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
It took 3 months.
I can't. Oh, my name. It was a video. It's an actual video.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
What is this, Galen?
Okay, I still can't get a play.
You can't see this or hear it?
Oh, now I'm seeing it. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Down,
Oh my god, I
down,
still feel bad. Down, down, down. Like, that looks like Sean fucking Bond right there, though. That's so what he was going to do. There he goes.
So I gotta admit, this is pretty fucking funny. Yeah, there,
Flood, yes.
I had to suck 2 dicks at Disney for them not to sue me for the club.
Welcome, Sean.
What the hell is all this? These are the tunnels the French built. These are the hands that dug the and these are the eyes that watched the hands that dug. What happened to you? Got a makeover.
Oh, anyway, yeah, that's how the elite get into their little layers in your neighborhoods and shit.
That's what I mean. I'm looking at the company, and you have a white hat that is looking at as a complete true. This is 100% true. I want you to understand, and Doug, I said, Douglas, I need you to understand. I almost didn't call you Doug because I'm thinking, I have all these people that say, you know, what is the Matrix? What is the Matrix? And, you know, it's kind of like our guy that got arrested. Did I tell you this last week?
Yeah. Which one got arrested?
Well, they both did, the brothers.
The human traffickers. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so they were like, you know, one of them randomly said the bad one, the horrible one. I forget which. Tristan's the better one to me. Right. And I only remember that name because I'm bad at names, but for whatever reason, Tristan stuck with me from that Brad Pitt movie where he was named Tristan. Mm-hmm. He didn't come back, and somebody buried his wife. I don't know why. I was always like, I'll name my kids. I'll have 2 twins. It'll be a boy and a girl, and I'll name them Tristan and Kristen. I didn't have twins. I didn't make it a Tristan. But I'm saying, you know what? If Bitch from Florida wants to come up here with his fucking 4 cocaine strips every day and his Adderall 4 times a day and his 4 Viagra, I might have a fucking baby. I mean, I won't have a father, but I'm saying I will literally have a baby and some money to go with it.
Well, as long as you tinkles while you're cooking, you know, I'd be down.
Oh my god!
Just make. All I'm saying is the drugs. I will test them, make sure they're real. You have to do them 3 to 4 times a day, and that's all I require. Honestly, I'll walk you whatever you want. Yeah.
Right.
Well, thanks to eBay, we have drug test kits now.
Yeah, and that's something I will just test the drugs. Make sure you're doing a full line, full fucking 30 milligram Adderall, 3 times a day. I can look at you and know how long your heart's gonna last. Like at that point, I can look at myself and know how long my heart would last. And I'm in better shape than you, bitch. Also, women live longer, but I'm just saying I'm in better shape. Like I've seen you're not in bad shape, but I'm saying you got a little belly, tiny. You're eating fucking Wawa. Like I don't have a bad. Like there's not a bad like. I feel like the insurance company would bet on me either way. They'd be like, well, you sure? And actually, the insurance company, if they knew, they'd probably be like, we don't want to take this policy out at all.
Well, you're probably took my lucky market away, so.
But so Ian, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take down the address. I'm going to take down the address for this video because it is funny. It does look really entertaining, and then I'm going to delete it. But I thank you for bringing it to our attention, and it's pretty, you know, it's definitely funny as hell. I like the way you said it.
Take on there now. If I ever get arrested for child pornography, you bail me out. Only to bail me out. Like I'm telling you, like I'm going to call you. You bail me out. I only got sent. I do not get child pornography. If I ever got it sent, it will be from this fucker in Florida. Bail me the fuck out. Make sure when you bail me out, you have a fucking gun in your hand. Fly back up from California. Have your ass covered. Make sure it's a gun. It's untraceable. I'm going to kill this motherfucker.
YouTube will go down before you do. Trust me.
Oh my god. So in the time that we have left, I do want people to know that I love both these people. I'm going to just make a small monologue. And so I do need people's help to make it through Asian Lunar New Year. Brooke Gibson says she needs help as well. Send the money to me. I'll make sure to maybe send her some if I have it.
Oh, yeah.
I will show my breast if someone needs me to. Like, I literally just need some money. No, I don't need it that bad. I am not working, and I don't need money. Just send it to Doug. It's fine.
Thank you.
I will fucking get by
by OnlyFans. By her OnlyFans page.
I don't have an OnlyFans page. I don't do that kind of
You
bullshit.
should do OnlyFans. That way you won't be begging for money all the time.
No, I'm not begging for money. That's why I don't do Only. I feel like OnlyFans is begging
Like,
for
God
money.
damn it, you got a goal or something, you know.
I won't fucking do it. I'd rather be like that person, like let me stop in the fucking middle of the road and somebody rear end me.
My dream is to have kids that I don't remember their name or their daddy.
Well, we.
Look, my pussy and my fucking breasts are fucking awesome, number one. And number two, there are very few people that have got to experience that, so you just don't give it the fuck off. Like, fuck you.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. And so is your breast and so is your pussy.
I mean, like, when I'm like 90, I'm sure they'll be like, we should have given ourselves away back then.
Well, maybe they'll be able to reach over your shoulder by then, but...
Oh my God.
Well, apparently that's your thing, so you'll be into it by then.
So hot.
Then I'll get an OnlyFans, and it'll be for Ian, because my boob will reach over my shoulder by 90, so that he'll be happy, and then I'll have an OnlyFans.
Tits here and just, I mean, but I can't make that happen, you know.
You won't be alive, bitch. I will have killed you by the end. Just keep, you think here's what's hilariously funny on all this. I am joking about marrying him. Yes. I'm joking about him doing the drugs. Yes. But I really do feel like at the end of the day, I joke him so much that he's going to want to come to me. I'm going to totally insist he be on the drugs. And totally insist he sign a marriage agreement. We'll talk 3 times a day on that. And it's going to happen. And then all of this is going to be in court at some point, and we're all going to be on Fox News. Like, just going through all the motions. What do you think she was guilty or not? I mean, she said she was going to do it, but then he agreed to it. I don't fucking know. It's going to be a whole thing. You're going to be dead by then. You won't worry about it. But, like, it will be a whole thing. I will win, obviously. Like,
that movie,
I've already gone through it. Legally, you have no recourse. You have agreed to do it, so you are fucking out. But they're going to go through it.
They got it. Look, that movie... It's by Oliver Stone in Disney World. Disney World put it out back in the 90s, and it was like a month-long...
Oh, Disney World put out that you want to get on Viagra, Coke, and fucking Adderall to fuck somebody every time you fuck in the bathroom? You go in there?
I have to mute her. How do I do that?
It's not possible, bitch.
So
Never.
What is this?
You should know. I sold my soul. By the way, I forgot to say this earlier. When you were saying that about Ye being gone, and about you and my shrill voice, and how do you ever get rid of it? I said the only great thing Aquino fucking gave me. I didn't believe anything. I was like, you know what? If you can sell your soul, fucking devil,
he did. He's standing right by Satan right now, yelling at these motherfuckers, waiting for trouble.
Here's the problem with you. Here's the problem for you and Douglas. I told him. I said, if that's possible, I sell myself soul right now. Devil, have it, demon, have it. My only condition was they were like, be a fucking millionaire, billionaire, Kanye, like that kind of shit. I was like, no. I was like, I want to be in hell permanently. Douglas Dietrich has to be on my side to the right of me for eternity. And the only place he can fucking move is look to the right of him. And there will be like a dance floor, like we are in a dance floor with people. He can only see me though. He's only looking at me to talk to. I'm talking all the fucking time. But he can look away and he can see to the right that one fucking little, like they have the little girl in the fucking the little cage. He can look in that cage to the right of him.
Okay. Shut the fuck up.
Cage to the fucking left. And the people in the cage are Peter Moon naked and you naked.
And Ian West. Peter Moon and
Ian West and Peter Moon naked in a cage. So you're stuck in a cage naked forever, dancing across from Peter Moon while I don't know who else in hell's looking, but you got Douglas. The only time he's looking is when he's trying to not fucking listen to me.
Looking at me while I'm in the cage going, God, they fucked up on that one. Next.
I'm just saying, like, I got my fucking, I didn't need a fucking, like, to be special in this world. What I needed to be was special in eternity for you bitches to know how the fuck it works.
Okay. That movie
is an MK Ultra movie that Disney released in the 90s.
Wow.
And it's called Wild Palms. It's impossible to find, but since you know me, I loaded it up on BitChute. You can watch all 5 hours for free.
Oh my
and you
God.
can Rich enter their underground layers in your neighborhood.
Did you hear him? His voice didn't go as high as it would for fucking George. And he went, oh my God, because two things went through his head. Oh my God. Number one, I wouldn't watch anything you send me for 5 hours. Number two, I wouldn't watch anything for 5 hours, period. I have a fucking life.
Yeah, that is a lot. Yeah, that I was about to say 5
I
hours.
thought he was gonna have me over for tea.
And like so you said Oliver Stone did this?
Yeah, it's an Oliver Stone movie from the 90s, and Disney. Yeah, Disney.
I remember the title. I remember the title Wild Palms.
It was underground when they were doing the cloning. Is that what we're saying?
Well, actually,
because that's what I don't want to see a stupid Disney movie that could have been made in the 90s. Like, are you saying it shows the cloning?
Well, no, they mention it in the movie, and it's based off of a true story.
Oh, kind of like they mentioned cloning in a million other fucking movies. Okay, got it.
Okay, girl. Well, it's Disney. You should have been brainwashed all your life with that.
Hey, so what's the film about in summary again?
You ready for this? The film is about a company pushing a vaccine that helps you see television in 3D while this new TV channel can produce the 3D images. That's what it's about. And that fucking ironic.
But why would they call it a vaccine? You mean it would just be like
they're like, yeah, did you get your vaccine and shit? They're shooting.
Not a vaccine. That would be a neuro thing, like what Elon Musk is doing.
Vaccine allows you to see the TV in 3D.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Interesting.
You're in 3D. You're fucking in whatever.
But why are they torturing this man? What is the purpose?
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm already fucking in 3D. So are you, sadly.
Yeah. It's I mean, no, I get what Brooke is saying too. It's like, obviously the movie makes this sinister because there's no real point in that because, like Brooke says, we're all kind of like, we don't really need that. but
like if you're ever fucking, you should be fucking. If you're fucking in 2D, dude,
look.
I need to have a talk with you.
Look, this is before the days of Hooked on Phonics, Brooke. I know that's hard to remember, but you got to, it's from the 90s. It's 30 years old. What do you expect?
Right. Wow. So why are they torturing?
That's the difference. So people that
They're not
fucking
torturing.
did Phonics don't need to watch movies 30 years ago to get fucking life. Like,
okay.
Maybe they live it fucking now.
Sugar hole. Will you please shut the fuck up? All right.
You know what's so interesting is that a lot of people are giving us upvotes, and a lot.
I don't know. Because they want me to kill him, I'm pretty sure. Give another. If there's one more upvote that goes in the next minute, I swear to God, I'll drive there and kill him.
Okay. So I'm going to put Wild Palms in here for Armor Fatty. He is asking us, what the fuck film are you guys watching?
Good fucking question. Good question. Tell him again. What are you watching, bitch?
It's more than you don't believe. So.
Okay. He also had an underground video of the tunnels when he escaped them underground in Florida. I just want you to know this. And here's how they did it. He was working. He knew they were doing cloning. So he and his friend. No. Let me tell the great story, and then you finish it. You and your friend had this plot while he's working at Disney.
Ma'am, that is not appropriate for the radio right now, ma'am. Look, let me teach you a little bit of dignity. There's telephone time and then there's Doug time. And you mixed it to you don't know how to separate that, and it really shows your uncouthness. You're one step away from being homely with that kind of attitude.
Or you just don't want to tell your fucking
I know that was more than three.
Because you know how embarrassing it fucking is. So you want to tell it, or would you like me to finish?
We're not having this. We did this last week.
Okay. So
it's very inappropriate.
why Doug is laughing so hard.
This
It's
fucker
very inappropriate.
literally went with his friend
downright
to the fucking store and fucking shut the fuck up, bitch. She went in one of those stores in Disney World, which they were working in. Went in one of the little stores, and he's like, "We're gonna pretend we're gonna steal something."
Oh, that's
Now,
right.
here's what
There
it
we
is.
go. Pretend
First,
they're gonna steal.
Take it
Yeah,
up and we pay for it. So they took it up. They paid for the teddy bear.
Oh, you're talking about the mission. Oh, I thought you were talking about the. I'm sorry.
Oh, God damn, I didn't know there was a worse story than this. Why don't you tell that one?
Oh, 2 weeks ago. That's where I thought you were going.
Oh, God, yes, tell that story. Because, God, it must be worse.
No, that's inappropriate. That's
Yeah,
inappropriate.
that's what I'm saying. Tell that story.
You can tell the mission stories. You can tell the mission stories, but not the bowl.
No. Now I need the bowl story. What is the fucking bowl story? You fucked it now, bitch. You fucked it. I was telling the Teddy Ripskin story.
I'm pulling
You
out.
don't have to tell the bowl story.
Yeah, all right.
Oh my God. And so we have.
No, don't let him off. You make him tell the bowl story right
See, a woman always wants something. Always want to make a man do it, but not take the initiative to do it themselves. Typical woman.
Hey, bitch, I'll tell the bowl story if I fucking have it. You've got it. Give it to me. I want your shit so bad. I'm deep inside me. I want that bowl story so deep. Put that bowl story inside me.
I want, look, and I want 2 blue hair, blonde eye twins. If I have a little baby, your mama's going to hear about it.
Oh, so, okay. It's been a while,
No,
right?
You know what? You should have done a fucking monologue. You know what?
I
You should
can't
have
do a
done
monologue now. It's
No, but you should have done one.
That's
You
a hard
saw
act to
Ian-
follow, Brooke,
as soon
after
as
this.
Ian's name pops up on the
Ukraine
fucking
look like
broadcast,
Chuck E. Cheese.
monologue starting at 1 a.m. That is what it should say.
Okay.
Ian, monologue, 1 a.m.
You know, that's a good
easy.
rule. That's a good rule. I'll try and make that a rule at this point. But 1 a.m., your time would be, my time would be like, what, midnight?
Yeah, I know. You're going to have to do a monologue from 1 a.m. to 8 a.m., so that would be like 7-hour monologue.
Well-
But I'm saying it's Ian off the fucking phone. You know what I'm saying? 7 hours
None of my
of
girls are going back.
monologuing is versus Ian being like, all my shit. And then I was in the hole last week after I saw Jesus in the river. But I can't tell you about the hole. But I can tell you about when I saw Teddy Rubskin and saw all the clones underneath that I'm trying to tell you about. That you know, that's why your senator and you know the bitch fucking what's her name that had. I know all the clones are there because of Teddy Rupskin, but I can't tell you about the whole hole's big. I mean, Jesus. I met Jesus. He was in the river. That's definitely Eden or the Eden.
Like,
That's scientific. That can scientifically be proven, as he would say.
Disney.
So, Ian, what is the significance of the tunnels in this film? What are the tunnels for? What do they signify?
It's an MK Ultra movie.
Okay.
You gotta watch it. It explains everything. They talk about the Florida burn off and the fucking cloning lab at the Beverly Hills Hotel in Hollywood, and it's like Oliver Stone. He fought, dude. He's like doesn't even give a shit and just drops hints and clues about all these top secret operations and missions.
Okay.
Okay, boring shit. Oh, by the way, did you know that the Matrix, that's what I was bringing up earlier, and somehow I got sidetracked, probably because Ian interrupted, I'm sure. But Matrix everybody's like, the Matrix, and they're like, oh my God, you know, like we're in the Matrix. Do you know the Matrix was written by 2 trans people?
Yeah, it's to the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowski brothers.
Black woman.
Yeah.
No, it's trans. The majority of the fucking movie is this fucking talk about trans and being like, you're this person that can't come out of this other world with all trans fucking shit that they're fucking saying. And now everybody's like, oh my God. So it's hilarious that the same Republicans are like, they're trapped in this Matrix. Also kill the trans.
Yeah. So it's the Wachowski brothers that the evil Polish brothers, they both became trans, and neither one of them.
Polish?
What?
Are they Polish?
Yeah. Wait, the name God, Ian, yes, it's as
Well,
Polish
they're
as it
just
can
from Hollywood or something. I never watched The Matrix. The Matrix is nerd shit.
Thank you. Well, Wachowski brothers, they're ethnically Polish. They're Americans, but they're ethnically Polish, and they both,
cool.
yeah, and they both decided they were going to become sisters. God knows what pathology was behind that.
They're Satanists. Okay.
It's they must be because they
Well, yeah, if they're tranning up like that, they are.
Well, the only reason I will abide by
Why
what.
would you? No, I'm stopping you, Douglas, because you got me on the anti-trans movement. How's that fucking fair?
Yeah, no, I'm not anti-trans. What I'm trying to say is.
No, but I'm saying if I was to be in the release bit, like, but I don't think, the girl you're fucking should become a man. Should still kind of looks feminine. And you're calling her your son. Also, she called me whatever the fuck.
Hey, what do you think about the Kardashians? What do you think about the Kardashians?
Fuck you. I'm not even talking about Kardashians. Kardashians shouldn't be allowed to live.
Well, then you're not talking about the trans.
I'm talking about the Polish brothers. They can't carry it.
You know why that one Kardashian became trans? I swear to God, I wouldn't even have, if I was a man, and I never even wanted to be a woman, if I had to live with all those.
Oh, that's obvious.
If I was a man, if you were a man, which you're not.
But by the way, what is that horrible sound? Yeah.
Oh, it's my AC. Let me go turn my AC off.
Please.
Fuck it. Like,
you guys can hear that. It's like all the way in the back of the room.
And oh my God. So, honey,
all right, well,
honey,
keep lying to me about trans. Keep lying to me about trans. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, honey, what I was saying about the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowski brothers, is that for whatever pathological reason, they both decided to become sisters, and they just can't carry it. They look like a bunch of thuggish men, a couple of thuggish guys, and they decided, oh, let's put some wigs on, and now we're bitches. And
they look like Tim and Eric.
They just look like.
Oh my God, bitch! You know what? Some of us we're born fucking Southern, and if we eat a little too many collard greens and fucking cornbread, which I'm sure I would if I was a man, I might put a wig on even if I felt feminine and look fucking redneck. And God forbid I was fucking German or fucking Scottish and that fucking bullshit over there. So you got a little Japanese in you, a little Chinese. A little fucking easy. Asian.
Yeah, by the way, now Amor Fati is bringing up what our man Ian had also bought into and what all too many people do. Amor Fati said, I read the Matrix and Terminator stories are actually part of a single story written by a black African-American woman. So this was a black African-American female ne'er-do-well, basically a con artist. And I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, never mind. I shouldn't say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so basically she claimed she wrote it. And so what happened was she sued the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowski brothers, saying, you stole my book and you made it into a movie and you owe me all the money. And so what happened was the Wachowski brothers attorney said, don't show up, let her win by default. And then, so what? She wins by default if you don't show up into court. But if you show up into court, it dignifies it. You spend all kinds of dollars, ultimately potentially millions, fighting this. And and it's just gonna make her look. It's gonna make her look like she really did do what she says. So
I see the bitch that wrote Harry Potter.
Civil rights.
Yeah. What?
Nothing. Never mind.
Can I see the Harry Potter bitch right now?
What?
Anyway, Britt.
Who can I fucking sue? Like, this is bullshit.
It's just crazy. And so what happened was they didn't show up. She won by default, but then that leaves it up to her to collect, and of course she can't collect from them. So that's in the end, it's like they just went on ignoring her. So it was like she never happened. But she claimed that meant that it's her victory that proves that she really did write it. But you see, that's like me saying, I built the Statue of Liberty or something stupid, and I sued the U.S. government for using my statue, and just, they don't dignify it by a response. So I said, see, it's me. I mean, that's on that level of insanity.
Oh, here's the thing. I'm only on this fucking show because I thought you were going to write some good books.
Brooke.
Yeah, totally. And
do you know who Bruce Jenner is?
And then Peter Moon's like, that was fucking great.
Brooke.
Not an editor.
Do you know who Bruce Jenner is?
Now fucked. And I'm just going to have to find someone else.
Brooke, do you know who Bruce Jenner is?
Yeah, Bruce Jenner is your fucking, you wish to God.
Do you know why Bruce Jenner is stunning and brave?
was on my Kick cereal box?
Because he is the head preacher for the Church of Satan Los Angeles area. That's why he got his sex change. Did you know that?
God, no, I didn't know that because we only have one church of Satan down here.
That way Jim Harris stepped down from his church, dude.
No, I didn't know because we only have one church of Satan in South Carolina.
Well, Will Ferrell's going to be here next week, and we're going to do his little initiation.
Oh my God, I've got to go get his signature.
Yes. What? Where is this published or printed? That
Rolling Stone magazine.
No.
Yeah. That's why Bruce Jenner did got the pee-pee chopped off or pushed in or whatever they do. Whatever liberty they entitle themselves to.
Fucking get your signature for the Garden of Eden.
We need to have a field trip. We need to have Garden of Eden Day.
Yes.
Walk the land Jesus walk.
Garden of Eden. We'll get your signature. Then we got a Church of Satan and get fucking his, hers, what the fuck ever. We'll do it.
Well, let me look up this and see what I find. Rolling Stone.
I love people look it the fuck up. Oh
Bruce
my God.
Jenner.
Spin, not Rolling Stone, Spin. It's one of those fancy magazines. I'm sorry.
Not true. I get to blow your brains out and just admit on air.
You already did, Brooke. You already
did. I want to die, and I leave Brooke.
Look, down yonder, my brains were everywhere.
It says
there's not much to blow.
It says I looked up Spin, Bruce Jenner, Satanist. All I get is there's no matches for your search.
Oh, let me get it. Let me check. I'll find it.
You'll find it.
I did another files from Frank on it.
Like, I don't have a brain.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it. I said you have what little of a brain left.
I know, but the thing is, it's great to blow out and not have like a lot left.
Look, I know this underground Satan shit's hard for you to believe, but how do you think we got Washington?
Oh my God.
I think we got Washington or Georgia to the fucking slave owner or what? The country, like the state? Which one? There's a couple Washington D.C. Like,
you guys would have loved my old bar before COVID. If y'all would have came down here, you would have loved it. All right,
so we've only got a few minutes left, so understand.
Yeah, one of the 3 bitches on your bed not coming.
Huh? What?
So we only have a few minutes left.
3 bitches on your bed.
Not coming. Yes, that's right.
No, not tonight. No, not tonight.
So everybody who's been with us through this, I love you all, and for all of you who put up all of these upvotes, I adore you. Thank you so much for your support. Obviously, people enjoyed the romp we had tonight, and this was the romp that I would have, allowed to continue throughout the night, the other night, but
the saga will continue next week.
Yeah, young man shamed me into monologue. Since I didn't get to monologue tonight,
Oh yeah, he did shame you into monologue. He was like, "Where is the monologue coming?" Now he's like,
"That's very flattering."
And then when I got off, I was like, "Hey, it's the monologue's own."
Brooke, I know nobody's ever asked you to talk before, but it is flattering.
So I do want people to know I'll do a monologue more than likely on Sunday. We'll see who joins us then for at least a little while, just to transition me, not in the sexual change sense. By the way, of course, just so everybody knows, people who get sex changes are not satanic. Okay.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. But look, when I type this in my computer,
no, he thinks they are unless they're Jewish.
It's number one. I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Jewish.
I'm gonna take a fucking picture of it. Nobody's gonna. I don't want anybody to fucking.
What makes it satanic about the evil Polish brothers is that the Wachowski brothers, when they had their sex change, they look like a couple of fat, dumpy women, and who would want to look like that?
Wachowski brothers makes
it looks like they hung out the Asian buffet too long.
Man. Shut up. What was that Wachowski brothers movie that was so fucking awesome?
Oh, Matrix.
Something about
Matrix. They did the stupid Matrix. If you really want to see the weirdest film that is just like everybody shit all over, the Wachowski brothers produced the gayest film called Jupiter Rising or Jupiter Ascending.
No, that's not what I'm thinking about. The other brothers then. What are the other brothers that made the fucking movie? Maybe I'm wrong.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Brothers.
I didn't get that either,
Dog. Other brothers.
The brothers. Other brothers. What other brothers?
The brothers that made the movie. I think that starts with an O.
Um,
Oh, that